This guy is standing here with his hands on his hips, harassing his subordinates. I almost died because of you idiots. If it weren't for me, you'd all be dead meat. But ignoring him, his teammates didn't even care. They were trembling like leaves, pointing behind him, and immediately ran away as fast as their legs could carry them. Who cares about being a boss at a time like this? A high-level monster. Run. In front of a monster, Kong Duchion is nothing but a speck of dust. No need to maintain an image anymore. He ran for his life, hauling ass. If I want to survive this messed up situation, I need bait. Kong Duchion acted on his thoughts. He raised his foot and kicked the face of the young man, Sigu, who was running next to him. After that, he gave a despicable smile. It's you, Sigu. He lost his balance and lay flat on the ground. The monster was right on his tail. His body wouldn't listen to him anymore. Looking at the sharp teeth opening right above his head, Sigu had only one thought. I'm so dead. At this moment, a dirty buff appeared. He suddenly remembered his mother's dying words, telling him to protect Siaha at all costs. With this mental manipulation, Sigu's body seemed to regain its strength. He grabbed the sword that the boss had dropped. Determined not to die here, at least for his little sister, he had to survive at all costs. Facing the monster, Sigu charged forward. But just when he thought he was doing something, he was unexpectedly pushed away by someone's attack. The monster also turned into minced meat under their feet. Sigu was so shocked he fell backward, then scrambled up to look at the blonde guy in front of him, wondering who the hell this was. Before he could figure out what was going on, another white-haired guy covered in tattoos popped out from inside and yelled loudly, "Where are you hiding, you bastard? Who else is this?" Sigu was completely bewildered. And so, without understanding a thing, the two arrogant guys in front of him suddenly started punching and kicking each other. The shockwaves from their incredibly powerful fight made even the high-level monsters tremble in fear. They were overwhelming creatures. The two sides were evenly matched, fighting continuously without either side backing down. Witnessing this scene, Sigu was so scared he almost crapped his pants. The white-haired guy aggressively asked the blonde guy where he hid something, but the other guy didn't even bother to answer and just kept fighting. "If you keep this up, you'll only hurt yourself," the white-haired guy said. The blonde guy didn't care. He countered the attack, then looked toward Sigu with a mysterious smile. "I don't care, because I left a door open. Sorry for dragging you into this. I'll leave it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The guy in front of him just self-destructed. Sigu scrambled up from the ruins, picked up the phone at his feet, and wondered what was going on. Why was this phone here? Along with that, a bright green notification appeared on the screen. Checking connection path. Manager position succession complete. Welcome to GodTube. Sigu didn't understand anything, but seeing a dropped item, he temporarily pocketed it. After returning, Sigu started to study the phone he had picked up. GodTube was a free website where people could upload videos. Among all the channels, the most famous ones were the hunter channels. However, gods from mythology, characters from legends, heroes, and mythical entities. They opened channels here. Sigu examined it for a while and exclaimed. But he still couldn't find the blonde guy's channel, nor the reason why he gave him this phone. Everything was incredibly confusing. Thinking hard, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. What if it's real? If they really opened channels on GodTube, they'd have at least 1 million subscribers. Let's see, it doesn't look bad. Should I give it a try? Sigu scrolled for a while, randomly picked a channel, and subscribed. You have subscribed to Zhuge Liang's channel. Subscribed channels, 1/3. Acquired Insight S+. Sigu was dumbfounded and shocked when he read these notifications. Because S+ only existed as a classification, not a real rank. The people who fought against the Demon King, the 13 heroes, people thought they possessed S-rank traits. And yet he got it? Just by hitting the subscribe button? This is really trippy. But the thing is, he didn't feel anything. Or maybe it was just because it only enhanced observation skills and intelligence. To find out the difference, Sigu decided to find another channel to subscribe to. Thinking of this, Sigu saw another channel. This channel was named Hercules. He felt that subscribing to this channel would make a difference. He acted on his thought and quickly pressed the subscribe button. Just like before, a skill panel appeared in front of him. This time it was SS-Rank Super Strength. Sigu's eyes widened in disbelief. and without paying attention, he slammed his hand on the desk. As a result, his poor computer was completely smashed. He couldn't help but be shocked. Did he really get an SS rank trait? While Sigu was still dazed, more notification panels popped up. Your current proficiency in super strength is 0.1%. Sigu couldn't help but cry out, "Oh my god! I got an SS rank trait just by hitting subscribe." He held his head in helplessness. I don't get it. What the hell is this GodTube? But then another unexpected thing happened. Because of his thinking, Sigu's insight proficiency had increased a bit. He reflexively frowned. He had to reach 100% to fully acquire the trait. There was also Hercules' personal training. He was a bit curious and opened it to take a look. On the screen appeared a group of strangely dressed people. Then, the pillar of the house in front of them was uprooted, just like pulling out a nail. The person doing this was a man wearing a hat that covered his eyes. He spoke in a hearty voice. "That's right. This is amazing." Speaking of this, he kicked something at his feet and said, "This piece of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed it without hesitation. Hercules raised the pillar high and shouted excitedly, "Awesome!" Sigu's eyes widened in shock after watching the video. What the hell is this? Without a second thought, he unsubscribed. He felt that if he followed this, he'd be sent straight to the afterlife. He also understood why the guy only had one subscriber. He could never do something like that. But Sigu thought too much. He couldn't unsubscribe. Immediately, Hercules' cheerful voice came from the phone. "Hey, skinny boy, you can come anytime, but you can never leave." Sigu became more and more terrified, trembling like a leaf, and hurriedly pressed the unsubscribe button. But unfortunately, it was hopeless. He bit his lip in anger. "I can't unsubscribe." Just like that, Sigu successfully subscribed to 2/3 channels. A terrifying night for Sigu passed just like that. But the next morning, he was bothered by another bastard. Seeing the name on the phone, he couldn't help but mutter suspiciously, "Why is this guy calling me?" The caller was Kong Duchion. He asked what the guy wanted. Duchion smirked. "I thought you blocked me." Sigu didn't want to listen to his nonsense. He repeated his question, "I asked what you want." Duchion still maintained his arrogant, condescending attitude and sneered, "You have nowhere else to go, right?" The two went back and forth until Sigu finally couldn't hold back anymore and swore directly, "What the F***ck do you want?" Duchion was like a leech, continuing to say, "Don't be so grumpy. We've always worked together." Sigu didn't want to work with the son of a bitch like Duchion. He asked bluntly, "What do you want? Spit it out, I don't have much time." This made Duchion's face look like he had just eaten shit. He bit his lip aggressively, swallowed his anger, and asked in a low voice, "SH Group wants to collaborate on a raid. Do you want to join?" Hearing the name of this group, Sigu couldn't help but be shocked. SH Group. This was the #1 financial company in South Korea. Recently, the granddaughter of the group had awakened an S-rank hunter trait. Sigu guessed that they wanted to enter the hunter industry. At this moment, Duchion's annoying voice rang out again. "I guess they want to expand their business, so they want to see what this industry is like." He asked him, "It's SH Group. Do you want to reconsider?" Duchion really wanted him to, but Sigu said no. He bluntly refused, but the guy still didn't give up, saying he would pay him 5,001 per video. Hearing this, he froze. Hearing Sigu's shocked silence from the other end of the line, Duchion smiled even more smugly. "Do you want to join now?" Sigu thought for a moment, then smirked and said, "Still no." Duchion was getting a bit impatient, but he still didn't give up, continuing to use money to bargain. "It's 10 times more now? This is a win-win deal. So how much do you want?" Since Duchion sincerely wanted to know, Sigu was happy to answer. He wanted 50,001. This number was an astronomical price. Duchion couldn't afford it. He shouted disdainfully, "Are you crazy? Do you really think you're worth that much?" He thought Sigu knew SH Group was paying him a lot of money. Although it was a bit annoying, this conversation was actually beneficial. Sigu's insight skill had increased a bit. He smiled happily, then continued, "Let me guess. Why does SH Group want to raid with you instead of S-rank hunters?" Hearing this, Duchion felt a bit uneasy, but he still stubbornly asked, "You guess." Smiling unconsciously, Sigu said slowly, "It's very clear. His granddaughter awakened 2 S-rank traits. The chairman of SH Group, Han Tae-san, definitely won't just sit and watch. He wants his granddaughter to learn the basics first." "And what are the basics for a hunter?" It's how to hunt monsters. The reason your channel has 21,000 subscribers and can make money is all thanks to my unique analytical skills. So the reason Chairman Taisen chose you isn't because of you, but because of my knowledge. Duchion was now trembling with anger, proving that Sigu was right. But he still bit his lip and said, 50,000 is too much. Don't want to, Sigu sneered. These words made Duchion on the other end start to tremble. He seemed to realize something terrible was coming. Sigu had put him on speakerphone and declared clearly, if you can't borrow money or whatever, then find someone else. Saying this, he immediately laughed smugly. Finally, there was a time when he could step on this dog's head. It felt absolutely refreshing. The next day, after that conversation, Duchion reluctantly agreed. They went to a B-rank dungeon together. Sigu was now sitting in the upper hand, asking very arrogantly, when are you going to transfer the rest of the money to me? Duchion replied dissatisfiedly, I told you I'll transfer it when this is over. Why is Han Chaiene so late? As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps came from behind. Sigu and Duchion immediately turned their heads to look. They saw an elegant girl walking towards them. Her physique was extremely toned. She introduced herself coldly. I am Han Chaiene, a participant in this raid. Let's head out. Sigu was surprised by her beauty. This body, this face. She's only missing a beauty pageant crown. But he knew it would be hard to approach her. However, Sigu didn't think much about it. Getting the money was enough to make him happy. He just needed to get his job done. A moment later, their group entered the dungeon and immediately encountered a monster. Chaiene frowned at it and exclaimed in surprise, It's a black troll. Duchion nodded slightly and started showing off. That monster is ranked B. Among B-rank monsters, it has regenerative abilities close to immortality. Those who don't know how to attack it will die. He was all talk. If Sigu hadn't told him, he wouldn't even know what rank it was. But Chaiene didn't know this and listened quietly to Duchion. The tactic everyone needs to know is to tear that black troll apart. Attack its heart and chop off its head until it can no longer regenerate. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to draw his sword to attack. But he was a step too late. Chaiene had already rushed ahead. She didn't hesitate to strike. She leaped into the air, striking a perfect pose. But her action was fierce. Chaiene thrust one sword into the monster's heart. At the same time, her other hand drew another sword. She directly chopped off the monster's head. Her actions were extremely decisive. It made the men here feel ashamed. Chaiene turned to look at the two of them and said coldly, Easy. Duchion finally reacted and hurriedly flattered her, as expected of an S-rank hunter. Unfortunately, Our Lady Chaiene didn't buy these words. She bluntly tore through his fake facade. Are you flattering me? Sigu, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Serves him right. But at this moment, he noticed the sword emitting an aura in Chaien's hand. He asked hesitantly, Is that the Aurelian weapon I've heard about? How much did that sword cost? Chaiene replied casually, About 20 billion. This number was truly terrifying. Sigu and Duchion were speechless. The spending habits of the rich, commoners like them couldn't play this game. They really couldn't. Ignoring the two standing there in a daze, Chaiene continued to suggest, But I can't get used to it with just one troll. Let's go deeper. An hour later, deep inside the dark dungeon, after a slaughter, Chaiene stepped over a pool of blood. She said slowly, I think I'm getting a bit used to it. She glanced at the two behind her and said coldly, It seems there are no more trolls. Shall we end it here? Duchion hurriedly went over to shake Chaien's hand and flattered her. You did great. She nodded slightly and replied, I'm leaving. Duchion was extremely frustrated at this moment. He thought this would be a good opportunity, being escorted by an SH Group S-rank hunter. But he couldn't do anything and was about to be robbed of 50,000 won by Sigu. Sigu stood nearby, looking at Duchion's shitty expression, feeling extremely smug. Serves him right. Who told him to act worse than an animal? But right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. The dungeon suddenly shook violently. Chaiene panicked and cried out, What is this? On the contrary, Duchion was extremely happy. This was a good opportunity for him to show off. Duchion hurriedly said, Based on this size, isn't that a high-level monster? But with Sigu's skills, he realized this was not a high-level monster. The thing in front of them right now was a massive boss. Its eyes were bloodshot, its teeth sharp. Without a word, it raised its massive hand, ready to smash down. It was Chaien's first time seeing this giant boss, and her pupils instinctively shrank. She hurriedly raised her swords to block. Duchion had absolutely no confidence at this moment. He glanced at Chaiene, who was struggling to resist. Immediately after, his cowardly nature resurfaced. Duchion turned and ran away again. His subordinates were no exception. What a bunch of cowards. At this moment, the boss growled again. It swung its arm to attack Chaiene again. She hurriedly dodged to the side. As a result, Duchion's two accomplices took the hit. Duchion didn't even look back once. Duchion ran for his life, ignoring SH Group and Chaiene. He had to survive first. Duchion ran frantically, not daring to stop for even a single step. But right at this moment, Duchion suddenly froze. Because the giant boss was blocking his way, he trembled nonstop. He felt like he was dead meat. But just as the boss's arm grabbed him, Chaiene rushed over and used her swords to block it. But ultimately, its strength was too great. The arm slammed hard into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Chaiene was also blown away by the impact. Her body slammed hard into the ground, making her grit her teeth in pain. But the boss didn't give her time to catch her breath. It swung its claws at her again. Seeing this scene, Chaien's expression immediately turned grave. She had to dodge this attack. Thinking of this, she hurriedly leaped to the side. Fortunately, she dodged in time. She took the opportunity to jump onto its body, continuously slashing down with her swords. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage to it at all. But right at this moment, the boss's eyes caught up with Chaien's speed. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She stood there dazed like a statue, watching the boss's fist coming at her. The boss's hand curled up like a giant boulder, rushing towards her without hesitation. Fortunately, Chaiene snapped out of it in time. She used her fastest speed to dodge, but it had no intention of letting her go. That massive hand still smashed down. In the blink of an eye, this place was destroyed. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Underneath that giant hand, Chaiene was still trying to resist. Its hand was as heavy as Mount Tai. Her sword-holding hands were going numb. Sigu was only observing from the outside at this moment, neither running nor attacking. He knew they couldn't defeat it. Even if it was Chaiene, an S-rank hunter, she was just an inexperienced rookie. She couldn't fight it. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The boss kept growling and attacking Chaiene. Sigu was thinking. The only thing he could do was run and leave Chaiene as a scapegoat. Otherwise, he would probably die here. There was still another option. Trust in the SS-rank super strength he just got from GodTube, the one he didn't even know the true rank of. While he was hesitating, a figure suddenly brushed past him, startling him. Sigu saw Duchion running like he was rushing to be reincarnated. He suddenly realized a problem. This happened because of that bastard Duchion's bullshit investigation. And that guy had once left him for dead. Because of that, he was dragged into this mess. While Sigu was thinking, a woman like Chaiene had to face the boss alone. No matter how he thought about it, it wasn't right. But Sigu still hesitated, unable to decide. They couldn't win. His subconscious was urging him to run away from this place. Otherwise, he would die a humiliating death. Believe in prestige? These things are useless once you're in the grave. However, Sigu was not a coward like Duchion. Instead of running towards the dungeon exit, he turned back to where Chaiene was, where the boss was still clinging like a starving leech. Because Sigu knew, if he ran and left Chaiene here, he would be no different from that trash bastard Duchion. So ultimately, Sigu's decision was to play the hero saving the beauty. He clenched his fists and charged forward. With a loud bang, the two fists quickly collided. The scene in front of them made the boss pause for a beat. Even Chaiene was as dazed as a deer. He actually blocked the boss's fist. Only at this moment did she notice Sigu. Who the hell was this guy? She only saw that at this moment, a massive power was hidden around him. He walked forward proudly without hesitation, as if Hercules was present in his body. Suddenly being hindered, the boss was extremely furious. It frantically threw punches forward again. Sigu wasn't afraid. He raised his hands to block, and he actually managed to block it. This made the boss even more furious. It put 10 times more power into its fist. Sigu bit his lip, trying to resist. A moment later, he shouted, "Now!" Chaiene on the outside was a bit startled, but she quickly realized he was reminding her. She hurriedly leaped into the air. The boss's expression immediately turned ugly. It couldn't defend in time. As a result, Chaiene fiercely thrust a sword into its chest. Fresh blood started pouring out like rain. But it wasn't over yet. Chaiene pulled the sword out, stepped on its body, and her figure climbed up as fast as lightning. She didn't stop until she reached its shoulder. The sword in her hand flashed brilliantly. A powerful sword beam slashed out in an instant. The boss's head was severed from its neck just like that. Chaiene finished with a beautiful move. Quickly landing on the ground, Sigu looked up at the boss in front of him. He muttered suspiciously, "Is it done?" But he immediately realized something was wrong. Many types of bosses can have a second form, so the transformation would happen naturally. Just as Sigu predicted, the boss that was sent to the afterlife came back. Its head quickly grew a new one, and it was covered in blood-red tendrils. He quickly shouted, "Get back!" Unfortunately, it was too late. He was fast, but the boss was faster. It grabbed the stunned Chaiene with its hand. She was squeezed so tightly that she cried out in pain. Sigu's mind raced. If Chaiene died, it would all be over. But there was nothing he could do. If all the traits he got from GoTube were real, even if they were weak now, and if they were truly his powers, then there had to be a way, right? With that thought, Sigu did something that surprised the boss. He used all his strength to swing onto the boss's finger, trying to buy some time. Chaiene sensed the danger and quickly shouted, "Run!" However, Sigu stood his ground and yelled back a reminder, "Aim for its heart." Chaiene struggled, pulling her arm free from the boss's grip. Her efforts paid off. She broke free and picked up her sword. Chaiene glanced at Sigu and nodded in understanding. "Got it." The moment she spoke, she charged forward. Sigu let out a loud roar. "Just trust me and go." The boss gnashed its teeth, glaring at the two of them. In its eyes, they were nothing more than insects it could crush in an instant. But an insect like Sigu was holding on with his bare hands. At this moment, his eyes were filled with confidence. Chaiene didn't hesitate either, running forward with her sword. She slashed a deep gash across the boss's arm. She glanced at it, a glint in her eye. Seizing the opportunity, Chaiene plunged her sword into its heart. Fresh blood gushed out. At the same time, Sigu was struggling to hold on. He could only last for another half-second. There was no time to explain how to attack the boss. He could only rely on Chaiene's intelligence. He quickly shouted, "It has two hearts." Hearing this, Chaiene turned her head in shock. In that moment of distraction, the boss swung its arm at her. She hastily dodged. Chaiene narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out where its second heart was located. Sigu's trust in her was not misplaced. She really found it. She quickly charged forward with her sword and, without a moment's hesitation, stabbed down. Fresh blood rained down once more, but it wasn't over. Sigu spoke again. "Now stop and die." As he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and charged. His strength was temporarily boosted. Sigu flew into the air in a magnificent pose. Knowing how to attack the boss, he unhesitatingly aimed for its left eye. His powerful fist came crashing down. The boss's massive body exploded, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Chaiene, standing behind, quickly used her hands to shield her face. With such a huge commotion, she thought they had won. Sigu's body was now covered in blood, probably the boss's. But he had little strength left. Like a willow in the wind, he swayed unsteadily. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. They left the dungeon. Since Sigu had passed out immediately after, Chaiene carried him out. When he opened his eyes again, Sigu found himself in a hospital. Soon after, a cool, clear voice suddenly spoke up, "Excuse me." Sigu was startled and looked at the woman before him. He asked blankly, "What are you doing here?" Chaiene looked at Sigu like he was an idiot, pointed to the 4 drip, and said with a smirk, "Can't you see the 4? I brought you to the hospital because you were seriously injured. Your muscles were torn and your ribs were broken. How do you feel?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Sigu, making him back away shyly. But the more Sigu retreated, the closer Chaiene got. She only stopped when his back was against the wall. Even more surprisingly, she reached out and patted his head. He stared at her blankly, a little confused. Just then, Chaiene spoke with concern. "It seems you have a bit of a fever." At that point, She realized something. She quickly said, "Come to think of it, we haven't properly introduced ourselves. What's your name?" Sigu quickly regained his composure and introduced himself. But he thought, doesn't she already know that? She brought me to the hospital, so she must know my personal information. As if understanding Sigu's thoughts, Chaiene slowly explained, "I had to confirm it myself." Sigu couldn't help but be surprised. Can she read my mind or something? I heard her S-rank trait is a sixth sense. It's no joke. While he was thinking, Chaiene spoke again. "You must be tired since you just woke up, but I want to make you an offer." An offer? Sigu didn't have time to think, frowning as he looked at her. Chaiene nodded slightly and said seriously, "Do you want to join my team?" Sigu was taken aback. Her team? Is it because I stood up to Duchion? While he was hesitating, Chaiene made an incredibly tempting offer. "What do you think about a salary of 1 billion won? Furthermore, she would negotiate the profit share of monster drops based on his contributions." The 1 billion figure was truly insane. Just then, Chaiene continued, "And I heard your sister has a blood disease. We will provide her with free care at the SH hospital." Hearing this, Sigu was immediately swayed. If not for himself, he had to do it for his sister. Chaiene's conditions were undeniably attractive. Anyone would be moved by them. After a long moment of silence, Sigu asked seriously, "What do I have to do to be worth that price?" Chaiene replied casually, "Create strategies and deal with every monster she plans to hunt." That was her request. That evening, at the hospital, Sigu was left alone. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Because earlier, he had rejected Chaiene's offer. Chaiene was a bit surprised, but she didn't force him. She said he could find her if he changed his mind. After all, she still owed him her life. She would pay for his sister's hospital bills. At this moment, Sigu had some doubts about his decision, but he told himself to believe in the potential of GoTube and the skills he acquired there. He didn't need to tie himself down by accepting the offer. Besides, there was Sia's critical illness. He had to find a cure at all costs. Previously, Sia was caught in a dungeon explosion and contracted a blood disease. There is currently no cure for this disease, only treatments to alleviate the symptoms. But with GoTube, if Sigu learned their traits, he could surely cure Sia's illness. However, the ingredients used in treatments are usually very expensive, and this was a rare disease. Thinking about this, Sigu couldn't help but sigh. "I'm going to need a lot of money. For now, let's finish editing this 50 million won video." With that, he opened the video he had filmed today to review it. As he watched, his attention was drawn to the sword in Chaiene's hand. Sigu remembered asking her how much it cost. Chaiene had said it was worth 2 billion. A thought suddenly struck Sigu. What if I created equipment and sold it? I could make billions of won in an instant. But Sigu only had one subscription ticket left. If he wanted to subscribe to more, he had to sign up for a membership card, and it cost 1 million. The only way to create weapons was to learn blacksmithing. Sigu found a blacksmith's channel. Then, without hesitation, he subscribed. As soon as he did, Sigu was left speechless with amazement. He had somehow acquired SSS-Rank blacksmithing. Filled with doubt, he opened the blacksmith's video to watch. The constant clang of a hammer echoed in his ears. The man in the video, built like an ox, was swinging a hammer while roaring aggressively. When upgrading weapons, you must not fear failure. After watching, Sigu's face turned as green as a banana leaf. Why does every god act like a child? First Hercules, now this blacksmith god. Nevertheless, Sigu forced himself to finish watching, and his blacksmithing proficiency increased accordingly. A few days later, in the hospital courtyard, a patient was trying to do physical training. Who else could it be but the clueless rookie, Sigu? He was doing pull-ups with one hand. At the same time, a few nurses in the background were staring at him, mesmerized. They were even complimenting his beautiful body, practically ready to name his future children. Sigu, from a distance, heard the nurses chatter and was left speechless. Were they talking about him, the weakling? Sigu also heard them say he could be discharged tomorrow. He was stunned. Time flies faster than I thought. Sigu paid it no mind and decided to continue his training. His super strength proficiency had also increased slightly. If he used super strength too often, his muscle fibers would be torn apart like last time, so he couldn't neglect his training. While Sigu was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, He turned in surprise and saw Sia approaching. The little girl was still in her patient gown but asked cheerfully, "I heard you're being discharged tomorrow." Sigu nodded slightly and replied, "I'm not sure what to say." Just then, Sia sighed and said, "When you were transferred to the hospital, I was so worried. You looked so badly injured." As she spoke, a sad expression flickered across her face. She looked at him with concern. "Didn't they say you needed at least a month of treatment? But you're being discharged in just a week." Sigu looked intently at Sia. She was probably disappointed that he was leaving before her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigu reached out and patted her head, saying gently, "Don't worry about the treatment just because I'm not here. You don't have to worry about the money." Sia nodded slightly. "I know. I'm getting free treatment thanks to Ms. Chaijine's request." Sigu was startled. "She's already calling her Ms.?" Sia explained cheerfully, "Ms. Chaijine told me to. She said she doesn't have any siblings, but I look like her." Sigu was getting more and more lost. He asked doubtfully, "Han Chaijine? When did you even meet her?" Sia giggled and replied casually, "Of course. She visits from time to time. Sometimes she comes when you're training and asks if you're okay before leaving, so you don't see her." Sigu was stunned to hear this. That busy goddess came to visit them? Does she still want to recruit me? But Sia didn't think so. She asked happily, "Maybe Miss Chaijine likes you?" Sigu was terrified at the thought. "I'm single. How could anyone like me?" Sigu shook his head in denial. "I don't think so." He told Sia to forget it, stop talking nonsense, and go inside. He had to go somewhere. She asked suspiciously where. Sigu smirked mysteriously. To make money. The way he planned to make money? By going to the goblin's den to kill monsters and get drops. A horde of goblins was now frantically charging at Sigu, and he was running for his life. Although Sigu knew that goblins acted in groups, there were just too many of them. He had no choice but to run. Sigu wasn't exaggerating. The goblins chasing him were as numerous as a Mongol horde. If he faced them head-on, he'd be meeting his ancestors soon. But the goblins had no intention of letting him go. One, holding an axe, ran up to strike him. Sigu ducked to avoid it, then clenched his fist to strike back. Might as well try my luck. And with that one punch, he directly shattered the goblin's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Sigu was startled. How did it just explode? Am I that strong? Seeing this, the other goblins' faces turned pale with fear, as if they'd been bled dry. They trembled, and not a single one dared to advance. While they were scared, Sigu pressed his advantage. He cackled like a madman as he looked at the goblins. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a pervert. He raised an eyebrow with extreme confidence. "Let's fight." A few hours later, at a forge not far from the city, Sigu brought the goblins he had just captured from the dungeon to this place, throwing them on the ground and saying coldly, "How much can you make with this pile?" The forge master saw it and panicked. "Make what? I told you to bring materials, not trash. Now, I'll teach you how to smeltor. Follow me." This man is the head of the blacksmithing clan, Pakwang. This old man spent his entire youth learning blacksmithing. And 20 years later, at the age of 40, he was a talented and passionate awakened with an A-rank dexterity trait. Sigu stood beside him, watching the old man work, mesmerized. A moment later, Pakwang's hand movement stopped. The old man handed the hammer to him and suggested, "I've shown you. Now it's your turn to try." Sigu accepted without hesitation. Pakwang watched his back from behind, lost in thought. Sigu didn't ask the old man to forge equipment or take him on as an apprentice. Sigu didn't even ask to join his guild in exchange for a fee. He was the first person to ever ask to borrow the old man's workshop. Pakwang allowed it because he was curious about Sigu's intentions. But the more he watched, the more disappointed he became. The way he held the hammer was wrong, and he kept staring at his phone. Pakwang assumed he had watched a few YouTube videos and thought it was easy, but he wanted him to know he was wrong. But at that moment, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. The scene before him truly left him speechless. Time passed, and the forge continued to echo with the clang of hammers. Suddenly, a very familiar guest appeared. The girl made herself at home and shouted, "Old man, I'm here." Pakwang heard the voice, a look of resignation on his face. "Is that you, Son?" She nodded cheerfully. "Of course. Who else but this beautiful girl would come to this scorching workshop?" Pakwang told her she could have just sent someone, but Soun raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I'm working with the best blacksmith in Korea. I have to come myself. The old man heard this and smirked. So you know how to flatter now, do you? Flatter? Soun would never admit it. She said with a smug smile, I'm Kim Soun, the representative of the best item trading company. With that, she took the backpack off her shoulder and said casually, these are the materials I mentioned last time. As for the price. Before she could finish, Pakwang cut her off. It's wrapped in cloth over there. It's a sword, be careful. Soun nodded slightly. We've decided to supply equipment to the SH group. But before she could finish, the sound of a hammer next to her made her tremble with anger. She looked over in annoyance and shouted, Can you be quiet for a minute? I'm talking here. The person making the noise was Sigu. He pouted and replied, Got it. After scolding him, Soun felt better. She glanced at the pile of swords placed next to her. She frowned suspiciously. What is this idiot doing? With that thought, she walked over and picked up a sword from the basket to examine it. Then she immediately criticized it. You call this a weapon? Pakwang came over at that moment and asked, What do you think? Soun laughed mockingly without hesitation. The blade is rough, and with this shape, who could possibly use this? Hearing this, Pakwang couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Is that so? But what if I told you it was made from the bones of goblins and kobolds? Soun looked at the old man in surprise. She couldn't believe her ears. Pakwang slowly added, And what's more, the worst materials were used, and this was created by a novice who just started today. Soun asked in astonishment, You took on a student? Pakwang found it hard to explain. The old man had been watching Sigu blacksmith, but he couldn't believe this was his first time. Siugu's hammering motions were extremely skillful, becoming more precise with each strike, as if he had been doing it for a very long time. Come to think of it, Pakwang had never seen anyone make weapons from materials like these, and Sigu had already refused to be his disciple. Hearing that he had refused, Soun was even more surprised. She whipped her head around to stare at him intently. She wanted to see what right the person who made this ugly-ass sin sword had to refuse Pakwang. Sigu paid no attention to them. He was still focused on forging the weapon. Soun just stood to the side, watching, her eyes darting around as if an idea had just struck her. A moment later, Sigu successfully crafted another weapon. A decent short sword was fresh from the forge. Along with it, his blacksmithing skill also saw a slight increase in a few stats. But Siugu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It seems I've created a piece of junk. How can I dare to sell this? Hearing this, Soun walked over and asked, You want to sell that sword? Sigu looked at her blankly. Seeing his suspicion, she quickly introduced herself. My name is Kim Soun, a representative of the Duchion company. Sigu frowned slightly. He had heard of this company before. It was a company focused on the hunter industry that valued trust and credibility as its core. The company was also quite famous. Soun raised an eyebrow and said, We only deal with the best items in Korea. So if you want to sell it, I'm willing to buy. At the mention of money, Siugu's eyes lit up like a money-grubbing ghost. He asked warmly, How much can you pay? Soun thought for a moment and then named a price. 1 million each. After making a deal with Soun, Sigu got to work forging weapons. This slave to money was like a madman, going out to hunt monsters and then heading straight to the forge. Soun was responsible for purchasing and reselling those weapons. A few days later, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the quiet forge. Soun was ecstatic because her company had officially signed a contract with the SH group. Sigu winked at her and said with a smile, I did pretty well, didn't I? Soun nodded enthusiastically. Not just pretty well. From meeting delivery quotas to the perfect quality of the equipment, if it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. At this, she grabbed Siugu's hand and said gratefully, It's all thanks to you. If you want anything, just say the word. I'll do anything. Speaking of which, she hadn't transferred the money to Sigu yet. She took out her phone, made a few simple taps, and then told him to check his phone. Sigu was a bit confused but opened it to look. He saw some movement in his account balance. Sigu quickly counted the numbers and exclaimed happily, 2,800. I got it. The number was less than he expected, but Soun asked with dissatisfaction, What 2,800? Which 2,800? Check again. Sigu was a bit surprised. What's going on? Did I misread it? It turned out he really had miscounted. It was over 200 million. A moment later, inside a room at the forge, Sigu was sitting in contemplation. Looking at his account, which had always had only 6 digits, had suddenly jumped to 9 in just a few days. It was truly surreal. But it was a good thing. He could sign up for a GoTube membership to save Sia. It cost 300 million won a month to subscribe to the 3 channels of the Divine Doctor, Hua Ta, Hippocrates, and also Hyojun. But in his current situation, he could only choose one of the 3. Sigu sat there in silence, thinking about which Divine Doctor's channel to subscribe to. But after a long time, he still couldn't decide. Sigu was getting frustrated. So in the end, he could only close his eyes and pick one at random. He would subscribe to one of the 3 channels. The next day at the forge, after Sigu explained his plan, Pa Kwang immediately objected. It won't work. Materials with high brittleness are hard to polish. Just keep the polish to a minimum. Just as the two were disagreeing, Soun ran over cheerfully. I'm here. When Pa Kwang saw her, his expression darkened even more. The old man sighed and asked, Why do you keep coming here? Soun pouted slightly and replied, I came to see Sigu. So what? At that moment, Sigu cut them off. You're here. I was waiting for you. She said she could get what he needed. He handed Soun a piece of paper and asked, Is it possible to get these things? Soun smiled and took the paper. All right, of course. But as soon as she opened it to look, her confidence vanished. What is this? Mountain incense, glowing stone, saxifrage, 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old edelweiss, tonic pills, and many other things. Sigu saw her reaction and asked with some concern, Are they hard to find? Soun hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can get them, but it'll be expensive. Sigu asked her how much it would cost. Soun calculated for a bit, and then gave him a number that shocked him to his core. 300 million. But I'll give you a 20 million discount. Sigu was frozen on the spot. He needed them to increase his divine medicine proficiency through the membership. It was really hard to master it on his own. Without Soun, Sigu had no idea how to get the herbs. While he was thinking, Soun asked tentatively, Should I get them? Sigu, on the verge of tears, nodded tragically. Yes. He had received 280 million won from Soun, but he had to pay her back that same amount. And he would lose 4 million won by the end of the month. The membership fee was 100 million won. Considering the subscription fee he had to pay, he needed to make money right away. But even if he earned more from forging weapons, how could he make 100 million won? Thinking of this, Sigu sighed helplessly. But just then, an idea suddenly came to him. That's right. Isn't there still the world conqueror? One afternoon, as people were starting to get off work and ride the subway home, a young man who liked to surf the web in his free time was frowning because there was nothing to watch. But he stumbled upon a video with a strange title. Filled with curiosity, he hesitated before opening it to watch. Immediately, the scene in the video appeared. A group of monsters was lying in a small pool of water. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It looked like a person, but their shoes were a bit strange, like the feet of an animal. This person was Sigu, wearing a disguise. He said with a smug smile, Did you know that hippos are not horses? Watching this, the young man was a bit puzzled. What is this kid doing? Sigu was using his skills, educating people about hippos. These monsters look like hippos, but hippos are not part of the horse family. The young man became more and more confused. This was the first time anyone had talked about this issue. Sigu said that they actually belonged to the cattle family. To be precise, they belonged to the order Artiodactyla. Going deeper would give everyone a headache, so he stopped there. At this point, Sigu pulled out a red cloth. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Let me show you how to conquer hippos. Get them interested with a red cloth. They aren't agitated by the color red, but to get them interested. The young man's face had turned as green as a banana leaf. This action was truly bizarre. Sigu was seen waving the red cloth in the air. The hippos in front, which had been lying still like corpses, saw the red cloth, and their eyes immediately turned bloodshot. They charged madly towards Sigu, a stampede as large as an army, causing the ground to tremble. But Sigu showed no fear. He stood his ground, a smirk on his face, and said, The second way to conquer hippos is to just beat them up and catch them. Hearing this, the young man was instantly astonished. This is his strategy? But there are so many of them, like a Mongol horde. Is he going to catch them all by himself? As it turned out, Sigu really did charge in alone, and he caught them with his bare hands. There was no fear in his eyes, only extreme excitement. The hippo herd, at this moment, was like a flock of chickens on steroids, extremely aggressive. But with just one punch from Sigu, a group of hippos in front of him was blown to pieces. A moment later, the place was quiet again. A lone figure stood there proudly. But on the ground, the bodies of hippos were piled up like a mountain. Sigu smiled happily and said, "See? Easy, right?" The young man, watching his video, couldn't close his mouth. It was too shocking. But it wasn't over. Another herd of hippos charged in to attack. Just like before, Sigu threw a single punch and sent them all flying. His fist was like a steel hammer, sweeping through 7 hippos in one go. Sigu easily defeated them with his bare hands, without using any weapons. The more the young man watched, the more terrified he became. There were no words to describe this video anymore. After sending the hippos to meet their maker, Sigu ended his video. Just a few minutes after it was posted. His video attracted a lot of comments from keyboard warriors. Everyone was intrigued by his monster hunting method. Seeing the online community's reaction, Sigu was extremely satisfied. Just as planned, this video could really help him make money. In just a short time, his video had over 100,000 views and a lot of comments. The video really got noticed. Sigu smirked smugly. It seems they liked the content of this video. This time, the public's positive reaction was due to the power of media. He couldn't just fight low-level monsters forever. Sigu had to take advantage of it while it was popular. Because of the high demand, he needed to increase the intensity of the stimulation to maintain the viewer's interest. That was Sigu's specialty. After all, analyzing monsters and coming up with strategies was his job. Besides that, Sigu had another task. He had to forge weapons for Soon. He worked hard to create and supply weapons to the SH group. Sigu worked very hard. 1 million subscribers was no longer a dream. But there was a problem. Due to overwork, Sigu got a nosebleed. He looked at the blood on his hand in shock. Then, his head started to throb violently. But Sigu had to edit the video to post on his channel, and he also had to raid dungeons. But his body couldn't take it anymore. Sigu staggered and fell, hitting his head on the edge of a cabinet. He collapsed onto the floor. Sigu had been working too much. He fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was still lying on the floor. The first thing he saw was the ceiling. Sigu groggily sat up, rubbing his head. Did I just pass out? Thanks to Hercules' super strength, it was just fainting. I need to edit the video quickly. Sigu took out his phone to check. He wanted to know how long he had been out. The clock showed it was 4:30 in the morning. Sigu's face immediately turned ugly. He exclaimed in disbelief. I've been out for a whole day? Sigu sighed helplessly. At this rate, I'll die from overwork before I make any money. After careful consideration, Sigu decided to hire an editor. The next day, at a coffee shop, Sigu was sitting there, scrolling through his phone. He looked at his messages. There were a lot of applicants. Sigu didn't expect so many people. It was probably because of the high salary. The base salary was 3 million won, plus a bonus based on views. Just as he expected, money was the best motivator. So Sigu had to choose someone who could help him make more money. Soon after, Sigu started watching the applicants' videos. He was very satisfied with one of them. The sound effects in this video were more fitting and humorous. However, there was a problem. An hour had passed. Sigu was very angry. The appointment time had passed, but the person still hadn't arrived. He muttered angrily. He said his name was Pudiog. Furthermore, he paid close attention to the way he talked in the messages last night. He suspected he was an old man. That would be even better. He must be very experienced. With that thought, Sigu messaged him to ask where he was. But the person didn't read the message. He thought he was on his way, so he decided to wait a little longer. Sigu sat there waiting for a long time, but no one came. He lost his patience, slammed the table, and shouted, "Damn it! This bastard! Does he have no concept of time?" But at that moment, an apologetic voice suddenly spoke up. "Sorry for being late. I'm here for the interview." Sigu turned his head angrily, his anger about to erupt. But then he saw a timid girl standing in front of him, saying apologetically, "Are you Mr. Sigu?" Sigu couldn't believe his eyes. He nodded dumbly. "Yes, but are you Putiogu?" He thought the name belonged to an old man, but it was this young girl. After the hilarious misunderstanding, the two sat down to talk. Sigu asked in a low voice, "Why are you so late?" Doko replied softly, "Because I was editing a video until late, so I forgot to make a lunchbox for my younger brother." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "What video were you editing?" She replied in a low voice, "The video attached to my job application." Sigu felt like he had found a treasure. He asked happily, "You mean you edited it in just one day?" Doko shook her head in denial. "No, just 3 hours." Hearing this, Sigu fell silent, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Doko saw this and was scared. "What's wrong with you?" A moment later, Sigu called her name. She answered with a frightened yes, thinking she wouldn't get the job because she was late. But Sigu said cheerfully, "When can you start working?" Doko looked at him in surprise and asked, "Right now?" Yes, indeed. He had to hide this treasure well. It usually took him 8 hours to edit a video, but she only took 3. It was amazing. With that thought, Sigu said in a low voice, as stated in the announcement, at least 2 videos a week. There would be times when he posted 3 videos, but of course, he would pay for overtime. Sigu extended his hand and said in a deep voice, "I look forward to working with you from now on, Ms. Editor." Sigu was extremely happy. His journey to make money had officially begun. Doko, having gotten the job, bowed her head and said, "I will work hard." But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook, causing her to hit her head on the table. Sigu looked outside, his eyes full of suspicion. What the hell is going on? People were running around in a panic like lost chicks, constantly screaming, "Dungeon break." After it was confirmed to be a C-rank dungeon, the surrounding residents began to evacuate. At that moment, Sigu and Doko ran outside. Doko quickly suggested, "We should evacuate too." But Sigu smiled and said, "You said you could start working right away, right?" She was immediately surprised. "What are you saying, boss?" He just smirked mysteriously. Soon after, he threw a phone to Doko. "Take this and follow me." She took it in confusion and asked doubtfully, "Where are we going?" Sigu replied cheerfully, "Where do you think?" "To make money." With that, he started running. Although Doko was confused, she still followed behind him. He quickly reminded her to film. Doko raised the phone and prepared to record. At the same time, the dungeon monsters charged forward. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they had 2 sharp fangs, terrifying everyone. Only Sigu was not afraid. He charged forward alone. Sigu threw a punch, instantly killing a monster. Then, he smirked and said, "Hey everyone, please like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell." As soon as he finished speaking, Sigu continued to fight the monsters, starting his journey to make money. A moment later, the dispatch to Waken finally arrived. They started running around, evacuating people to safety. However, a terrifying event occurred. A monster's head suddenly flew towards them. They looked around in a daze, not understanding what the hell was happening. It wasn't until they moved forward that they found out the cause. Sigu was bravely fighting the monsters alone. He was just short of shouting, "I'll take you all on by myself." He stood on a mountain of monster corpses. Ignoring the slime on his face, he gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "If you enjoyed this, please like and subscribe, and turn on the notification bell." With Siugu's help, everything went smoothly, and the people were safe. After Doko returned home and rewatched the video she filmed, her brain still couldn't process it. When the video was posted, the keyboard warriors had another chance to show off. The comment section below the video was extremely lively. Doko stared in a daze. She didn't expect Sigu to be so popular. She was the one who edited the video, but she fundamentally didn't understand why he gained thousands of subscribers from just one video. There was only one thing Doko was sure of. Her boss was a crazy person on YouTube. She had boarded the wrong ship. Was it too late to jump off? She suspected that if she continued to work for him, she would go crazy just like him. Can insanity be transmitted through the air? While Doko was thinking, two childish voices suddenly called out, "Sister, the fried chicken is delicious. We left some for you. Let's eat together." Doko turned her head to look at her two little siblings fighting over food, a little speechless. But looking at these two kids, she had made her decision. Boarding the wrong ship was fine. The boss being a madman was fine. She had to work hard, at least for her two younger siblings. After a noisy day, Sigu went to Pakwang's forge again to continue forging weapons. He had just created a sword made from orc bones obtained from the dungeon break. Unlike before, it was made from a C-rank monster, so maybe he could expect something from it. At the same time, Sigu's blacksmithing proficiency had also increased. The system then notified him that the equipment he made could be given away for free. Sigu saw these words and couldn't help but sigh. But his proficiency still increased by 1.4%. Based on how much it increased, that was an impressive number. Just then, Soun and Pakwang saw the sword in his hand, and their eyes lit up. Pakwang exclaimed in surprise, "How can a novice who hasn't even been learning for a month create this?" Sigu smirked slightly. "I still have a lot to learn." Soun, with her professional instincts, quickly came over and asked, "You want to sell this, right?" Sigu nodded slightly and replied, "You know how to sell it for a good price, right?" Soun smiled without hesitation. "Leave it to me. By the way, you've been looking better lately." She said that before, Sigu was always tired, and she thought he was a zombie. But now he looked more human. Sigu felt that this made a lot of sense. Since Doko started editing his videos, he had more time to sleep, even though he was still very busy. Although last time, after paying all that money, Sigu realized he only had a little left for living expenses. But filming videos wasn't the editor's job. Sigu should still pay her more. But thinking back to when he filmed videos for that scumbag Duchion, he was only paid a few pennies. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Sigu would definitely not become a scoundrel like him. He recognized Doko's skills. She was very hardworking. With that thought, Sigu looked at Soun and asked, "By the way, what about the herbs I mentioned last time?" Soun then remembered. She winked and said with a smile, "Of course, I've gathered them all. It was your first request, after all." "You got them all? That's amazing," Sigu exclaimed in disbelief. Soun smiled playfully and said, "Of course. Soun only deals with the best items in Korea." Sigu heard this and felt helpless, offering no comment. He asked suspiciously, "How much is it?" Soun calculated for a moment before speaking. "The total is over 212,044,000 won." Sigu felt like he had been struck by lightning. Soun was very understanding. She said generously, "Since this is your first request, I'll drop the change. Just give me 200 million won." Sigu nodded vigorously. "Thank you so much." But Soun was a bit curious. She asked him what he planned to do with so many herbs. Sigu smiled and explained, "To learn medicine, I guess." After finding the herbs, he returned home and started watching Huatuo's videos. He taught many good remedies. But the most difficult problem was that what Sigu heard went in one ear and out the other. He exclaimed in frustration, "What is he talking about?" At this rate, he couldn't increase his divine medicine proficiency. After watching the video, Sigu's insight proficiency increased slightly. But he quickly realized it was related to learning how to use herbs to treat diseases. By researching and combining knowledge about their functions, he grasped this principle, and his medicine proficiency also increased. He started learning about medicinal materials just like that. Although it was a bit complicated, it wasn't a problem. He had actually completed a prescription. Looking at the bowl of medicine in front of him, Sigu hesitated. "Is this drinkable?" The system said it was good for his health. But couldn't it also be harmful? He thought for a moment and finally brought the bowl to his lips to drink. "Let's just try it and see. It's just medicine from divine medicine. How could it kill me?" But before he could finish drinking, his body involuntarily collapsed. The bowl of herbs spilled all over the floor. Sigu's money was gone just like that. Sigu quickly took out his phone to check. The system promptly notified him that he had absorbed a health-boosting medicine. His super strength proficiency also increased slightly. Sigu was immediately overjoyed. Looking at the pile of herbs on the floor, he wondered if he should lick them up. A moment later, in a dungeon, on the ceiling of the cave, a colony of bats hung upside down. Sigu looked up at them. "Why was he here, you ask?" Of course, it was to film a video about whether bats are birds, secondly, to get vampire bat corpses to make equipment, and finally, to research diseases from vampire bats. Because they live in small groups, or at most in hundreds, All sorts of diseases originate from them. But even the bats themselves are not immune to diseases. If bats carry pathogens, it might be related to blood diseases. Then he had to find out why they could resist the diseases. It might lead to a clue about curing Sia's blood disease. Although this wasn't easy, with divine medicine, it might be possible. But at that moment, Sigu suddenly sensed something. It wasn't from the bats, but from another direction. He decided to hide to the side for a moment. Sure enough, a moment later, a group of people approached. Sigu immediately recognized them. They were Duchion's underlings. But how did they get in? He frowned in silence for a moment. As long as he was assigned to a dungeon by the Hunter Management Bureau, other hunters were not allowed to enter. Of course, there were sometimes cases like this. Did he just accidentally run into Duchion's underlings? These guys were probably C-rank hunters. What were they doing in an E-rank dungeon? But no matter what, they were definitely after him. A dungeon is an isolated space with no network connection. That means no one would know if someone died here. Sigu was thinking about what to do with them, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Why should I even think about it? He'd figure it out after he beat them to a pulp. At the same time, Duchion's underlings didn't know Sigu had discovered them. They continued to venture deeper into the dungeon. Una slowly said, I saw Sigu enter with my own eyes. Minchion also nodded in agreement. I saw him too. Ju's face was as black as dog poop as he cursed angrily. But why can't we see him anywhere? Minchion slowly speculated. Could he be dead? Ju snorted contemptuously. All right, that bastard is an awakened with no trait, even weaker than an F rank. Where did he get the confidence to enter a dungeon alone? Although that would be good for us. Minchion nodded slightly and said with a smile, I don't know either, but he's smart. He must have planned to deal with the vampire bats. Una heard this and said hesitantly, after watching his videos, it seems like he doesn't rely much on his strategies. But Minchion cursed contemptuously. Anyone can fool people by editing videos. Seriously, this place is more like a tomb than a dungeon, isn't it? Ju chuckled and replied, maybe so. But at that moment, a sound suddenly echoed through the cave. Soon after, Sigu appeared behind them. He asked coldly, where is Kong Duchion? Ju was immediately terrified, his face as green as a banana leaf. He hadn't sensed him. Sigu snorted coldly. I didn't expect you guys to talk so much trash about me. And I hope you don't answer. Duchion's underlings were trembling with fear. After his initial panic, Ju quickly grabbed his sword and charged. You fool. What are you doing? But before he could even touch Sigu, he was hit by a wave of energy. The sword and shield in his hands were knocked away. Sigu then punched him, sending him flying. Ju's teeth and lips were a mess as he lay on the ground. Sigu walked over to him and said coldly, You ask what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. As he finished speaking, he stomped hard on Ju's neck, causing him to scream in pain. The other two trembled like leaves in the wind, not daring to take a single step forward. As for Sigu, he was ruthless. He couldn't let them go. So he threw another punch, sending Minchion flying into the rock wall behind him. Finally, only Una was left. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He cursed in his mouth, but was scared to death in his heart. With his cowardly nature, he couldn't hold out for long. He quickly knelt down and begged, Wait, I'll tell you everything. Sigu ignored him. He menacingly cracked his knuckles, making a sharp sound, and slowly walked forward. This made Una tremble so much that his back was pressed against the wall. Sigu smiled devilishly and said, I don't really trust guys with all their limbs intact right now. So after beating Una to a pulp, Sigu learned that they were here on Duchion's orders. He wanted them to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Una's face was now swollen like a pig's head. He didn't dare to lie, admitting to everything he was asked. Sigu thought for a moment and then spoke. But why would he do that? Why is Kong Duchion interested in me? Una was about to shake his head and say he didn't know, but Sigu brought his fist close, making him tremble with fear. But he really didn't know. Seeing Una's reaction, he felt that he was telling the truth. With that thought, Sigu continued to ask, Where is Kong Duchion? Una heard this and stammered, not knowing how to answer. Before he could finish his sentence, he looked at the lying Ju and Minchion and snorted. Forget it. These guys will do. Una was a bit suspicious. He asked in a low voice, Aren't they already dead? Sigu pouted and replied, I haven't killed them. Go back and tell Kong Duchion, you're next. With that, he turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back, grabbed Una's swollen face, and said maliciously, "It'll be hard for you to open your mouth and tell him, won't it?" So Sigu decided to beat him up some more. In the dark dungeon, desperate screams echoed continuously. Anyone who didn't know better would think a pig was being slaughtered. A moment later, the 3 battered and bruised men quickly returned from the dungeon. They went to find Duchion. Of course, Sigu followed them. He put on a provocative face and greeted, "Kong Duchion, long time no see. It's been a month, hasn't it?" Seeing Duchion's face as black as the bottom of a pot, the 3 subordinates immediately panicked and explained, "This is a misunderstanding. It was Mr. Sigu who ordered us. We were forced." But at that moment, Sigu put his arm around Una's shoulder and said with a friendly smile, "Your plan to lure out Kong Duchion was great." Una was immediately terrified, waving his hands in denial. "I was forced." But Sigu, fearing the situation wasn't chaotic enough, continued, "Your request to kill that dog Kong Duchion, don't worry, I'll make it happen." At this, Una finally couldn't take the stimulation anymore and quickly turned and ran. The other 2 were no exception, grabbing their pants and running away to avoid getting into trouble. Sigu looked at Duchion smugly and said with a smile, "Now it's just you, isn't it? That's why he always said to treat your underlings well." He didn't understand how he could mistreat them to the point where they would ask him for help. But before he could finish, Duchion cut him off coldly. "How could you?" He couldn't believe that a mere E-rank hunter like him possessed such power. Sigu shrugged indifferently. He pouted and said, "Let me ask you a question. Why did you do this to me?" With a slight sigh, Duchion said coldly, "Why should I tell you?" "Of course, you don't have to," Sigu said, feigning disinterest. But as soon as he finished speaking, he charged at him. Sigu's hand was clenched into a fist, his eyes filled with killing intent. He threw a vicious punch at Duchion, but he quickly blocked it with his sword. Sigu wasn't flustered, calmly smiling and saying, "Anyway, I don't trust guys with all their limbs intact." At this moment, Duchion no longer looked down on him with contempt as he usually did, because he had realized that Sigu was different now. But he was still just an E-rank hunter. Thinking of this, his confidence returned a little. He quickly swung his sword to counterattack. Unfortunately, Sigu's speed was much faster. No matter how Duchion attacked, he couldn't hit him. Sigu retreated a few steps, a smirk on his face. To be honest, he was scared. A single punch could completely break Duchion's sword, but it seemed Sigu still lacked the skill to block a sword. Duchion's sword strikes were fast but simple. He could easily dodge them. Soon after, Sigu weaved past the tip of the sword and punched Duchion in the stomach. Suddenly, he remembered the time he worked under him. Sigu was treated like a slave and beaten for trivial reasons. He had recorded Duchion killing monsters countless times with a camera. He had watched him strike hundreds of times. Throughout the time he edited videos for him, he constantly analyzed Duchion's habits, tendencies, and behaviors. So Sigu could completely keep up with his speed and predict the direction of his sword. With just his fists, Sigu was confident he could fight Duchion head-on. The 2 quickly fell into a stalemate, but Sigu was clearly in the superior position. He continuously forced Duchion into a defensive stance. His sword couldn't even touch him. Duchion was extremely panicked at this moment. "Don't tell me Sigu can read all my thoughts. I'm a B-rank hunter, while he's just a mere E-rank." While Duchion was lost in thought, Sigu landed a punch on his face. It sent him flying back several meters. Duchion's sword hand was now trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. Duchion had confirmed Sigu's strength through his YouTube videos, but he couldn't admit it. Duchion shouted unwillingly, "Min Sigu, I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful stream of energy appeared on his sword. Seeing this, Sigu was terrified. "Don't do this. Is that bastard Duchion really going to go this far?" But it's okay. Since things have come to this, he had no other choice. "Let's go all out." Instantly, his aura also changed. The stormy power of Hercules once again manifested in Sigu's body. His muscles might tear. Sigu couldn't last long, so he had to defeat Duchion in one blow. With that thought, Sigu immediately stomped his foot to launch himself, causing the ground where he stood to crack. Sigu didn't care, charging forward like a flash of lightning. He didn't hesitate to throw an extremely powerful punch. He really wanted to send this bastard away to make the air a little fresher. With a loud bang, the abandoned building erupted with a deafening explosion. In a flash, it was reduced to rubble. The commotion was too loud, attracting the attention of the inspection team. The female superior ordered her men to go and confirm if anyone was still inside. Very quickly, they entered the rubble to search for people. Just then, Sigu also walked out from inside. Sigu saw the crowd gathering and slowly walked over. The female superior, with a serious expression, walked up to him and asked, "Are you Min Sigu?" Sigu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." She showed her ID and introduced herself. "I'm Lee Min-young, captain of the 4th Guard team under the Bureau's supervision. First, let's go to the Hunter Management Bureau and talk." Soon after, Min-young brought Sigu back to the Bureau and started talking to him. "So a hunter named Kong Duchion intended to kill you?" Sigu nodded honestly. "Yes, I have video evidence." Min-young had seen it. She said calmly, "I've verified the video. This is not something that can be ignored." At this point, her tone changed, and she said coldly, "But Hunter Min Sigu is reported to be an awakened with no trait." Sigu narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him, lost in thought. He had heard that the captains of the guard teams were at least A-rank hunters. Min-young's demeanor was truly like a butcher's. With that thought, he slowly spoke. "Is the rank of a trait related to the rank of a hunter?" Lee Min-young frowned and said in a low voice, "I also know that Hunter Min Sigu is A-rank." Sigu looked at her with an impatient expression and said coldly, "Do I have to answer your questions? I'm the victim here." Hearing this, Min-young realized her mistake and quickly said, "I'm sorry. Because of my job, I tend to be suspicious of others. Based on the video evidence you sent, we will handle this properly." Min-young assured him that the bastard Duchion would never see the light of day again. The interrogation would end here. She also thanked Sigu for his cooperation. He offered no comment. He stood up from his chair and said coldly, "Then I'll be going." A moment later, the door to the interrogation room opened again. Min-young's subordinate entered from outside and said, "Captain, are you in? Hunter Min Sigu just left, so I thought you weren't here." Min-young didn't answer. She just said coldly, "It's true." Suwa heard this and asked suspiciously, "What is?" Min-young didn't answer, asking instead, "Suwa, what's your rank?" Suwa was startled and said with a smile, "Why are you suddenly asking that? I just got promoted to B-." And just like that, Suwa was knocked down by Min-young. Suwa, suddenly knocked to the ground, had no idea what was going on. Min-young didn't explain. She stood up from her chair and said, "As expected." Min-young couldn't stand it. Suwa clutched her soon-to-be broken butt on the verge of tears. "Isn't it obvious? The captain isn't an ordinary guard. And there are rumors that she's about to be promoted to an S-rank butcher." As soon as these words were out, Lee Min-young spoke again. "Hunter Min Sigu is unharmed." Suwa exclaimed in surprise, "What? Isn't Hunter Min Sigu an E+ rank hunter?" Min-young shook her head slightly and said, "It's true." Suwa also found it very strange. She asked in a daze, "If that's true, why did you let him go? A hunter who isn't transparent about their ranking." But before she could finish, Min-young cut her off. "Because he didn't act strangely. He has the scent of a human." Suwa was dazed after hearing this, her brain unable to process it. After a long while, she muttered suspiciously, "What does that mean?" At the same time, after Sigu returned from the guard team, he walked and thought. He didn't know if this would happen again. If his YouTube channel became more famous, he could become the target of a criminal organization. At Sigu's current level, even fighting Duchion was difficult. If it weren't for the information he had on Duchion's strength, behavior, and preferences, and his insight, he would have been dead long ago. If he thought about the difficulties ahead, the most important thing here was the S-rank super strength. But it just wouldn't increase, staying at 1% forever. Sigu looked up at the sky helplessly. With that thought, he opened Hercules' video to watch. The system announced that he had completed the personal training event with Hercules, and he was his only subscriber. The more Sigu looked, the more surprised he became. Still only one subscriber? He didn't know if winning this event was a good or bad thing. The next morning, at a park near his house, Sigu went out to train. Hercules appeared from inside the phone and observed him for a moment. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you human? How can a human be on my channel?" Sigu looked at him blankly and asked doubtfully, "It doesn't work?" Hercules shook his head and explained, "It's not that. But at this rate, I can't give you a training program." Sigu said worriedly, "Does that mean I can't be trained?" Hercules quickly waved his hands. "No. As I said, I can't come to your place, so I can't train you directly." That's true. Sigu also didn't know how he connected to GoTube. The blonde-haired guy gave him the phone, and there was also the white-haired guy fighting him. While he was thinking, Hercules spoke up. "Although I can't correct your posture, I can at least teach you, so don't worry. Let's start right away. It's like breaking a bull's horn in one blow." Soon after, Hercules began to explain to Sigu, "Right now, your body's balance is not good at all, especially your posterior muscles." Sigu heard this and frowned, asking, "Posterior muscles? You mean my back muscles, right?" Hercules heard this and sighed. "The posterior chain is the group of muscles on the back of your body, and the back muscles you mentioned are just a part of it." And so, Hercules began to explain the muscles of the human body to Sigu. Sigu just listened quietly. His super strength proficiency increased slightly. Hercules continued his training. There are many types of posterior muscles, and as you can see, because they are all on your back, you can't see them yourself, which leads you to forget their importance. However, those muscles are extremely important for the balance of the body when making a risky decision. While he was talking, a powerful energy appeared around his body. Sigu exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is that?" Hercules then realized he had released his power. He slowly explained, "This is called divine martial arts. I created it." The more Sigu heard, the more confused he became. "Divine martial arts?" Hercules smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just gathered all fighting methods into one and organized it. It's what I used to defeat Hydra." Anyway, the posterior muscles are very important in movement. The lower muscles are the foundation that supports everything. What happens if the foundation collapses when building a building? Sigu thought for a moment before speaking. "Of course, the building will collapse, right?" Hercules nodded slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing it to crack, and muttered, "It's the same with the body." Sigu seemed to have realized the problem. So if the lower muscles collapse, that will happen. Under Hercules' guidance, his super strength proficiency also increased significantly. Then, Sigu started doing push-ups according to Hercules' instructions. He thought it was so normal, but Hercules started to scold him. "You don't care about your breathing at all, and you just breathe out like that. Look at yourself first. You should focus on doing it before asking." Sigu sighed slightly and said he understood. Then he started training under Hercules' reminders. After just one training session, his super strength had increased by 1.47%. A moment later, Sigu returned home. He sent the video to Doko for her to edit. Doko saw it and sighed. Although her boss was a bit crazy and childish, he was a good person. Doko wanted to see what kind of strategy he came up with today. Inside the video, a cave quickly appeared. Sigu stood at the entrance, a professional smile on his face, and said, "Hello, subscribers of the World Conqueror. The cave behind me that you see is the lair of the vampire goat." He looked straight at the camera, winked, and said with a smile, "You're asking why I'm here? It's time to create new content for the World Conqueror channel. It's a speed raid." Doko heard this and was surprised. If she chose to edit this part and add sound effects. But she didn't understand why Sigu was filming in a vampire bat cave. Vampire bats are numerous and live in low-light conditions, making it very difficult to film a speed run. But this was how he attracted attention. At this moment, Sigu's voice in the video was heard again. After investigation, the current record is 58 seconds by an S-rank hunter, Iohanna of the Fire Mage. And today, I will challenge that record. The World Conqueror's speed raid on the Bat Cave has begun. Doko nodded as she watched. In this part, I'll edit the time. But at this moment, she was even more surprised to see Sigu stomp his foot on the ground. The ground then cracked for a stretch, and the cave in front also collapsed. Her face was filled with panic. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is it possible for a dungeon to collapse? Soon after, Doko heard Sigu sigh. I should have gone hunting for materials, but the raid should be over. Don't be surprised. This is really the end. Doko couldn't help but sigh. What am I watching? But she still had to bite the bullet and tell herself he was a good person to edit the video. Otherwise, she would definitely leave. Surprisingly, after the video was posted, the number of views reached over 1 million. Sigu was very satisfied. But what surprised him more was that Hannah of the Fire Mage channel, with 41 million subscribers, had commented on his video. Sigu could understand how panicked she would be to hear that her record had been broken. The Fire Mage's comment had created an effect. But if they collaborated, 1 million views would be within reach. Thinking of this, Sigu was extremely excited. But he still had to force himself to calm down. At a time like this, he had to post more stimulating videos. Siugu's super strength proficiency was now over 2%. After being trained by Hercules, he could destroy the vampire bat cave with just 2%. If it increased further, it would be amazing. Thinking of the monsters in the high-level dungeons, divine martial arts, right? Sigu had to ask Hercules to teach him that. But life is not a dream. After hearing his suggestion, Hercules refused without hesitation. No matter what he said, he firmly refused. Sigu asked in a panic, "But I won the event, right?" Hercules said coldly, "Those two are different. Personal training is one thing, and divine martial arts is another. The names are already different. Besides, for a novice like you, building muscle is not the only issue. Because divine martial arts is a method created to suit Hercules' strength. Without his super strength that Sigu was using, he couldn't use it." Sigu felt that wasn't a problem. He said, "But I'm using your super strength." Hearing this, Hercules was as if struck dumb. A moment later, he reacted and shouted, "You're using my super strength?" Sigu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, you're training me, aren't you?" Hercules exclaimed with dissatisfaction, "This is just personal training, not learning super strength." "What?" Sigu was a bit confused and muttered doubtfully, "But I've already learned super strength." Hercules went from one surprise to another. He said in amazement, "Impossible." Seeing his strange reaction, Sigu couldn't understand. Weren't the god's traits something he could learn on GoTube? Weren't the two things he learned Hercules' super strength? Thinking of this, Sigu suddenly thought of something. He immediately channeled the power in his body. In a flash, an illusion of Hercules appeared behind him. However, it disappeared after just a few seconds. Hercules stared in a daze. When he reacted, he exclaimed in disbelief, "How did you?" Sigu explained everything to him. He then nodded in understanding. "So you learned super strength because you subscribed to my channel? Is it the same for other gods?" Sigu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." "Is that strange?" Hercules reacted violently. "Of course. It's insane. You get the power of a god if you subscribe to their channel? Nonsense." Sigu looked at him calmly and replied, "But it's real." Hercules was a bit speechless. A moment later, he asked suspiciously, "How did you connect to GoTube? You're completely human, with no divinity." These words stunned Sigu. A human with no divinity? He remembered the smile of the blonde-haired young man before he disappeared, and the phone he found in the cave. Sigu also really wanted to know. He then told Hercules everything. After hearing this, Hercules fell silent. He frowned and said, "The two people you met, I think they might be from GoTube." Sigu was a bit suspicious. "But can people from GoTube come here? You said you couldn't." Hercules continued to think about a problem. "As you said, this space and your space cannot interact. Besides, your GoTube account is an administrator account, right?" Sigu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hercules suddenly thought of something. He said in a low voice, "Maybe one of the two people you met is an administrator." Sigu asked hesitantly, "Do you know who the GoTube administrator is?" Hercules nodded slightly and replied, "A little. But you still can't receive the power of a god just because you have an administrator account. If that were the case, the administrators would have become gods. But it's true that you receive my power." Hearing this, Sigu immediately exclaimed happily, "Then take me as your disciple." But Hercules refused without hesitation. He exclaimed doubtfully, "Why?" He pouted and replied, "It's too troublesome." Sigu tried to persuade him. "But I've already learned super strength." Hercules was very firm. "Those two are different. Besides, even the training is already troublesome, and you want to learn divine martial arts too? Impossible." Sigu frowned in silence. After a long while, he spoke. Let me ask you something. What are subscribers considered on GoTube? Hercules thought about what word would be suitable. A moment later, he spoke. You can think of it as an element of divinity. Sigu understood what he meant. The more subscribers, the higher the divinity. He wasn't sure, but in short, the more the better. That's why he was training him even though it was troublesome. Sigu now knew what Hercules was interested in. He quickly suggested, how about this? If Sigu helped Hercules get 100 subscribers, he had to teach him divine martial arts. Hercules heard this and asked excitedly, how are you going to do that? You can't even come here. Sigu smirked mysteriously. Just trust me. And so, soon after, Sigu posted a video of Hercules' training on YouTube. In a flash, his subscriber count skyrocketed. Hercules was overjoyed, bowing to Sigu like a loyal dog. You're here, master. From now on, I will be your faithful subordinate. Sigu smirked and said, keep it up. I'll tell you some interesting ideas, but you have to teach me divine martial arts. This time, Hercules agreed without hesitation. Sigu celebrated inwardly. A complete success. Then, he asked Hercules another question. What does the number of subscribers mean? He scratched his head shyly and replied, you can think of it as a kind of faith. Divinity is formed from the faith of others, so the more people who know about it, the stronger it becomes. Sigu listened quietly to Hercules' explanation, but he didn't understand a thing. It was really complicated. Divinity increases in parallel with the number of subscribers. Could there really be such a thing? But whatever. Sigu only cared about one thing. He quickly said, anyway, you have to teach me divine martial arts. Hercules nodded slightly and said with a smile, of course. Let's begin. Now, the first thing you must do to learn divine martial arts is. Sigu waited with great excitement for him to continue. Hercules told him he had to build his muscles first, meaning his current muscles were at rock bottom. He said what was more important was the muscle in his brain. Practice seemed better than theory. But at that moment, Sigu's head suddenly throbbed with pain. Hercules didn't know. He was demonstrating the power for him. A single punch from him caused the surrounding rocks to explode, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Sigu, outside, clutched his head while watching Hercules' movements, but he couldn't keep up at all. What is this pressure? Sigu's head kept hurting. At the same time, Sigu's super strength proficiency increased significantly, and it even turned into S-rank. While Sigu was thinking, Hercules reappeared like a ghost and asked, as you just saw, you can't handle it. I'm warning you about this. He said Sigu's soul was still weak. If he used divine martial arts in this state, his mind would be destroyed. So he had to train his mind first. Sigu understood what this meant. The muscle in the brain meant the level of the soul. He had to train his mind to be stronger, meaning he had to train his mind to be stronger to withstand divine martial arts. With that thought, Sigu said with dissatisfaction, then you should have said so from the beginning. But I can still learn it, right? Hercules slowly said, normally, that would be impossible. But I think if it's you, no, with your situation, I think it's possible. My situation? Sigu asked in confusion. Hercules raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, because you absorb our power. Sigu frowned in thought. If he could absorb the power of a god specializing in the mind, it could support Hercules' terrifying power. For example, Jesus, Buddha, or Confucius would be a good example. Hercules also recommended that Sigu subscribe to Confucius's channel. Sigu frowned slightly and asked, you mean Confucius, the sage of China? Hercules nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Hearing this, Sigu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. So that means he had to sign up for a membership and pay a huge monthly fee. The next morning, Sigu went to Pa Kwang's forge again. He sat in a corner, looking at his account balance, and couldn't help but sigh. I only have 153 million. Hua Tuo's channel costs 100 million. It's too much money. And subscribing to Confucius's channel would be even more. Should I do it or not? At that moment, Soun suddenly appeared and said, I'm back. She also brought the ox sinew he needed. Sigu didn't seem very happy. He sighed and said, you said it was 100 million, right? Soun smiled cheerfully and said, to be exact, it's 113 million. Sigu's heart ached as he transferred the money to Soun, his tears streaming down. The balance kept decreasing. At this moment, Soun suddenly asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do with the ox sinew?" Sigu glanced at her and replied, "I'm going to forge some equipment." The ox is an A+ rank monster, so Sigu couldn't hunt it himself. If he wanted to learn divine martial arts, he had to use good materials to forge good equipment and sell it. He could also use the equipment for himself. Sigu didn't know when he would be able to forge equipment for himself. Money was his enemy, the kind where if he had it, he didn't have money, and if he had money, it wasn't his. After agonizing over money, Sigu started forging equipment. In a flash, the sound of a hammer echoed through the forge. Pakwang came out and saw Soun. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What brings you here?" But Soun didn't answer. She was staring at something in a daze. Pakwang walked over suspiciously. Seeing the scene before him, he also stood there in a daze. Sigu kept hammering, and energy continuously radiated around him. Pakwang and Soun stood there like statues, watching until a brightly glowing weapon appeared in Siugu's hands, shining like the light of the 10 direction Buddhas. Siugu's blacksmithing proficiency then increased significantly. But compared to the god level, the thing in his hand was just scrap. But for Pakwang, it was already something incredible. He ran over and exclaimed, "How did you?" Even Soun was no exception. In Siugu's hand was a pair of gauntlets. He wouldn't use them, so he asked Soun, "How much can this sell for?" Soun looked at Sigu in confusion and exclaimed in disbelief, "You want to sell it? With equipment like this, it's beyond my ability. No customer can afford equipment of this level." Hearing this, Sigu was a bit panicked. "What's the problem? If I can't sell it, what can I do? I have to subscribe to Confucius's channel, pay Huatuo's membership fee, and see his medicine bills." With that thought, he quickly said, "Don't stress and just sell it for me. It's just scrap anyway." Soun was a bit speechless. What is this guy talking about? But she didn't say it out loud, just nodded and cursed inwardly. "Since you're entrusting it to me, I'll do my best." At this, she looked at Pakwang and asked, "Old man, can I borrow your name?" Soun was thinking of putting this item up for auction. Hearing this intention, Sigu was a bit suspicious. This was the first time he had heard of a weapon being put up for auction. Just as Soun said, she brought the gauntlet Sigu made to a prestigious auction house. After a while, it was finally time for Siugu's item. The auctioneer announced seriously, "This next item is something that even Master Pakwang could not create and has acknowledged." Hearing this, everyone started to whisper among themselves. It had to be said, Pakwang's name was very effective. While they were wondering what the item was, the auctioneer spoke again. "The item we are introducing is a pair of high-quality gauntlets." She also introduced that it was made from the sinew of an ox, making it extremely durable, meaning there was no need to worry about it being damaged. And it was made from an A-rank monster. Through analysis, it was shown that it had the ability to enhance the wearer's strength. This news was too shocking. The people below started to talk again. Someone even thought it was an enhancement item. With a slight smile, the female staff member continued to explain, "I'm sorry, it's not enhanced equipment. It's said to increase strength by a little, about 5%. Even so, it's still equipment with a special effect, and also an effective auxiliary equipment." Everyone was also very interested in it. Seeing everyone's reaction, the female staff member was very satisfied. She continued to speak. "The starting price is 10 million won, with a minimum increase of 5 million won per bid. The auction begins." Under her introduction, everyone quickly placed their bids. In a flash, it had risen to 50 million, and the bid increment was adjusted to 10 million per bid. After all, they were rich people. They continued to raise the price. After just a few rounds, it had reached 350 million won. Feeling that this was the highest price for the product, the female staff member spoke again. 350 million, going once. "Is there a higher bid?" But at that moment, a big shot bid 2 billion, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Everyone turned their heads to see who had placed the bid. This was no longer an ordinary big shot. This could be considered a billionaire. Our cold goddess, Chaiene, was the one who placed the bid, a number that made the female staff member stutter in surprise. 2 billion, going once. "Is there another bid?" It seemed this number was already a record, but Li Minyoung suddenly raised her paddle, bidding 2.1 billion. Everyone here recognized her. What they didn't expect was that she would dare to follow a 1 billion bid. Min-young heard them talking about her and didn't know where to hide her face. Who started the vicious rumor that she was a butcher? Just then, Chaiene bid 3 billion. Min-young refused to back down, bidding 3.1 billion. But this was a game of money, something Chaiene had in abundance. The way she and Min-young were bidding made that clear. This time, she jumped straight to 4 billion. This number was even more shocking than the last. The auctioneer immediately announced, 4 billion, going once. Is there a higher bid? No one dared to follow. It was a sure loss. Competing with the young lady of Korea's #1 financial group in terms of money, you'd go bankrupt before you could even compare. And so, the gauntlets were sold for 4 billion and belonged to Chaiene. Having won such a good item, Chaiene didn't think she needed to stay any longer. She stood up from her chair and left with a triumphant smile. The next day, at the forge, So-eun brought the money from the auction back to Sigu. She exclaimed in disbelief, "I can't believe it sold for so much." Even Sigu felt the same. He looked at his 10-digit account balance and felt like his life was a dream. The auction price was 4 billion, but after deducting the 5% tax, the fees, and So-eun's service fee, Sigu was still left with over 3.6 billion. It was truly a spectacular turnaround, from a poor beggar to a tycoon. He joyfully hugged So-eun and exclaimed, "I love you, So-eun." But Sigu hugged her too tightly, and So-eun had a little trouble breathing. She pursed her lips and said, "You're hugging too tight. I can't breathe." Hearing this, Sigu immediately let go, scratching his head a little shyly. "I guess I was too happy. Let me give you something." He had forgotten that he had been training with Hercules recently and was no longer as weak as before. He had hugged a little too hard. So-eun shook her head and refused. "You've already paid the service fee. Besides, thanks to you, my company has become a VIP at the auction house. That's enough." Sigu didn't force her. He looked at Pakwon. The old man also shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. You're the one who created it. I didn't do anything." Sigu thought for a moment. If the old man wouldn't accept money, he could teach him the forging method of Hephaestus, which he learned from his video. That's what he should do. And finally, he would use 1 billion to subscribe to Confucius's channel. If he wanted to learn divine martial arts, he had to subscribe to it. No regrets, even though it was a large sum of money. Sigu took a deep breath, ignoring the feeling of loss, and pressed the subscribe button for Confucius's channel. After finishing everything, Sigu returned home and took Sia to a luxurious restaurant for a meal. But the little girl was also very frugal. She said hesitantly, "Brother, isn't this place very expensive? We don't need to eat here." Sigu shook his head and said with a smile, "We should try eating at a place like this." 600,000 won per person was indeed a high price. But who cares? He still had 2.6 billion in his account. The membership fee for Hua Tuo's channel was 100 million, and Confucius's channel was 1 billion. The total was only 1.1 billion. Whenever money was mentioned, Sigu would ponder over it. No wonder he was an enemy of money. He took a deep breath and drank all the water to calm down. Can't think about it anymore. He would watch GoTube until the food arrived. Sigu opened Confucius's video to watch. He was surprised as soon as he saw it. He actually had over 34,000 subscribers. For real? All his disciples subscribed to his channel. So there's online teaching on GoTube too? Hercules said Sigu needed to train his mind to learn divine martial arts, so he thought it would be SS rank. But he got an SS rank skill. It wasn't a combat channel. SS rank meant it was higher than divine martial arts. Since Sigu needed to increase his proficiency, he would watch a video first and understand it more deeply. With that thought, Sigu opened Confucius's video to listen. An old man sat in a small pavilion, teaching slowly. A gentleman is a person who cares about those around him. Sigu only listened to a few sentences and already felt extremely bored. But boredom also had its price. Some of the skills he had just acquired had increased slightly. When he returned home, Sigu called Hercules and told him everything. He exclaimed in surprise, "Although you have received the spiritual power of Master Confucius, you haven't received it completely yet." As he said, divine martial arts was not something Sigu could use at his level. It was like bending the laws of the world, not just using super strength. Sigu would control the mana to focus on his tendons, and the mana would be the supply. To make it more active, he needed to diffuse his internal organs to contain his intent and make it easier to control his internal energy. Sigu listened until the world turned upside down, but he didn't understand a thing. Just then, a light suddenly emanated from the phone. Hercules disappeared and then reappeared. He said seriously, "You want to learn divine martial arts. You want to achieve this power, not the complex content. Why not? Even if you want to say no, I think you can't." Sigu felt that was very true. He nodded in understanding. Hercules continued, "So think about it. A way for you to learn divine martial arts more easily. The answer is your muscles. If your body is not good, your mind will also be injured. You can learn the complex content yourself through your own muscles." He told Sigu to let the headache transfer the knowledge to his muscles. Sigu was speechless as he listened to him ramble. He didn't understand a single sentence. Elsewhere, at the skyscraper in the city center, the headquarters of the SH group. On the top floor, the chairman of the group was talking to Chaiene. "I heard you just bought a piece of equipment." She nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I'm very satisfied with it." He frowned at her and said in a low voice, "I heard it cost 4 billion. Chaiene opened her mouth casually. "Although it can't compare to Lord Aurelian's sword, it's a perfect auxiliary equipment. I feel like I've reached another level with just one piece of equipment." Hearing this, the chairman smiled happily and said, "I'm very happy to hear that. If you need anything, just tell me." Chaiene looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, sir. I think we can start now." The chairman's face changed in an instant. He knew what she was talking about. Chaiene said in a low voice, "The raid on that S-rank dungeon should begin." The next morning, the sun had just risen, but someone was already exhausted. Sigu lay on the ground, panting heavily. He couldn't keep up anymore, but he had to learn this divine martial arts thoroughly. With that thought, Sigu took out his phone to check. Sigu knew he couldn't increase his proficiency like this. Could he even do it? Confucius once taught that to avoid a battle one can never win, one must never stop fighting. Sigu thought for a moment, then stood up from the ground. He closed his eyes and began to think. Hercules was once human. He was a hero who surpassed gods in human form. Didn't Hercules also try? Wasn't it also difficult for him? He also failed. Divine martial arts. A power that can make people doubt, but when achieved, it's not just martial arts anymore. He knew he wasn't that talented. What he needed to do was to work tirelessly, making up for it with diligence. He seemed to have realized something. The air around him suddenly fluctuated. Sigu began to perform the martial arts forms that Hercules had taught him. He ignored everything around him, creating his own world of martial arts. His wisdom also increased significantly. Soon after, Sigu opened his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, he almost jumped up. He had split the ancient tree in front of him in half with just one punch. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Even the road was turned into a large ditch by Sigu. The proficiency of divine martial arts thus increased by 0.03%. A very small number, but the power was truly terrifying. Sigu sighed helplessly. "I have to find a private training room. How much does it cost to rent one?" A few days later, Duchion was working when she received a message from Sigu. She couldn't help but sigh. He had sent her another video similar to the one about the vampire goat last time. The fire mage had broken Sigu's record on her channel and reclaimed the top spot. A terrifying record of 11 seconds. The raid was over as soon as it began. But Sigu still filmed a video with the same content, which surprised Duchion. But since she had sold herself to capitalism, if the boss told her to go east, she wouldn't dare go west. She successfully downloaded the video. Very quickly, Sigu's extremely professional smiling face appeared. It was the same familiar greeting from him. Then, he stated his purpose for being there. "Since the fire mage has set a new record, an 11-second record is quite impressive, so I want to conquer the fire mage, Iohanna." Duchion really wanted to curse when she heard this reason. But for the sake of her job, she pursed her lips and continued to watch the video. Sigu chuckled and said, "You must be wondering why I'm suddenly targeting Ms. Iohanna. If I really targeted her, I'd be drowned to death. I can't do that without preparation, right? So, that's why the strategy I'm showing everyone today is how to conquer Ms. Iohanna's top position." At this, Sigu prepared to strike. He raised his leg into the air, creating a beautiful pose. Without hesitation, he stomped on the ground. But as soon as Sigu kicked, the screen went black. Duchion looked at the screen, a little speechless. "How am I supposed to edit this?" But at that moment, she remembered that Sigu had sent her 2 videos. She quickly opened it to look. This time was even more terrifying than the last. Sigu was seen standing at the entrance of the dungeon, casually raising his leg. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he kicked down. The air was suddenly distorted. The ground also cracked in several places. Sigu's purpose for entering the dungeon was not only to film a video, but also to train. Doko's expression froze after watching. What on earth am I watching? But what was more surprising was that the video was only 4 seconds long. Her eyes involuntarily narrowed. Is this boss of hers a monster or something? Although she didn't understand this boss very well, Doko still had to edit the video and post it. The number of views was also very high, and the number of subscribers also increased. Sigu was very satisfied with this. If he continued like this, earning 100 million won would no longer be a dream. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a comment. Someone had mentioned a dungeon that Chaiene had failed. Sigu scrolled through the comments and found that these keyboard warriors were just spreading rumors. He was a little dissatisfied. But very quickly, he saw someone say that there was even a news article proving that this was true. Sigu opened it suspiciously to look. Sure enough, he saw an article about Chaiene's failed S-rank dungeon raid. What puzzled Sigu was that it didn't say how she failed. But he quickly put it out of his mind. He didn't have time to worry about Chaiene. He was busy as hell. She would find a way soon. At the same time, on the top floor of the SH group, Chaiene had just stepped out of the room when she ran into someone. She greeted the person politely. This person was the director of the SH group, Mina, also her aunt. Mina waved and greeted. Long time no see, my niece. How are you? Before Chaiene could answer, her aunt continued with a smile. Look at this. Are you on your way back after meeting the chairman? Chaiene nodded slightly and replied, I thought I should go see him. Mina then sighed and said, the chairman has called a meeting. The company is in chaos right now. Not only has the capital gone down, but many investors have also withdrawn. Hearing this, Chaiene's face turned ugly. Mina chuckled and continued, but it's not your fault. It's because we had too high hopes. You can go now, or you'll run into them. With that, her aunt left, leaving Chaiene standing there alone. Elsewhere at Sigu's house, he had just made a bowl of medicine from Hua Tuo's prescription and gave it to Sia. Sia was on the verge of tears. This must be a punishment. Really? Sigu could only smile wryly. It's great that his medicine proficiency has increased. It's much easier to drink than last time. After learning the gentleman's demeanor from Confucius, all his traits had increased. Not only divine martial arts, but also super strength and insight had increased. Even blacksmithing was no exception. Insight increased the most because it was related to other traits. No wonder it was an SS-rank skill. Sigu watched Sia drink the entire bowl of medicine, feeling relieved. Perhaps her condition would improve. It was working. If he continued to increase his medicine proficiency, he could definitely cure Sia. But there was another ironic problem. Money. It always came back to money. To pay the membership fees for Hua Tuo and Confucius, the 1.7 billion he currently had was enough. It would be great if Sigu could sell this medicine, but medicine cannot be sold recklessly without a license. He decided to ask Soun about it. At that moment, a knock was suddenly heard from outside. The 2 siblings were startled and looked at the door. At the same time, a man's voice was heard from outside. Excuse me, is this Mr. Sigu's house? He said he was Chaiene's secretary. His name was Kong Minjae, and he was here on Chaiene's orders. Hearing that he was from Chaiene, Sigu opened the door and let him in. He said seriously, my lady wants to re-raid the dungeon. Sigu was a little surprised to hear this. Chaiene wants to re-raid the dungeon, and she probably needs my help. Thinking of this, he asked in a serious tone, she wants me to make a plan? Minjae nodded slightly and replied, yes. Sigu frowned in thought for a moment before speaking. Also, what happened inside the dungeon? Minjae sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, but I wasn't told the details either. Chaiene just said that Sigu's help is very necessary. She really wanted to come herself, but because of the many prying eyes, I can only ask for your forgiveness. Sigu listened quietly, his expression unreadable, but in his heart, he was already celebrating. He could smell the sweet scent of GoTube. To put it poetically, it was the smell of money. A moment later, at the gym in the SH Hunter Guild headquarters, Sigu had followed Min-jae to this place. As soon as he arrived, he saw Chaiene training, and he also noticed that she was wearing the gauntlets he had made. She was focused on her sword practice and didn't even know that Sigu and the other person were there. Min-jae saw her like this and was about to step forward. "Let me call her." But before he could do anything, Sigu raised his hand to stop him. "No need. Just wait." Because he had an idea. Training with such intense concentration would surely yield great results. He had been like that before. But Min-jae was still a little hesitant. He was about to say something, but Sigu said firmly, "I just need to wait a moment." But for Ms. Chaiene, a rare opportunity might arise. At the same time, Chaiene was constantly swinging her sword. But Sigu noticed a problem. Her movements were not yet systematic. It was because his knowledge had increased after obtaining insight and divine martial arts that he noticed this. She was just swinging her sword randomly. Moreover, he had also heard that Chaiene had never learned swordsmanship. One of Han Chaiene's attributes was her talent with the sword, but she only fought with her sword based on instinct. It felt like Chaiene could also use super strength like him, but she hadn't learned divine martial arts to use it yet. Swordsmanship based solely on instinct would eventually reveal its limitations. If she learned martial arts, she would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Is the only way for Chaiene to improve to become a disciple of a sect? But what good would that do her? The SH group wouldn't allow it anyway. If she became a disciple of a sect, she would no longer be a member of the SH group. It's true that family background is not always a strength. Anyway, with Chaiene's level, she could probably continue to learn martial arts from GoTube. He wanted to see if there was anyone suitable for her. King Arthur, the legendary knight of the Round Table, the two masters of the holy sword Balmong, and also Siegfried, the first dragon slayer. Another one was Xiangyu, a man who could fight 10,000 men alone. Although the videos of these childish-looking gods were a bit crazy, what if Chaiene could actually learn from them? Thinking of this, an idea suddenly struck Sigu. If she can't watch GoTube, I can watch it and then teach her. Whether it's 1 billion or 10 billion, it's nothing to the granddaughter of the SH group. He might even get a teaching fee. About 10 billion would be a steal. A perfect retirement plan. But the problem was whether an A-rank hunter like Chaiene would be willing to be taught by a D-rank hunter like Sigu. Moreover, Sigu could only teach her what he had learned. Could he teach the divine martial arts that he taught himself? But giving up would be too much of a waste. While Sigu was thinking, Chaiene finished her training session. She walked up to the two of them. She looked at Min-jae and chided. "You should have told me he was here." Min-jae heard this and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my lady." Mr. Sigu said he didn't want to disturb your training. Chaiene was surprised. Her movement of wiping her sweat paused. The two of them looked at each other, and Sigu suddenly turned as red as a tomato. It was as if sparks were flying between them. Chaiene finally realized the problem and quickly ran away. "Let me go wash my face." Sigu watched her retreating back and had to sigh again. "She's so beautiful." A moment later, in Chaiene's private room, Sigu and Chaiene sat opposite each other. Chaiene said apologetically, "You must have waited for me for a long time." Sigu shook his head slightly and replied, "Not at all. More importantly, I heard you need my help." He asked her what had happened in the dungeon. Chaiene thought for a long time before speaking. "There were no monsters in the dungeon. When I entered the dungeon with my teammates, there were no monsters at all. But they did encounter a monster." Sigu heard this and asked suspiciously, "So there was one monster?" Chaiene nodded slightly, her mood a little down. "But its appearance was like a wolf, so it's hard to call it a monster. I've never seen a monster like that before." Sigu became more and more silent. Wolf-type monsters were quite diverse, but as far as he knew, there were no wolf monsters that appeared in S-rank dungeons. At this moment, Chaiene's hands on the table were trembling uncontrollably. She said in a low voice, "I don't know how to deal with it." Even though it was an S-rank dungeon, with Chaiene's A+ rank strength, Sigu thought she shouldn't have said that. With that thought, he asked suspiciously, "You couldn't handle it?" Chaiene nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sigu still felt that something was not right. Chaiene didn't go alone. She had talented teammates and amazing equipment with her. So why did they fail? So this means that everything was probably out of their hands. After thinking it over, he still felt that his speculation was correct. He said in a low voice, "In short, There was only one monster in the dungeon. And that monster was so strong that even you couldn't fight it? After talking to her, Sigu had confirmed one thing. Based on the total mana inside the dungeon, it was almost impossible for the dungeon's rank to be determined by a single monster. But there were special cases where the dungeon's rank was based on a single monster. Sigu thought it was a mutated monster. Another concept of mutation is a super monster, a monster that possesses all the mana in the dungeon. If they encountered one, it was completely understandable that Chaiene couldn't deal with it. If that was the case, a super monster was already dangerous, and it was also an S-rank dungeon. Sigu frowned at Chaiene and told her his thoughts. I guess there's a high chance you encountered a super monster. Chaiene's face immediately changed. A super? This is the first time I've heard of it. Sigu slowly explained. I think it's best to give up on this dungeon. There's no reason to challenge it again. It's not that important, and this could be life-threatening. But Chaiene refused. I can't. Sigu asked her why. She said in a low voice, I'm not the only one in trouble. Sigu understood what she meant. Because of Chaiene's failed raid, the SH group was facing turmoil. It was said that billions of won had evaporated in just a few minutes after the article was published. At this moment, Chaiene spoke again. I have to fix my mistake. Sigu sighed helplessly. To prevent the stock price from continuously falling, she had to successfully raid the dungeon as soon as possible. Of course, this was a life-or-death situation, but billions of won were also worth risking one's life for. An S-rank super monster that had never appeared before. It would be very difficult. But Sigu still nodded and said, I understand. In return, I have one condition. He wanted her to let him film it and post it on YouTube. Before Chaiene could even process this request, she heard Sigu at another 10 billion. He smiled at her. I can't give a lower price. What Chaiene didn't lack was money. She directly paid Sigu a 1 billion deposit. Seeing the balance in his account increase, he was extremely happy. I should have asked for more. But it's better not to be too greedy. People often say that greed leads to ruin. 10 billion is enough. The problem is that this monster has never appeared before. Sigu also didn't know if he could come up with a way. If he asked for too much, it would be too much pressure. Anyway, his insight proficiency had reached 24%. That should be enough to analyze an S-rank supermonster. The next day, at the S-rank dungeon, Sigu and Chaiene appeared at this place. No team, just the two of them. Since she had been here before, Chaiene suggested that she lead the way. Sigu knew this place was very dangerous and didn't want to go in alone like this. But he had to know what was inside to come up with a strategy to deal with it. Besides, since he had super strength and divine martial arts, although he wasn't confident he could defeat an S-rank super monster, Sigu was still confident he could survive and get out of here. The two of them went deeper inside. Sure enough, the atmosphere was completely different from the low-rank dungeons. At this moment, Chaiene spoke again. Let's go a little deeper. A moment later, the moon was getting higher and higher. The two of them were still deep inside the forest in the dungeon. But Chaiene kept looking at her gauntlets as she walked. Seeing this action of hers, Sigu asked with some suspicion, Are those gauntlets not fitting? She nodded and replied, They're a little loose. Let me adjust them for you, Sigu offered, leaving Chaiene speechless. He paid no attention to her, reached out and pressed a button on the gauntlet, and it immediately adjusted to fit Chaiene's hand. Sigu explained as he worked, Because I didn't know who would wear it, I made it to my hand size. Although it won't fall off, it must be quite uncomfortable. Chaiene looked at the gauntlet fitting snugly on her hand in an instant, too surprised to speak. Sigu smiled brightly and said, Just consider this a complimentary service. After recovering from her surprise, Chaiene asked suspiciously, How did you know about this feature? Sigu scratched his head and said with a smile, Because I'm the one who made these gauntlets. Chaiene went from one surprise to another, asking in confusion, then the person acknowledged by Master Pakwang. Before she could finish, Sigu smiled and said, I don't know about that part. I'm just working in the same forge as that old man. While the two were talking, a noise came from the forest behind them. Sigu was startled and looked in that direction. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the two of them to panic. This energy. Sigu looked over and saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Its body was surrounded by a dark, terrifying aura. Sigu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He realized one thing. It was on a completely different level from him. A giant wolf was standing in front of the two of them. This was the S-rank supermonster. Sigu stared at it intently, his expression a little serious. Can Chaiene win against it? What if I intervene? More importantly, are they ready? He only came here to confirm what kind of monster it was. So Sigu thought the two of them shouldn't confront it. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly emitted a light blue energy. Just then, the ground in front of them suddenly exploded. Seizing this opportunity, Sigu pulled Chaiene by the shoulder. He shouted urgently, "Run!" Chaiene immediately nodded in understanding. In a flash, the two of them quickly ran towards the dungeon's portal. Deep in the gloomy forest, the wolf's growls continued to echo. A moment later, the portal appeared in front of them. The two quickly stepped out of the dungeon. Only then did Sigu let out a sigh of relief. Since he didn't confront it directly, he wasn't sure, but it would take at least 5 S-rank hunters to deal with it. While he was thinking, Chaiene suddenly spoke up. "Sigu, what was that power just now?" Sigu didn't answer, looking at her intently. "Before, how did you survive and return with all your teammates when you faced that monster?" Chaiene sighed and said, "We were very lucky." Sigu continued to ask, "Are you really going to attack again?" "I have to," Chaiene replied without hesitation, nodding. Chaiene looked at him with expectant eyes and said, "If you can make a plan, we'll handle the raid." Sigu heard this and stared at her intently. The two looked at each other, neither saying a word. A moment later, Sigu spoke. "I'll contact you after I've finished my analysis." With that, he turned and left. When he got home, he rewatched the video he had filmed in the S-rank dungeon. What kind of monster is this? A high-grade species is considered an upgraded version of a normal monster. There must be a species of monster that they evolved from. Sigu searched for a lot of information about that monster in encyclopedias, in papers published by the association, and also online. He couldn't find it at all. Even after using his S+ rank insight skill, Sigu still had no clues. In a confused state of mind, Sigu continued to research it until one morning, the day he had to train with Hercules. After just one training session, Siugu's super strength proficiency had increased to 5.88%, and his divine martial arts had also increased a little. Hercules looked at him lying on the ground. He scolded with some dissatisfaction. "You're already tired?" But Sigu paid him no mind. He was intently watching something on his phone. Hercules was annoyed at being ignored. He asked suspiciously, "What are you looking at?" Sigu sat up from the ground and sighed. "It's a monster I've been researching recently." Hercules heard this and asked with even more suspicion, "Researching?" Siugu's tone was a little tragic. "Today is the 3rd day. I still don't know what it is." Hercules heard this and suggested enthusiastically, "Let me see." As he spoke, he leaned his head over to look at Siugu's phone. But the moment he saw the monster on the phone screen, his expression froze. Seeing him silent, Sigu turned his head and asked, "Do you know what it is?" Hercules hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Wait, isn't this Fenra?" Fenra is a mythical monster that appears in epics. It also has another name, the demon wolf, and is a god-slaying wolf. The reason Fenra is called that is very simple. The creature that brought about the destruction of the Ragnarok Empire was Fenra. With its upper jaw reaching the ends of the sky and its lower jaw touching the ends of the earth, Fenra destroyed everything. And it swallowed the world, biting and killing Odin, the head god of Norse mythology. After hearing its origin from Hercules, Sigu exclaimed in surprise, "What is it doing here? How did it get here?" But even Hercules didn't know. Sigu remembered the person who gave him the phone that connected to GoTube, and also Fenra. Hercules was probably the only one who didn't know how to get here. With that thought, he asked again to be sure, "Is it really Fenra?" Hercules nodded slightly and replied, "I think so. I fought it once. But of course I won." Hearing this, Sigu was immediately overjoyed. "Really? So what will happen if I fight Fenra?" Hercules thought for a moment, then spoke. "I'm not sure. Maybe it will take a second." Sigu was guessing what this 1 second meant when he heard Hercules say a cruel sentence. "Until you're bitten to shreds." After hearing this, he was as if struck dumb, frozen on the spot. Just then, Hercules continued, "But looking at it from here, I'm not so sure. It seems to be extremely weak." Its form has also turned into a wolf cub. Sigu was stunned. It's still the size of a small mountain, and you're calling it a cub? But then again, when compared to the legendary Fenra, it was certainly no match. Hercules next to him continued, and it's also wearing jewelry I've never seen before. Sigu frowned in surprise. He hadn't seen any jewelry, but Hercules pointed to something on the screen. Following his finger, Sigu saw a blood-red iron chain wrapped tightly around its leg. Hercules guessed that this thing had sealed Fenra's power. Sigu glanced at Hercules and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" He slowly explained, "Gleipnir. It's said that it cannot be broken by anything in the world." But there was one fact that Hercules thought remained unchanged. Of course, Sigu would still lose. It's just that the time would increase a little. Maybe it would be a minute. Sigu sighed after hearing this. But he was wondering how Fenra got here. If this wolf was really Fenra, then there would be no way. However, at this moment, Hercules gave him a glimmer of hope. "Should I tell you its weakness?" Sigu looked at him joyfully. "If you tell me, I'll share video content worth 200 subscribers. Nothing is impossible to trade when there are subscribers involved." Hercules immediately said, "I'll go gather the materials and bring them right away, master." A few days later, at the SH Group headquarters, in the waiting area near the dungeon, reporters were swarming the entrance. As soon as they saw Chaiene arrive, they continuously questioned her with tough questions. However, she didn't care, walking straight into the waiting room. Many people were already waiting for her there. Chaiene swept her eyes around and then spoke. "It seems everyone is here. Let's depart." Just then, a sound that broke the silence was heard again. It was Sigu's voice. He was filming a video. "Hello, subscribers of the World Conqueror channel." His commotion attracted the attention of Chaiene's team. A person named Hyunho asked with dissatisfaction, "Who is he?" Another person named Jangin replied, "He's a YouTuber. His channel is the World Conqueror." Hearing this, Hyunho snorted contemptuously. "I don't think that's a famous channel. What's a YouTuber doing here?" Jangin leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I heard he's the one who came up with the dungeon raid strategy." Hearing this, Hyunho immediately disbelieved. A strategy against that wolf? What nonsense. With that, he looked at Sigu, who was rambling on the other side. He couldn't help but frown. The support conditions for the team members are terrible, and they even brought a YouTuber. Captain Chaiene is really something. At this moment, Jangin spoke again. "Hyunho, what will you do when everything ends well?" "For me." But before he could finish, Hyunho cut him off coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. Prepare to enter the dungeon." A moment later, in the S-Rank dungeon, Chaiene led the group deeper inside. At the same time, Sigu walked beside her, constantly speaking in a professional tone to film the video. Hyunho, seeing this from the side, was extremely dissatisfied. "You're so noisy. What are you rambling about? At such a critical moment, what if the Black Wolf hears you?" But he could only swallow his anger and do nothing, because Sigu had Chaiene's protection. Just then, a sense of danger suddenly washed over Hyunho, startling him. The terrifying blood-red eyes of the Black Wolf appeared again in the gloomy darkness. The faces of Chaiene's group immediately turned ugly. "It's here again." But Chaiene was still hesitating. She didn't know if this re-raid was the right choice. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly. The raid was not a simple matter. This was a stepping stone for the SH group to enter the hunter industry. Therefore, she had to carry it out with the strength of the SH group. Thinking of this, Chaiene's eyes filled with determination. She gripped her sword and got into a fighting stance. But at that moment, Sigu suddenly stepped forward, the phone in his hand still not put down. He kept rambling. "Everyone, that's the legendary monster, Fenra, also known as the Demon Wolf." As soon as he finished speaking, a comment popped up. Sigu smirked and said, "You're asking if it's really Fenra? I'm not sure." With that, a powerful surge of energy suddenly rose from his body. Sigu put the camera aside and said excitedly, "I think we have to fight to confirm." Sigu faced Fenra alone. He smiled without a trace of fear and said, "Am I not the one who conquers everything in the world? Even if it's Fenra, the wolf that swallowed the world, it's nothing." At this, Sigu glanced at Chaiene standing beside him and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Are you ready?" Chaiene stared at him blankly, unable to say a word. Before she could react, Sigu continued. Now, the first strategy of the Fenra raid officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a powerful surge of energy. Chaiene stared at this scene, not knowing how to react. At the same time, Sigu had already charged forward with his fist. Fenra was a little surprised. It didn't know when he had gotten so close, but it immediately raised its claw to strike back. Seeing this, Chaiene shouted in panic, "Be careful!" Fenra's sharp claws quickly slammed into the ground. The ground was shattered into many pieces, and dust and debris scattered everywhere. But surprisingly, Sigu was not there. When he reappeared, he was behind Fenra. Sigu clenched his fist and charged fiercely. He didn't hesitate to punch Fenra's body directly. The two powerful forces collided, pushing back the people outside. They could only try to brace themselves. Hyunho pursed his lips and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" But no one knew what was happening. At the same time, on this side, the dark energy from Fenra's appearance still lingered in the air. Sigu stood opposite it. No one had fallen yet. Sigu was extremely angry about this. He had clearly landed a direct hit, but it was still fine. But Hercules had said this would be effective. Why is this happening? He was annoyed that his first objective had no effect. Just as Sigu was thinking, Fenra suddenly attacked. Its claws continuously struck at him. In a flash, the dark forest was lit up by fire and smoke. Sigu panicked and retreated, avoiding being hit by the debris from the explosion. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chaiene ordered her team, "We have to attack too." Soon after, she charged forward with her sword. At the same time, Sigu was retreating while observing. Fenra was still standing in one place, but its attacks were pouring out like a storm. Sigu gritted his teeth fiercely. This Fenra is the real deal. Remembering what Hercules had said, he became even more dissatisfied. "A minute, my ass. I can't even last 10 seconds. Hercules' strategy was useless. It only worked because he was Hercules. When the dust and smoke cleared, Fenra's blood-red eyes were staring at Sigu. He was still standing there, but his heart was racing. Fortunately, there was still Gleipnir, the chain that bound this mighty wolf. As long as that chain was there to hinder its movements, it wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, Sigu clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. The situation wasn't so bad that he couldn't win. At this moment, a flash of sword light suddenly swept past Sigu, causing him to quickly dodge to the side. If Sigu couldn't attack it, Chaiene could. She swung her sword, catching Fenra off guard and slashing it. Fresh blood gushed out. But just as it seemed it would fall, something that surprised her happened. Fenra turned its blood-red eyes towards Chaiene. But that wasn't all. A suffocating heat suddenly appeared above Fenra's head. A fireball created by Chaiene's teammates was approaching its head. Sigu knew he was not alone. Some were surprised that there was a magic hunter on the team, but it was a good thing. This time, they could burn the demon wolf in front of them. With a loud bang, the fireball slammed into Fenra. The brilliant flames instantly engulfed it. But then, something unexpected happened. Fenra suddenly raised its body. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the fireball. Seeing this, the people outside were immediately panicked. It actually swallowed that blazing fire. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Fenra suddenly tilted its head back and roared at the sky. Seeing this, Chaiene cried out again, "It really ate it. What kind of creature is this? Didn't you scout it beforehand?" Although they were very scared, they didn't dare to retreat. Just then, Sigu suddenly spoke up. "Prepare to attack. If you look closely, you'll see a chain tied to its body." Chaiene glanced at him, her expression seemingly a little dazed. But Sigu knew she would understand. He spoke again. "You've realized it too, right?" Chaiene stared at him intently, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In a flash, her body disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, she was right in front of Fenra. Seizing this opportunity, Sigu calmed himself down and focused all his senses. In a flash, a surge of energy appeared around his body. Fenra's blood-red eyes were now extremely vigilant. At the same time, Sigu had already rushed in front of it. He didn't hesitate to swing his powerful fist. This was to take it down in one blow. However, Fenra didn't back down. It attacked with its claws, but could only hit the ground. Sigu had disappeared before it pounced. Then he smoothly jumped to another side to attack. He had activated the super strength he learned from Hercules. A powerful surge of energy was constantly spreading through the air. Seeing this, Fenra panicked for a moment and retreated a few steps. Sigu secretly celebrated in his heart. It's working. Then I'll just keep attacking. But at that moment, he seemed to see something terrifying. A sense of danger was approaching Sigu, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Sigu tried to dodge, but was still too late. He was hit by Fenra's claw and sent flying. 3 large claw marks appeared on his chest from Fenra's claws, and fresh blood was flowing out. It was too dangerous. If Sigu had reacted a moment slower, that attack would have torn his body apart. But at that moment, Sigu realized something, although he wasn't sure. Before it touched his body, it hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Chaiene charged from a distance. She continuously slashed at Fenra's body with her sword. Sigu watched from the outside. He thought it couldn't kill him, but he didn't know why. Just then, Fenra tilted its head back and roared at the sky. Because Chaiene's slash this time left a very deep wound on its body. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. At the same time, Sigu also stood up from the ground. He told himself not to overthink things. He had to seize the opportunity immediately. Taking a deep breath, Sigu's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Fenra. Sigu didn't hesitate to punch it in the stomach. The strength in his body was immense, causing Fenra to cry out in pain. It angrily raised its claw towards him. Sigu realized this was his chance. He reached out and grabbed the chain that bound its leg. This action startled Fenra. Its large paw, which was charging forward, also paused in midair. At that moment, Sigu pulled hard again. This caused Fenra's paw to be squeezed tightly. It roared in pain. The extremely piercing scream echoed through the dark forest. Sigu didn't let go. He suppressed the energy in his body, causing it to erupt in an instant. Soon after, he clenched both hands, whipped the chain with all his might, and threw Fenra into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Chaiene immediately charged up. Sigu saw her and knew what she wanted to do. He went with the flow, throwing Fenra's body towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, Chaiene unleashed an extremely powerful sword strike. Chaiene and Hyunho, watching from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "Crazy." The air at this moment had become fresh after Chaiene's sword strike. The lingering dark energy from before had completely disappeared. Chaiene sat on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm alive. I did it." But their joy was short-lived. The air seemed to want to tear apart again. The forest was once again shrouded in gloomy dark energy. The team members immediately trembled with fear, not knowing what was happening. Under their horrified gazes, the dense dark energy suddenly gathered in one place. In a flash, Fenra's terrifying roar was heard again. The faces of everyone who saw it became even more panicked. Hyunho cried out in panic, "This is a battle we can't win." Fenra opened its large mouth towards everyone, as if to scare them. Sigu was also sent flying. At this moment, he still didn't understand. Fenra was bound by Gleipnir, so it should have been sealed. However, it was still the demon wolf, the thing that swallowed the world, the wolf that had once killed a god. At Sigu's current level, attacking it was impossible. But there was one thing he found quite strange. At this moment, Chaiene shouted urgently, "Everyone run. Hurry up and take Sigu with you." Everyone quickly followed her orders. Sigu was being helped away. This was a situation similar to the one in the Orc dungeon. She was also saving her team members like this. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't defeat Fenra. Why? But suddenly, a flash of light went through Sigu's mind. He finally understood. He couldn't believe it took him this long to realize this. It was absurd from the beginning. While Sigu was thinking, his footsteps paused, making it a little difficult for Chaiene to support him. He frowned and asked, "Can you move?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Sigu pushed him away, making him ask in confusion, "What are you doing?" But Sigu didn't answer. He ran straight ahead, towards Fenra. Chaiene, who was blocking Fenra's path, was surprised to see him. Before she could ask anything, Sigu stood in front of her, facing Fenra directly. But it only growled and didn't attack. This was just as Sigu had predicted. Chaiene didn't know this. She quickly said, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Run." However, Sigu paid no attention to her words. He stood there firmly, looking up at Fenra. A moment later, he said in a low voice, "It was absurd from the very beginning. A team of F-rank hunters, I don't know, but with the current team, attacking it had no chance of winning from the start." That's why Sigu felt strange. He muttered, "Why am I not dead? How did everyone survive and return?" Hearing this, Chaijine's group immediately paused, looking at him in confusion. Sigu continued to speak amidst everyone's confusion. "Why didn't anyone die?" Chaijine frowned at him and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Sigu slowly explained, "Don't you get it? If Fenra wanted to, it would have killed us all. No one here would have survived." These words stunned everyone. Hyunho asked doubtfully, "Then how are we still alive?" "It's because it spared everyone," Sigu replied with certainty. The reason Chaijine and her teammates survived the first time was because it didn't want to kill people. It was probably saying, "Run away," because it didn't want to harm anyone. Of course, even Sigu found it hard to believe. But on second thought, Fenra never attacked first. He looked at everyone and said firmly, "If it were a normal monster, that would be absurd." There was a time when Fenra destroyed Asgard. As soon as it was born, it was abandoned. From that moment on, it had to endure hunger and loneliness. But it persevered and tried to survive. When rumors of Fenra spread, the gods of Asgard came to find it. Fenra did not resist the gods. It was like an invitation to it, to have fun after being lonely for so long. It felt that it finally had friends. Fenra was very happy because it felt that it had become friends with the gods. But on the contrary, the gods did not feel the same. The gods feared that its power would bring hell, so they created Gleipnir to bind it forever. And that happened to it again. Fenra thought there was a misunderstanding. A god named Tyr came to visit it himself and swore, "If you can't break it and the gods don't release you, you can bite off my left hand." And Fenra believed it. While everyone else ignored it, Tyr was the only god who came to find it and provided it with food because it was on a barren land. It thought Tyr saw it as a friend. And so, Fenra was sealed by Gleipnir and could not escape. As expected, the gods did not release it, and Tyr also ignored it. As promised, Tyr placed his left hand in Fenra's mouth. Tyr said that he had disappointed it. But even so, Fenra did not want to bite Tyr's hand. It did not want to do that. However, the gods still feared Fenra's power, so they stuck a knife in its body and made it impossible for it to close its mouth. Fenra had to endure the chain until Ragnarok, and it remained lonely in endless pain. After Ragnarok, the wrath of Ragnarok engulfed Fenra, and it began to swallow the world, destroying the gods. Even so, Fenra did not kill Tyr, because although its mind was shrouded in anger, it still hadn't forgotten the only friend who cared for it, a friend who fed it. Fenra had always considered Tyr its friend, probably due to its naivety. The Fenra in the legends was just a wolf, not worthy of being called a bloodthirsty demon wolf. But now, it didn't want to harm anyone. Sigu voiced his speculation to everyone. His words left everyone here bewildered. Obviously, no one believed what he had just said. After a long silence, Chaijine finally spoke. "But we still have to eliminate it." She said if they ignored an S-rank dungeon, and the dungeon broke, it would be impossible to salvage the situation. Even if a dungeon break didn't happen, if Fenra got out of the dungeon, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't harm people. It was still a threat. After saying this, Chaijine sheathed her sword. She said in a low voice, "We're retreating. Report back to the association so they can send S-rank hunters to help." And she also officially declared that she was giving up on conquering this dungeon. Sigu felt that what Chaijine said was very right. To prevent a potential disaster, they had to kill Fenra. With that thought, he glanced at the wolf behind him and sighed silently. He didn't know why it was here. Was Fenra abandoned again? In mythology, the apocalyptic force named Ragnarok broke Gleipnir, so Fenra was able to escape. But for some reason, it was bound by Gleipnir again. Was Fenra abandoned here again? This dungeon was used as a barrier to trap Fenra, so it couldn't escape elsewhere. Just like in the myths, it was abandoned from the moment it was born, so it might die alone here. This also explains why this dungeon's rank is S. The mana of the dungeon itself, which imprisoned Fenra, was what was measured, not Fenra's mana. The power to trap a weakened Fenra was rated as S rank. While Sigu was thinking, Chaijine urged him, "Let's go back." But he didn't answer, silently walking with them. He couldn't do anything. Sigu couldn't do anything for Fenra with his current strength. If they just left like this, everything would be over. Fenra had no intention of harming anyone. Even if it might kill a few people when they returned, it wasn't chasing them now. Because the foolish Fenra was just like in the myths, deceived by Tyr and the gods. Once Sigu's group left this dungeon, everything would be over. Even Fenra couldn't fight back against a group of S-rank hunters. They could assemble a group like that and conquer this dungeon. If Fenra was bound like this now, it would surely be attacked. That's enough. Ignoring Chaijene's group walking ahead, Sigu lagged behind, still thinking about Fenra. That way, it wouldn't be able to endanger others anymore. It would also be eliminated. Sigu thought he just needed to do as he usually did, just return to his daily life. Crafting equipment and making YouTube videos, earning money, training the traits from GoTube to take care of Sia. That's enough. That's all Sigu needed to do. But he didn't understand why he couldn't lift his feet to move on. Thinking of this, Sigu turned back, causing Chaijene's group to panic. Chaiene quickly called him back. Sigu, what are you doing? But his footsteps didn't stop. Before long, he had reached the spot where Fenra was lying. Sigu stared at it intently for a long time. His gaze was fixed on the iron chain tightly bound around it. An abandoned wolf. Fenra had never harmed anyone. It hesitated to harm someone, even when it could be hurt itself. But in the end, a dungeon monster and a magical beast are both threats to humans, so they must be eliminated. It cannot be allowed to survive. Unfortunately, there is no other way. The gods of GoTube never give up in any situation. They don't even fail in an unwinnable battle. They don't give up even if the battle lasts forever. Because they overcome the impossible and eventually become a hero. Thinking of this, Sigu clenched his hands into fists. If there is no path, he will create one. A moment later, he slowly spoke. I will destroy this dungeon. Hearing this, Chaiene immediately panicked and cried out, Sigu, what are you trying to do? Sigu ignored her. He suppressed his power again, causing it to quickly gather in one place. The problem was this dungeon. It was a barrier imprisoning Fenra. It was a threat when broken. It was still a bit dangerous to unleash the power of divine martial arts to that extent. But Sigu knew he couldn't stop, and he wouldn't stop. The rivers do not drink their own water. The trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine for itself, and the flowers do not spread their fragrance for themselves. A gentleman does not act for himself. Sigu thought of this and smirked slightly. Sounds like a real scholar. He could only laugh because no one would acknowledge it, and he wouldn't even earn a penny from it. However, Confucius once said, if one is not angry even when others do not recognize them, that is true character. A gentleman will not be angry, even if the world does not recognize him. So, Sigu wouldn't pay attention to it. He didn't know anything about being a gentleman, but today, it was enough to be called a pushover or a fool. But for some reason, maybe it was the people Sigu had just met. He wanted to be a good person, not good for himself, but someone who is good to those around him. For some reason, those thoughts suddenly popped into Sigu's head after watching Confucius's video and after seeing Fenra's wound. The thought flashed by in an instant. At this moment, Hercules' divine martial arts fully manifested in his body. Seeing this energy, Fenra was suddenly startled. It felt a little familiar. Sigu remembered what Hercules had once said. Divine martial arts is not just for fighting. It's like bending the laws of the world, not just using super strength. And space is the most basic law that builds the world. With that thought, Sigu unleashed the first form of divine martial arts. A powerful surge of energy instantly enveloped his body. Sigu's eyes were extremely determined at this moment. He raised his leg into the air and kicked down without hesitation. In an instant, the air was distorted by that powerful energy. They continuously struggled with each other. With a loud bang, a deafening explosion erupted. When everything cleared, the quiet night had returned. But the difference was that space had been shattered to the point of having cracks. Before long, they had become a large hole. Chaiene saw this scene and was stunned speechless. What the hell is happening? She quickly ran over to check Sigu's breathing. After a long moment, she let out a sigh of relief. He's still alive. But if this continues, the dungeon will collapse. Just as she was about to help Sigu up, something suddenly approached them. It was Fenra. It no longer had its aggressive appearance. It just stood there quietly, looking at the two of them. Chaiene looked up at it. Then she looked at the person in her arms. She knew Sigu was not an awakened without a trait since she saw him in the orc dungeon. But she didn't think he had such terrifying power to be able to collapse a dungeon. However, now was not the time to be impressed. Chaiene quickly helped Sigu up. She glanced behind her, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Fenra was still standing there, as if it wanted to go with them. But Chaiene had no way to get it out of there. She could only carry Sigu and leave before this dungeon completely collapsed. A few days later, Sigu finally woke up. The first thought after opening his eyes was that he was still alive. Sigu sat up from the bed and looked around, realizing he was in the VIP room of the SH hospital. While he was thinking, Chaiene's voice suddenly spoke up. "Are you okay?" Sigu was immediately startled, his thoughts interrupted. He asked in a panic, "Why are you here?" Chaiene replied casually, "As you can see, I'm a patient too. Are you uncomfortable?" Sigu sighed helplessly. "Of course. If it were you, would you be comfortable? Who wouldn't like to be with a beautiful girl?" Wait. Confucius once said that after the age of 7, men and women should not sleep together. What was that about men and women maintaining a proper distance? So how did she end up here? Sigu suddenly realized his thoughts were going in the wrong direction. Beauty really is a curse. At this moment, Chaiene spoke again. "Don't you want to know what happened?" Sigu replied calmly. "Before the dungeon collapsed, you carried me out after I passed out. And after many treatments, I woke up. Am I right?" His words left Chaiene speechless, swallowing the words she was about to say. Seeing her reaction, Sigu couldn't help but wonder. Was he so right that she didn't like it? Sigu thought Chaiene would answer, but she suddenly spoke up. "Just as you said, the dungeon collapsed. In the end, it was considered a successful raid." Hearing this, Sigu asked suspiciously, "What happened to Fenra?" Chaiene shook her head slightly and replied, "I don't know. If you're talking about that wolf, I saw it leave somewhere." Sigu then let out a sigh of relief. Since the dungeon that was considered Fenra's prison had collapsed, it was good that it could return to the divine realm safely. Just then, Chaiene continued, "Currently, I haven't revealed what happened in the dungeon. I've also asked my teammates to keep quiet. The official announcement is that we were the ones who conquered the dungeon." She said if he wanted to correct it, she would. Sigu heard this and frowned. "You mean you'll change it to me being the one who conquered it?" Chaiene nodded slightly. "Yes." Sigu smiled without a second thought. "Just let it be that you were the one who conquered it." Chaiene was surprised. She asked doubtfully, "Is there a reason you're hiding your strength?" "Hiding my strength? Me?" Sigu looked at her in a panic. He scratched his head shyly. "No, it's not that. If there's a problem, I can't do YouTube anymore." Hearing this, Chaiene didn't know what to say. She thought it was for some noble reason, but it was for making money. She didn't understand. With a slight smile, Sigu continued, "Given the situation, it's necessary for the SH group to be recognized as the conqueror of the S-Rank dungeon. That's why I want you to be the one who conquered it." Chaiene hesitated for a moment. She was about to say something but couldn't. Sigu guessed she was doubting her abilities. She was worried if it was okay to make such an announcement. With that thought, Sigu encouraged her. "This dungeon was just special. You are fully capable of raiding an S-Rank dungeon." Chaiene looked up at him and asked, pursing her lips, "Are you comforting me?" Sigu shook his head slightly and replied casually, "I'm just telling the truth." The air instantly fell silent again. A moment later, Chaiene smiled and said, "Thank you." Shrugging indifferently, Sigu pouted and said, "That's enough. Is that what you wanted to say?" Chaiene hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I want to ask one more thing. Do you want to work with me?" A moment later, only Sigu was left in the room. He scrolled through his phone, having just discovered something crazy. The traits from the gods he had suddenly increased, and by a lot. Especially super strength. Normally, it only increased by 0.3 or 0.4% per day, but it had just increased by 13%. And divine martial arts, which only increased by 0.01% per week, had just increased by 9.3%. Could it be because of the dragon's descent kick? So far, all Sigu had posted on YouTube was destroying dungeons. But what Sigu destroyed this time was the space of the dungeon. Because the dungeon collapsed on its own, he ended up like this. Just like when he faced Duchion, He passed out as soon as he used his power. Compared to the past Sigu, being able to use divine martial arts was a big step forward. When would he be able to use it completely? Sigu just wanted to try it once, but who would have thought Chaiene would agree right away? The next day, Chaiene was picked up by her assistant's car. She told him to take her to Chairman Han's place. She sat silently in the back seat, not saying a word. In contrast, the assistant said cheerfully, "Thank you for your hard work in this raid." The chairman is also very happy. She just nodded indifferently. But the assistant continued to ask, "What did Mr. Sigu say?" These words made Chaiene flinch slightly. Seeing that she didn't answer, the assistant continued to ask, "Did he refuse again?" Chaiene sighed helplessly. "Yes." Chuckling slightly, Minjae asked doubtfully, "What did he say this time?" Chaiene looked out the window and sighed with emotion. He said something about a gentleman only working alone, not in a group. On the other hand, Sigu also said that only chickens form gangs. This arrogant statement left Minjae speechless. Chuckling slightly, Chaiene continued, "That's why, compared to being colleagues or teammates, he said he would occasionally cooperate like this time." Sigu also asked if Chaiene wanted to learn swordsmanship. Hearing this, Minjae was a little surprised. "Wait, you mean Sigu will teach you swordsmanship? I admit he has special abilities, but isn't he a D-rank awakened?" With a slight smile, Chaiene said cheerfully, "That's why I said I'll give it a try." Minjae asked doubtfully again, "So the reason we're going to see the chairman is?" "I think I have to pay the tutoring fee," Chaiene replied, leaving Minjae speechless. In the afternoon, at the SH Group Hospital, Sigu was looking at his phone in the courtyard. He was looking for a suitable god to learn from and teach Chaiene, but he didn't know which one was good. Sigu was considering a few people, including the heaven-shattering divine sword of King Xiangyu and the dragon-slaying sword technique of the dragon slayer Siegfried, and also the founder of the Wudong sect, the Tai Chi sword of Zhang Sanfeng. Sigu thought these three sword techniques would be suitable for Chaiene. Among these three, there must be a sword technique that Chaiene likes the most. He should show her and let her choose for herself. Sigu would have to pay the membership fee, but it didn't matter much. Besides the 10 billion won, he would also receive a monthly tutoring fee from now on. With that thought, Sigu decided to check the membership fees. He quickly clicked to look, but seeing the number, his face turned a little ugly. The membership fee was a whopping 2 billion. Why is it so expensive? Confucius's channel only cost 1 billion, but this is even more expensive. Impossible. The last time Sigu checked, it only cost 100 million. Why has it increased to 2 billion today? Sigu realized something extremely crazy. It means that as the number of channels he subscribes to increases, the membership fee will also increase. So that means the next time it will be 3 billion, or maybe 4 billion. It could be even more. If it keeps increasing like this, he can't choose all three. Sigu sighed helplessly. Even if it increased to 1 billion, the total membership fee would already be 9 billion. He could subscribe once and then cancel, but whether he could do that after subscribing was the problem. That means Sigu has to pay 9 billion every month. But if he doesn't pay, it will be automatically canceled. Even if he only chooses one sword technique to teach Chaiene, the membership fee he will join will also increase because the channels he subscribes to are cumulative. No matter how much money Sigu earns, he never feels it's enough. Oh, life, why is it so unfair? While Sigu was frowning and holding his head, he suddenly noticed something. The energy and feeling he had just sensed did not belong to a human. With that thought, Sigu stood up and walked towards the source of the energy. Sure enough, Sigu saw an animal standing there. He thought it was a dog, but then he discovered something else surprising. The dog in front of him wagged its tail at Sigu. This appearance, although a little different, was Fenra. But the problem was why it was here. And what's with this small, cute appearance? Sigu observed it intently for a long time. It really is Fenra. While he was thinking, Fenra suddenly turned around, startling him. Soon after, it spat out a mouse from its mouth. Sigu couldn't help but be puzzled. What is this? You want me to eat it? Looking at the mouse trembling on the ground, he felt a little helpless. But it's still alive. Hearing this, Fenra immediately turned and ran away. Sigu watched its retreating back, a little speechless. Where's it going now? Siugu's brain was still processing. He really didn't know what was happening anymore. A moment later, back in his hospital room, Sigu told Hercules everything. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Why? Didn't I teach you how to subdue Fenra?" Hearing this, Sigu immediately shouted with dissatisfaction, "You really don't know?" Hercules immediately shrank back and said in a low voice, "But I did teach you." Sigu snorted lightly and said in a serious tone, "You only said its weakness was on its sides, and if I grabbed its tail, it wouldn't be able to use its full strength." But none of that was useful. Hercules was not convinced. He pointed and scolded, "That's because you're too weak." Sigu glared at him and said with dissatisfaction, "Then you should have said so from the beginning. At least you should have warned me. I almost died." Hercules pouted and said, "Who knew you were so weak?" Snorting lightly, Sigu said angrily, "Anyway, this time doesn't count. I told you to teach me something suitable for my level, not how you would do it." Hercules was on the verge of tears. He quickly said, "It's unfair. I can't accept it. Look, even my muscles are protesting." Sigu sighed helplessly. Fortunately, everything turned out well in the end. He had almost lost face. More importantly, the video he had filmed in the dungeon was gone. Not only the video with Fenra, but also the one with Chaiene. Just then, he noticed something. He glanced out the window. It seems it's here again. Sure enough, Fenra was standing trembling outside Sigu's room. Hercules was constantly complaining about how unfair life was. But suddenly he realized something. He whipped his head around, but Fenra had already teleported in front of him. Sigu had figured out the problem. Since they had fought once, Fenrir must still be wary of Hercules because of that memory. A moment later, Sigu found a pigeon in his room. He didn't understand why it was thrown into his room. At this moment, Hercules suddenly asked, "Is that Fenrir?" "Yes," Sigu replied indifferently. Then he reached out and stroked the trembling pigeon on the ground, saying softly, "Get up." Immediately, the pigeon stood up, but its expression was extremely panicked. It kept glancing around, then noticed Sigu standing in front of it. Without a moment's hesitation, it spread its wings and flew out of the room. Watching it fly away, Hercules asked casually, "Why is Fenra here? And what's with that pigeon?" Shrugging indifferently, Sigu pouted and said, "I don't know. Maybe Fenrir wants me to eat it. I guess." Hercules was a little skeptical. "Eat a pigeon? It's not a cat. It's a wolf, right?" Sigu nodded slightly. "That's what I'm saying." Hercules thought for a moment and then spoke again. "But assuming it really wants you to eat it, that means this is what it hunted, right?" Sigu said calmly, "I guess it doesn't want to harm other animals." Hercules was still a little confused. "Then why bring it back for you? Does it want you to deal with them or something?" Sigu shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure." Hercules narrowed his eyes at him and continued to ask, "And how did Fenra get here? Why is it bringing you food?" Sigu hesitated for a moment. He told him what happened inside the dungeon. Hercules thought for a moment. He frowned and asked, "But it's strange. Why is Fenra in your dimension? How can it exist there?" Sigu pursed his lips and said, "I'm curious too. But aren't you the only one who doesn't know how to get here?" Hearing this, Hercules immediately scolded with dissatisfaction. "Nonsense. My dimension and yours cannot intersect." Sigu pouted and said, "Then why is Fenra here?" Hercules really didn't know how to explain. Sigu then laughed mockingly. "So it turns out you're the only one who doesn't know." Hercules became more and more annoyed. "Trust me, it's unfair. Even my muscles are protesting." Sigu didn't answer. He changed the subject. "Wait, you survived after using the dragon's descent kick? How did you use that move?" Sigu scratched his head shyly and said in a low voice, "I guess I was lucky." "Lucky?" Hercules snorted lightly. "The dragon's descent kick is not something you can learn just by being lucky." Sigu offered no comment. He said cheerfully, "Speaking of which, teach me the next move." Hercules nodded slightly. "Simple. But shouldn't you give me something in return?" Sigu knew what he wanted. He sighed and said, "I understand. I'll tell you the content of the next video." Hercules heard this and cheered happily, as expected of the master. Elsewhere, in a certain building in the city, a fierce-looking man was embracing a beautiful woman on each side when he heard someone approach him and say, "We have a new mission." He's a D-rank hunter. Hearing this, the man slammed his glass on the table and said coldly, "Let us talk in private." As soon as these words were out, the women left. Only two people remained inside. The man then gnashed his teeth and cursed. A D-rank hunter? The other person was wearing a mask, clearly not wanting anyone to know his face. He said in a low voice, "This fierce-looking man is DWI Kwong, a silver-level member of the Chaos Guild." The man now snorted. "A D-rank? We, the Chaos Guild, are we a joke?" The other person said in a low voice, "He's not an ordinary D-rank hunter." DWI Kwong snorted coldly. "A D-rank is still a D-rank. What are you talking about?" The other person continued, "You must have heard that Chaiene of the SH group just raided a dungeon." DWI Kwong nodded slightly. "I know. It's all over the internet." The other person then told him that this was related to the D-rank hunter. DWI Kwong asked coldly, "Really? That D-rank bastard?" The other person continued, "I don't know the details, but it seems this person helped Chaiene." DWI Kwong asked suspiciously, "Then what's the mission?" The other person thought for a moment before speaking. "I just need you to confirm. How you do it is up to you. Most importantly, this is a VIP mission." Hearing this, DWI Kwong immediately pouted. "Sorry, but I'm out. Lee Min-young has changed her mind." The other person was a little surprised. "The butcher of the inspection department?" DWI Kwong nodded slightly. "I don't know what she found, but she's causing trouble for us." The other person continued to ask, "A member of the Chaos Guild is concerned about a mere guard from the inspection department?" DWI Kwong snorted coldly and said, "If that bitch catches me, even I won't be able to get away unscathed, you fool. Besides, a new branch manager has been appointed in Korea. I don't want to cause more trouble." As soon as these words were out, the face of the person opposite him immediately turned ugly. What? A branch manager? Could it be a scale-level member? The key figures, also known as members of the Chaos Guild, are divided into 5 levels. Silver, Preacher, Roger, Scale, and the highest, Bruce. The mysterious leader of the Chaos organization, said to be the one who once murdered one of the 13 heroes, Blood Shadow. An S-class member is someone who can survive when coordinating with Blood Shadow and only get a scar. That's why the person talking to DWI Kwong was so surprised. He asked in a trembling voice, "An S-class member is in Korea?" DWI Kwong nodded slightly and replied, "But don't let this get out." At this, DWI Kwong poured himself a glass of wine. He took a casual sip, ignoring the bewildered person opposite him. A moment later, the other person spoke. "We will handle the inspection department for you." These words stunned DWI Kwong. He continued, "We will also help establish the Chaos Guild in Korea." In other words, he said his people would help the new branch manager secure his position. So this was a chance for DWI Kwong to score points with that person. Hearing this, DWI Kwong suddenly smirked. "Not just a VIP, but a VVIP. What's the mission?" The person opposite him said casually, "Just don't kill him." DWI Kwong crushed the wine glass in his hand, a malicious smile on his face. "So crippling him is fine, right?" A few days later, Sigu was still recovering in the hospital. He still trained regularly, although the progress of his special traits was much slower. But at least it was still increasing a little. However, there was still one thing that left Sigu a little speechless. Fenra was still bringing him animals. Today, it was a rabbit. Sigu couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Is this kid hunting in the mountains or something? And how did it manage to bring back a rabbit in the middle of the city? It's been a few days. It should stop soon. That was his thought. But Sigu had underestimated Fenrir's persistence. The next day, while he was training in the courtyard, he received a deer. The day after was even more amazing. The thing it brought was a large eagle. It even caught the king of the sky. It's so amazing. Sigu was truly speechless. How could it catch these animals? Is it going to bring back a bear next? Early the next morning, as the sun began to rise, Sigu had just stepped out of his room when he ran into something blocking his way. When he looked closely, he found it was a bear. He really wanted to curse. "You really get what you think of." Sigu glanced at Fenrir standing by his leg. Its expression was extremely sincere, as if it was saying it really hoped its master would like it. Sigu sighed helplessly. "I have to take some special measures to end this situation." Sigu continued to receive Fenrir's gifts until the end of the week. He was then discharged from the hospital and returned home. Sia opened the door and saw Sigu. She exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you back? Are your injuries okay?" Sigu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It wasn't a serious illness." That's what he said, But if Chaiene hadn't taken him to the hospital, Sigu might have died right there. He didn't want Sia to worry, so he said that. With that thought, Sigu smiled and said, "More importantly, how are you? You didn't skip your medicine just because I wasn't here, did you?" Sia pouted at the mention of medicine and said, "I already told you. I won't do that anymore." Sigu glared at her and asked seriously, "You're also taking the herbal medicine without skipping a single dose, right?" Sia clutched her stomach as if she wanted to vomit and said, "Just thinking about it makes my stomach protest." She still looked unwell. She probably hasn't recovered much yet. It seems he needs to raise his divine medicine proficiency. Thinking of this, Sigu smiled and said, "By the way, I want to ask you something." He asked her if she liked puppies. Sia was a little surprised. She asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly asking about puppies?" Just then, Fenra poked its head in from outside and barked. Sia was immediately overjoyed. Sigu was a little helpless, not knowing how to explain. Before he could say anything more, she rushed over to pet Fenra. Seeing this, Sigu quickly reminded her, "Be careful." Sia held Fenra in her arms, looked up at him, and asked doubtfully, "Why?" He scratched his head shyly and explained, "Because it might bite." Hearing this, Sia immediately smiled and said, "Don't say that. It's not a big deal if it bites." Sigu felt a little helpless in his heart. She just doesn't know. If it really bit, this world would be doomed. While he was thinking, Sia asked happily, "What's this little guy's name, brother?" Sigu was about to say Fenra's real name, but before he could, she cut him off. "If you haven't named it yet, can I?" He was a little helpless, but still agreed. The new name Sia gave Fenra was Hadori. Sigu didn't expect such a strange name. Sia saw his reaction and asked doubtfully, "You don't like it?" He quickly shook his head, sighing inwardly. Her naming sense is still the same. Sia didn't care about him anymore, playing with Hadori in her arms. "You like this name, right?" Hadori wagged its tail at her, indicating that it liked it very much. The person and the wolf played happily together. Sigu watched from the side, a little helpless. Fenra really likes the name Hadori. How did it learn to live in the human world so quickly? Ignoring his thoughts, Sia hugged Hadori and exclaimed happily, "So from now on, your name will be Hadori." Sigu watched her excitement and didn't think much more. He thought the name would be a good start for the abandoned kid. The next morning, at the lowest basement level of the SH Hunter Guild headquarters, this was the training room. Sigu rushed to this place to meet Chaiene. The two sat opposite each other. Chaiene was the first to speak. "First, we still have to settle the contract as promised. After deducting the deposit, the remaining amount is 9 billion, right?" Her speed was very fast. As soon as the price was settled, she transferred the money to Sigu. He checked his phone, then nodded and said, "I got it." Seeing the balance in his account reach 10 billion, Siugu's heart was doing the hip-hop. 10.6 billion. This number is equivalent to the savings of a family of 4 for 277 years. While he was happy, Chaiene spoke again. "If there's nothing wrong, I can discuss the tuition fee. But before that, can you demonstrate your swordsmanship skills?" Sigu nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You can watch me perform live and then decide." In fact, he wasn't sure what she could pay, so he would let her decide for herself. With that thought, Sigu suggested, "Can I borrow a real sword?" Soon after, Chaiene brought a sword to Sigu. He took it and began to explain, "There are a total of 3 types of swordsmanship that I will demonstrate for you right now." Chaiene exclaimed in surprise, "3 types of swordsmanship?" He nodded slightly and replied, "I've screened them to choose what's suitable for you. But it's hard to choose just one. So, tell me which one you feel is most suitable. Joining the membership is really too expensive. As you stay in the guild longer, the membership fee will increase even more." Sigu had only just seen a few moves and didn't know if he could perform them, but he still firmly swung the sword. The first type of sword that Sigu showed Chaiene was called the Heaven-Shattering Divine Sword, learned from Xiangyu. Soon after, he was seen lightly turning on the balls of his feet, shifting his weight to his right foot. He slashed down with the sword. A powerful energy instantly appeared in the air. Chaiene watched from the outside, truly speechless. She couldn't even see the movement of the sword. Siugu's sword-wielding speed became faster and faster. Every movement was very principled. A moment later, a powerful aura appeared. The more Chaiene watched, the more terrified she became. Sigu's movements were too fast. Unlike before, he had swung the sword very slowly. However, the pressure that the sword strike created was unmistakable. Just then, Sigu said in a low voice, "Next, I will show you the dragon-slaying sword technique." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand began to dance in the air again. He was extremely focused at this moment. A stream of blood-red energy was seen emanating from within the sword. It wrapped around Chaiene, who was standing not far away, as fast as lightning. Her face instantly panicked. Before she could recover from her surprise, Sigu had already switched to another move. The last thing I'll show you is called the Tai Chi sword. Soon after, he continued to perform the moves he had learned, leaving Chaiene mesmerized. A normal sword in his hand was like a divine weapon, continuously emitting powerful streams of energy. They were seen constantly colliding with each other, wrapping around each other, and in a moment, they merged into one. Soon after, they turned into a stream of dark energy, quickly spreading through the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Chaiene was led from one surprise to another by him, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Sigu had finished his last move. He glanced at her and asked, "These are the 3 types of swordsmanship I can teach you. Which one do you like?" At the same time, next to the SH Hunter Guild headquarters, a black car was parked there, seemingly waiting for something. The driver in the front said with some dissatisfaction, "I can't even confirm if they've come out. What the hell are they doing in there?" Dwi Kwong in the back heard this and snorted. "I guess Min Sigu helped Han Chaiene with something. He looks pretty strong. It seems he's learned a lot." His subordinate asked if he would continue to watch. He fell silent. A moment later, Dwi Kwong licked his lips like a pervert. He snorted and said, "That Min Sigu. Did you notice he has a younger sister?" Hearing this, the subordinate was immediately panicked. He said hesitantly, "If we cause trouble outside the mission, it will cause problems. If the investigation agency finds out about this, Li Minyoung will get involved." But before he could finish, Dwi Kwong cut him off. "Don't worry. The people behind the council will handle it. We'll just play with his sister for a bit. It won't take long." He told his subordinate to just think about it. Sigu would voluntarily crawl to them as soon as he found out they had taken Sia. At this, Dwi Kwong raised an eyebrow smugly. "So, let's go get that sister. I want Min Sigu's sister." Elsewhere, at the training room of the SH Hunter headquarters, Chaiene still hadn't regained her composure after seeing Sigu's swordsmanship, despite him constantly calling her from the side. A moment later, she finally answered in a daze, "I'm listening." Sigu frowned at her and asked in a low voice, "Which sword style do you like the most?" Hearing this, Chaiene hesitated for a moment and didn't answer for a long time. Sigu knew what she was thinking and quickly said, "If you find it hard to choose, why don't you try it yourself?" With that, he handed her the sword. Chaiene took it with a slight start. She took a deep breath to calm down. Then, she imitated Sigu's movements. She started to wield the sword. It could be said that she learned very quickly, but Sigu still noticed that she was lacking something. A moment later, Chaiene sheathed her sword. She also noticed that there was a problem with her movements. She asked in a low voice, "Am I missing something?" Sigu nodded slightly and replied, "Try the other sword styles too." Of course, he didn't want her to give up. For the sake of his pension, he had to get this tutoring fee. In the afternoon, Sigu was on the bus back. He had told Hercules about teaching swordsmanship to Chaiene. He pouted and said, "Of course she can't keep up. How can a mortal grasp our power?" Sigu said unwillingly, "But I can, and I'm also learning divine martial arts from you." Hercules snorted and said, "That's because you can use our power." He asked him when he first asked him to teach him about divine martial arts. "Do you remember why I said no at that time?" Sigu thought for a moment before speaking. "Yes. You said it was too complicated." After he finished speaking, Hercules shook his head in denial. "It's not that." Sigu fell into deep thought again. After a long while, he spoke. "You said you would only teach me divine martial arts if I knew how to use super strength, and also that my mental state was rotten." Hearing this, Hercules was immediately panicked. He quickly denied it. "That's not what I meant. Just like you need a foundation to learn divine martial arts, it's the same with the techniques of other gods." Hercules said it was because Chaiene had no foundation. The fact that she could follow Siogu's movements was already a miracle. Siogu heard this and frowned, asking, "The fact that I can use them without subscribing to the membership?" Hercules slowly explained, "I think it's because you're an exception. You said you have a trait, right? But you've actually awakened." He thought that being an awakened without a trait was actually Siogu's trait. He had also said that he couldn't get the power of the gods just by subscribing to their channels. To be precise, this means a new existence cannot be overwritten on something that has already been printed. What Siogu calls a trait is the uniqueness of existence, which makes his current trait unable to be overwritten by anything else, because that action is no different from denying his own existence. However, just as it doesn't matter what Siogu writes on a blank piece of paper, his existence is a unique existence. This means that he can learn the traits of the gods without any problems. After hearing this, Siogu frowned and asked, "Does this mean that no one else but me can learn the skills from GoTube?" Hercules nodded slightly and replied, "Perhaps that's really the case." Hearing this, Siogu's heart ached. "No way. So that means I can't teach Chaiene? Oh, my pension." But at that moment, Hercules gave Siogu a glimmer of hope. "If you teach her something you created yourself, it's fine." Elsewhere, in front of Siogu's house, Dwi Kwang's subordinate had arrived. He hesitated for a moment, then pushed the doorknob and entered. However, the door was locked. He broke the lock without hesitation. Dwi Kwang's subordinate stepped inside. He quickly found Sia sleeping soundly in her bed. Seeing the little girl, a smug look appeared on his face. After all, they needed to lure that Siogu out to deal with him. It wouldn't matter if he touched this little girl now, right? Just as Dwi Kwang's subordinate was about to do something indecent to Sia, he suddenly heard a noise. He clearly hadn't sensed any other presence just now, but at this moment, he had a feeling that someone else was in the house. Soon after, the subordinate went around searching and saw Hadori lying in a corner. Elsewhere, on the bus back to Siogu's home, he was still talking to Hercules. "If I teach her, will she understand?" Hercules nodded and replied, "Yes. Although mortals can't learn our martial arts, if you learn it yourself and teach her, there's no problem, because not everyone can learn and understand our power." Hearing this, Siogu was overjoyed. "So I can still teach her martial arts from GoTube. So it's true that she will learn and understand what I say, right?" Hercules reminded him, "Among the sword techniques you mentioned, Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi divine art is a little different. It's a very important concept in martial arts. I even found it useful when developing my own divine martial arts." He said if Siogu subscribed to Zhang Sanfeng's channel, he would be able to learn the Tai Chi divine art. After learning it, he could even create a martial art based on it. Creating a new martial art and then teaching it would be no problem. Siogu felt that his pension was back. He smiled happily and said, "Does that mean if I learn the Tai Chi divine art, I'll be able to practice divine martial arts naturally too?" Hercules raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Exactly." Siogu frowned in thought. Creating a new martial art is not an easy task, but he was sure there wouldn't be any more problems if he did that. With that thought, Siogu looked at Hercules gratefully. "Anyway, thank you for letting me know this." Hercules shook his head slightly and pouted. "You're welcome. If you're grateful, then when will you give me the new content you mentioned last time?" With a slight smile, Siogu opened his mouth casually. "Let me handle this first, then I'll tell you later. Because what I'm about to tell you this time is a bit complicated." Hercules was not in a hurry either. The two of them talked like that until the bus stopped at the station near Siogu's house. Siogu quickly got off and walked on the path to his house. It's not easy to create a new martial art of your own. So how can he teach Chaiene a martial art based on the Tai Chi divine art? Siogu was lost in thought as he returned home. But as soon as he arrived, he saw the doorknob lying on the ground. Instantly, Siogu's expression changed. He quickly ran into the house to check on Sia's situation. Fortunately, the little girl was still lying peacefully in her bed, fast asleep. Only then did Siogu let out a sigh of relief. But a second later, Siogu saw a man lying on the ground, his body covered in scratches. Hadori stood beside him, wagging its tail. He sighed helplessly. Why is this guy lying unconscious in the house? But very quickly, Siogu thought of something. He patted Hadori's head and asked suspiciously, "Did you protect her?" Hadori, feeling loved, rubbed against his leg, as if seeking affection. Sigu knew his guess was right. He had never seen him before. Judging from his energy, he must be an awakened, not an ordinary person. Although he didn't know why he broke into his house, he was sure he had no good intentions. Thinking of this, Sigu felt very lucky to have Hadori here. He patted its head and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I'm also sorry, but can you watch the house for me for a while?" Hadori seemed to understand his words and wagged its tail without hesitation. After giving his instructions, Sigu narrowed his eyes at the man lying on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent. A moment later, Dwi Kwang's subordinate finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself tied to a chair. Before he could understand what was happening, a gloomy voice spoke up. "You're awake." He immediately looked up and saw Sigu standing in front of him. He trembled and stammered, "Min Sigu, how did you?" Sigu was surprised. He actually knew his name. He glared at the subordinate and said in a deep voice, "Now I'm going to ask you a few questions. All you need to do is answer honestly." Hearing this, Dwi Kwang's subordinate snorted and laughed mockingly. "You crazy bastard." Sigu looked at him silently, then heard him continue to laugh. "You think you can hold me with something like this?" But as soon as Dwi Kwang's subordinate finished speaking, Sigu placed his hand on his shoulder. His voice was full of sarcasm. "Just as I thought. You didn't come to my house with good intentions, did you?" Although it was just a light squeeze on the shoulder, the man screamed in agony. But Sigu had no intention of listening to his voice and covered his mouth with his hand. In an instant, his strength made it impossible for the man to resist at all. Sigu glared at him and warned coldly, "You have a mouth. If Sia wakes up, I'll skip the questions. I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him in the stomach. Before Dwi Kwang's subordinate could even scream, he heard Siugu's voice, full of killing intent, continue. "I'm not the type to trust words from guys who still have all their limbs." A moment later, in a dark alley, a group of people who looked like they were up to no good were gathered. However, someone's appearance broke the silence of the alley. The person who came was none other than Sigu. He dropped Dwi Kwang's subordinate to the ground. He glared at the house in front of him and shouted, "Where are you, Dwi Kwang?" As soon as they saw Sigu, the people in front were on high alert. Not hearing an answer, Sigu repeated, "Dwi Kwang, where are you?" The thugs fell silent again. They felt that he was here to die. Then some of them started to laugh mockingly. "Don't act so foolish. Go back home before something bad happens." The man asked him if he knew who Dwi Kwang was. "Unless you want to die, you should get out of here now." Unfortunately, Sigu didn't care about his warning. He asked coldly, "Where is Dwi Kwang?" This made the thugs angry. One of them said impatiently, "You bastard. You need a beating to wake up." But as soon as he finished speaking, his collar was grabbed by Sigu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "I asked you where he is." This sudden action startled the thug. The thug pursed his lips and said, "Let go of me, you bastard." But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. His face turned ugly as if he had stepped on poop. Sigu didn't want to waste any more words on him. He punched him directly. Seeing this, the people behind were immediately panicked. They shouted aggressively, "Do you know where you are?" Soon after, they all charged forward together. Unfortunately, Sigu didn't pay any attention to them. He casually took a step. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy rushed forward. The ground was shattered by him, and rocks and debris flew everywhere. But he didn't care, clenching his hand into a fist. Sigu didn't hesitate to throw a punch, sending the few people who had just reached him flying like broken kites. Even more surprisingly, Siugu's figure suddenly disappeared. The others couldn't keep up. Their faces turned ugly. By the time they realized it, Sigu was already behind them. At this moment, the arrogance on their faces was gone. Sigu glared at them and asked coldly, "I'll ask again. Where is Dwi Kwang?" At the same time, at the Soul Hunter Inspection Department, Suwa ran in a panic to report, "Captain, the Chaos Guild has made a move." Hearing this news, Min Young immediately exclaimed in a panic, "Have you confirmed their location?" Suwa shook her head slightly and said in a panic, "Not yet, but the traces are clear, so we should find them soon." Min Young didn't dare to be careless. She quickly gave an order. "Summon all members of Team 4. and request backup from all available resources. Mobilize even the guards who can't move anymore. Suwa immediately nodded and accepted the order, then turned and ran. Minyoung felt that she had to go too. But at that moment, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. A low voice followed. "Captain Lee, wait. I'm sorry to do this when you're busy." A man stood there, a fake smile on his face. "An urgent incident has just occurred. It seems this will require your presence." Minyoung bluntly refused. "I don't think I can do that right now." The other person knew she would refuse and wasn't surprised. He opened his mouth casually. "This is an order from the Chief Justice." These words startled Minyoung. With a slight smile, the other person continued, "A C-rank dungeon break has occurred in Sando. I think you should get there quickly." Minyoung hesitated for a moment. She pursed her lips and said, "Do I really have to go? Please send another team." But the man was very persistent. He smirked and said, "I heard you requested backup. If so, can I refuse that request? I don't think the Chief Justice would agree. So you should still prepare to go." Hearing this, Minyoung gritted her teeth fiercely. She couldn't believe this bastard was from the Chief Justice's department of the Hunter Inspection Department. With that thought, she snorted and said, "Whether I get fired or not, just do as you say." With that, she ran off in one go, ignoring the person behind her who was constantly calling her. Elsewhere, in that small alley, the number of thugs had now increased. They even had weapons in their hands, looking extremely aggressive. Sigu stood opposite them. There were about 100 not so ordinary awakened. This battle would not be easy, but these bastards had touched Sia. If he let this go, if he showed weakness here, these bastards wouldn't know their place. Then they would target Sia again next time. So, Sigu decided to crush them right here. With their rotten personalities, they usually acted on instinct rather than reason. He had to imprint fear onto their instincts instead of reasoning, making them remember not to mess with Sigu, so that they would scream in fear at the mention of his name. As soon as he thought of it, Sigu charged forward like a moth to a flame without hesitation. He threw a punch at them. With just this punch, a group of people was sent flying. Seeing this, the remaining people were scared. One of them quickly reminded, "Don't be foolish and charge straight in. Surround him and attack." At the same time, Sigu was also thinking of a countermeasure for himself. In a battle with many enemies, they would charge in with 3, 5 at most. They knew that more would make attacking many people less effective. A dozen of them had formed a large formation, attacking uniformly to avoid getting in each other's way, and acting in harmony with others in a military formation. Remembering what Confucius had once taught, the key to breaking the enemy's military formation is very simple. The gate of life and the gate of death. One can start by distinguishing between the two. And Sigu was now doing as he taught. He took advantage of the enemy's opening, charging forward with powerful energy. Although Sigu still couldn't fully understand all of his words, he could somewhat see it. A small path between the charging enemies. It was a very large gate of life. At this moment, powerful energy continuously erupted in the small alley. Countless people were sent flying. The thugs watched as Sigu continuously charged through a crowd of people, their faces immediately turning ugly. On the other hand, Sigu was also very tired after a while of fighting. Confucius had once taught him the weak points of the human body. He was now using it to paralyze the thugs. But their numbers were too large. The gate of death was everywhere. Not a single gate of life could be seen. Before long, Sigu was also surrounded. Sigu closed his eyes and thought. No matter how strong he was, it was very difficult to face hundreds of people charging at him at the same time. Hercules had once said that no one can fight against a whole group, because just a group of minions gathering is already complicated enough. So when he was completely surrounded with no way out, he had to open a path with his own strength, sweeping through and charging out. Dwi Kwang's close subordinate woke up and saw this scene, trembling like a leaf. Impossible. Is that guy a monster? Sigu used Hercules' super strength to sweep through the people surrounding him. And so, as he took down one by one, a path would automatically open up. During the fight, the commotion in the alley was too loud, attracting Dwi Kwang's attention inside. He ran out and asked, "What's all the noise?" The subordinate didn't answer. Dwi Kwang stepped outside and asked coldly, "What's going on again? Which bastard is it?" But before he could get an answer, A powerful surge of energy immediately rushed towards him. Dwi Kwang's face instantly panicked. The overwhelming sense of danger made him vigilant. But it was too late. Sigu had already charged towards him from the crowd. He didn't hesitate to throw a punch. The speed of his attack was too fast. Dwi Kwang couldn't keep up, nor could he dodge. So he was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. Sigu glared at him with eyes full of killing intent. He clearly wanted to kill Dwi Kwang right here. Sigu's punch was too strong. When Dwi Kwang's body slid down the ground, it left a huge dent in the wall. Seeing this, the thugs behind were immediately panicked, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Brother Dwi Kwang, a high-level executive, was taken down in one blow. Of course, this was too hard to believe. Dwi Kwang hadn't even managed to land a single blow. He couldn't have been knocked out like that. At the same time, Sigu, who was standing in front of Dwi Kwang, was also very surprised. Even after that powerful punch of his, although he spat out fresh blood, Dwi Kwang could still stand up. He was still alive. Dwi Kwang also secretly observed Sigu. He had felt a clear danger. From his appearance and the aura he exuded, he seemed like a weak and useless person. But Sigu's punch just now, although it was a surprise attack, if Dwi Kwang hadn't reduced the force immediately, he would have been dead for sure. Thinking of this, Dwi Kwang wiped the blood from his mouth and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Sigu didn't answer, asking back in a low voice, "Was it you? Were you the one who ordered Sia's kidnapping?" Hearing this name, Dwi Kwang remembered something. He pouted and asked, "Are you Min Sigu?" Sigu didn't answer. He opened his mouth seriously. "I asked if you were the one who ordered Sia's kidnapping." Hearing this, Dwi Kwang nodded in understanding. So it's true. Now that he looked closely, he was indeed the person he had seen in the mission request. But didn't it say he was a D-rank hunter? It's really impossible to believe the words of those high-level people. Not hearing the answer he wanted, Sigu asked back impatiently, "I'm asking you one last time. Were you the one who ordered Sia's kidnapping?" "What if I say yes?" Dwi Kwang didn't take him seriously, snorting contemptuously. "You're not the weakling described in the mission, but that's all there is to it." But as soon as he finished speaking, Sigu's figure disappeared. By the time Dwi Kwang looked closely again, he was already in front of him. In that dark alley, powerful energy instantly erupted. However, Sigu's punch was caught by Dwi Kwang. He smirked. Not bad speed. Although he said that, Dwi Kwang was very panicked in his heart. He had focused all his senses, but he still lost track of Sigu's movements for a moment. He really wasn't bad, but that's all there was to it. With that thought, Dwi Kwang twisted Sigu's arm, making it impossible for him to move. He said with a smirk, "But your strength seems a little lacking." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark alley suddenly shook violently. Dwi Kwang still held Sigu's fist tightly, saying contemptuously, "From what I can see, you seem to have an ability related to strength." Soon after, Dwi Kwang's body transformed, becoming a giant. Sigu in front of him was like an ant. In Dwi Kwang's eyes, his ability was just a low-level thing. He didn't hesitate to punch Sigu. He was sent back a few steps just like that. Blood was also trickling from the corner of Sigu's mouth. He wiped it away and glared at the person opposite him. Dwi Kwang didn't back down, looking at him. "You bastard." Although Dwi Kwang said that, he was really surprised. Sigu actually countered in that instant. Didn't they say he was just a D-rank hunter? Who made that assessment? Thinking of this, Dwi Kwang smirked again. "So you're Min Sigu." Dwi Kwang said he would overlook everything he had done so far. Hearing this, his subordinates were immediately panicked. They didn't expect him to let it go so easily. Just then, they heard Dwi Kwang seriously suggest, "Join the Chaos Guild." His close subordinate quickly came over to stop him, but before he could finish, Dwi Kwang scolded, "Shut up." Seeing his reaction, the subordinates were startled. He was actually serious. Dwi Kwang was really serious. He said as if to himself, "Why would someone with your strength want to live a normal life? We are special. We are a superior species compared to those mortal insects out there." Dwi Kwang asked Sigu if he didn't find it unfair. Why be bound by rules? In short, he was advising him to live an inhuman life like himself. DWI Kwong was unwilling that special people had to sacrifice for weaker ones. Sigu listened silently to his nonsense. He basically didn't hear a word. It was like a dog barking. But DWI Kwong on this side was constantly brainwashing Sigu. The strong should oppress the weak. The strong should possess everything. Here, only strength is justice and power. There are no laws or rules. If you want something, just take it. If you want to do something, just do it. Finally, Sigu lost his patience and cut him off. What are you rambling about? I'm not really listening. Is your stupid story over? His words made DWI Kwong's face change. He bit his lip fiercely and asked, gnashing his teeth, "Is it because of your sister?" To be swayed by such feelings at this point is truly foolish. With a slight snort, Sigu said coldly, "Why is being swayed by feelings foolish?" DWI Kwong glared at him, pouting contemptuously. A heart that is easily swayed by trivial feelings, that is the definition of weakness. Sigu snorted and cut him off. No, that is the meaning of being human. An animal like you wouldn't understand that. How foolish, DWI Kwong said coldly. I valued you and gave you a chance. If you want to throw away your life so badly, then don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to change. DWI Kwong snorted coldly and said, "You can't win against me." Soon after, he slammed down a punch. But before he could retract his hand, DWI Kwong's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He had actually been pushed back. Even more so, DWI Kwong had probably been hit. He didn't even know when. While he was thinking, Sigu charged forward fiercely. DWI Kwong shouted unwillingly, "It won't happen again." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm to counterattack. The two powerful forces quickly collided. Just then, Sigu suddenly retreated, preparing to gain momentum for an attack. DWI Kwong's face instantly turned ugly. He felt like he was hallucinating. It can't be. He's too strong. While DWI Kwong was distracted, Sigu landed a punch on his stomach. This one punch sent DWI Kwong flying, his body crashing hard to the ground. DWI Kwong trembled and pointed at Sigu, warning, "The Chaos Guild will not let you go. Do you think they will spare you after what you've done?" Sigu snorted coldly and said without backing down, "Just try me. I'll destroy the Chaos Guild with my own hands." Hearing this, DWI Kwong immediately shouted in anger, "Are you declaring war? All by yourself?" Sigu glared at him and said coldly, "Open your eyes and look clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped by a powerful surge of energy. Seeing this, the people behind were immediately panicked. Sigu didn't care about their reaction. He had already charged forward, raising his leg high in preparation to kick down. His movement made DWI Kwong's face show a look of terror. This is not just imitation anymore. This is beyond the reach of humanity. This is something impossible to achieve. What Sigu was using was the first form of Hercules' divine martial arts. Siugu's leg came down fiercely. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by a powerful force. A moment later, Minyoung's guard team finally arrived. Minyoung frowned and asked, "What's the situation?" Her subordinate frowned and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Honestly, I think it would be better for you to see for yourself. It was like this when we arrived." Minyoung heard this and went to look. Sure enough, the situation was dire. People were lying all over the ground. She frowned and asked, "Are they all unconscious?" The subordinate shook his head slightly. "Not really. There are still a few who are conscious. What should we do now?" Minyoung thought for a moment before speaking. "Start by confirming their identities. As for those who are unconscious, verify their identities as soon as they wake up. Check their records to see if they have a criminal history. If there are charges of murder, intentional bodily or mental harm of level 2 or higher." Minyoung ordered them to be executed on the spot. Her subordinate immediately nodded and accepted the order. Minyoung also ordered Sua to stay and help them. Soon after, she slowly walked forward to check the situation. She saw DWI Kwong lying on the ground. She recognized him. This bastard was someone the 4th Guard team would have a hard time dealing with. Even if they attacked at the same time, even if Minyoung herself stepped in, she couldn't have beaten him this badly. But now, DWI Kwong had been beaten to the point of lying unconscious on the ground. She couldn't guess who had beaten him to a pulp like this. Elsewhere, In a corner of the alley, Sigu was resting. He was also using divine medicine to heal his injuries. Sigu leaned against the wall and let out a sigh. When will this damn recoil disappear? Although the dragon's descent kick was too strong to use on ordinary people, it was very restrained compared to what Sigu had done in Fenra's dungeon. If he had used it like he did back then, he would probably be dead by now. But he could still control divine martial arts to a certain extent. After this battle, not only did his divine martial arts proficiency increase significantly, but also the proficiency of his other attributes. However, Sigu still had a lot of room for improvement. And that bastard Dwi Kwong was really strong. So strong that even Duchion couldn't compare to him. A war against an international criminal organization. Someone like him would surely appear before Sigu again at any time. However, he had no intention of letting those bastards go either, because they dared to touch Sia. Before, Dwi Kwong's subordinate had said that he had received a request to deal with Sigu. To lure him in, they had also targeted Sia. If it weren't for Hadori, it would have been over this time. It must still be working hard because Sigu had told it to be on high alert. Maybe he should try giving it something. He returned home with a happy mood. Elsewhere, at the company's office, a person sat on a chair and asked in a low voice, Dwi Kwong was defeated? Who could have done such a thing? The person standing in front of him bowed his head and replied softly, Min Sigu. He's a D-rank hunter. Hearing this, the other person immediately pursed his lips and cursed. A silver-level executive lost to a D-rank hunter? This person was the scale-level executive of the Chaos Guild, Duchion. Hearing his voice, the subordinate was immediately scared. He said, trembling, although it hasn't been confirmed, but before he could finish, Duchion cut him off coldly. You just gave me unconfirmed information? The pressure from him made the subordinate unbearable. He said, trembling, that's because the guard bureau. As soon as these words were out, Duchion's face darkened. The guard bureau? The subordinate quickly nodded and said, they've secured the scene. Although some of our members are still alive, they've all gone crazy. Duchion instinctively frowned and asked, then why do you say Min Sigu is behind this? The subordinate quickly explained, before this incident, Dwi Kwong had received a mission. The main target was Min Sigu. Duchion gnashed his teeth and asked, that bastard Sigu wasn't caught, right? The subordinate nodded slightly. Duchion frowned and thought, could a D-rank hunter defeat a silver-level executive? Although Sigu was Dwi Kwong's final target, he just thought it was a coincidence. It would make more sense to say the guard bureau was behind this. That butcher Min Young was fully capable of doing something like this. While he was thinking, the subordinate spoke again. Although some members were lucky enough to escape, they all had a special reaction. When they heard the name Min Sigu, they were all scared to death. The fear must have been deeply ingrained in their minds. Hearing this, Duchion felt that all the evidence pointed to Sigu. So that means he's not really a D rank, but deliberately stayed at that rank. And while Sigu was hiding his identity, he single-handedly destroyed a cluster of the Chaos Guild and the underworld within Soul's scope. So he was the target of the organization's mission. Thinking of this, Duchion's face immediately turned ugly. He gnashed his teeth and said, this is his warning. That bastard. The subordinate was a little scared. He asked hesitantly, should we go after him? Duchion nodded and replied, tell all members of the Chaos Guild to keep an eye on Min Sigu. Normally, he would have caught and killed him right away, but this time it involved the guard bureau, so this was not the right time to act. With that thought, he asked, how deeply is the guard bureau involved? The subordinate quickly replied, Bei Gong-hee, the commander-in-chief of the guard bureau, has also taken action. At the same time, at the Soul Hunter Inspection Headquarters, Min Young was called into the room and scolded as soon as she returned. You acted like that because you're confident in your skills, right? Then why don't you just take my position? This person was Kim GP, the police chief of the Hunter Guard Bureau, Soul Branch. He was extremely angry. Not only did you ignore my orders, you also killed dozens of people. Min Young knew she was wrong. She said in a low voice, I'm sorry. But while confirming their identities, we found that those people were all notorious criminals. GP didn't want to hear it. He pointed and yelled, you still dare to talk back to me? Even if they were criminals, they were all unable to resist. Do you know what that means? What you just did was murder, not self-defense. Min Young didn't dare to speak anymore, only able to apologize. But GP told her to take off her uniform. Hearing this, her subordinate immediately protested. The captain was just fulfilling her duty as a guard. Unfortunately, GP was a tyrant. He cut her off coldly. Silence. Normally, you would all be dismissed as well. I'll only pursue it this far. So stop complaining and take off your uniforms. Min Young bit her lip fiercely, hesitated for a long time, and finally agreed, despite her subordinate's protests. She took off her uniform while cursing. It's unfair. You're doing this because you're afraid you'll be arrested for taking bribes and protecting criminals, right, Police Chief Kim? Hearing this, GP's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He slammed the table and shouted, "What did you say?" Min Young glared at him and said coldly, "I'll take off my uniform, so leave them alone, Police Chief Kim." GP coughed twice. All right. But at that moment, someone from behind came forward and said, "In my opinion, you should leave Captain Lee alone." Everyone was startled and turned to look. As soon as they saw the person who had arrived, their faces changed. The person who came was none other than the Commander-in-Chief of the Guard Bureau, Bei Gonghe. He smiled and said, "The Chaos Guild has made a move, so of course I should come. Isn't that right?" At this, Gonghe glared at GP and questioned coldly, "Or does the person holding the position of police chief not understand the danger of the Chaos Guild? I just heard someone say you're harboring criminals." GP panicked and denied it. "It's a misunderstanding, sir." But Gonghe snorted coldly. "Even if it's a misunderstanding, everything will be revealed after the investigation." At this, he turned to look at Min Young and smiled slightly. "Am I right, Captain Lee?" She was a little startled. After reacting, she nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Gonghe stared at her intently for a long time before suggesting, "I want to talk to you in private. Can you spare me some time?" Soon after, the two entered a private room. Gonghe got straight to the point. "Let me be direct. Did you do this?" Min Young was momentarily worried. He was a decisive factor in preventing criminal organizations from operating in Korea. He was the son of Bei Gongbong, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Seeing that she didn't answer, Gonghe spoke again. "I've heard about this case. You must have had to reluctantly kill a few people while quelling the riot, right?" Min Young hesitated for a moment. She was about to answer, but Gonghe cut her off. When the demon world invaded, the awakened were humanity's last hope. While this world was stabilizing, that power could only serve the purpose of making money. But my father said it was just a trend. People like the Chaos Guild are abusing the power they have. Gonghe's father mourned this, but he said he would not go against the flow of the world. Gonghe's father said he could not become justice, but he was different. He thought they could pursue justice if they could not become it. Of course, there still had to be limits. But if you get too close to the mud, you can't help but smell of it. At this, he asked again, "During the riot, did you have to reluctantly kill people?" Min Young hesitated for a moment before pursing her lips and saying, "Sir." Gonghe continued to ask, "Did you do it yourself?" She shook her head and replied, "Not exactly." He asked suspiciously again, "Do you know the culprit?" Min Young said respectfully, "We checked the security cameras in the area, but we couldn't identify the person who entered and left the scene. Some people were not unconscious, but they were all gone." Startled, Gonghe asked back, "Are they all crazy?" She nodded. Min Young explained in a low voice. To be precise, they couldn't think straight because they were too scared. They kept repeating a name. Gonghe thought for a moment and then guessed, "An S-rank hunter, perhaps?" Min Young shook her head slightly. She said softly, "No, it's a D-rank hunter, Min Sigu." Sigu didn't know he was being watched. He returned home and bought some meat to try giving to Hadori. A moment later, Sia came out of her bedroom. Seeing him, she said, "You're up early." Sigu glanced at her and asked, "Did you sleep well?" He was just asking for the sake of it, because he had already fixed the doorknob. Otherwise, Sia would have seen something strange when she woke up. Fortunately, the god's blacksmithing was not limited to the number of items created, and things like this could happen at any time. Even though Hadori was here, something could still happen. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly occurred to Sigu. Should he build a new house? If he built a new house with the god's blacksmithing, whether it was a dungeon break or a sudden intruder, that house could keep Sia safe. The problem was where to build it. Since Sigu needed to treat Sia's injuries, he couldn't be too far from Seoul. But he had 10 billion won on hand. He thought he should buy the house he was currently living in. As soon as he thought of it, Sigu told Sia he was going out. But as soon as he stepped out of the house, he was blocked by a stranger. The person who came was none other than Bae Gongyi. He smiled at Sigu and asked, "Are you Min Sigu?" Sigu was a little surprised to be called by name. He took a few steps back and looked at him warily. He had never seen him on the news before. But Sigu recognized this person. He was the commander-in-chief of the Hunter Inspection. But what was he doing here? Could it be that he came because of what happened in the underworld yesterday? Thinking of this, Siugu's face immediately became serious. From the Bureau's perspective, this was a very serious case. He should still act cautiously. He had lost his temper because those bastards had messed with Sia. Even so, for the chief inspector to come here personally, it must be important. Sigu forced himself not to be hasty. Taking a deep breath, he said calmly, "Yes, I am Min Sigu." As soon as Sigu finished speaking, Gongyi unleashed his aura. He said coldly, "Are you the one who turned the entire underworld upside down yesterday? After doing that to people, you're still enjoying yourself?" In an instant, Siugu's face showed clear panic. He knows everything. Compared to Dwi Kwang, he's on a completely different level, impossible to win against. Is he going to kill me? I have to run away now. But that intention was quickly extinguished. Sia is still here. If I run, who knows what will happen to her? Although Hadori is also here, it can't possibly defeat Gongyi. While Sigu was at a loss, Gongyi suddenly grabbed his shoulder and said with a smile, "Do you want to become a guard?" Sigu was startled. What does this mean? A moment later, at the bus stop, Sigu still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. He didn't expect Gongyi to ask if he wanted to become a guard. What's the average salary of a guard? Anyway, they're civil servants, so their salary probably isn't high. But I heard that if you're good, you can earn from several hundred million to several billion a year. Sigu felt that wasn't enough. Considering the monthly membership fees he had to pay, even 100 billion won wouldn't be enough. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Why did Gongyi make him an offer? As soon as he refused, he left immediately. So what was the real reason he came to find him? After thinking for a long time, Sigu still couldn't figure it out. He sighed helplessly. What's the point of knowing? I should focus on my work. As he had thought before, Sigu went to find the landlady. She was a little suspicious when she saw him. She asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Sigu replied calmly, "I just want to talk about the house I'm living in. Are you planning to sell it?" The landlady was a little startled. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Sigu was about to explain that he wanted to buy it, but the landlady thought he would have nowhere to live. She smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. As long as you're still here, I won't sell it. House prices are also falling these days." Sigu heard this and waved his hand with a smile. "That's not what I mean. I mean I want to buy it, if you're planning to sell." As soon as these words were out, the landlady's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you have enough money to pay for it?" She nodded. Sigu said cheerfully, "You know, I'm an awakened, so I earn quite a bit. So I'm planning to buy this house." Hearing this, the landlady was immediately overjoyed and sincerely congratulated him. "But why don't you move to another house? This house is quite old, so living here is also difficult." With a slight smile, Sigu said calmly, "It's because I'm quite attached to it." The landlady replied without thinking, "Then I'll sell it to you for 150 million. Sigu heard this and smiled slightly. "That's pretty cheap." The landlady nodded and replied, "I'm glad you know. But building a house is not simple, you know. So you should think about it." The landlady was really kind. Sigu was very grateful to her. He smiled and said, "I want to buy or build a house for my sister to keep her safe. If necessary, I'll spend up to 1 billion won." This number was too shocking. The landlady was so shocked she couldn't speak. After talking with the landlady, Sigu left on a bus. He was thinking as he went, "Building a house is more complicated than I thought. Why are there so many administrative procedures? Transfer registration, building permits, a dozen things. It takes months to get a permit, and he would have to get those documents himself." Thinking of this, Sigu sighed slightly. He hasn't had time to post videos on YouTube these days, and many people are asking. And there's also Zhang Sanfeng's sword class for Chaiene. Sigu has to prepare. But seeing the registration fee of up to 2 billion won a month, Sigu's heart ached and his tears streamed down. But there was no other way. He still had to register. His account balance instantly dropped to just over 7 billion. After deducting the 1 billion for the house, he only had over 6 billion left. The membership registration fee alone was 3 billion a month. Sigu sighed helplessly. His name, it just feels like money doesn't want to stay with him. Now that things have come to this, Sigu decided to go and ask Chaiene himself. A moment later, Sigu arrived at the SH Group's Hunter Guild. Chaiene invited him into the reception room. Sigu looked up at her and had to sigh again. What does she eat to get more beautiful every day? But very quickly, Sigu shook his head to get rid of this thought. Chaiene then spoke. How much is the tuition fee? Sigu coughed twice and said in a deep voice, I will teach twice a week, so the tuition fee is 10 billion a month. What do you think? He thought Chaiene would have to consider for a while, but she didn't even frown. She nodded casually. I understand. Sigu looked at her in a panic. Is 10 billion too small compared to the SH Group, or something? At this moment, he felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for more. As if understanding his thoughts, Chaiene hesitated and said, It's just the right amount I proposed to you. My grandfather wouldn't accept more. Because this fee, I don't pay it all at once, but monthly. Sigu was startled and quickly nodded. Then 10 billion won. 120 billion a year. So for the SH Group, this is nothing. With that thought, he spoke up again. Also, there's something I need your help with. Sigu said he wants to build a new house, but the legal procedures are more complicated than he thought, so he'd like your assistance. After hearing this, Chaiene frowned in thought. After a long moment, she nodded and said, I'll help. Hearing this, Sigu immediately brightened up. Thank you. Still, he felt this was all happening way too fast. After his discussion with Chaiene, Sigu went to Pawang's forge. He had created a piece of equipment, and his blacksmithing skill had increased quite a bit. Seeing the item in Sigu's hand, Pawang couldn't help but be shocked. Have you been practicing while we haven't seen each other? I can't believe something like this could be made. Sigu remained silent. Since he had handed off the complicated procedures to Chaiene, there was only one thing left to do. Just then, So-eun approached from a distance, smiling as she said, I'm here. Pawang glanced at her. What are you doing here? So-eun pouted and replied, I was just passing by and thought of you. Then, So-eun looked over at Sigu and said with a smile, It's been a while, hasn't it? What have you been up to lately? Sigu glanced at her and said in a low voice, I've just been doing some miscellaneous stuff. So-eun asked suspiciously, what kind of stuff? The miscellaneous stuff you mentioned, huh? Clearing a high-level dungeon, shaking up the underworld a bit. I guess you could call that miscellaneous. Of course, Sigu didn't tell So-eun any of this. He just explained, don't worry about it. So-eun didn't press him, nodding in understanding. I get it. But if you need my help with anything, just give me a call, okay? Hearing this, Sigu immediately seized the opportunity. He leaned in close to her face and said, Could I ask you for a favor? So-eun's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as he got close. Sigu scratched his head awkwardly. It's nothing special. I was just wondering if you could help me gather some building materials. So-eun nodded slightly. Sure, but why the sudden request? Sigu replied casually, It's because I'm planning to build a house. So-eun was stunned. Don't tell me you're planning to build the house yourself? He nodded silently, and Sigu admitted it with a slight smile. Hearing this, So-eun looked a bit troubled. I know you have good crafting skills, but making weapons and building a house. Before she could finish, Sigu handed her a piece of paper. These are the materials I need. So-eun took the paper. After seeing the list of materials, she exclaimed in shock, But these aren't building materials. But as soon as she said it, her expression froze. She couldn't help but panic. Are you planning to build a house from materials obtained from monsters? Sigu didn't hesitate to admit it. I'm trying to equip the house with the best things possible. A few days later, at the inspectorate, Song-ji was resting outside the grounds. A man approached him. He looked up and asked, What is it, Captain Park? The man who had arrived was Park Tae-min, captain of the Urban Investigation Team of the Hunter Supervision and Inspection Bureau. He spoke in a low voice. It's about Duchion. He's still lying low. He's probably afraid you'll find out he's just trying to cover up his stubbornness this time. Hearing this, Song-ji took a sip of water and said casually, Is that so? How annoying. His words stunned Tae-min. He smirked and said, Why are you looking at me like that? Should I buy you a can just like this one? Before he could finish, Taemin asked doubtfully, why are you letting him run wild like that? Song-ji frowned at him. Are you talking about Mingu? Taemin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. That's right. Song-ji thought for a moment before speaking. Min-young told me this. Contrary to his appearance, he has a stronger human scent than anyone else. And how long have you been an investigator? Taemin was a bit surprised by the question, but he answered honestly, this is my 7th year. Under that clear blue sky, Song-ji was reminiscing about the past. He had become an awakened at the age of 11. He spent 8 years training with his father, wandered for another 5 years to learn, and then joined the inspectorate, where he had served for 20 years. Song-ji had fought hundreds of criminals and killed countless people. The number of people he had killed probably exceeded the number of monsters he had dealt with. He was sick of humanity. What's worse than monsters? It's people. He could understand why they say, save a thief from the gallows today, and tomorrow he'll come back to cut your throat. Taemin listened to Song-ji's philosophy, unsure how to react. At that moment, he continued, it's simple. I don't trust people. Similarly, when working with them, I always have to be suspicious first. As he spoke, a look of contempt appeared on his face. In my eyes, everyone is a potential criminal. Even so, there are still people I always trust. Can you guess what kind of people they are? Taemin instinctively frowned. He hesitated for a long time before shaking his head. I don't know. With a slight chuckle, Song-ji said calmly, they are the ones who provide for their families. That's not something that can be done easily, you know. It's a sacrifice. However, Min Shirgu has more than one reason. With that, he stood up from his chair, his tone a bit emotional. He has to save his sick sister. Taemin still didn't understand. But the way he's evasive about his rank is still very suspicious. He also single-handedly wiped out the underworld. Shrugging nonchalantly, Song-ji said, who knows if he's hiding his rank or not? Taemin looked at him, stunned, and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Song-ji tossed the can into the trash and said indifferently, people call us human-shaped butchers, but there's one thing you must always remember. We must always point our swords at criminals. He said he loved a world where people could live in peace, just like the world his father had protected. After saying that, he turned to leave. Taemin asked doubtfully, where are you going? He replied coolly, the SH group. Hearing this, the expression on Taemin's face was a bit comical. He asked back in disbelief, the SH group? With a slight chuckle, Song-ji spoke coolly. Didn't I just say we must always point our swords at criminals? Elsewhere, at Pawang's forge, Shirgu was explaining his intentions to So-eun. I'm trying to equip the house with these things. Hearing this, Pawang asked in amazement, you know construction too? Shirgu shook his head and replied, I've never tried, but I think I can do it. Then, he glanced at So-eun and asked, were you able to gather them? So-eun said hesitantly, it's not difficult, but the problem isn't the money. Never mind, the problem definitely includes money. Wyvern scales, or Golem's mana stone, Death Knight's armor. Not only are they materials from high-level monsters, but they're also from monsters that are very difficult to defeat. Furthermore, what So-eun noticed was that these were materials that hunters often use, so it was very difficult to gather the quantity Shirgu wanted. In other words, very few hunters were willing to sell them. Hearing this, Shirgu sighed with a bit of resignation. I understand. Seeing his disappointed reaction, So-eun comforted him. It doesn't mean there's no stock available. You can definitely get them if you're willing to pay. She calculated for a moment, then said, at triple the market price, it would be about 3 billion won. That number was mind-boggling. Although it wasn't a big deal since Jae-gil had already paid her tuition for him, but that amount of money. He thought for a moment. If he lowered the standards, Sea's safety wouldn't be guaranteed, so he couldn't be careless. With that thought, Shirgu looked up at So-eun and said, for now, could you help me buy whatever is available? So-eun nodded without hesitation. I'll do my best. With So-eun's help, Shirgu felt a bit more at ease. But the biggest problem wasn't that few hunters were willing to sell them. Suddenly, Shirgu realized a problem. He could just go gather them himself. But thinking that the monsters were at least B rank, while Shirgu was only D rank, he hesitated. There's no way they would allow a D rank hunter to hunt B rank monsters. To do this, Shirgu thought he should start by raising his hunter rank. There are two main ways for a hunter to rank up. The first way is to accumulate achievements and wait for your skills to be recognized. The second way is to raise your hunter rank through a reevaluation test. Actually, only the first method existed initially. However, a rare phenomenon called reawakening occurred, so the second method was added. Reawakening is also divided into two types: awakening a new feature or enhancing an existing trait. Although the exact reason for this phenomenon has not been found, cases of reawakening still occur sometimes. This meant that Shirgu's hunter rank had a chance to change with a reevaluation, with the traits he currently had from the Gods channel. All of his traits were S rank or higher. Shirgu felt there was no need to waste any more time. He had to go right away. Putting his thoughts into action, Shirgu told Pong and So-eun that he was going out. Elsewhere, at the SH group, Chae-gil had gone to see her aunt. Mina was surprised to see her. She teased, "Did the sun rise in the west? Why has my niece come to visit me?" Mina raised an eyebrow at her. "Niece, it's been a while. You must have had a hard time lately. But thanks to your hard work, the group has stabilized again." Chae-gil shook her head and replied casually, "I only did my duty. It was thanks to your constant efforts that the company stabilized, Director." Hearing this, Mina couldn't help but chuckle. "You haven't changed at all. But how long has it been? You still call me Director?" Chae-gil was slightly startled. She bowed her head and said, "That's because I've come to see you as the Director, not as my aunt." Mina looked at her rigid niece, a sense of helplessness rising in her heart. When she was little, she was a very cute child. But her father was forced to leave her in a corporation of people with the same bloodline who were always competitors. From a young age, she had to endure all sorts of scrutiny. As a result, Chae-gil's personality gradually changed. In any case, without her father, Mina wouldn't exist today. Since she was little, her aunt hadn't helped her much. But things were different now. With that thought, Mina placed the teacup on the table and asked casually, "What is the purpose of your visit?" Chae-gil didn't hesitate and directly stated her request. "I want to build a house. Can I borrow the name of SH Construction?" Mina was a bit surprised. She asked doubtfully, "You want to build a villa?" Chae-gil shook her head in denial. "No. As I said, I want to build a house." Mina was in a state of deep shock. It's not that she doesn't like the house she's living in, is it? In that case, this aunt can't just sit back. Mina agreed without hesitation. "I'll tell the chairman, Mr. Park at the SH Construction branch. If he handles the construction directly without subcontractors, it will be built quickly." However, Chae-gil refused. "The house will be built by someone else. Can you just let me borrow the name of SH Construction?" Mina was even more confused. "What do you mean?" At the same time, Shirgu had indeed arrived at the reevaluation waiting room. Out of 100 people requesting a reevaluation, all 100 believed there was no way their rank was that low. And Shirgu was just like them. After his awakening from the dungeon explosion caused by mana resonance, he had also expected to receive an S rank or A rank trait. So he took the awakening ability test full of excitement. But all Shirgu received was a non-trait rank. He was nothing more than an ordinary person who couldn't even reach F rank. Of course, the current situation was different. Shirgu believed it would change. Just then, it was his turn to be evaluated. The re-evaluation result was determined by re-verifying the awakened trait with a scanner. Shirgu went in and stepped onto the machine. In an instant, a lot of measurement energy appeared around him. Currently, he had more than 6 awakened traits. The world would probably be turned upside down if they knew this. Because of that, Shirgu was initially reluctant to get re-evaluated. The more attention he drew, the more dangerous it would be. But the fight with the Chaos Guild had given him confidence. He could protect himself, and he had the strength not to be bought or swayed by anything. Therefore, there was no reason for Shirgu to hide from the world again. At this very moment, the world's first SS rank awakened. No, this was the moment of birth for an SS rank awakened. But would the truth be as Shirgu thought? Of course not. Life is never that beautiful. Shirgu's hopes were dashed. The scanner still showed him as a non-trait awakened, even lower than F rank. Not only were the staff of the re-evaluation waiting room shocked, but even Shirgu couldn't accept this. He quickly said, "Wait, there must be some mistake here." But the staff still kicked Shirgu out, making him cry out in frustration. Shirgu was devastated. Why hasn't anything changed? He couldn't believe it. Why couldn't the traits of the gods be identified? Was it because the highest current professional trait is only S rank? But it showed as below F rank, so that's probably not the reason. And if it really couldn't be identified, the results should be unidentifiable. Or was it really, as Hercules said, that Sigu's trait was truly no trait? Since his trait hadn't changed, the test result remained the same. After thinking for a long time, Sigu felt that it made sense, but he couldn't be sure yet. He opened his phone to look at his traits. He felt that maybe it was because his proficiency with the god's traits hadn't reached 100%. Sigu sighed helplessly. I don't know. At this rate, how can I learn and use the god's traits? Hercules said his trait was no trait, so only he could learn the power of the gods. Then who was the blonde man who gave Sigu the god-top phone? Did he approach Sigu because he knew his identity, or what? Remembering what he had said in the cave at that time, he felt that wasn't the reason either. Unable to figure it out, Sigu decided to let it go. Anyway, since the reevaluation was meaningless, he had to build up achievements by raiding dungeons to level up. He was currently D rank, but he needed to reach at least A rank. Sigu hadn't even posted anything on YouTube recently. He didn't know how long it would take to level up. But at that moment, a bold idea popped into Sigu's head. Content that suited his current situation. A short while later, at the SH group, Song-ji had come to meet someone. The other person saw him and said with a laugh, "What a surprise. I didn't think the Inspector General would come to see me like this." Song-ji laughed heartily and replied, "I should be the one thanking you for such a warm welcome, despite my unexpected visit." The person he was meeting was the director of the SH group, Hwang Guk. He smirked and said, "Of course, Inspector General. Please, have a seat. Anyway, what brings you here?" Song-ji sat down and said with a polite smile, "Isn't the SH group the pillar of the Korean economy? I just wanted to meet the director of the group and learn more about you." Hwang Guk chuckled at his words. "Aren't you also a great man, responsible for the safety of Korea?" Song-ji shook his head slightly and said with emotion, "Even so, running a business this large must take a lot more effort. Not only do you have to please your superiors, but you also have to do well in business. And sometimes you have to backstab family members, too." At this point, Song-ji gave a meaningful smile. Seeing Hwang Guk's expression, Song-ji was very satisfied. He continued, "I don't like to meddle in other people's family affairs. To be blunt, I don't care if the SH group is hunting down Chae-gil or not. However, Min Sigu is a different story." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Hwang Guk's face froze. He cursed inwardly. He knows everything? He knows that the SH group is trying to oust Chae-gil, and that he used the Chaos Guild to investigate Sigu after he helped in the dungeon raid. At this thought, Hwang Guk's hands on the chair couldn't help but tremble. This was a warning that he wouldn't be left alone if he continued to be involved with the Chaos Guild. Despite being extremely unprofitable and arrogant, that was Song-ji, the son of Baek Gongbong, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Although he could sway the political world to put pressure on the inspectorate, Baek Gongbong was someone Hwang Guk shouldn't mess with. But the problem was, why was Song-ji protecting Sigu? While he was thinking, Song-ji spoke again. "I won't ask why you know or what you think of him, but keep personal matters within the family. That's all for today." The next day, at a coffee shop in the city, Sigu had arranged to meet Do-gu. As soon as she arrived, Do-gu pleaded, "Boss, you don't have to pay me this month, but please don't fire me." Hearing this, Sigu asked blankly, "What are you talking about? You don't want to be paid?" Do-gu nodded slightly and said firmly, "I won't take a single penny until the channel grows." Sigu was even more confused. "Seriously, what are you talking about?" She looked at him hesitantly. "Aren't you planning to delete the YouTube channel?" "Me? Why?" 1,000 question marks appeared in Sigu's head. What is she talking about? Why doesn't he know he had this intention? But then Sigu remembered. It was probably because he hadn't posted any videos recently, so she thought that. Sigu sighed helplessly. He asked, "But what do you mean you won't take any money?" Do-gu slowly explained, "There's no place with better working conditions than here. Because you're a good person. I haven't even done anything this month." With a slight chuckle, Sigu said cheerfully, "I already said I'd pay you a basic salary every month. Because I'm not planning to delete the channel either. I just called you out to discuss new content for the channel." Do-gu was a bit surprised. She asked in a low voice, "Really?" Sigu nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. I think today is payday, right? I just sent it, So go treat your younger siblings to a really good meal. He raised an eyebrow at her and said, when I was little, my father used to buy me chicken on his way home. To those kids, you're no different from their mother, Ko. At that moment, Dokgu suddenly interrupted him loudly. It's Dokgu. Shigu suddenly paused. What do you mean? Dokgu became flustered. I mean, you're older than me, and you're also my boss. Hearing the reason, Shigu felt a bit emotional. This girl is really something. He also laughed cheerfully with her. Then you should do the same. Just be comfortable with me. It's okay to call me Appa. These words made Dokgu's cheeks turn red. She replied shyly in a low voice, I'll do my best. At this point, she remembered why Shigu had called her. She quickly said, now, what's the content you mentioned? A short while later, at the Hunter Management Bureau, the female employee called the next person to be served. She suddenly saw Shigu and recognized him. It's the non-trade awakened who came the other day. With that thought, she said politely, how can I help you? Shigu calmly replied, I'd like to ask about the standards for ability evaluation. The female employee asked if he had his hunter ID and if his current rank was D. She checked for a moment, her expression a bit grim. A D-rank hunter with a sub-F trait. It's not just difficult, it's impossible. She thought this was probably Shigu's limit. How could effort possibly overcome talent? That's what she thought, but she still had to do her job. She slowly said, you need to raid 200 D-rank dungeons to advance to C-rank. Since you usually raid 3 dungeons a week, it will take you about a year to rank up. After completing the quota, upon request, they would give Shigu a dungeon for a rank reevaluation. With that, the female employee slowly asked, is there anything you don't understand? Shigu shook his head slightly. I understand. Can I check the number of dungeons I've raided? The female employee checked and said he had raided 16 D-rank dungeons. About 184 more to go. The female employee looked up and asked, if you want to raid today, would you like to register for one? Shigu answered without thinking, if possible, that would be great. She asked again, which dungeon would you like to choose? Shigu didn't care and said casually, anything is fine. Just pick the nearest one. The female employee checked for a moment and then spoke. The nearest D+ rank dungeon is a 5-minute walk from here. Although she said that, she was very worried. There's a difference between D and D+ rank dungeons. She didn't know if he would be okay. Shigu agreed without hesitation. She even kindly gave him directions, and then he left. A short while later, the Management Bureau office was still not too crowded. The female employee called the next person in. Surprisingly, when she looked up, she saw a familiar figure. Shigu had actually returned. She asked blankly, Hunter Min Shigu, why are you here? She thought he had returned in less than 10 minutes. Obviously, the D+ rank dungeon was too much for him. But at that moment, Shigu said something that startled her. Sorry, it's a hassle to go back and forth. Could you give me the locations of all the nearby D-rank dungeons? Back to the earlier time, at the meeting between Shigu and Dokgu. Shigu had talked about the upcoming content for the channel, which was to become an A-rank hunter within a month. After hearing this, Dokgu couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't say a word. Shigu still looked at her with a slight smile, saying with extreme confidence, in other words, the way to become an A-rank hunter. So right at this moment, he asked the employee for about 50 D-rank dungeons. A few days later, at the Seoul branch of the Hunter Management Bureau, a person ran in from outside, shouting in panic, Boss. The director heard him and turned around, asking doubtfully, what's with all the noise? Did an S-rank dungeon break or something? The person panted for a moment, then replied, the dungeon cleaner has returned. The director exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? How many dungeons has he completed? 12? 20? The subordinate said in a small voice, he just passed the 150th one. The director's face went from green to white. He said in amazement, isn't he an awakened with no special powers? The subordinate sighed and said, shouldn't we report this to the inspectorate? The director's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He could be an illegal awakened. But just then, he heard his subordinate continue to report, the dungeon cleaner is requesting a promotion to C rank. The director turned his head in shock. The condition for C rank is to complete 200 dungeons. Didn't he just pass the 150th one a moment ago? The more he thought, the more helpless he felt. He sighed and said, just send the report to the inspectorate. At the same time, at the Seoul branch of the Hunter Inspectorate, Min Young was sitting in her office reading a report. Suwa stood before her and said, "Captain, we've received a cooperation request from the Management Bureau. A hunter jumped from D rank to C rank in 3 days, and they want the inspectorate to investigate Sigu." After hearing this, Min Young reflexively asked, "Who is it?" But she quickly recognized the name she had just heard. Her expression became serious. At this level, it would normally be considered a case of reawakening. But in reality, he ranked up through missions, which means there's no way he could be reevaluated. Then Min Young thought there was only one possibility. That Sigu had gotten stronger through illegal means, like black magic. But was he really that kind of person? After a long silence, she looked into the distance and called out, "Arena." The person she called was also a member of the 4th security team of the Hunter Inspectorate, named Joha. Min Young asked doubtfully, "You know about awakeners who gain power through black magic, right?" Arena nodded slightly. "Of course I do." Then she explained some concepts related to black magic to Min Young. Min Young was completely confused after hearing it. She sighed and suggested, "Can you just get to the main point?" Arena slowly opened her mouth. To put it simply, black magic originates from negative emotions, often called the 7 passions. The magic develops by burning these passions. The more passionate the heart, the higher the level of black magic. But the faster their minds burn, the faster they will also disappear. The fate of those who seek power through magic is predetermined. In the end, they will lose their identity and turn into monsters that only know how to kill. Hearing this, Min Young frowned again and asked, "How can we identify those people?" Arena replied casually, "You'll know just by looking at them. You don't need to study magic. That person is very unusual. You would think so too, right?" Min Young frowned slightly. She had heard that the director of the inspectorate had met Sigu privately. He had even recommended him as a hunter. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smirk. She looked at Suwa and said, "Tell the Management Bureau not to worry." Suwa quickly took the order and left. After giving the order, Min Young looked at the report related to Sigu and fell silent again. Sigu, of course, didn't know that everyone was paying attention to him. He was at Pawang's forge increasing the proficiency of his god's trait. Only this time, he still created a piece of junk. Sigu sighed helplessly. The quality might be significantly lower compared to equipment or due to the materials. But because of this, Sigu gradually understood one thing. The first thing he created was labeled an environmental disaster. At least this thing is just trash. Anyway, there was still time before Sigu became an A-rank hunter. Before So-eun brought the building materials, he would raise his proficiency so he could build the house during this time. Sigu also didn't know if she would be lucky enough to gather the materials he needed. Just then, So-eun walked in from outside. "Sigu, you're here too." Sigu looked at her happily and asked, "How are the building materials I requested coming along?" So-eun replied helplessly, "They're very hard to gather. I had to ask my brother for help, but it's still a tough road." Sigu asked in surprise, "You have a brother?" So-eun looked at him, startled. "I haven't told you. Kim Ijun is my younger brother. He just turned 20 this year. He's an awakened and has only recently become a hunter. I asked him to collect those materials." Hearing this, Sigu felt helpless. Those aren't ordinary materials. They have to be taken from at least B-rank monsters. He wasn't even capable of doing that yet. With that thought, he asked doubtfully, "What rank is your brother?" So-eun replied calmly, "He's a B-rank hunter. His ability is rated A+. Sigu went from one surprise to another, exclaiming in shock, "A+ ability? So-eun chuckled slightly. He hasn't been awakened for long, so he's still inexperienced. He gets injured here and there, too. But his awakened ability is super regeneration, so I'm not worried." Sigu was a bit doubtful about this ability. So-eun slowly explained, "I mean literally. It's the ability to significantly enhance regenerative power. It sounds like a hack. He can even regrow a leg if it's cut off." She told Sigu not to worry. She had also asked her older brother for help. It might not be much, but they would be able to gather some. While the two were talking, Pong approached from a distance and asked, "So-eun, you're back." So-eun nodded slightly. "How's the equipment I asked for the World Blacksmithing Conference?" Pong then led So-eun to take a look, leaving Sigu still in deep thought. "It seems the materials So-eun brought back aren't enough. I'll have to collect them myself to become an A-rank hunter." Thinking of this, he said goodbye to the two and left. Elsewhere, Doku was also selling herself to that capitalist named Sigu. After days of hard work, she finally finished editing the video. This time it was really too difficult for her. Each video had 184 clips. Combined with the length, it was over 22 hours. But since she didn't work last month, it wasn't a problem. The most surprising thing was that it takes a normal person over a year to go from D rank to C rank, while Sigu only took 3 days. He's really too good. At that moment, the capitalist Sigu sent Doku more video content. Looking at the content inside, she couldn't believe it and cried out, from C rank to B rank? That meant she had to edit again. She had just finished. Doku sighed helplessly, but the 10 million won Sigu had just sent woke her up in an instant. This number was really too big for her. She didn't think Sigu would send so much. She looked at her 2 younger siblings. Doku immediately became determined. For the money. No, for her siblings, she had to work really hard. Sigu's video was then uploaded, creating another wave of public opinion. Sigu was extremely satisfied after watching it. Doku is really good at editing. In just one day, it got 840,000 views. He didn't think it would be that high, but filming himself was really difficult. He had ruined a lot of videos. He also couldn't ask a normal person like Doku to help him film. Thinking of this, Sigu had an idea. He could ask another awakened to film for him. Just then, Sigu saw So-eun anxiously standing to one side. He walked over and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" So-eun was startled and quickly said, "It's just that I can't get in touch with Ijun. Ever since I got a message from him saying he was going into the Wyvern dungeon, I haven't heard anything else." Hearing this, Sigu asked doubtfully, "Have you checked with the management bureau?" So-eun nodded and replied, "I did. They said they cleared that place on that day. I hope nothing happened." Seeing her worry, Sigu quickly reassured her, "It's probably nothing. Unless there was something inside the dungeon. If they've already cleared it, they're probably celebrating with the other members. He's 20 now, after all." Although he said that, So-eun was still very worried. Ijun isn't that type of person. Sigu continued to comfort her. He has super regeneration. No news is good news. It'll be fine. He said that just in case, she should report it to the inspectorate. So-eun felt that made a lot of sense. She thanked him and then left. Sigu watched her retreating figure. He couldn't stop worrying either. Now he just had to wait and see. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a young man was tied up tightly. Iron chains were wrapped around his body several times, making it impossible for the young man to move. This person was So-eun's younger brother, Kim Ijun. Apparently, he had been trying to hunt the wyvern with his team earlier. Then the members suggested going for a drink. So Ijun had also joined them. His memory stopped there. He felt like he had been kidnapped. While Ijun was panicking, a gloomy voice rang out. "This thing isn't easy to break. These are specially made iron chains. Even an A-rank hunter can't escape easily." Ijun looked up at the other person and asked in a panic, "What do you want to do?" The other person smirked and said, "Curious? Have you heard of illegal awakeners?" Ijun didn't even understand what he was trying to say. The man laughed maniacally. "They are all my products." At this point, he became even more furious. Why did they die without appreciating my efforts? And what about me? I said I would make them stronger. With that, he reached out and squeezed Ijun's chin, saying with a malicious smile, "But it will be different with you. You will definitely be different from them." This madman's name was Duchion, a member of that damn Chaos Guild. Elsewhere, in the SH Hunter team's training room, Sigu was training Chae-gil. Chae-gil blocked his sword, sweating profusely, but her eyes were extremely determined. She heard Sigu constantly teaching. Tai Chi is based on the concept of yin and yang. Yin and yang are the two opposing properties that make up heaven, earth, and all things. Although yin and yang seem to be opposites, they are dependent on each other. Initially, Sigu intended to create a new set of sword techniques himself and teach her, but Sigu had to understand everything first. Although he had explained it to her, he himself was also clueless. Therefore, Sigu chose to use Tai Chi as the foundation for his swordsmanship, utilizing Chae-gil's sword embodiment trait to become a sword move. It was also the trait that could turn a normal sword swing into a sword move. To help Chae-gil create her own swordsmanship. Of course, by then it could no longer be called Tai Chi sword. A set of sword techniques that no one else had. Its level would be at least S. If she could understand the principle of yin and yang and apply it to her sword moves, that would be great. Thinking of this, the sword in Sigu's hand began to move again. He just swung his hand lightly, and knocked Chae-gil's sword away. He slowly said, "You can easily neutralize an opponent's attack like this." Chae-gil fell silent upon seeing this. After a long while, she sighed and said, "It's so complicated." Sigu chuckled and praised, "You've done very well." Actually, if it weren't for comprehension, he wouldn't have understood anything. But Chae-gil was gradually able to apply it just by listening to his explanation. Sigu said with a smile, "I'll repeat it over and over until you get used to it, so you don't have to worry." She nodded gently. "Thank you." Sigu gave a radiant smile. "That's all for today's lesson. I'm leaving now." But before he could leave, Chae-gil suddenly spoke up. "I think everything will be resolved within a month." Sigu was slightly startled and paused. Chae-gil slowly explained, "I'm talking about the matter you asked about last time." Sigu was dazed for a long time before remembering what it was. He quickly said, "You mean the building permit?" "Thank you so much." Chae-gil nodded mechanically. "It's nothing." Sigu was completely shocked. Why did she make it sound so easy? Well, that's normal. The SH group could probably even manipulate the entire Korean conglomerate. A month also coincided with the time when all the materials would be ready. Thinking of this, he became excited. At that moment, in Minyoung's office, Suah was reporting, "Captain," regarding Ijun's disappearance. Minyoung frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Suah handed her a piece of paper. "Please look at this first. These are the members who entered the dungeon with Kim Ijun." She picked up the paper to read, and Minyoung frowned. She couldn't believe it. "Illegal awakeners?" Suah said slowly. "To be precise, they are hunters suspected of being illegal awakeners. All of them, except for Ijun." Minyoung was displeased when she heard that. They deliberately targeted him? Why would they? Before she could finish, Suah interrupted. "I heard his trait is super regeneration." His trait is super regeneration. It's rumored that he can even regenerate severed limbs. Minyoung's eyes became sharp. Suah answered in a panic. "I believe they kidnapped Ijun to conduct human experiments on his body." At the same time, in a dungeon, Sigu was sitting on a cliff, resting and looking at his phone. He was trying to contact Hercules, but no one answered. He frowned and muttered, "Is he training?" Sigu had even ignored Hercules' personal training calls. Thinking of his angry face, Sigu felt a chill. "Don't tell me he's mad at me." Thinking that, he stood up and put his phone in his pocket. When he contacted him, he had to tell him about the video content first. But before Sigu could leave, lava monsters emerged from nowhere. They were B-rank or golems. Their roars were incessant. Sigu showed no fear, standing there calmly, exuding a cold aura. He used Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi skill. This power was different from Hercules' SS-rank power. In martial arts, there are three important elements: ki, body, and mind. Confucius's gentleman's heart corresponds to the mind. Hercules' super strength corresponds to the body, and Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi corresponds to ki. Sigu thought as he circulated the ki in his hand. A moment later, he began to strike out with a palm. With a boom, a powerful stream of energy shot towards the golem. Sigu still stood there calmly with his eyes closed. The power that awakeners use, mana, is the life force that exists in this universe and can be found in nature. The process required to receive that power is called purification. Depending on how this process is performed, its effectiveness also changes greatly. But the thing that allows mana to be completely absorbed into the body without going through the purification process is Tai Chi. Understanding the move, Sigu opened his eyes. He struck out with another palm wind. A powerful energy rushed straight into the sky. The impact created by this one palm was too great, causing Sigu to instinctively close his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked forward. He only saw large and small yellow particles on the ground. Sigu was stunned by the scene before him. This is insane. After the two palms he had just struck, his attributes had also increased significantly. Sigu suddenly gave a strange smile. He knew Hercules had said doing this would help, but he didn't say it would be this effective. But he had only combined it with super strength, and the backlash was already this strong. In his current state, he couldn't even dream of combining it with divine martial arts. But very quickly, Sigu sighed. Oh well. Anyway, Tai Chi was never a power that a human body could withstand from the beginning. I was lucky. Who would have thought that Hua Tuo's divine art of medicine would be able to help him? It is said that if one uses the supreme power of the divine art of medicine, An ordinary person can be reborn into the body of a god, also known as shedding the mortal body and exchanging the bones. Sigu stuck some acupuncture needles into his hand. He could use a part of its power, but thanks to it, he could control the power of Tai Chi. Although Sigu only subscribed to Hua Tuo's channel to cure Saya, the divine art of medicine was really very useful. He felt much better. Sigu looked at his phone happily. His proficiency had reached 30%. He didn't know if he was now capable of curing Saya, so she could start college. At that moment, Sigu remembered something. He glanced behind him, a look of helplessness on his face. The camera's broken again. I definitely have to find someone to help me film. Why can't I use the divine art of blacksmithing to create a camera? As the sun set and night fell, Sigu left the dungeon and returned home. Today he had raided 15 B-rank dungeons, but he needed to raid 500 to reach rank A. At this rate, it would take longer than expected. He also needed to search for materials in B-rank dungeons, so it was hard to speed up. Perhaps Sigu would gather enough materials within a month. Thanks to Hagdori, he could clear dungeons so easily. Sigu walked alone in the night, carrying a huge bag. That's 700,000 won worth of meat, all as a reward for Hagdori. Thinking of this, Sigu couldn't help but sigh. Just Hagdori's food alone costs 2 million won. In other words, 60 million won a month. Why is it as expensive as a G-Tube subscription fee? But this is for Hagdori, so it's not a problem. Sigu really wanted to think that, but it was his money. How could it not be a problem? Sigu returned like this, and soon he was at his door. Saya quickly ran out to greet him. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Saya, are you feeling better?" The little girl smiled brightly and replied, "Of course. But more importantly, a guest is here to see you." Hearing that, he was surprised. A guest? At this hour? Who is it? With suspicion, Sigu quickly entered the house. The first thing he saw was a girl sitting on the chair. It was Min Young. She turned and opened her mouth. "I've been waiting for you for a while now." Sigu saw a familiar face and quickly sat down opposite her. But before he could say anything, he saw Hagdori devouring the meat Sigu had brought back. Min Young was so stunned, she almost fell over. At the same time, Sigu was silently assessing her. How interesting. I thought she was a cold, emotionless person. I didn't expect her to make such a face. With that thought, Sigu spoke in a low voice. "Why are you here?" Sigu's question made Min Young jump. What's with this surprise? Why is she so surprised? Min Young cleared her throat lightly, readjusting her emotions before slowly saying, "First of all, I want to apologize for coming to see you so late." But she said she was here because she had something to tell him about Ijun. Hearing this, Sigu fell silent. Saya, hearing the unfamiliar name, also glanced over but said nothing. After a moment of silence, Sigu said seriously, "Looking at your expression, it seems this isn't good news." He suggested they go outside to talk. Soon after, the two went outside. Min Young told Sigu about Ijun's situation. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Kim Ijun was kidnapped for human experiments?" Knowing he was shocked, she could only answer truthfully, "It's highly likely." Sigu himself had been subjected to countless experiments in the past, as if he were a tireless subject. Although they were all legal, it made him feel nauseous. If legal experiments were this bad, what would illegal experiments be like? Although Ijun's trait was regeneration, it was highly likely that his mind would be destroyed. He had to find him quickly, but Sigu was a bit curious. He asked doubtfully, "Why did you come to find me?" Min Young answered seriously, "It's the Chaos Guild." She said there was a device that the criminals use called a cognitive decline device. It's a magical device capable of erasing all traces even if caught on CCTV. This device is very powerful, so powerful that it can deceive even S-rank hunters. That's why the inspectorate hasn't been able to locate it. However, an unprecedented incident occurred within Seoul, where the entire Chaos Guild and the entire underworld were wiped out, completely unexpectedly, by an unknown person. Hearing this, Sigu fell silent. Min Young continued, "In missing persons cases, there's something called the golden hour. And in kidnapping cases, once the golden hour passes, the victim's chances of survival are almost zero. But the relatives of the missing person don't think so. So-eun said he's definitely still alive, and one day Ijun will reappear." At this point, Min Young's tone was a bit dejected. "Although it hurts my pride, as a security officer of the inspectorate," she bowed her head low, as if she wanted to beg him. Sigu listened to her silently, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. Even Minyoung had to go this far. Seriously, she had nothing to do with Ijun. Perhaps deep down, he sympathized with her. The shame as a security officer, the pride of a security officer, the sorrow of a security officer, and also her sincere request as a human being. Sigu looked at Minyoung intently, not speaking for a long time. Just when Minyoung thought he wouldn't answer, he suddenly opened his mouth. Saya is at home right now. Can you stay with her until I get back? After talking with Minyoung, Sigu left with Hekdori. This time, he entrusted him with the task of finding Ijun's whereabouts, because this little guy's nose was very sensitive. According to the information Minyoung gave him, this was the last place Ijun went to explore. The Wyvern Dungeon. A dungeon that was just searched 3 days ago. After the search, Ijun had been drinking with his team members, so the last place he was seen was the bar. If they wanted to find him through traces and scent, starting from those places was the right way. But even if there was a scent left, it would be extremely faint. So the reason Sigu came here was because he thought Hekdori's ability wouldn't just stop at his sense of smell. The reason he found him at SH Hospital was probably for the same reason. Maybe it was due to residual power or a ripple of mana. Sigu wasn't sure. But if his guess was right, those kinds of traces seemed to be clearer inside the dungeon than at the bar. While Sigu was thinking, Hekdori was still sniffing around. Just then, he suddenly turned his head towards Sigu and barked once, his eyes shining brightly. It was clear he was very happy. Sigu knew he had found it. He nodded and suggested, "Let's go." At the same time, in a dark cellar, fresh blood had stained both the floor and the wall behind. Ijun trembled uncontrollably from the pain. He wanted to curse, but couldn't form the words. Duchion had a demonic face, with blood all over it. He smirked mockingly. "The number one, huh?" Ijun was now a wreck, covered in wounds. The boy didn't know how much longer he had to endure. When this pain ended, would it end? Ijun had reached his limit. If he closed his eyes now, he would escape this pain. As if Duchion understood what he wanted to do, he stopped him. "You can't die yet. Don't die. If you die, I'll have to capture your sister for experiments, you know?" This sentence completely broke Ijun. But in an instant, the boy remembered his sister. Ijun quickly said, "You dare touch my sister." With a slight sneer, Duchion threatened coldly, "What good would it do me if you died? You two have the same bloodline, so maybe she has the same ability as you, right?" Ijun looked at him with hatred. "My sister has no powers." Duchion laughed loudly. "How do you know if you don't try, right?" Ijun clenched his teeth to stay conscious. He had to hold on. He couldn't let him touch So-eun. Just then, Duchion suddenly struck Ijun. He was being tortured by him, just like that. Ijun vaguely felt the pain. He thought he couldn't die here. He had to protect his sister. Ijun was determined to protect So-eun at all costs. The boy had to endure. Just like that, So-eun's life became the reason for him to persevere and survive. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly occurred. The wall behind exploded. When the dust settled, a figure walked up to Ijun. The person who arrived was Sigu. He looked at the person on the chair to confirm. "Kim Ijun, your sister is very worried about you." But no one answered. Sigu was a bit stunned. His condition is not good at all. There are many wounds all over his body that exceed the limits of his super regeneration ability. Although Ijun's ability was on a higher level than those guys, the damage had exceeded its limits. In this state, not to mention his body, Ijun's mind was probably completely broken too. Sigu was extremely worried. Just then, Ijun mumbled "sister" in his mouth. Sigu was startled and looked again. He's in critical condition. Maybe there's still a chance. He quickly took out his acupuncture needles. Sigu began to perform acupuncture on Ijun. Under his efforts, Ijun finally began to recover gradually. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing the boy said when he opened his mouth was to ask if So-eun was okay. Sigu was overjoyed. Thank goodness, he's showing signs of waking up. Just then, Duchion crawled out from the rubble, gritting his teeth and asking, "Who are you?" Duchion asked him how he found this place. This was his exclusive space. Duchion was like a madman at this moment, constantly screaming, "Mine! Mine! It's only mine!" No different from a lunatic. He was so crazy that urine was splattered on the ground. Sigu stepped aside in disgust. But he suddenly widened his eyes, filled with horror, because he saw a pile of corpses lying on the ground, of all shapes and sizes. Besides Ijun's body parts, there were also other body parts mixed in. Could a human being do something like this? Shirgu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" But at that moment, Duchion was no longer sane enough to answer. He kept screaming, "I asked who the hell you are." But as soon as he finished, he suddenly fell silent as if thinking. After a long while, Duchion asked in a low voice, "You're not an ordinary person, are you?" Without waiting for Shirgu to answer, he continued to roar like a wild beast. "No, definitely not. You're not normal at all." Seeing him going crazy, Ijun tried to persuade Shirgu, "Run. You have to get out of here. Quickly." Duchion was still screaming madly, "You're not an ordinary person. It's true that you're not normal at all. That means you must have some amazing ability." At this moment, he transformed into a demon, constantly questioning Shirgu. Duchion completely lost control. His body grew abnormally large, his lower half like a disgusting octopus. He laughed loudly. "I'm so curious what kind of ability you have. What kind of experiment would you be suitable for? Why did Duchion become like this?" This was a trait suitable for the farming profession. This ability allowed the user to shape various species of insects into a unified entity. However, the person who possessed this shaping ability was extremely disgusted with himself for having such a weak trait. With that unstable mentality, that person did something he shouldn't have. He not only began experimenting with shaping countless traits of other awakeners, as well as the abilities of monsters, into a single individual. But this person also performed countless experiments on his own body. That person was Duchion. That's why he's in such a disgusting state now. Ijun was still tied to the chair, sincerely reminding him, "You have to run away quickly." But Shirgu stood still, motionless, despite him rushing towards him. A moment later, he let out a grunt. He clenched his hand into a fist, a hint of contempt in his eyes. How disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, Shirgu threw a punch into the air. A powerful beam of energy shot out. Ijun, behind him, watched in horror, unable to believe it, and exclaiming, "What the hell? How?" Duchion was hit by the move. Half of his body was smashed by Shirgu's punch. Fresh blood splattered on the ground, extremely disgusting. But not long after, the wound on his body showed signs of wanting to heal. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Shirgu's eyes. Regeneration? No, that can't simply be called regeneration. Duchion spoke in a cold voice. "What are you?" He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with his tongue, smirking and saying, "You will become a perfect test subject." Duchion asked if he had super strength. But he was still just a mortal. He showed a look of contempt. But he was different. He said he was something that had transcended mortality. A weak mortal couldn't touch Duchion. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch toward Shirgu. A look of panic flashed across Ijun's face. He quickly shouted, "Move." Duchion snorted lightly, laughing coldly and saying, "Too late." With a boom, his powerful punch landed, sending rocks flying everywhere. The dust made Ijun shut his eyes tightly. But when he opened his eyes, the scene before him shocked him. Shirgu was not injured at all. On the contrary, he had blocked Duchion's blow. Even Duchion couldn't believe it. He shouted, "Impossible. You blocked it?" But this is the power created from the snail species. His face quickly became distorted. There's no way this could happen. But at that moment, Shirgu struck out with another palm, sending half of Duchion's body flying again. At this moment, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He trembled and muttered, "How is this possible?" Without waiting for him to react, Shirgu rushed towards him. Seeing the person coming towards him, Duchion was stunned. "What the hell are you?" Unfortunately, no one answered him. Shirgu rushed forward, unleashing an extremely powerful punch. Ijun was shocked by Shirgu's incredible power. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "My God, how did he take down that monster?" No, the real monster is Shirgu. This was Ijun's thought as he watched Shirgu step by step destroy Duchion's disgusting body. In just a moment, every piece of his flesh was scattered on the ground. A slimy, disgusting head looked towards Shirgu, its voice gloomy, "Impossible. How can a mere human be this strong?" Duchion cursed unwillingly. "You must have been born with talent, right? You've had this talent since you were born. I despise people like you. You bastards with power always act as if you're at the top." Hearing this, Sigu immediately snorted coldly. He asked in a low voice, "So that's the reason you did something like this? Because you wanted to become stronger?" Duchion immediately retorted, "What the hell do you know? How can you understand the feeling of suffering, of having to kneel before anything because you're incompetent?" He said that Sigu couldn't even know how the weak have to live. As someone who was strong from the beginning, Sigu would never understand. How could you imagine how miserable my life was? Those born with talent, and those born with power from birth. Whether it's talent or power, you didn't get it through hard work. Sigu listened to him silently. You guys simply received it because you were born. And then you tell people like me that we're weak because we're not diligent enough. He called Sigu a bastard. People like you are all annoying bastards. So, I will kill all of you. Duchion screamed madly. Sigu, who had been silent all this time, now took a step forward, saying coldly, "So did I." He said he used to think the same way as him. He remembered when he was training with Hercules, he had asked him, "What were you thinking about when you performed the 12 labors?" Hercules had to overcome 12 labors to become a great hero. Was he excited? Hercules didn't answer, remaining silent for a long time. Just when Sigu thought he wouldn't answer, he opened his mouth. At that time, I just wanted to rush headlong into death. His answer left Sigu speechless. Was he teasing him? At that time, Hercules had been consumed by a fire of hatred and had killed his entire family. The torment made him feel like he was living in hell. He felt he didn't deserve to live anymore. However, Zeus stopped him. He asked him what he would gain by committing suicide. So the trials he went through were not for any desire, but all for his own atonement. They were all very arduous. Hercules had almost died several times. At that time, he had thought, "I can't do this." He thought about giving up every day. Sigu was stunned. He had always thought Hercules was an incredibly steadfast person, one who could easily overcome trials and difficulties. At that moment, Hercules continued, "Of course, the result is important. But if you ask me if the result is the most important thing, I would say no." He said that what he valued most was how you achieved that result and the process you went through. People say that Hercules could complete those 12 trials because he was Hercules, and he achieved such great accomplishments because he was a great man. But no one is born great. There are only great challenges. Greatness and success are not as complicated as Sigu thought. Of course, there are many difficult paths, and there are certainly circumstances that cannot be remedied or overcome. But greatness and success are not about overcoming those complicated situations. It's just one thing. Why do you need to become great and successful? That is Sigu's own reason. It doesn't matter how childish or ridiculous it is. It's not because of 100 or 1,000 reasons you can't do it when you want to get something. Hercules told Sigu to remember that he only needed one reason why it had to be him, and it would take him anywhere he wanted to go. Just like how he was standing here now. That's all there is to greatness. What separates strength and weakness is not just logic or innate strength. Snapping out of his memory, Sigu slowly spoke again. Don't just look at the result before you. You're just making excuses for yourself. But at that moment, Duchion opened his large mouth towards him. Black rays of energy constantly circulated in the air. Seeing this scene, Sigu was not afraid at all, but rather a bit helpless. He began to focus the 3 streams of power in his body. Confucius's gentleman's heart, Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi fist, Heracles' super strength. Sigu focused on taking a deep breath, creating a harmony of mind and body. In an instant, a shield appeared around Sigu's body, protecting him from the black energy Duchion created. Immediately after, Sigu glared at the person opposite him. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to activate the second form of Heracles' divine martial arts, the heaven-shattering extreme fist. Instantly, a powerful stream of energy spread through the air. With a boom, Duchion's disgusting body was blown apart by that energy. It turned into dust, merging with the air. When the dust settled, the place had become a pile of ruins. Stunned by Sigu's devastating destructive power, Ijun trembled and said, "In just a flash, this whole place was wiped clean." Unlike his glorious appearance just now, Sigu was now gradually feeling a dull ache from within his body. He looked at his trembling hand and sighed to himself, "It hurts so much." Remembering the words of the monster, Sigu couldn't help but sigh. Actually, he didn't intend to use the divine art of 2 forms because of its huge backlash, but because it kept chattering uselessly. Sigu looked at his hands that held his power, smirking and saying, "But it's still useful, isn't it?" Normally, he would have fainted by now. Lost in his thoughts, Sigu snapped back to reality, remembering the reason he came here. He quickly turned to look at Ijun and said, "Can you move?" As if still afraid of Sigu's ability, Ijun didn't process it for a moment. He hesitated for a while and then answered, My body seems to have recovered a bit." After speaking, Ijun looked down at the pile of chains still wrapped around him with a dejected expression, sighing and saying, "But because of this, I can't move." The boy heard that bastard say that even an S-rank hunter couldn't break this thing. How could it be broken? Before he could finish, Sigu easily crushed the chain with his bare hands. He dusted off his hands and turned to ask, "Can you move now?" For a moment, Ijun looked flustered at Sigu and the crushed pile of chains, then replied, Yes." Although he knew it was a bit rude to be so late, Ijun still wanted to ask about his benefactor's identity. He looked at Sigu curiously and asked, "I'm sorry, but who are you?" For some reason, Sigu felt a bit annoyed when he heard that question. He's only asking now? Although he was a bit annoyed, he still forced a smile and answered, "I'm a friend of your sister." Ijun asked curiously again, "A friend of my sister? Are you her boyfriend?" Sigu answered impatiently, "I'm her friend. Her male friend." The boy asked again, "Really?" Sigu pouted and said, "What do I gain from lying to you?" Suddenly remembering his sister, Ijun asked again, "Is my sister okay? Did anything happen to her?" Sigu calmly answered, "She's not doing well," thinking his sister was in trouble. But Ijun heard Sigu say, "She's been worried about you every day." After confirming his sister was okay, Ijun let out a sigh of relief. Sigu continued, trembling, "Can you get the rest of the story from your sister?" "I may look fine, but I'm actually too tired to say anything else. Because my regeneration ability isn't as good as someone's." Feeling guilty for unintentionally making everyone worry about him, especially the person who had exhausted himself for him, Ijun quickly hummed in agreement. Ijun immediately stood up straight, bowed, and thanked Sigu. He said, "Thank you so much for saving me." Receiving the thanks, Sigu felt quite satisfied. He smirked slightly. Then he turned to Ijun, who was still in a bowing position, and said with a smile, "Let's go home." A while later, at the very spot that Sigu had just destroyed to rescue Ijun, two men in suits were now standing on the rubble. It was none other than Duchion. He was furious, his face covered in veins. He gritted out each word, asking his subordinate, "What about Duchion?" The subordinate bowed his head and quickly replied, "I think he's dead. We couldn't find any trace of his body." Duchion asked, "So that means even the space was destroyed? What about the research resources?" The subordinate replied, "We did our best to recover them, but all the important resources are gone." Duchion was so angry he clenched his fists, hatingly saying, "The plan to mass-produce human weapons by grafting the traits of awakeners. The plan to create monsters by grafting the genes of monsters. The plan that Chaos had been researching for many years, all went down the drain in one night. There were no traces of a sword stab." After thinking for a moment, Duchion said, "It wasn't Beck Gongbong. Then which bastard was it?" The subordinate quickly said, "Branch manager, the guards from the inspection room will be here soon. You should leave this place first." Duchion gritted his teeth, glaring at his subordinate and ordering, "Find the bastard who caused this by any means necessary." Elsewhere, Sigu had just returned home. He quickly received shocking news from Minyoung. He said in fear, "Saya knows everything?" In response to Sigu's words was Minyoung's serious voice. "I think she knows you're a hunter. The girl also knows about the YouTube channel Sigu is running. I didn't go into detail, but she vaguely guessed that Sigu was indirectly involved in this accident. I think I need to explain to the girl that although a guard from the inspection room came to find you, this is nothing serious." Although she knew Sigu must have had a reason for not telling his sister, because he was a hunter, Sigu thought he didn't tell the girl because he was worried her condition would worsen, but he didn't expect her to know everything. For a long time, Saya had been silently supporting him without Sigu even knowing. Actually, it wasn't just him protecting the girl. This child was also protecting him from behind. Moved by the siblings' bond, Minyoung said with a smile, "She's a good sister. She's also very smart." Very proud of his little sister, Sigu replied happily, "That's right." Suddenly, Minyoung's voice became sad, unlike my brother. Sigu asked in surprise, "You have a brother?" Minyoung replied, "I have a 14-year-old brother." Seeing that he didn't understand, Minyoung continued, "In my mind, he never gets old." As if he understood her meaning, Sigu silently bowed his head in condolence. A moment later, Sigu and Minyoung returned to the main topic. Minyoung said, Duchion was an awakened with the ability of grafting. It seems he could take the traits of other awakeners, and even the genes of monsters, and graft them onto himself. Sigu couldn't believe it, and asked again, "Is that possible?" He thought. Hercules said that a trait is a unique trait, and that's why one person can't override another's trait. Minyoung said again, "If you're talking about that ability, it's really possible. But then you can't maintain your own identity anymore." Chaos intended to mass-produce illegal awakeners by using that ability. If that plan wasn't stopped, Minyoung couldn't even imagine the number of victims in the future. She said she didn't dare to speak on behalf of the inspection room. At this point, Minyoung suddenly bowed 90 degrees. With all sincerity, she said, "Really, from the bottom of my heart, I am very grateful to you." Since then, the inspection room has conducted a large-scale investigation into Chaos's plan to mass-produce awakeners. However, because this was a tragic accident, this was not disclosed to the public or the media, in case it would cause anxiety among the people. Soeun's younger brother, Ijun, also returned safely. And so the accident ended. It had been a while. After the battle with that Duchion, Sigu continued his work as a hunter. Every day he fought. As a result, a series of powers he possessed all increased simultaneously. Looking at the gradually progressing data, Sigu smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the proficiency from using the divine martial arts was all used at the same time. But when he looked at the pile of shattered cameras, Sigu couldn't help but sigh. But still, how many cameras have I broken? The cost of replacing these will definitely be higher than the revenue from the YouTube channel. Luckily, the memory cards are still intact. Thanks to that, I can still use them to make videos. Looking at the memory card in his hand, Sigu said with a sad cry, "Can anyone film me?" At that moment, he suddenly remembered something, whispering, "The competition for the limited dungeons is really fierce. I finally conquered one. These dragon turtle shells, I'll use them as building materials. It'll probably take a while to collect all the building materials and become an A-rank hunter." After that, Sigu stepped into the spatial gate to return home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Sigu heard someone call him. "You're here." He was startled and turned his head. The person who had arrived was actually Ijun. Sigu asked doubtfully, "How did you know I was here?" Kim Ijun smiled and replied, "The management office told me." Sigu asked again, "The management office?" Ijun happily held up the paper and explained, "I didn't hear it directly from the management office, but they gave me a list of the conquered dungeons and said there were no more dungeons because they had all been conquered." Sigu understood the problem. He asked, "So you went looking for all of them?" Ijun replied proudly, "I was so tired I thought I was going to die." Stunned by Ijun's very cumbersome method, Sigu said blankly, "If you had called me." Before he could finish, he said again, "I don't have your number." Sigu said again, "You could have asked your sister." Only then did Ijun realize. The boy was startled and exclaimed, "You're a genius." Ignoring the boy's praise, Sigu asked wearily, "So what were you looking for me for?" Ijun smiled and replied, After asking my sister, I found out you're looking for some monster byproducts. You're the one who saved my life. I came to help you." He said politely, "I really don't need your help. Besides, you're a B-rank hunter. I might get you into trouble with those things." Although Sigu had refused, Ijun still said, "You don't have to share the profits with me." Sigu's eyes lit up and he asked, "You're offering to help for free?" He nodded and replied, "I heard you've helped my sister a lot too." Sigu declined to comment, waving his hand and saying, "Your sister has helped me a lot too." Ijun quickly called out again, "How about we go conquer a dungeon together before you make a decision? I've already secured the dragon turtle dungeon." As soon as he heard the words, dragon turtle, Sigu turned around without a moment's hesitation and asked, "The dragon turtle dungeon? The famous dragon turtle dungeon that people compete fiercely to get?" Thinking that Sigu had been persuaded by him, Ijun smiled excitedly and said, "Let's conquer it together. Give me a chance to prove my abilities. And of course, all the spoils are yours." Anyway, Ijun's offer was too good. Sigu started to think. It seemed like Ijun wouldn't give up. Since the boy was giving him all the spoils, he had nothing to lose. Remembering the shattered cameras from earlier, plus what Ijun had just said, Sigu looked down at the camera that had just been shattered. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Ijun is a B-rank hunter, and his trait is A+ super regeneration. Even if he gets injured, he can recover on his own. If something bad happens, there's still the divine art of medicine, so he doesn't need to worry about Ijun while fighting. Deal. Sigu walked over and placed his hand on Ijun's shoulder. He asked with a sly smile, "Do you know how to use a camera?" The next morning, at a certain dungeon, a world-shaking explosion occurred. The one who created it was none other than Sigu. The energy from his hand at this moment easily dispersed the monsters in front of him. After defeating the monsters, Sigu looked at them thoughtfully. It seems they weren't as tough as he thought. Looking at the amount of ki running through his body, Sigu couldn't believe it. Instead of breaking something hard, it felt like the hardness itself weakened. How did I do that? I didn't feel much. The last time he used the heaven-shattering fist, Sigu hadn't paid attention, but after hunting the dragon turtle, he understood. The true power of Tai Chi is the power to convert heaven and earth. Tai Chi removes the hardness of the dragon turtle. It seems to be very compatible with super strength. So this is why Hercules values it so much. As Sigu's power increased, some other troubles inadvertently arose. For example, the moment Sigu picked up the dragon turtle shells, they immediately crumbled. He was startled and said in confusion, "I can't control my strength." Suddenly remembering his new cameraman, Sigu turned and asked Ijun with a smile, "Is the filming still going smoothly?" Because he was too focused, he was startled when asked while engrossed in watching the fight. Ijun was startled and said, "What?" Although it wasn't the first time Ijun had witnessed Sigu's power, he didn't expect his power to increase so quickly. He looked at Sigu and thought, "What the hell? Killing 20 dragon turtles in 1 minute?" While Ijun was still dazed, Sigu said calmly, "Basic salary of 10 million won, but you won't get a bonus based on views. And I'll pay you a large sum and an allowance." Surprised by Sigu's offer, Ijun was slow to answer, but very quickly, the boy reacted. He smiled happily and said, "I'll do my best, big bro." Seeing that he had no objections, Sigu smiled happily. At this time, in a certain house, there was a room with the light still on. The owner of the brightly lit room was Dokgu. She was sitting dumbfounded, reading the information on her computer. The boss just hired a private cameraman. Specifically, the content of the video was Ijun standing with a camera in front of the monsters that were advancing towards him to attack. Yet the boy even laughed loudly and said, "Big bro, leave this place to me. I'll hold them back." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters immediately switched to hunting mode, their eyes red with hunger, and began to growl and attack. They attacked together, tearing at Ijun, causing his body to bleed continuously. Despite that, even though he fell, Ijun stubbornly held the camera firmly and continued to film. Ignoring the wounds, the pain, Ijun turned to look at the monsters, laughing defiantly. "You think this can take me down? This camera is the mission that Big Bro gave me." For Ijun, being trusted by Sigu was an incredibly fortunate thing. Angrily, the boy shouted again, "Even if I have to die, I will protect it." Witnessing the incredibly clumsy video shot by Ijun, Dokgu was as if petrified, completely speechless, frozen stiff. She asked blankly, "What the hell?" At this time, Ijun was still acting up inside. He said, trembling, "Don't worry and just go." While Sigu was holding his phone, filming and asking indifferently, "What are you doing?" Ijun's voice came from the video. He said, "It's a real honor to be your cameraman, big bro." Shocked by the boy's flattery, Dokgu looked at the video in confusion and said, "The video could be of better quality." That evening, at another place, Sigu happened to meet So-eun. Seeing her, he took the initiative to greet her. "You're here too, Miss So-eun." She also replied, "Sigu." But she didn't seem very happy. She bowed her head and said, "I heard from Ijun that you've been teaching him a lot lately." Hearing the question, Sigu quickly waved his hand and said, "Teaching him what? I'm the one being helped." He thought to himself, "I don't have to worry about the camera breaking anymore." Not only that, from booking dungeons to hunting and transporting monsters, Ijun did everything without him having to ask. Suddenly, So-eun blushed shyly. She said softly, because I've been a bit busy lately. I haven't been able to thank you for saving Yijun. Quickly, Sigu spoke up to clarify. Isn't that what family is for? Soun didn't expect him to mean this when he said family. She was embarrassed and flustered, quickly saying, huh. Seeing her hesitate, he asked, what's wrong? But Sigu didn't know that he had made Soun misunderstand, causing her heart to beat fast, her face, already red, to turn even redder. She stammered, family, you mean? Sigu quickly poured a bucket of cold water on Soun. Isn't he your younger brother? I mean Yijun, your younger brother. Only then did Soun realize she had been overthinking. Sigu continued to ask, what were you thinking? Soun was so embarrassed she turned bright red all over. She just quickly shook her head in denial. Nothing. Then, she suddenly covered her mouth and said in a low voice, because Yijun keeps calling you brother-in-law, so I. Sigu didn't hear and asked, what? Soun quickly denied it. Nothing. Too embarrassed by the scene of her own one-sided love, and on top of that, almost being discovered by Sigu, Soun turned and ran away quickly. As she ran, she said, you don't have to worry. This equipment, uncle. And just like that, she left, leaving Sigu standing there dumbfounded. Looking at his phone, Sigu thought, anyway, I'll soon become an A-rank hunter. 100,000 subscribers is also within reach. I've almost gathered all the necessary materials. The permit is almost done. Sigu is also about to build his own new house. The next morning, Sigu woke up early. But suddenly someone called him. The caller was Hercules. Looking at the words on his phone, Sigu couldn't believe it and said, that's right, Hercules. He looked at the phone, trembling with fear. I've been so busy lately that I missed his calls a few times. I forgot to call him back. As he spoke, Sigu's hand trembled. He must be really angry. Even so, Sigu stopped trembling and just stood there, his face as pale as a banana leaf. He still thought, I have to pick up, right? While Sigu was still hesitating, the phone screen was continuously showing Hercules' call request, as if urging him. Helpless, he closed his eyes tightly and randomly pressed the accept button. At this time, Sigu began to hear Hercules' voice. He said, my subscriber, you haven't contacted me recently. Do you know how worried I was? Sigu thought he was going to be scolded, but no. He thought to himself, he's calmer than I thought. Maybe he doesn't care? But in the end, Sigu was wrong. Hercules' voice rang out again. Why didn't you pick up? Sigu thought, he's really angry now. As if trying to avoid guilt, Sigu said perfunctorily, actually I had to do some important things. Still not satisfied with the answer, Hercules had no intention of letting it go. He asked again, of course, why didn't you pick up? Sigu bowed his head dejectedly and said, I didn't mean to. I was very busy with work piling up. Hercules replied, I know you're very busy. I guess you have more important things to do than me. That's why he didn't say anything when his channel reached 90 subscribers. Sigu thought again, didn't it reach 100 subscribers from the previous video? What did he do to make the subscribers decrease? On this side, Hercules clicked his tongue and said, I understand too. What's past is past. In any case, since we've rested a lot, let's check your body's condition. At this point, Hercules gave an excited smile. Shall we begin? Hearing this, Sigu was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. His smile gradually stiffened. Immediately, Sigu was forced to participate in a training session from morning till night. While he was doing push-ups to the point of exhaustion, sweat dripping down, Hercules relentlessly pointed out his mistakes. Wrong posture. Unable to do anything else, Sigu looked at him. He cursed inwardly, this madman. Despite his whole body trembling and his face bright red from exhaustion, Hercules' voice rang out again. You can't be so sloppy. Wrong again. Without a shred of compassion, he smiled and snapped his fingers, saying, since you're tired, let's do it 1,000 more times. And so, in the dark of night, Sigu continued to train tirelessly under Hercules' pressure. A moment later, his stats appeared. Many of his skills had also increased sharply. Sigu panted as he checked his phone. His voice was intermittent as he asked, proficiency? Reading the stats, Sigu was stunned. Just by training, it increased by 3%. He could already feel a different power running through his body, as if a new source of strength was surging from within. At that moment, a fierce pain welled up from deep within Sigu's body. Like a big bang in the sky, Streams of power like stars continuously collided, creating a conflicting flow. With no strength left, Sigu collapsed immediately. He couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, he would die. Maybe death was better. The backlash of the divine Tai Chi art. At that moment, Hercules flew to Sigu's side and said with a smile, "My dear subscriber, the training session isn't over yet. Who gave you permission to rest? Is someone threatening you with a knife?" Sigu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him and thought, even if I injure my muscles or break them, he intends to kill me with this training session. That son of a bitch definitely wants to kill me today. While Sigu felt like he was living in a state worse than death, Hercules clapped his hands in delight. The training session begins. Next, let's do 3,000 burpees. Sigu quickly cut him off. He asked with a desperate look in his eyes, the video content will be. And so, Sigu's exhausting night passed. At that moment, at a pyramid sparkling with golden light. Suddenly, from afar, a legendary Egyptian sphinx creature flew over. The sphinx landed on the top of the pyramid. Looking at the person standing below, she exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Hercules laughed heartily and replied, "I want to ask you a riddle." The sphinx was surprised to be challenged by Hercules. She asked, "Ask me a riddle?" He said smugly, "That's right." Hercules wanted to continue. "If we just do it as usual, it won't be any fun." He stood in front and pointed at the sphinx, provoking her. "Let's add a new rule. Rewind to the night before." At this time, Hercules looked surprised and asked, "A riddle contest with the sphinx?" Sigu, holding a can of water, casually replied, "You'll have to challenge the sphinx with a riddle in the literal sense." Remembering that sphinx from the video, Sigu said again, "As far as I know, there's a video related to the sphinx channel. Have you noticed that no one has ever answered successfully?" Hercules continued, "I've seen it, but is it really possible?" Seeing Hercules was a bit wary, Sigu smiled and replied, "There's no reason why not, right? A riddle is just a riddle." But Hercules disagreed, retorting, "You can't think like that. You know Thoth, the god of wisdom, right? Even he lost to that sphinx. After losing to her a long time ago, that guy became obsessed with riddles." Hearing this, Sigu said in surprise, "What? He lost? Then that's even better. If we can defeat her, we'll definitely bring down her arrogance." As if he had just found a new truth, Hercules laughed loudly. "You know how to defeat her?" But unexpectedly, Sigu calmly replied, "I don't know." Hercules was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He asked, disappointed, "What?" Sigu shrugged indifferently, joking, "How can we win when the god of wisdom, Thoth, who holds the power of omniscience, lost?" However, Hercules angrily ordered, "Next, do 5,000 burpees." Seeing him angry, Sigu chuckled and said, "Our goal isn't to win, right?" Hercules was a bit confused. He asked, "What do you mean? Isn't it a competition?" Sigu gave a sly smile. He smirked and said, "That's right. But we don't need to win." He said the thing they needed to pay attention to was attracting people to their YouTube channel. Returning to reality, Hercules was very confident. He arrogantly pointed directly at the Sphinx and said, "Let's add a new rule." The Sphinx looked down in confusion, asking, "A new rule?" Hercules nodded and replied, "That's right. Every time you answer wrong, you get hit once. How about it?" Knowing full well the extent of Hercules' power, the Sphinx immediately panicked and shouted, "You want to kill me? Your hits aren't normal hits." Hercules explained, "Then you ask 2 questions, and I'll ask 1. Fair enough? You can hit me unilaterally if you answer all my questions correctly. Or is this famous Sphinx afraid of answering wrong?" The Sphinx looked on in contemplation for a long while. Then she replied softly, "All right." The Sphinx felt this was her chance. With that thought, she powerfully spread her large wings, launching herself down from above. As she landed on the ground, Hercules looked at her and said, "A wise choice, Sphinx. Then go ahead and ask me 2 questions." The Sphinx also showed her agreement. She said in a sharp voice, "All right. First question." The Sphinx's question was, "I am born from water, but when I go into water, I die. When I come out of water, I live. What am I?" As soon as he received the question, Hercules began to ponder. After a long while, he answered, "A whale." But the Sphinx refuted, "The answer is salt." Unlike the attitude of a loser, Hercules stood opposite the Sphinx. He said generously, "What are you waiting for?" The Sphinx was speechless. Could she really hit him? Wouldn't he tear her to pieces before she could hit him? At that moment, Hercules urged, "Hurry up. We promised to follow the rules." Thinking that worrying was useless, the Sphinx closed her eyes tightly and struck. She decided, "I don't care anymore." And so, she clawed and then punched Hercules. Although the Sphinx's strength was not as great as Hercules's, but with just that much strength, she could still easily make Hercules bleed. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. In fact, it wasn't just his mouth that was bleeding, but Hercules' entire body was also covered in scratches. Hercules said in annoyance, "Damn dust." Fearing he would get angry, the Sphinx shouted, "You said it. This is the rule of the competition." Seeing the Sphinx's fear, Hercules calmly spat out the blood in his mouth and said, "Who said anything? What's the next question?" Confirming that Hercules showed no signs of anger, the Sphinx smiled triumphantly. He really isn't going to hit her back. This is great. She asked the next question. What doesn't change color no matter how many times you change its clothes? Hercules didn't bother to think, casually answering, black clothes. But the Sphinx gave a triumphant smile, certain of her victory, and said, "The answer is a shadow." Riding the wave of victory, the Sphinx once again used her sharp claws, pouncing straight at Hercules as if to eat him alive. Her attack this time was like a sandstorm. Soon, Hercules' blood was flowing freely onto the golden sand. He panted, saying, "Now it's my turn, right?" After hitting him, the Sphinx remembered there was still a second part. She nodded her head, her legs trembling. "That's right." She tried to calm herself down. "No matter what question he asks, as long as I answer correctly, it's fine." At that moment, Hercules spoke loudly. "This is my question. You know centaurs, right? When a centaur is pregnant, which of the centaur's belly swells up?" His question was really very tricky. The Sphinx immediately fell silent, unable to say a word. In an instant, her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hercules became even more smug. "You don't know?" Hearing this, the Sphinx cried out in fear, "Wait. I'm thinking." She started to pull her hair, sweating profusely as she thought. The upper body of a centaur is human, the lower body is a horse. Both the upper and lower bodies can get pregnant. Which one is it? Despite Hercules' urging, the Sphinx continued to think. Is there a riddle she doesn't know? Impossible. But she really couldn't figure it out. Hercules looked at the Sphinx's confusion, smiling smugly and saying, "You have to guess. Now it's your turn to get hit." Hearing this, the Sphinx immediately jumped up in fear. She was going to die. She was definitely going to die. She trembled and muttered, "What's the answer?" But Hercules didn't answer either. He coldly said, "One hit." It made the Sphinx's face turn as pale as a banana leaf. Hercules pouted and said, "Didn't we say we'd get hit once for every wrong answer?" That was true, but the Sphinx still shouted unwillingly, "Why didn't you tell me the answer?" Shrugging indifferently, Hercules said casually, "Well, I said I'd give you a riddle." This was the way Sigu had taught Hercules. "I gave you a riddle, but I never said I'd tell you the answer." The Sphinx fled in terror. As she flew, she said, "Spare me. Please spare my life. I don't want to die." Hercules smirked and said, "If you hadn't wanted to hit me first, I would have let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to focus and circulate the ki in his body. Soon, the source of power had become dense and covered his entire body. At this moment, the amount of Hercules' power caused the entire patch of golden sand around where he stood to light up. Instantly, Hercules' entire body, along with his infinite power, seemed to merge into one, igniting a terrifying flame of strength. And so, Hercules delivered an extremely powerful punch. At the same time, Sigu was also observing this battle from the outside. He had witnessed Hercules' perfect divine martial arts. He smirked and said, "So that's true martial arts." As a result, his skills also increased quite a bit. Sigu nodded in satisfaction. "Just by watching, my proficiency increased." Immediately after, Sigu opened the video on Hercules' channel to take a look. Anyway, the number of views is considerable. The number of subscribers has also increased from 90 to 783. It seems people quite like watching this. Elsewhere, at the SH group building, Mina was listening to her subordinate's report. "Have you seen it? Miss Che Gill has requested help to assist that person named Min Sigu." Mina asked in surprise, "Min Sigu?" She looked at Shergu's information while asking doubtfully, So my niece asked for help because of this guy? What is their relationship? The subordinate shook his head and said, we haven't been able to determine it exactly, but Miss Han Chae-gil and Min Shirgu meet 2 to 3 times a week. Hearing this, Mina immediately exclaimed in shock, they meet? Just the 2 of them? The 2 of them even meet privately in the SH group building. She couldn't help but be stunned. The child who wasn't interested in a single one of the numerous celebrities and second-generation heirs of conglomerates who approached her? After a while, Mina felt she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Elsewhere, in Shirgu's room, Hercules, after beating the Sphinx to a pulp, returned to Shirgu. He said gratefully, thanks to you, I now have 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Shirgu's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 subscribers for real? An additional 300 in one night? With that thought, he told him to get up quickly. But Hercules remained kneeling there, apologizing profusely. I was a bit resentful of you before. How can I dare to raise my head after committing such a sinful act? Shirgu refused to comment, saying, it's understandable that you were upset, because I was late, even though I promised to teach you. So get up. But Hercules was very stubborn. He pouted and said, what are you talking about? It's natural for you to be busy. It's my fault for not waiting and rushing you. Shirgu felt he couldn't persuade him, so he changed the subject. That's enough. What happened to the Sphinx after that? You didn't really kill her, did you? Hercules shook his head slightly, saying indifferently, she's not dead. My heart wavered after hearing her beg to live, so I reduced my power and just punched her lightly. Not quite believing Hercules' words, Shirgu asked doubtfully, you reduced your power and hit her lightly for real? Hercules smiled and replied, after that, I tore her apart. She willingly gave me this to show her gratitude. After he finished speaking, Shirgu's phone suddenly rang with a notification. Hercules has gifted you a subscription. Unable to believe his eyes, Shirgu read it again to confirm. A subscription? Hercules slowly explained. I won the Sphinx channel membership by tearing her apart. I mean, I was given that. But what do I use it for? I suddenly thought of you and decided to share it. No, exchange it. Looking at the words on his subscription channel, Shirgu's eyes lit up as if he had won the lottery. In other words, he could subscribe to a channel for free? This subscription was worth at least 10 billion won. What a windfall. He smiled happily, his eyes crinkling, and took Hercules' hand, saying, this is truly the best gift ever. Hercules also replied proudly, I'm glad you like it. The Sphinx gave me something else too. I'll give it to you as well. Unlike what Shirgu was expecting, this time Hercules actually gave him a voucher for a meal with Cleopatra. He was dazed and confused. A voucher for a meal with Cleopatra? Hercules' face turned completely red. He said with a shy smile, I heard she's drop-dead gorgeous. People say she's as beautiful as Aphrodite. Please go meet her once. Hearing this, Shirgu broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this? The next morning, at a luxurious house. Shirgu had come to this place at Hercules' request. The female employee approached him with trepidation. The food you ordered is here. Shirgu thanked her in a low voice. Even now, Shirgu still didn't understand why he had to be here. How did it turn out like this? Suddenly, from across from Shirgu, a charming female voice rang out. Hello, Shirgu. It turned out the beautiful woman before him was Cleopatra. A bright aura radiated from her entire body. This was a video call date with Cleopatra, but Shirgu was worried that others would think he was crazy. But just as Hercules said, she was truly beautiful. All she was missing was a crown. Confucius said, a gentleman values wisdom and disregards appearance. Shirgu thought as he drank his water. He didn't expect this beauty to even increase the proficiency of his gentleman's heart. While he was still thinking, the person sitting in front of him suddenly spoke in a melodious voice. Shirgu, should we get married? Shirgu was so startled, he almost choked on his water. Is this girl sane? Just then, Cleopatra giggled and said, your expression is like you're asking, am I sane? Shirgu pouted and replied, I won't deny it. Seeing that he wasn't avoiding it, Cleopatra made an innocent expression and said, I'm being serious. Being constantly teased by her, Shirgu coughed a few times. He pouted and said, you were the one who started it. As if Shirgu had just passed a test, the notification that his gentleman's heart proficiency had increased rang out again. Cleopatra said half-jokingly, I was just kidding. I didn't expect you to think that. Do you like bad boys? Shirgu frowned slightly and said, I was just telling the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Cleopatra spoke seriously again. This is the first time someone has treated me like this. Normally, other guys are willing to offer me everything. Sigu felt that was probably true. Looking at that radiant smile, one would have to offer up their liver and guts. Organs, anything could be offered. At that moment, Cleopatra suddenly smiled mischievously and said, "So, should we get married?" Sigu gave a forced smile. Why does the conclusion always end up like this? Sighing helplessly, Sigu began to look serious. He looked at her and asked, "Are you teasing me?" Cleopatra quickly replied, "I'm being serious." Hearing that, Sigu flatly refused. Cleopatra was shocked. "Don't you like me? Or do I look that bad?" Sigu replied, "Putting those things aside, we can't meet in real life." Cleopatra asked back, "Does love necessarily require physical contact?" Sigu reluctantly explained, "Not really, but I need a little bit." But in reality, Sigu thought differently. "Actually, I need a lot." Cleopatra continued, "But you don't have any desire for me." Sigu pouted and explained, "It's just that I'm not tempted. I would also offer my liver and gallbladder to the one I love." Hearing what Sigu had just said, Cleopatra couldn't help but widen her beautiful peach blossom eyes and exclaim, "Oh my." Not knowing if she was joking or serious, Cleopatra said again, "I've really fallen for you." Sigu thought helplessly, "She's lying again." But she caught him. "You just thought I was lying, didn't you?" Sigu calmly admitted it, while Cleopatra said sullenly, "Even if it's a joke, can't you just say yes?" He said flatly, "I can't." As soon as he finished answering, the notification of his proficiency increasing kept coming. Sigu was startled and thought, the proficiency keeps increasing, especially the gentleman's heart, which usually increases very slowly. If I don't stay alert, I don't know what will happen. After thinking, Sigu said, "Anyway, I'm a human. I can't meet Cleopatra." Cleopatra objected, "You don't look very human, especially since you've been constantly resisting my charms." Not intending to stop, Cleopatra said playfully, "Or is there something wrong with you?" Seeing that he was being made fun of, Sigu said angrily, "Can I end the meal here?" Realizing that Sigu didn't seem to like joking, Cleopatra returned to her charming demeanor and said with a gentle smile, "Sorry, I'm not joking. But what if you could become a god?" Sigu looked at her in disbelief. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "As I said, I'm human." Cleopatra replied casually, "I know. But I was once human too. If Sigu becomes a god, we can meet." "Actually, even if you don't become a god, there's a way to meet." Sigu asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Cleopatra slowly explained, "I mean exactly that. Even if you're not a god, I can still meet you. To be precise, I can come to you." Sigu asked curiously, "Is that possible? I know that these two dimensions can't interfere with each other." Cleopatra calmly replied, "That's right." As if he had discovered something new, Sigu was filled with surprise. "That means there's another way." Cleopatra continued, "And haven't we already met? The one who crossed over from YouTube." These words made Sigu remember the person who gave him that phone. His expression immediately became serious. He pursed his lips and asked, "You know about that? How do you know?" Cleopatra flew closer to Sigu and whispered in his ear, "That's a secret." Cleopatra put on a mischievous, childish attitude, continuing, "You can't force a woman to reveal her secrets." Elsewhere, just below the tall SH Group building, Mina sat in the driver's car, asking in a low voice, at this time, "Is Min Sigu at the restaurant?" The driver nodded and replied, "That's right. He just ordered 2 meals for one person and is eating. What should we do?" Mina frowned and thought, "I heard he's the person Che Gil likes. I was planning to meet him to see if he's a good person." Although Che Gil knows how to choose for herself, women in love often lose their senses. He doesn't look very normal. Who's messing with my beloved niece? I have to see for myself to judge. Thinking of this, Mina became even more anxious, impatiently ordering, "All right, let's go." Sigu, of course, didn't know someone was looking for him. He was still surprised by Cleopatra's words. She then raised an eyebrow and said, "But with my husband, what is there that I can't say? I can even tell you the number of moles on my body." Sigu coughed helplessly twice, then opened his mouth to remind her, "Stop joking." Cleopatra put on an innocent expression and said, "Strange. Usually, these lines make men drool. They love it." Sigu continued to bring up the other matter. "You're not going to tell me, are you?" Hearing this, Cleopatra immediately pouted and said, "Isn't that right?" I was going to tell you. But if I tell you everything, you won't see me anymore. Sigu thought in disappointment. So isn't that the same as not planning to tell me? Cleopatra seemed to read his thoughts. She teased again. You're thinking, isn't she not planning to tell me, right? Sigu calmly admitted it. She said playfully, you're still so stubborn. You really have no intention of marrying me? No. Sigu stood up from his chair, annoyed. Then let's end the meal here. Anyway, he had nothing more to say. And besides, if he said any more, he would be seen as a madman. In others' eyes, he was just looking at the black screen of his phone and muttering to himself. Seeing Sigu's reaction, Cleopatra spoke up. I really want to see Sigu again. Can you subscribe to my channel? Angry because he thought he was being used, Sigu said, so that was the purpose. No wonder. She dared to seduce me and asked to marry me so bluntly. Cleopatra blushed shyly and replied, it was at first, but not anymore. Now I really want to date Sigu again. Sigu picked up his phone, wanting to leave. He said coldly, what does that have to do with subscribing to the channel? She replied calmly, it has to be that way for me to see you again. To prove my loyalty, let me say one more thing. She said that not all gods have YouTube channels. After the conversation ended, Sigu left the restaurant. All along the way, Sigu was still thinking about what Cleopatra had said. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. He decided to put it aside for now. There was one thing Sigu was satisfied with. Normally, he trained hard without much progress, but after the meal, his gentleman's heart proficiency had increased by nearly 7%. So having dinner occasionally wasn't bad. Just then, a subscription came in. Thinking of this, Sigu sighed. What am I thinking? How many more dungeons until I become an A-rank hunter? Let's go raid. Just then, Sigu received a message from Saya. He was a bit confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Saya. Sigu quickly opened it to see, then let out a sigh of relief. Is it Saya's birthday today? I've been so busy lately that I forgot. Today was not just Saya's birthday. So he rushed home. Elsewhere, Mina's car was parked in front of a house. Mina got out of the car and said, from the restaurant to a columbarium all of a sudden. The driver hesitated and asked, but director, do you need to go this far? Mina asked doubtfully, what do you mean? The driver slowly replied, I understand you want to find out about Min Sigu, but do you need to go in person like this? Mina was silent for a moment. Then her eyes filled with sadness as she said, because of Jujima's matter. Hearing this, the driver didn't ask any more questions. He suggested, you can wait here. I'll be right out. But Mina quickly cut him off. No need. He's coming out soon. Find me a place to talk. Anyway, it's not convenient to talk in the columbarium. She also reminded him that they were just talking, to be careful not to cause any misunderstanding. The driver immediately nodded and accepted the order. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The warning sound blared continuously. Mina was horrified when she heard the announcement. While she was still speculating, a stream of black energy appeared in the sky, accompanied by a world-shaking explosion. Mina muttered in fear, it can't be. Mina and the other person were stunned on the spot. The warning blared again. This is a real situation. After confirming the explosion came from a B-rank dungeon, all workers are requested to evacuate into the building immediately. A few hours earlier, in front of the columbarium building, Saya was gently instructing Hagdori, be good. Wait here, understand? As if understanding, Hagdori barked smartly once. Saya was standing with Sigu. She looked at Hagdori with affection and praised. He looks so smart. And he's so obedient. It would be great if Hagdori could come inside too. The girl wanted to introduce him to her mother and father too. Sigu nodded in agreement. That's right. Hagdori is also a member of our family now. The two quickly entered the place where their parents' ashes were kept. Sigu was in such a hurry just now because today was Saya's birthday, and also the anniversary of their mother's death. The memory of his deceased mother was something he could never forget. Because that was the day the whole family went out to celebrate Saya's birthday, but they were caught in a sudden collapse, and his mother passed away. While Sigu was lost in thought, Saya turned and said, but brother, I have a question. When Mom died, when the dungeon explosion happened, Mom was holding you and me. As she stroked the glass where the ashes were kept, the girl recounted. Do you remember what Mom said then? I don't know if you still remember. It seems like Mom had something very important to say to us then. Sigu sighed helplessly. He remembered. It was a memory he couldn't forget even if he died. but he intended to pretend he didn't remember. He shook his head and said, "I don't remember clearly either." Just then, the ground shook again, startling the two siblings. Following that was a series of emergency announcements. A B-rank dungeon explosion has been detected. I repeat, a dungeon explosion is a phenomenon that occurs when the mana of a dungeon is twisted. It will lead to two main results. One is that the monsters in the dungeon spill out. In this case, you just need to deal with the escaped monsters. If it's not an S-rank monster, it won't be too dangerous. But the important problem lies in the phenomenon of the dungeon's mana exploding. The consequences of the explosion are undeniable. If ordinary people are caught in the mana explosion, they will most likely lose their lives. If they are lucky enough to survive, they will often get sick afterwards. A typical example is Saya. Sometimes there are rare cases where the exploding mana resonates with a person and they awaken. At the same time, outside, Mina and her subordinate witnessed the entire tremor. The dungeon fire erupting from the dungeon gate grew stronger and stronger, flaring up to its peak. The warning sound blared continuously. The warning was also a moment when everyone was very scared. They quickly turned and ran for their lives, accompanied by chaotic screams. A moment later, they finally reached a safe place. Mina panted a few times, sighing in relief inwardly. But immediately after, she saw the people trapped inside the dungeon's mana flow. The tragic screams continued to ring out. The number of trapped people grew and grew. Among them, a man was close to reaching the building, but he accidentally tripped and fell. He couldn't continue running. He quickly raised his hand to ask for help from the people inside, but the situation was too dangerous. No one was willing to help. Mina turned her head and looked away. She knew it was too late. But just then, a figure suddenly brushed past her. Mina recognized this person. It was Sigu, the person she wanted to meet. Immediately, Mina shouted loudly, "Come back." It's too late. Despite her shouts, Sigu successfully saved the man from the sea of mana. Everywhere his feet touched, his energy blew the mana to the sides, clearing a safe path. Looking up, the mana was now even denser. Sigu's expression instantly became grim. It was too late to get everyone into the building now. What should he do? Just then, the mana had already started to block the path. Sigu tried to break it with his fists, but no matter how hard he tried, the mana wall, as hard as a rock, didn't budge. Sigu pursed his lips aggressively. Tai Chi is the process of all creation and transformation, following the laws of nature. It is the essence and cycle of nature. Everything in the universe changes infinitely, but it all originates from two elements. The tension and coexistence between these two things form the world. The mana of the dungeon is also a part of all things in the universe, a concept that follows the harmony of great nature. Feeling the source of power flowing strongly within him, as if it were being perfected, Sigu began to use one hand to push and force the mana to gradually separate. Seeing the scene before her, Mina's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe her eyes. He contained the explosion? Sigu didn't care about everyone's reaction. He was trying to use Tai Chi to gather the power from the explosion, but it was still too much to completely neutralize that power. As expected, Sigu couldn't hold on for long. Mana was leaking out. This was dangerous. Without daring to delay, he quickly shouted, "Hagdori." Very quickly, Hagdori appeared in the dungeon's mana flow. It tried to suck up the leaking mana. Then it safely stood in front of the unconscious person. Sigu smiled with satisfaction. With Hagdori, he no longer had to worry about the leaking mana waves. But there was still another problem. His arm, which was holding back the powerful mana, had begun to tremble. The back of his hand had turned a dark purple. Sigu thought he couldn't take it anymore. He had to absorb it. The explosion of the B-rank dungeon had been compressed, but could he absorb it? Furthermore, the power had been compressed once more. If he wasn't careful, Sigu could die from not being strong enough to resist it. Looking at Hagdori, who was constantly wagging his tail worriedly, Sigu considered, should I run away? But he quickly refuted the idea. What the hell are you thinking? I'll deal with it as it comes. Thinking of this, Sigu put all his strength into his hands, trying to resist the enormous mana. Under Sigu's efforts, the mana finally dissipated, returning the clear blue sky to this place. Inside the building, Mina's group, who were taking shelter, were speechless at this shocking scene. Just then, Saya ran out from inside. crying out worriedly, "Brother!" She ran all the way toward Sigu. Looking at the weakened person kneeling on the ground, she couldn't hold back her tears. Seiya scolded, "Why? Why did you do that? Please don't die. Wake up." It was clear he was in a lot of pain, but Sigu still patiently explained, "Seiya, you asked earlier, right? When Mom passed away, do you remember what she said?" Not understanding Sigu's meaning, Seiya's mind was filled with worry. The girl cried loudly, "Don't talk anymore. I don't need to hear it now. Don't talk." Ignoring the panicked girl, Sigu remembered the past and said with a gentle smile, "What did Mom say then?" When the dungeon explosion happened that day, Sigu's mother held the two of them in her arms. Then she kept reassuring them, "Don't worry, Seiya. Mom is really fine." She calmly looked at Sigu, who was holding the fainted Seiya in his arms, and said, "Today is our Seiya's birthday. From now on, only good things will happen." She said she wouldn't let this person be remembered as the day she passed away. She would definitely do that. She always smiled gently and spoke calmly. Thanks to her absorbing all the power from the explosion, the two siblings, Sigu, were able to survive. And just as his mother said, she miraculously held on for a day. Mom took her last breath after Seiya's birthday, but that turned Seiya's birthday into the anniversary of their mother's death. Because in Korea, the death anniversary is calculated as the day before the day of death. She just thought, "I can't let Seiya's birthday become the day of my death." That was probably the only thing she thought about. Sigu told Seiya the whole story. After hearing it, the girl couldn't hold back her tears. After that, he pointed to the man lying in the distance and said, "When that man was trying to escape the dungeon's mana, he kept crying and saying that today was his daughter's birthday." With the heart of a father, he, like Sigu's mother, had always apologized to his child. Sigu said this and then gave a bitter smile. "I just suddenly remembered Mom, so I couldn't help it." As soon as he finished, he fainted in Seiya's arms. By the time Sigu opened his eyes again, he was in the hospital. Sigu sat up from the bed, sighing helplessly. Hospital again. I must have fainted at the funeral home. Was it Chae-gil again this time? But the person standing in front of him was not Chae-gil, but her aunt, Hamina. Sigu frowned in thought. Who was the person in front of me? At that moment, he remembered something. This wasn't the VIP room at SH Hospital that he usually frequented. From the room's layout to its size, it was probably a super special room or something similar. While Sigu was confused, Mina spoke up. "I am Hamina, Chae-gil's aunt. I came to the funeral home to see you because I had something to talk about." At this point, she smiled awkwardly and continued, "But don't you want to know what's going on?" Normally, people would ask, "What happened? Why am I here?" Sigu smiled helplessly and said, "Situations like this are not the first time for me." Suddenly remembering Seiya, Sigu asked in a panic, "I wonder where my sister is." Mina frowned thoughtfully and recounted, "If you're talking about your sister, it seems this shock was quite big. After you fainted, she fainted right after." Sigu immediately slumped onto the bed, asking urgently, "Seiya fainted? Where is she now? Is she okay?" Seeing the worry in his eyes, Mina quickly reassured him, "She's fine now. She's being treated in the room next door and has quickly calmed down." Only then did Sigu let out a sigh of relief. "That's right. But you were looking for me and had something to discuss." With a slight smile, Mina said, a confusing sentence. "I approve." These words made Sigu so dazed, he almost fell off the bed. He asked in confusion, "What the hell? Approve of what?" Thinking of the romantic scene of Sigu and Chae-gil together, Mina smiled happily and replied, "I'm talking about Chae-gil. Aren't you seeing her?" With a man's mind, Sigu didn't understand. He casually replied, "Yes, that's right. He meets her twice a week to teach her swordsmanship." But why did she suddenly say that? Sigu was still confused, sitting there. Mina said again, "I approve." He was really sweating. Chae-gil's family owns the SH group. She's a key figure in its operation. Training Chae-gil in swordsmanship costs 10 billion won a month, so her aunt could object to that investment. Thinking of this, Sigu scratched his head and said with a smile, "Thank you." He guessed that her saying, "I approve," meant she believed he was qualified to teach Chae-gil. Mina didn't know Sigu had misunderstood her. She continued to smile and say, "Even if I approve, my brothers might not think so." As if they were talking past each other, Sigu still replied, "I completely understand." He casually thought, They also have the right to voice their objections. Mina looked at him intently, speaking in the tone of an elder. Especially, it will be very difficult to get the chairman's permission. Sigu asked blankly. I thought Chae-gil had already asked the chairman for permission. Surprised by Sigu's statement, Mina couldn't believe it and exclaimed, she already asked the chairman for permission? Her reaction made Sigu very confused. He frowned and said, of course. Chae-gil said she had already asked her grandfather for permission. As if witnessing a sweet love story, Mina said with shy emotion, look at that girl. When did she ask the chairman for permission like this? Unable to control her expression, Mina turned to another place and said maturely. Sigu looked at the ant with a strange gaze. Is this the reaction she should have? Suddenly remembering something, Mina stopped smiling and turned to say, I heard the girl is building a new house. I'll help in any way I can. Do you need anything? Sigu asked in surprise. How did you know about that? Mina replied calmly, I manage SH construction. Only then did Sigu understand. He heard Mina continue. Chae-gil is someone who rarely asks for help from others. So when she asked this time, it surprised me. Have you collected enough building materials yet? He replied politely. Actually, I need a lot of materials, and they're hard to collect, so I've been busy raiding dungeons. Surprised by Sigu's adventurousness, Mina's eyes widened as she said, raiding dungeons to build a house. Sigu replied calmly. I plan to build a house from materials obtained from monsters in the dungeon. Hearing this, Mina was stunned and asked, is that even possible? Sigu smiled shyly and replied, to be honest, I don't know when I can finish building it. If I try and it doesn't work, I'll have to think of another way. After a long silence, Mina said seriously, I will prepare the building materials for you. Sigu was a bit startled and asked, you'll do that? Hearing Sigu call her aunt, Mina smiled with satisfaction and said, the word aunt sounds more pleasant than I thought. Her mood seemed to have lifted. Mina snapped her fingers and said with a smile, all right, I'm in a good mood today. I'll just pay for all the costs. Too shocked by the generosity of the wealthy, Sigu was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. It's not just a little bit of money. The estimated value is around 3 billion won. For the SH group, it might just be pocket change. Suddenly receiving such a huge favor, Sigu asked suspiciously, but why are you doing that for me? Of course, this is your and Chae-gil's marital home. As if he had just heard some shocking news, Sigu's head throbbed as he asked, what? Without answering directly, Mina was just lost in her own imagination and said, did I say too much? Then, she started taking notes while humming and saying, anyway, just leave that part to me. The sooner the better, right? Ignoring Sigu's trembling hand that wanted to offer an explanation. A moment later, Mina stuffed a piece of paper into his hand and said with a smile, this is my number. I wanted to give you a business card, but since the owners of the SH group manage many subsidiaries, they don't make separate business cards. Without waiting for Sigu to say more, she turned and left. Before leaving, she reminded him, anyway, this is a direct hotline to me. If you need any help, just contact me. Well then, rest well. In the end, only Sigu was left standing there dumbfounded, constantly muttering, my and Chae-gil's marital home. The next day, the two siblings, Sigu, felt stuffy, so they went out to the hospital grounds to get some fresh air. Actually, Sigu still hadn't gotten over what happened yesterday. After Chae-gil, now it was Mina, and he was getting special treatment. It seemed there was a little misunderstanding that needed to be resolved. But anyway, not only Sigu but also Saya were able to rest comfortably at SH Hospital. That was good. Thanks to that, Saya's condition had also improved. In a moment, Sigu thought worriedly again, but how do I explain this to Saya? According to Min Young, Saya already knew to some extent about him being a hunter and a YouTuber. But this, at least he had to explain a little. He didn't know where to start or what to say. From a distance, someone called Sigu. Hey! He turned his head in surprise. It was the man Sigu had risked his life to save. He chatted cheerfully without any distance, saying, it seems you're hospitalized here too. Are you feeling better? The man replied shyly, yes, thanks to you, I'm fine. The hospital also said that luckily, there are no problems. Hearing that, Sigu also felt happy. That's great. Suddenly, from a distance, a little girl's voice came running, asking, Daddy, who is this uncle? The man patted the girl's head and said, he's the one who saved Daddy's life. Looking up at Sigu, the girl just stood there. A moment later, she smiled brightly and said, "Uncle, thank you for saving my daddy's life." Then, she was quickly attracted by Hikdori. The girl ran like the wind towards it. Very quickly, a laughing girl and a wolf were jumping around in the courtyard. The man watched the girl, sighed, and said, "The girl's mother has left this world, sacrificing herself for the girl." At this point, he cried and said, "If at that time, I had died. Honestly, I don't know how to thank you enough." His tears seemed unstoppable. Sigu stood silently watching the man who kept thanking him, not knowing how to react. A moment later, he left with the girl. Hikdori, who was having fun playing, suddenly had to stop, feeling a bit sad. At this moment, Saya spoke up. "I had that dream again last night. The dream about our deceased mother. Usually, Mom's face in the dream is always sad." As she spoke, Saya looked off into the distance at the sky, as if Mom had something she wanted to say to us, but couldn't say it. She looked very sad. At this point, Saya suddenly turned to look at Sigu and said with a happy smile, "But not this time." Mom said thank you. When the girl asked her mother what she was thankful for, she just said thank you. Hearing his little sister talk about their mother, Sigu just felt a pang in his heart and remained silent, not knowing what to say. Saya didn't notice his reaction. She continued, "It seems like Mom won't be visiting us anymore." Hearing this, Sigu also chimed in, "Yeah, probably. But it would be nice if Mom visited sometimes." Saya agreed, "That's right. Mom left us so early." The girl giggled happily and said, "But it's okay. Even though I'm a little sad, I still have you." As if to remind Saya, the little wolf Hikdori barked once. Saya quickly patted its head and said with a smile, "And there's Hikdori too." Seeing his little sister step out of the psychological shadow of the past, Sigu smiled gently with relief. Looking at the clear, jade-blue sky like a painting, Sigu thought, "I have a feeling that from Saya's next birthday, things will be a little different than before." Back in the hospital room, Sigu was lying on the bed, constantly pondering. If I could have moved a little faster, maybe I wouldn't have had to endure the dungeon explosion and could have saved everyone. He suddenly thought of the powerful god Hercules. What if it had been Hercules? He probably would have just stood still and destroyed the explosion itself. Even if it wasn't Hercules, if it were the S-rank hunters, they probably could have managed it too. Coincidentally, Sigu also had a new free subscription. Should he try to read up on a special skill that helps with fast movement? Looking at his phone, Sigu pursed his lips in thought. In the end, he decided to type a message to Hercules. Very quickly, Hercules appeared. He said cheerfully, "You called me?" Sigu was startled and asked, "Are you training?" He nodded and replied, "Today is the endurance test day for the 3 main exercises, so I got the message a bit late." Sigu felt a bit awkward. He must have skipped his training to come here because he wanted to repay him for helping with the Sphinx. With that thought, he opened his mouth and asked, "How much can you lift for the 3 main exercises?" Hercules suddenly bowed his head dejectedly and said, "I've been focusing on making videos lately, so my muscles have decreased a bit. Currently, my deadlift is only 34 megatons." Hearing this, Sigu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, 34 megatons? 1 megaton is equal to the energy of 1 million tons of TNT exploding, right? So that means Hercules, when he deadlifts, creates energy equivalent to 34 star explosions? That sounds too good to be true. Thinking of this, Sigu broke out in a cold sweat. He asked hesitantly, "Did I call you at an inconvenient time?" Hercules said it was fine. "If the teacher calls, of course I have to come." At this point, he suddenly said awkwardly, "But why does it feel so awkward when I say it to the teacher?" Sigu said frankly, "I'm the one who feels uncomfortable when you call me teacher like that." After hesitating for a long time, Hercules said in a low voice, "Then is it okay if I call you by your name? Why did you call me here?" Sigu told Hercules his intention. After thinking for a long time, he said in a low voice, "To be honest, learning other movement techniques besides the divine martial arts is not really necessary. You are currently learning the techniques of the divine martial arts." He said that it includes movement techniques as well as methods for controlling the entire body. Learning other skills might throw off the movements. Sigu felt that no matter what, he couldn't give up on the divine martial arts. Is there a way to learn a new skill related to movement? Just then, Hercules winked and said with a smile, "But if it's just to increase speed, it probably won't be a problem." Sigu asked in surprise, Just adding speed? Hercules nodded and replied, to throw a punch, it requires the coordination of many different muscle groups. This highlights the importance of coordination. The divine martial arts focuses on improving and systematizing all movements. Simply put, if you only learn a skill that increases speed, not only will it help avoid conflicts with the divine martial arts, but it can also enhance its performance. Hearing that, Sigu began to think. A way to add speed without affecting the movements. There's really no problem with that. Then Hercules said, if that's the case, you might be able to use the divine martial arts better than me. Sigu smiled and said, I don't think it's that much. Hercules patted his shoulder, saying frankly, you have the ability to master the other outstanding characteristics of the gods. It will be very interesting when you truly reach that level. Hearing this, Sigu thought vaguely, really? I can't even imagine it. But is there any god who is particularly good at speed? He couldn't think of anyone. Before subscribing to the channel, Sigu couldn't know in advance what skills he would learn. If only he could unsubscribe, that would be great. While Sigu was hesitating, Hercules spoke up. I can recommend a channel for you. Try Hermes' channel. Sigu was a bit surprised by the name. Hercules slowly explained, when Hermes is determined to run away, even I can't catch him. Hermes is a god who appears in Greek and Roman mythology and is known as the god of thieves among the 12 Olympian gods. Thanks to his swift speed, Hermes serves as the messenger of the Olympian gods. Hearing this, besides his fast speed, Sigu also remembered that Hermes had another outstanding characteristic. Remembering Hermes, Hercules started to get angry and said, every time he tries to trick me, I want to kill him, but how can I catch him? At this moment, Sigu remembered. He also has another name, the god of trickery. In the past, Hermes once said, I don't lie, I just sometimes omit some truths. After Hermes tricked Zeus, Zeus got angry and threw lightning bolts randomly, but probably none of them hit him. Sigu didn't know what to say about this god's name. Hercules continued, his speed is truly unrivaled. Just think about it. After finishing his conversation with Hercules, Sigu began to calculate. Even Hercules advised it, so there's no need to worry anymore. But what if the skill isn't about speed, but about trickery? Sigu hesitated for a moment, then finally dismissed the matter. Anyway, Hercules recommended it. If something goes wrong, he'll make him pay back the subscription fee. Putting his thoughts into action, Sigu subscribed to Hermes' channel and learned the SS-Rank skill, Super Speed. Sigu couldn't believe his eyes. Luckily, it wasn't a scam skill. Immediately after, he started watching the videos on Hermes' channel. He quickly discovered that they were all just scam videos. He continued to stare at the phone screen and said, this way, I can't practice the skill through videos. It seems that super speed can only be improved by using it yourself. The next day, Sigu went down to the park to practice as usual. His body seemed to have no problems anymore. It was also time to see how far his speed could reach when using both enhanced strength. Although his proficiency was still 0%, because of that, Sigu could accurately measure his current maximum speed. With that, he began to gather energy in the soles of his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and left. In an instant, Sigu's figure disappeared without a trace. A moment later, Sigu stopped at a corner, panting from exhaustion. He frowned in thought. It's true that force equals mass times velocity. The weight pressing down on my body is really not enough at all. Just then, Sigu suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned his head to look behind him, muttering in confusion, is that a mountain? And it's a familiar landscape. By the time he realized where he was, Sigu was truly speechless. He was actually at Guanic Mountain. He had come here from SH Hospital in just one step. Sigu felt this was truly insane. It was unbelievably fast. His current proficiency is only 0.1%, and it's already like this. What will happen if I increase my proficiency further? Will my speed be even faster than it is now? Or will I be able to control this speed more flexibly? The more he thought, the happier he became. Sigu put away his phone, whispering, I really have to increase my proficiency to be able to verify this. But maybe I should restrain myself from pushing my speed to the maximum. This time was just luck. If I crash into a building, not only will people get hurt, but the housing prices in Seoul are exorbitant. Who could afford to compensate for that? Thinking of this, Sigu looked up at the sky and said with a smile, it's best to practice super speed in a dungeon. For now, Let's get ready to be discharged. The next day, after being discharged, Sigu really did go to a dungeon. This time, he went to a B-rank dungeon. The monsters in front of him were B+ rank magical beasts. Ijun, of course, also went with him. Witnessing the scene before him, his expression was a little serious. Devil hounds. They were once one of the beast species from the demon world that invaded Earth. Just then, the magical beasts began to attack, causing Ijun to panic. They opened their mouths with sharp fangs towards Sigu, but he stood there calmly, without a trace of fear. Ijun was really worried at this moment. Even for Sigu, it would be difficult to defeat the devil hounds. Their speed is subsonic. But what happened next was, Sigu's speed was like a flash of lightning. He had caught a magical beast with his bare hands. Without a single wasted motion, Sigu squeezed its neck tightly, causing it to scream in pain. Soon after, he directly broke its neck. This scene fell into Ijun's eyes, leaving him extremely bewildered. But Sigu didn't stop. He continuously attacked the magical beasts. Moreover, his speed was very fast, making it almost impossible for Ijun on this side to keep up with him. He exclaimed in terror. His speed surpasses the subsonic devil hounds. While Ijun was still in shock, Sigu charged into the encirclement of the monsters like a flash of lightning. In no time, he had neatly dealt with all the magical beasts. Before long, he stopped and dusted off his hands. He glanced at Ijun, who was still gaping, unable to close his mouth. Then Sigu flashed a victorious smile and asked, "Did you get the shot?" After a tense battle with the monsters, he opened his phone, his eyes shining brightly, his face joyful, and a wide smile on his face as his proficiency increased. Both stats also increased. The speed limit that Sigu could reach, and also his ability to control his speed freely. It's already this fast, and it can get even faster? He couldn't believe the progress. A bold thought flashed through his mind. If I reach maximum proficiency, I might even surpass Hercules. While immersed in joy, Sigu's expression turned to confusion. What am I supposed to do with this? Ijun said apologetically, "I'm sorry, boss." Sigu looked at the camera and tried to adjust it in various ways, but the result remained the same. He sighed helplessly. The video is just wind noise. Who would watch this if I post it? It seems Ijun couldn't keep up with the super speed with his naked eye. He had to increase his proficiency, so it was also difficult for him to adjust the video's speed. Maybe he should take the opportunity to train Ijun a little. After all, he was A+ rank. He should be able to perceive super speed. Hercules once taught that when the body is tired, the head is the last to endure. If he keeps practicing, sooner or later he will adapt on his own. Sigu was thinking about what method to use for training when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced down and found it was an unknown number. As soon as he saw the message content, Sigu couldn't help but be surprised. This is really the style of the SH group. They even managed to gather such hard-to-find materials. If that's the case, then it's finally time to build a new house. However, a flicker of doubt appeared in Sigu's mind. Wait, I didn't give them my number. Did they ask Chaiene? A moment later, at the SH construction company, Sigu couldn't hide his surprise. "You've really prepared all the materials?" Jaegon nodded and replied. "Director Mina specifically requested it, so I took the materials from the warehouse." "The warehouse?" he asked in surprise. He began to explain. "Although the company doesn't need to use them right now, we always prepare materials in advance, so that when there's an urgent project, we can start construction immediately." Sigu laughed in admiration. "No wonder you prepared so quickly." At this moment, Jaegon frowned and asked back, "I heard you're planning to build a house using only monster byproducts, right?" He shrugged and replied, "That's the plan," Jaegon said with some annoyance. "Although materials from monsters have extremely high durability, to build a house, durability is not enough." Sigu chuckled lightly and replied casually, "If I can't build it, I'll just change the plan." These words made Jaegon want to explode on the spot. He roared in his mind, "Do you know how much these materials cost, that you can just say you'll change the plan?" The building materials that were so hard to accumulate. Just looking at the pile of materials made him feel proud. He was confident that he could meet any request. Thinking of this, Jaegon couldn't help but exclaim, "Director Mina is truly admirable. Even though it's not necessary, she still insists on learning on site, proud when her body smells of cement, instead of 1,000 words. With that thought, Jae spoke again. Have you ever built anything before? Sigu shook his head and replied, this is my first time, but I've prepared my own equipment. After hearing this, Jaegon's chest heaved with anger. But construction is not just about swinging a hammer like with equipment. It's the art of creating an optimal living environment for humans by integrating engineering, sociology, and humanities. And yet Sigu said he wanted to build, but he was just carrying a hammer and walking around like that. The more Jae thought about it, the more helpless he felt. He also didn't know what relationship he had with Mina, but she had really instructed him very carefully to help him, not only providing building materials, but also teaching him bit by bit what construction is. With that thought, Jae frowned and asked, do you have a blueprint yet? Sigu scratched his head and replied shyly, just a rough sketch. Jae asked again, then have you chosen the type of terrain to build on? He scratched his head again and said it was also just a rough idea. Hearing this, Jae became even angrier. He said in a serious tone, construction can never be done carelessly. To design, you must first have knowledge of the building's foundation. You also have to understand the land where the building will be located. Then you also have to consider the purpose and function of the space, along with psychology to create a comfortable and eye-pleasing space. No matter how beautiful it is, if the residents feel it's inconvenient, it's useless. Finally, you also have to consider how the building will affect the residents, how they will feel. Design is also a process of converging philosophy and top-level psychology. That is true design. And after having the blueprint, which is just an imagination, you add engineering and technology to eliminate what's impossible and find alternatives. The entire process of turning a design into a real building. At this, Jae pointed at Sigu and snorted coldly. That is the comprehensive knowledge of humanity that makes up construction. After hearing this, he stammered in embarrassment. It seems I've underestimated construction. He glared at him and continued to ask, you just said you've sketched a bit of the blueprint, right? Sigu scratched his head and smiled shyly. Then, Sigu gave the blueprint to Jae. Glancing at the blueprint, Jae really didn't know what to say. Sigu saw his reaction and asked worriedly, how is it? He smirked helplessly. What do you mean? Are you asking because you don't know? The blueprint of a novice is easy to guess. But just a few seconds later, when he looked closely at each line, Jaegon's gaze immediately changed. He asked, what is this? How could you draw a blueprint of this caliber? He clutched the blueprint in his hand, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had been in the construction industry for decades and had never seen such a perfect blueprint. This was truly a masterpiece, a convergence of the pinnacle of all disciplines. Thinking of this, Jae asked, trembling, aren't you a hunter? Sigu smiled and said, I also have a YouTube channel. He asked doubtfully again, is it a construction YouTuber? He shook his head in denial. A hunter YouTuber. Jae clutched the blueprint tightly. He reassured himself. Anyway, a design is just a design. It's just drawing out the imaginations in your head. Immediately, he suggested that Sigu quickly start construction. After all, Jae thought that turning imagination into reality was a completely different matter. His on-site skills might be very clumsy. Sigu didn't know his thoughts and enthusiastically got to work. He didn't use any tools at all, directly throwing a punch. And so, he directly destroyed a corner of the house. Seeing this, Jaegon's face immediately panicked. Sigu was demolishing the house with his bare hands. What kind of monster is this? He paid him no mind, continuing to carry materials on his shoulder. He now felt that he was not human. While working, Sigu suddenly paused when he remembered Hephaestus's instructions. You have to dig the ground first. Instantly, a blue dragon-shaped light coiled around his body. Sigu raised his foot and then slammed it down on the ground. A deafening explosion echoed, and the ground shattered under the impact. Witnessing this scene, Jaegon's face turned pale. He said he was digging, but surely he's not destroying the foundation? He stammered, I know hunters have strength, but is this even human anymore? On this side, Sigu was still working hard. The ground had been dug. Soon after, his figure flew away nimbly. He continuously punched the ground. Jae felt that he was very redundant. He said tragically, I'm going back first. Just then, Ijun ran over and called out, Brother, I'm here to help. Sigu didn't turn his head. He said calmly, help me move those materials. Ijun immediately agreed and ran over to lift the materials. But no matter how he lifted, it wouldn't budge. His face had turned as red as a tomato from overexertion. Ijun refused to give up. He pursed his lips and said, all right, let's see who's stronger. Unfortunately, the kid had underestimated the weight of that pile of materials. It didn't take long before they were pinned to the ground. Seeing this, Sigu hurriedly ran over. What's going on? Are you crushed under there? Right after, he lifted the materials to rescue Iruin. Nia kept complaining. How can a B-rank hunter be so weak? You really need to work on your stamina. A moment later, Sigu finally helped Iruin get out. Sigu asked anxiously, are you badly hurt? Let me see. As soon as he looked, his face darkened. Is it too severe? Iruin's right side, from his shoulder to his ribs, is completely crushed. But very quickly, Sigu shrugged and said, it's not that bad. Just use your super regeneration. Show me. Iruin looked up and shouted, I'm not overreacting. I can regenerate, but pain is still pain. Maybe I should go to the hospital. Sigu asked, a bit surprised. You need to go to the hospital? You just need to regenerate. Iruin still shook his head and said, no. If I regenerate the wrong way. Before the kid could finish, he kept groaning in pain. Sigu felt a bit helpless, so he took out his acupuncture needles to treat his injuries. A moment later, he said casually, now you can regenerate. Iruin felt the energy overflowing in his body. The kid asked doubtfully, what did you just do? Sigu slowly explained, when the body is crushed, the chi meridians are blocked. I hit your acupoints to clear your meridians. Just understand it like that. Saying that, Sigu told him he would go back to building the house, and Iruin should just stay there and regenerate. But after taking just 2 steps, Sigu suddenly stopped. He glanced at Iruin and said in a deep voice, oh, wait a minute. Anyway, it doesn't matter if your arms and legs get crushed a few times, right? Sigu told the kid to try a few more times, and he would heal him immediately. Iruin panicked a bit, then nodded. Nodding in satisfaction, Sigu said seriously, this time I will train you to become stronger. This is a training opportunity that doesn't come by easily. As he spoke, Sigu lifted the iron bar onto his shoulder, making Iruin panic. But that wasn't all. He threw it down, crushing the kid, making Iruin scream miserably. Sigu smirked proudly. This is all because I want you to improve. A few days later, Sigu looked at the spacious house in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Just a little more, and it would be finished. He thought it would take at least 2 weeks, but it was almost done in just 3 days. While he was feeling happy, a painful scream echoed from behind. After 3 days, Iruin was still being crushed by materials, constantly begging for mercy. Sigu glanced at him and said, this time only your right arm is crushed? You've learned how to endure the pain better, huh? Saying that, he walked over and used acupuncture needles to treat Iruin's body. At this moment, the kid felt more comfortable. Then he said sadly, I feel like I'm not helping you at all. Sigu smiled casually and said, you are helping, and you're improving day by day. Look, at first Iruin couldn't lift anything, and now he could hold 2 things at once. Hearing this, Iruin nodded and replied, that's true. For some reason, every time I get treated, I feel stronger. Sigu also felt very satisfied. Although he learned quite slowly, the kid was gradually improving. Although it was different from the method he used to teach Chaiene, fortunately, Iruin was also gradually absorbing Taiji. Taiji was a power that even someone with S-rank talent couldn't easily learn. With Chaiene, he acted as a guide for her in this process, but with Iruin's A+ talent, that was impossible. Even so, thanks to Iruin's super regeneration trait, every time his limbs were broken, Sigu used his medical skills to treat him, forcefully injecting the power of Taiji into the kid's body. It truly was no pain, no gain. Iruin didn't need to train hard, but after just 3 days, he went from B rank to B+. However, he didn't realize anything at all. But thanks to that, Sigu's proficiency in medical skills also increased significantly. With this level, it might help improve Sea's blood deficiency disease a little bit. Sigu was really happy. Next time, he had to test a new medicinal herb on the little girl. Right at this moment, Iruin's screams for mercy echoed again. Sigu felt a bit helpless. I guess that's enough for now. Thinking that, He walked over and supported Iruin's shoulder. Sigu chuckled and said, I'll finish the house. You go rest. A moment later, Sigu finally finished building the house. The system notified him that it was a cozy home. He was speechless when he heard that. According to Hephaestus, is this what cozy looks like? In front of them was a massive, sparkling house, making Iruin gape in astonishment. Did you really build this? Before the joy could subside, a series of power-up notifications suddenly appeared, making Sigu freeze. His eyes widened. It increased this much at once. He narrowed his eyes, thinking seriously. Should I become a mason to train my skills? If I just destroy and rebuild, the proficiency will definitely reach 100%. But then Sigu could only sigh. If he destroyed a newly built house immediately, it would take a lot of effort to find materials again. At this time, Iruin suddenly asked, Boss, aren't you going to throw a housewarming party? Sigu was a bit dazed. The kid explained, You just built a new house. Of course you have to throw a housewarming party. Thinking for a moment, Sigu nodded. Makes sense. Although I don't have anyone close to invite, there are people who helped build the house. He turned to Iruin and said, Listening to you, I really should throw a housewarming party. Iruin nodded slightly and said, So when are we doing it? Sigu frowned in deep thought for a moment before speaking. I still have to prepare everything. Probably in about 3 days. Iruin was happy to hear that. All right then, see you in 3 days. I'll go tell my sister too. After saying that, he ran off immediately. Sigu hurriedly called out, Why are you leaving right away? Let me treat you to something. Iruin ran like the wind, shaking his head and saying, No need, bro. Just make something delicious on the housewarming day. Sigu sighed helplessly, slipping away so fast. He's afraid of being forced to work again. He didn't care anymore. Looking at his new house, he wondered who he should invite. But would they even come? What if only Saya and Hyukdori came to celebrate? On another note, at the director's office of the SH Construction Company, Reagan walked in to report. Mina sat on the chair, asking happily, How is the progress of the house construction? Is everything going smoothly? Hearing this, Reagan stuttered, unable to speak. A moment later, he hesitated and said, The construction is already finished. Hearing this, Mina immediately exclaimed in shock, How is it finished already? Reagan panicked a bit, trembling as he explained, That's right, the construction is complete. Meaning, our company's support is no longer needed. Mina's face turned green then white. She asked in disbelief, You mean the house is already built? Didn't they just break ground 3 days ago? Biting his lip fiercely, Reagan hurriedly recounted. He lifted the materials with his bare hands, digging the earth like cutting tofu, as if flying in the sky, doing this and that. Reagan described it extremely vividly. Mina was completely dumbfounded listening to it. She asked doubtfully, What are you talking about? Reagan, after finishing his story, whispered, Honestly, I'm dumbfounded too. Mina still didn't believe it. What did he see to come back and say this? Is there any human who can do that? On another side, at Sigu's newly finished house, Saya couldn't believe her eyes when she saw it. Sigu smiled and asked, Do you like it? Saya nodded without hesitation. I really like it. Is this really our house, Sigu? The ceiling is so high. The living room is also spacious. There are so many rooms. It didn't look like their old house at all. Sigu looked at the little girl, happy to be in such a spacious house, and smirked. Are you really that happy? At this time, Saya said excitedly, Sigu, you said you were going to throw a housewarming party, right? Sigu nodded slightly and replied, That's right. I also invited. But before he could finish, Saya exclaimed excitedly, Then let's go. He asked doubtfully, Go where? The little girl said happily, Go buy ingredients to treat the guests. Sigu was startled when he heard that. He asked doubtfully, You plan to cook yourself? Are you sure? Although the little girl was good at cooking, her health condition wasn't good. But Saya nodded and replied, It's okay. I can handle the grilling. Thinking for a moment, Sigu smiled and said, That works too. Probably thanks to the care at the SH hospital, the little girl's health condition had improved. Her skin was rosy. She really looked fine. Right after, the Sigu siblings went out to buy ingredients. On another note, at a certain high-rise building, Duchion sat in the dark, angrily muttering Sigu's name. He had turned the Chaos Guild's base in the Seoul area into ruins. And he also destroyed the mass production plan for illegal awakened that they had been preparing for years. How could he not be angry? Thinking that, Duchion glanced at his subordinate and asked, "Where is he now?" The subordinate immediately replied, "We have located him." Hearing that, Duchion ordered, "Lead the way." The subordinate was momentarily shocked and exclaimed, "What? You plan to go personally?" He said if he acted directly, the inspectorate director would notice. Duchion didn't care anymore. He said coldly, "This is the second time that Gaiman's Sigu has appeared in my hands. Lead the way." Just then, a deep voice rang out. "Let him handle the branch manager for me." The newcomer was Booked, a future-level member of the Chaos Society. He chuckled and said, "Why use a butcher's knife to kill a snail?" Duchion frowned upon seeing him arrive. He gritted his teeth and said, "That guy is not someone you can handle. To avoid any mistakes, I'll deal with him personally." However, Book just smirked and said, "If you insist, sir, I shall step aside." However, he added that a problem had arisen from the society's side. This made Duchion stop in his tracks. He glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Book calmly explained, "I'm not entirely sure. But the bloodhounds from the inspection bureau have a very good sense of smell." As soon as he finished speaking, Duchion struck. A loud thud echoed through the air. He looked down coldly at the man kneeling on the ground, his voice filled with killing intent. "That kind of joke, I'll only let it slide once." Booked clutched his aching body and spoke with a tremor, "I apologize." While searching for suitable humans as sacrifices for the revival, it seems the society acted too recklessly. And that caught the attention of the BIC. Gee. Upon hearing that name, Duchion's expression immediately soured. Booked continued, "The guild did its best to stop them, but Big G personally got involved, which is why I came to find you, sir." Duchion's face was now filled with extreme rage. The illegal awakened training plan was just a stepping stone for what the society was preparing. The Blood Shadow Society was also monitoring the situation closely. With this in mind, Duchion placed a hand on Book's shoulder and reminded him, "Myo Ring also failed against him. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Book chuckled. "Are you comparing me to Myo Ring, sir?" He spoke with extreme confidence, saying to just leave it to him. That evening, Seol had just stepped out of his room when his eyes widened in surprise. Food was already laid out on the table, all delicious dishes, and a lot of them. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Why so much food?" Seola smiled happily and said, "We have guests coming. It has to be a feast." Seol said, a bit awkwardly, "But isn't this a little too much?" Seola winked and replied, "Better to have too much than not enough." Just then, Corey ran over, yipping twice. Seol glanced at it. "You want some too, little guy?" But remembering the little guy's monstrous appetite, he panicked. "If I feed it, what will the guests eat?" He quickly said, "Sorry, buddy." Hearing this, Corey sat down sadly to one side. Seol couldn't bear it and said, "I'll make something special just for you, Corey." Just then, Seola asked doubtfully, "Big brother, when are the guests arriving?" Seol checked the time before replying. "I told them to come around dinner time. They should be here soon." At that moment, a notification sound indicating someone was approaching suddenly rang out. Seol said cheerfully, "They must be here." Sure enough, when he opened the door, he saw the Seon sisters, carrying lots of gifts. Seol asked, puzzled, "What's with all this stuff?" Seon replied casually, "It's a housewarming party. We can't come empty-handed." With that, she looked around the house, then exclaimed in disbelief, "Did Seol really build this himself?" Seol didn't answer, as Irun spoke up first. "I hope we're not late." He smiled and replied, "Not at all, you're right on time." Irun breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a relief. My sister was so slow, I was afraid we'd be late." Before she could finish, Seon scolded her, "Who are you calling slow?" Irun quickly explained the reason. "She said we have to look our best when visiting the boss's house." As soon as the words left her mouth, she got a punch in the back from her sister. After the hit, Seon turned to explain, "Don't mind her. She's never in her right mind." Seol watched the two sisters bickering like cats and dogs and could only force a smile. As the atmosphere grew lively, Seola stepped out to greet them. "Hello, everyone. I'm Seola, Seol's younger sister." The two fighting sisters immediately froze. Seon asked, stunned, "Seol's biological sister?" Seola nodded calmly. Hearing this, Seon beamed. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim Seoeun. I'm with Seol. But before she could finish, Irun cut in. Nice to meet you. I'm always by Seol's side, supporting him. I'm Irun. The two started chatting happily, leaving a stunned Soon standing there. But her attention was quickly drawn to Corey. She immediately chased after it, wanting to give it a hug. Seol watched from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Come to think of it, it was the same when she first met Seola. Just then, Seoeun suddenly remembered something. She quickly spoke up. Uncle Pawang couldn't make it. I heard he's busy working on a piece for an exhibition. Seol nodded slightly. I got the message too. I hear it's a very important conference this time. Seoeun slowly explained. It's called a conference, but it's actually a major competition that brings together blacksmiths from all over the world. The winner receives a special prize. A prize? Seol asked curiously. She replied, That's right. That's why he's so eager to show everyone the techniques he learned from you, Seol. The prize is different each time, but this year, it's being presented by Aurelian himself. Seol's eyes lit up. Presented by Aurelian himself? Then it's worth being busy for. Just then, his phone rang again. Someone else had arrived. He quickly said, Seoeun, wait a moment. After that, Seol went to open the door. He called out loudly, Hyun, you're here. This girl was the landlady's daughter. She exclaimed in surprise. How did you know I was coming? Smiling, Seol replied casually, I have my ways. Did you come alone? Where's your mother? Hyun slowly explained. My mom was busy, so she couldn't make it. It's just me. Seol nodded slightly, then led her into the house, saying regretfully as they walked. It would have been nice if she could have come. As soon as Seola saw Hyun, she beamed. Hyun also waved to the little girl. Long time no see. How have you been? Seola nodded slightly, and the two quickly began chatting intimately. Seoeun looked at the stranger and asked doubtfully, Did you invite all the housewarming guests on the same day? Seol scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, I did. Is that not okay? He had no experience hosting a housewarming party, after all. Hearing this, Seoeun held her head in her hands, exasperated. It's not that it's not okay, but how do I put this? But before she could finish, he got another notification that someone had arrived and ran off again. Elsewhere, in a desolate wasteland, for some unknown reason, corpses were strewn across the ground, and fresh blood stained the entire area red. The captain of the National Special Task Force, Taesung, pursed his lips in anger. Those chaos bastards. What the hell did they do here? To target an entire village. His subordinate, Kim Dong-un, said in a low voice, Captain, the search is complete. He frowned and asked, Any survivors? Dong-un hesitated, not daring to answer. Taesung knew what that meant, and his eyes filled with even more fury. What a bunch of savages. He then asked, Anything unusual about the search results? Dong-un replied grimly, There is one strange thing. For some reason, all the corpses in the village are men. Taesung asked, slightly surprised. They didn't kill the women? Have you determined their motive yet? Dong-un shook his head slightly. As you know, sir, Dugon's interference hindered us. Frowning fiercely, Taesung said in a low voice, We were lucky to survive this time. Where is the bureau chief? Dong-un said quietly, He went after Dugon. Before he could finish, Cheonji arrived from a distance. I'm here. Taesung and the other man hurried over and asked, How is Dugon, sir? Cheonji sighed and said, He escaped. He's much stronger than expected. But just as he finished speaking, his body swayed as if he was about to fall. Fortunately, Taesung caught him in time. He asked worriedly, Sir, are you all right? Cheonji gave a helpless smile. Just a little dizzy. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. But at that moment, Taesung felt his palm become wet. Looking closely, he saw it was fresh blood. He looked at Cheonji in alarm. The chief shook his head and said, I'm fine. Don't say anything. How could the chief of the inspection bureau let a criminal get the better of him? He was afraid the public would worry. Therefore, Cheonji wanted everyone to act as if he were fine. Meanwhile, Dugon wasn't doing so well either. He leaned against a tree to steady himself, panting heavily. A subordinate immediately came over, asking worriedly, Sir, are you all right? Dugon suppressed his pain and asked in a low voice, What about the congregation? The subordinate hesitated before speaking. Thanks to your arrival, the ritual was not affected. The man continued to ask, "Did the control team find anything?" The subordinate shook his head again. "Just like you, sir, we've completely covered our tracks." Hearing this, Duchion was finally satisfied. But thinking of Chaiene, he grew angry again. This was the first time he had truly faced the man. It turned out the rumors had underestimated his abilities. He gritted his teeth and laughed loudly. Such a minor loss. Just a left eye. But was it really that minor? Was he going to become a one-eyed boss from now on? On the other side, Seol opened the door to welcome more guests. This time, it was the 3 Dyaku siblings. Dyaku glanced at the 2 kids and ordered, "Hurry up and greet the adults." The 2 kids bowed politely. "Hello." Sigu smiled happily and said, "Welcome, everyone. Please come inside." Saying that, he led Dyaku and her siblings inside. It was the first time the 2 kids had seen such a big house. Their eyes were wide open, full of amazement. Duchion exclaimed happily, "Sis, can we live in a house like this?" Dyaku didn't quite know how to answer. Duchion, on the other hand, asked dissatisfiedly, "Do you know how much a house like this costs to say that?" Duchion asked blankly, "How much?" Duchion acted like an adult and said, "Probably around 1,000,000 won." Hearing this, Duchion exclaimed in shock. 1,000,000 won can only buy 1 or 2 fried chickens. Bro, you're a tycoon. Dyaku looked at the 2 kids constantly asking questions. She panicked and reminded them, "What are you guys saying?" She hurriedly apologized to Sigu, but he didn't mind much. He waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay." It seemed like everyone had almost arrived. He didn't know if that girl would come either. So he turned to everyone and said, "Everyone is here. Let's go inside." They walked and talked animatedly. The atmosphere was very lively. But right at this moment, Sigu's phone beeped with a notification. Soon asked doubtfully, "Hasn't everyone arrived already?" Sigu was also very doubtful. On another note, Buckshin sat on the sofa in the room, frowning and asking, "Does that guy have people at his house?" "Who's there?" The subordinate immediately replied, "It seems he invited some acquaintances to his house, but I'm not sure exactly who." Hearing this, he immediately sneered. He really doesn't know what situation he's in, huh? At this time, the subordinate in front of him spoke up. "If we're careless, it could become a big deal. What should we do now?" Buckshin smirked. "What else? Wipe them all out." Right after, he ordered his men to prepare to strike. Sigu didn't know he was being targeted. He was also wondering who the last person to arrive at his house at this time was. A moment later, when everyone was gathered, Sigu told everyone to sit at the table. But the atmosphere was a bit quiet. Everyone was shy and didn't dare to speak up. They were all strangers. No one knew each other. Right at this moment, Saya whispered to Sigu, "Do something to change the atmosphere." Sigu immediately nodded. He looked at everyone and said, "Let's introduce ourselves briefly. I'll start first." Then, he introduced himself. Saya next to him also happily chimed in. "I'm Sigu's younger sister, Min Saya." There were 2 cousins from the Muchai family. Ahi also spoke up. "I'm Ahi. I used to be the daughter of the owner of this family." The 2 Soun sisters also quickly introduced themselves. What was there to be shy about? After they finished speaking, Dyaku also stuttered. "I'm Dyaku, the editor of the Crafter channel." Saying that, she pointed at the 2 kids sitting next to her and introduced them. "These are my younger siblings." Duchion and Duchion greeted everyone very politely. This time it was Minjung's turn. She also greeted everyone seriously. There was also Chaiene. Everyone here probably knew her. Sigu looked at the 2 people sitting seriously over there, feeling a bit helpless. He originally just invited them out of politeness. He didn't expect both Chaiene and Minjung to come. Right at this moment, Saya smiled happily and said, "Don't be like that. Everyone, please try the food." The adults were shy, but the kids were different. The 2 kids at the dining table were drooling, eager to eat right away. Dyaku panicked and stopped them. But Sigu spoke up, "It's okay. The food is prepared for everyone to enjoy. Just eat." So right after, everyone started eating and drinking. In the new house that still had a faint smell of paint, the atmosphere was extremely joyful. A moment later, Soun remembered something and hurriedly said, "By the way, maybe we should give our housewarming gifts now." Hearing this, Iruin quickly took out the box he kept next to him. Inside was the tendon of an orc monster. Seeing this, Sigu was immediately delighted. This came at the perfect time, Soun. The new house was built, and he was planning to start making equipment. Thinking that, he smiled happily and said, "But isn't a housewarming gift like this a bit too much? I heard this thing costs up to 1,000,000,000 won." Soun winked and smiled. "That's true. But actually, this isn't just a housewarming gift." Sigu was a bit dazed. "What do you mean?" Iruin slowly explained. "This is a thank you for saving me last time. A little repayment for your kindness." Sigu still felt it was a bit too much, but Soun told him to just accept it. Right at this moment, Ahi also took out her gift. "Like this, my gift looks too pale in comparison. I only have a set of graduation exam papers and materials for gifted admissions. Seiya should start preparing for college soon. These materials will help Seiya prepare well for the exam." Seiya was extremely happy to receive it. Looking at everyone's gifts, Diaku hesitantly took out a video camera. Sigu was a bit surprised. She slowly explained, "Because you often said your camera was broken, so?" Sigu was truly surprised. She actually remembered everything he muttered in the videos. And her financial situation probably wasn't that abundant either. He smiled gratefully. "Thank you. From now on, I'll only shoot videos with this." Saying that, Sigu turned to Iruin and reminded him, "You absolutely must not break this, understood?" He immediately accepted the order. "I will consider this a sacred mission and protect it with my life." While everyone was happy, an apologetic voice rang out. It was Minyoung. "I'm really sorry. Because this is my first time attending a housewarming party, I didn't know I needed to prepare a gift." Seeing her unhappy, Sigu immediately comforted her. "It's okay if you don't have a gift. Just your presence is something I'm very grateful for." But Minyoung still sat there with her head down in dismay, whispering, "I'm really sorry." At the same time, Miss Chaiene was also very confused. She asked doubtfully, "I thought housewarming gifts were supposed to be household items?" Sigu was a bit speechless. The word household was a bit hard to say. She awkwardly handed him her phone. He took it doubtfully. Then he exclaimed in disbelief, "A graphene sofa?" Hearing this name, Soun exclaimed in shock, "Did you say a graphene sofa?" Sigu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right." With this confirmation, Soun became even more eager. "Let me see." She quickly ran over to Sigu to take a look. After a while, she exclaimed, "Oh my god! It's a graphene sofa and a hairy wada wardrobe too." Sigu asked in surprise, "Is it very expensive?" She immediately nodded. "Not just expensive. Each one is tens of billions." This shocking number made Sigu fall back in astonishment. "Why is there such expensive furniture?" Soun slowly explained, "They're even hard to buy. They're limited editions. There are very few in the world. They're only sold to VIP customers at SH flagship store." Hearing this, Sigu truly felt his house couldn't hold these two giant Buddha statues. Looking at Chaiene, she said casually, "Vice Director Mina is in charge of SH. She personally chose them." Hearing this, Soun and Sigu immediately discussed which one to choose. Soun wanted him to choose one of the two between the sofa and the wardrobe. He felt the same way. But Chaiene exclaimed in shock, "These are all gifts." Everyone at the dining table immediately fell dead silent. What did they just hear? Even Minyoung was very surprised by this level of spending. Sigu stared wide-eyed at Chaiene and asked, "All of them? So you mean furniture like the wardrobe, the robot vacuum, the refrigerator? And what else? The dishwasher, TV, toaster, etc. are all really gifts for me?" Chaiene truly affirmed, "All of them are gifts for you." Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence. After a while, everyone finally finished eating. Sigu was in charge of buying some more desserts. He still hadn't escaped Mina's spending power. The SH group truly lived up to its reputation. Just a housewarming gift, and they gave all this. The world of the rich is truly different. A poor guy like him couldn't understand. Right at this moment, Sigu realized a problem. He muttered in shock, "No way. Don't tell me it's really a betrothal gift." So Aunt Mina really thought he and Chaiene were dating? He sighed helplessly. This misunderstanding was truly disastrous. It might be hard to fix, but Sigu didn't care anymore. Anyway, it was their own misunderstanding. He thought about it as he walked back home. Not long after, he noticed someone intruding into his neighborhood. Sigu was a bit surprised. Could it be Balong? Or the landlady? But right at this moment, a danger warning went off. Sigu's face instantly darkened. At the same time, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted from his house. Going back a few minutes earlier, a group of strangers from nowhere stood in front of Sigu's house. The leader was Duchion. Looking at the spacious house in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. That bastard lives in a nice house, huh? Min Sigu. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates, "Smash it for me." A burly guy stepped forward, intending to use his fist to break the door. But the door didn't budge. Instead, the guy's arm trembled uncontrollably. Duchion asked doubtfully, "What the hell are you doing?" The subordinate stuttered, "Unsuccessful." "It's just." Duchion felt a bit of a headache. He scolded angrily. "Seriously, trash like you are members of the Chaos Guild?" As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his spear and scolded coldly. "Get lost and play somewhere else." Although he knew that attracting attention around here would risk drawing the Inspectorate Bureau. But Duchion only needed to deal with Sigu's group before the Inspectorate Bureau arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck down with his spear, causing a loud explosion to erupt from the place. Thinking he had successfully broken the door, Duchion immediately ordered, "Finish this quickly." But his subordinates hesitated and didn't step forward. They called out with trembling voices, "Boss." Duchion asked impatiently, "What?" He looked back, only to see the door was still perfectly fine. His face immediately sank. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What is the meaning of this?" Right at this moment, a figure emerged from the smoke. Minyoung walked out from inside, saying coldly, "Committing a crime so blatantly in a residential area like this." Seeing her, Duchion's subordinates immediately recognized her. Duchion was a bit suspicious. The subordinate immediately explained, "That's the notorious butcher inspector in Seoul." Only then did he realize. He frowned and asked, "Why is that bitch here?" Snorting lightly, Minyoung said coldly, "Ordinary criminals wouldn't have the guts to commit such a brazen crime. You guys definitely have a purpose for coming here. You're from Chaos, right?" Although it was phrased as a question, it was an affirmation. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment. At the same time, Iruin also came out from inside and asked, "What's going on out there? Do you have more guests?" It wasn't just him. There was someone else behind him, which made Duchion stunned. That person was naturally Chaiene. He knew she was from the SH group, but why she was here was the problem. The subordinate exclaimed in fear, "What should we do?" They all knew the true strength of the SH group. Messing with them would be very troublesome. But things had already come to this point. Duchion knew they couldn't retreat anymore. Right after, he ordered, "Except for Han Chaiene, kill them all for me." Immediately, his subordinates charged forward. Iruin looked at the fierce thugs in front of him, unable to help but be shocked. "So, what's going on?" While he was dazed, one guy charged towards him. Fortunately, Minyoung blocked him and slashed with her sword. She hurriedly explained, "These are criminals from Chaos." Hearing this, Iruin was shocked. "What? Chaos? Why is a criminal organization here?" She shook her head and replied, "There's no time to explain." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward with her sword. Her legs moved swiftly. Her speed was so fast that before the Chaos people could react, Minyoung had jumped into the air, striking an absolutely cinematic pose. But the sword in her hand wasn't cinematic at all. Every slash took a life. Seeing this scene, Iruin was so scared he trembled all over. Oh my god! On this side, Minyoung, full of experience, charged into the encirclement and started sending the criminals to meet their maker. Before Iruin could recover from his shock over this woman, another woman left him speechless. Chaiene, who was very noble and elegant at the dining table earlier, was now like a female demon demanding lives. The sword in her hand constantly danced in the air. Everywhere she passed, she sent someone to the altar to look at naked chickens. Seeing his subordinates constantly falling, Duchion's face turned ugly. These useless bastards. They can't even handle two girls. Right after, he smirked, his face full of excitement. "It's been a while since I got to stretch my limbs." Immediately, a spark tore through the wind and rushed towards Minyoung. She didn't dare to be careless, hurriedly raising her sword to block. Because of that, she was forced to step back a few paces. Seeing this scene, Duchion couldn't help but snort coldly. "You blocked it? So you're not just all talk, huh?" Saying this, he took a step back to gain momentum. Right after, he shouted loudly, "Then let's see if you can block this." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly attacked, making it difficult for Minyoung to defend. Seeing this scene, Buckshin became even more smug. He snorted loudly. Too hard? Have you reached your limit? Minyoung didn't answer. She was using all her strength to resist, despite the wounds on her body constantly bleeding. Buckshin snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, entertain me a little more. Saying that, he attacked relentlessly. Beams of energy continuously shot out into the air. Outside, Irwin still stood there dumbfounded. He didn't know what was happening, but those criminals were planning to break into Sigu's house. Even Chaiene was struggling with them. If he had known this would happen, Irwin would have brought his shield. He really regretted it. What should he do now? Right at this moment, the kid suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly ran into the house, then started clearing the food on the table. Irwin wanted to take the table that Sigu had made. Since the materials were from a monster's body, he thought using it as a shield would be fine. Thinking of this, the kid hurriedly wanted to go outside. Seeing Irwin in a hurry, Sohn hurriedly asked, "What's happening outside?" Irwin looked at everyone and reminded them, "Absolutely do not go outside." At the same time, outside, Chaiene was still fighting hard against the Chaos people. Irwin ran out from inside the house, charging fiercely towards Buckshin. Hearing the sound, he immediately turned his head to look. Snorting coldly, he slashed at Irwin. Flames instantly flared up, rushing towards the kid. He was truly too strong for Irwin. He was pushed back just like that, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But what was more surprising was that Buckshin appeared in front of Irwin in the blink of an eye. The kid panicked and dodged to the side. Unfortunately, he was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time, so his left arm was chopped off by Buckshin. Seeing this scene, Irwin's face immediately turned grave. But Buckshin had no intention of letting him go. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "So annoying." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Irwin in the stomach, sending him flying. Right after, Buckshin planned to thrust his spear, finishing Irwin off on the spot. But right at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Following that, a figure blocked his way. A sword and a spear clashed, emitting a clanging sound. When Buckshin looked again, Chaiene was blocking his spear. He snorted coldly and asked, "You blocked it?" He said her skills weren't bad, and she had a good sword. "But you're still too green." Buckshin smirked. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his SSS-Rank acceleration skill. This was the ability that helped him become an executive, the role of the Chaos Guild. It didn't just affect his body's speed and vision through hormones, but also his thinking and cognitive speed. When hormones and metabolism were accelerated, the phenomena around him would stretch out. Everything was perceived slowly. If he reached his limit, he could easily surpass the speed of sound and walk at his normal speed. Everything except Buckshin moved like snails. The only thing that could move was him. In this world, where everything was frozen, Buckshin was a god. But at this moment, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him. His body trembled uncontrollably. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Warning bells constantly rang in Buckshin's head. His killer instinct warned him that if he didn't dodge right now, he would definitely die. Right at this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind him. It was so blinding that Buckshin couldn't help but glance back. With a boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The impact of the explosion sent Buckshin flying. His body slammed hard into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Buckshin couldn't believe it. I clearly reacted. Why was I still too slow? Impossible. That's impossible. In the world he ruled like a god. How could that happen? While Buckshin was bewildered, he saw a bit of ice cream scattered on the ground. Before he could understand where it came from, an arm suddenly reached out, accompanied by a voice full of regret. All the ice cream spilled. The owner of that voice was Sigu. He stood in front of Buckshin. He asked coldly, "Who the hell are you?" Before he could answer, Sigu glanced over, a bit panicked. Now what? Sigu meant Irwin. He was holding a large table, and one arm was even severed. He looked exactly like Yonghua. Sigu exclaimed in shock, "Why are you holding a table? And where is your left arm?" Irwin didn't quite know how to answer. Sigu looked at the tragic scene around him and nodded in understanding. "I can guess the situation. The question is, who are they?" Minyoung hurriedly ran over to explain at this time. "They are criminals from the Chaos Guild." Hearing this name, a murderous aura immediately appeared around Sigu. "I remember warning you guys." Seeing his aura, Buckshin couldn't help but tremble for some reason. Sigu glared at him, saying coldly, I warned you not to loiter around me. Terrified by Sigu's power, Buckshin couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. This brat is definitely meant Sigu. At this moment, Buckshin started to remember the words Duchion had said to him. Duchion had told Buckshin he wouldn't be able to beat him. Even Myring had to admit defeat. Snapping out of his thoughts, Buckshin slowly stood up. He said coldly, When I first heard Myring was defeated, I knew you weren't an ordinary guy. Saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and smirked. He said he would regret it for not killing him right from the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Buckshin's aura changed. In Buckshin's hyperspeed world, where time passed at a rate of 1/9.6 seconds, when only he reigned like a god, only he could move, Buckshin believed he could win. But perhaps Buckshin never expected that a fist as fast as lightning was rushing towards him, with powerful force accompanying the speed. Sigu made the cocky Buckshin choke and cough up blood. He definitely wouldn't let Buckshin have a chance to turn things around. Sigu continuously moved at a dizzying speed. In no time, he appeared behind Buckshin, startling him. Still in a state of panic, Buckshin looked at Sigu in disbelief, thinking, how is this possible? How can he move in my world? Buckshin vaguely guessed. Did he tear through this hyperspeed world to enter? But unable to accept this pathetic truth, he thought stubbornly and angrily. That's absurd. Buckshin didn't believe Sigu could do that. He started screaming and growling, gripping his spear tightly and pointing the sharp tip to attack Sigu. With a boom, two powerful energies clashed. But Buckshin was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He truly couldn't believe it. I clearly used my spear to block. What is this impact? At this time, Sigu was leisurely taking a few steps towards Buckshin. It seemed his anger still hadn't subsided. Sigu's whole body was still emitting an extremely dense aura from beginning to end. Seeing Sigu getting closer and closer, Buckshin stepped back in fear, thinking, impossible. He thought, my world can't keep up with his speed. Despite Buckshin's panic, Sigu slowly stepped forward like a god of death. Every step he took signaled approaching death. Buckshin's face showed panic. What exactly is going on? He's not just fast, his energy is also stronger. Right at this moment, Sigu threw a punch at him. Buckshin's face turned as green as a leaf. Only at this moment did he realize. Duchion's words weren't wrong. He had an overwhelming power that he couldn't do anything about. He was completely no match. Buckshin felt death approaching. He had to escape right now. Biting his lip fiercely, his eyes were full of determination. Immediately, Buckshin let out a loud shout. But Sigu charged forward without any hesitation. His speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it. Outside, Chaiene saw this scene. Her eyes couldn't help but shrink. Even Minyoung didn't think this could happen. Even Irwin, who always followed Sigu closely, still couldn't believe it when he saw his power at this moment. The kid's eyes couldn't keep up with his speed. This battle in front of them. No, could it really be called a battle? This was clearly a one-sided performance by Sigu. He constantly forced Buckshin back, to the point that his whole body was covered in wounds, and his mouth kept spitting out fresh blood. Buckshin felt he was definitely a monster. Why is he getting stronger? The speed limit I can reach. I have to go all out. There's no way back. If I don't use it now, I'm dead. Thinking it, he did it. Buckshin immediately erupted his own aura. At the same time, Sigu wasn't idle either. He also charged forward. Sigu flashed through Buckshin's subordinates like a bolt of lightning. He charged into the encirclement like a god of death. Sigu frowned slightly. He ran away and abandoned his subordinates? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneer. Right after, a powerful magical aura appeared around Sigu. His eyes also turned bloodshot. He seemed to have lost control. Seeing this scene, the three people outside immediately worried. Suddenly, from afar, Minyoung shouted loudly, "Don't kill him." Without turning his head, Sigu just said coldly, "I know." Saying this, Sigu suddenly stopped, looking at Buckshin as if he wanted to eat him alive, and said coldly, "I can't guarantee it though, because right now, even I can't control my power." Sigu was thinking that up until now, he had only focused on speed, and he had unconsciously limited himself to the concept of increasing movement speed. But after seeing how he used his ability, Sigu realized he couldn't just increase his speed, but he could also expand the concept of speed to accelerate all of his body's capabilities. And that power, how was it any different from a god's? Breaking the prejudice about speed, erasing the boundary he had unintentionally drawn for himself. To awaken his latent power, to expand the concept of hyperspeed even further. Remembering the fatal pressure points, Sigu decided to calculate carefully before making his move. At that time, the gloomy gray sky from earlier was gone, replaced by a bright white moon. The night breeze also began to blow. In the blink of an eye, all things in the universe gently passed through day and night. The world that we fully perceive in 24 hours. The world of 1/4.8 seconds. Everything slowed down. Even sound was held in the air, unheard by anyone. The hyperspeed world. The world of 1/9.6 seconds. A world accelerated to the absolute limit that humans can reach. The world beyond that is a forbidden land for humans. Sigu was very focused at this moment. Hermes' hyperspeed was the power of a god. 1/75th of a second. The world of multi-speed. Sigu had now caught the figure of the fleeing Duchion. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly dashed over. Duchion, who was running away, suddenly felt something striking him. By the time he realized it, Sigu had closed in behind him. Duchion's expression instantly froze. He muttered tremblingly, "This monster." As soon as Duchion finished speaking, a powerful energy rushed towards him. Immediately, a miserable scream rang out. Sigu also landed safely. He reached out and rubbed his fist. At this moment, he was like a god. After the battle ended, returning to normal, Sigu took out his phone to look. After a while, he said happily, "It increased by a whole 8.9% at once." Recalling the battle, Sigu thought, "Is it because I reached the world of Ksana? So that means I can control hyperspeed a little bit now. With it, I can avoid causing damage to the people around me." It was only 10% of the maximum speed, and it had already reached this level. He had only heard that when Hermes wanted to run, even Hercules couldn't catch him. He understood why that saying existed now. Anyway, despite that, Sigu still chose to use his skill to give first aid to that bastard Duchion, although he was a bit reluctant. But he saved this dying bastard. Seeing the needles piercing Duchion's acupoints, Minyoung felt a bit of a chill. She stuttered, "You've worked hard." Observing the corpses lying scattered everywhere, Sigu replied tactfully, "You're the one who should say that, Inspector Minyoung. Thank you for protecting everyone when I wasn't here." Sigu thought, Lee Minyoung is an inspector, so she must have experienced things like this quite a few times. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Remembering Iruin was injured, Sigu turned to ask, "Are you okay?" Being asked, the kid smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Hearing that, Sigu said, relieved, "It seems so. Your arm has healed too, huh?" Saying that, he turned to look at Chaiene. He didn't know if she was okay, but on the surface, she seemed fine. But this was the first time she had experienced something like this. But Sigu was wrong. He just saw the worry in her eyes. It seemed this shock wasn't small. Her arm was trembling uncontrollably. Slashing monsters and slashing people are psychologically different. Not to mention this was her first time. So it was obvious she was scared. Chaiene was called a rare genius, and always appeared cold and emotionless. But because of the shadow of the SH group and her natural talent, people didn't realize she was still very young, just barely an adult. Seeing everyone frightened, Sigu felt even more awkward. It was supposed to be a housewarming party, but it turned out like this. So embarrassing. Suddenly, Sigu said softly, "Thank you, Chaiene." She immediately blushed shyly. Seeing Chaiene dazed, Sigu chuckled inwardly. Why does she look like a little deer looking up? So cute. Seeing she didn't answer, Sigu continued, "If it weren't for you, Chaiene, everyone would have been seriously injured." Suddenly, Sigu stepped forward, gently taking her hand, and whispered, "If you're still involved with chaos, things like this will keep happening. If you can't handle it, just turn away." Worried Chaiene would misunderstand, Sigu explained, "Running away is also a choice." Sigu was extremely serious and patient at this moment. Fighting to overcome everything is wonderful. But sometimes not fighting is the path to victory. In the past, Confucius also said that when we decide to do something, don't forget that it's not giving up or resigning, but a choice towards another possibility. The growth of a gentleman is not necessarily achieved by doing something more. So don't try to win everything. Don't let emotions overwhelm you. Amidst Chaien's astonishment, Sigu continued. No matter what happens, Chaiene is the most important. Hearing these sincere words, Chaiene seemed to freeze, even though Sigu was still holding her hand tightly. As if feeling the sincere advice, Chaiene was moved, her cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "Thank you." Sigu smiled in satisfaction. She just hadn't been tempered in the fire of experience. As long as she didn't collapse or despair in front of the walls. One day, she would definitely become a hunter who surpasses all worlds. So until then, helping her grow safely was the role of a teacher like Sigu. Besides, he was getting paid 10 billion won a month to do that. Sigu started to smile slyly and said, "So I'm the one who should be thanking you." Not long after, the inspectors from the Hunter Association also arrived, and the housewarming party ended hastily. Fortunately, the invited guests all went home safely. No one was hurt. Come to think of it, those chaos guys couldn't even break the front door. And Minyoung, Chaiene, and Irwin stopped them too. Otherwise, Hyukdori would have had to attack. Sigu was very grateful, but also felt guilty for getting them involved in this. At this time, on this side, Minyoung was finishing her work with Sua. Sua reported in a deep voice. All of them have been confirmed as members of the Chaos Guild. Every single one of them has an arrest warrant. Right at this moment, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, "There's one still alive. What should we do?" Another male subordinate immediately replied, "What else? Kill him." The words were extremely cold, making Siga panic. But the surprises weren't over. He kept saying spine-chilling things. "If we let him live, he'll definitely cause something similar again. It's better for us to dirty our own hands than to let him go. The captain does that too." What Siga noticed was the last sentence. No wonder the association's inspectors were called butchers. The superiors had that better to kill by mistake than to miss mindset, so the subordinates naturally followed suit. While Sigu was thinking, Minyoung walked over and said, "The guy you caught is Joe Buckshin, an executive of the Chaos Guild. If possible, could we ask to confirm Joe Buckshin's identity?" Gu replied generously, "Be my guest." That's also the association's role. He intentionally kept him alive so they could do that anyway. Siga stood by, watching the Inspectorate Bureau handle the aftermath. He originally planned to handle it himself, but it was indeed better to leave this to the professionals. Remembering something, Sigu turned to look at Minyoung and said, "If you don't mind, when you find the Chaos Base, could you let me know?" As a matter of course, Minyoung said, "If it's you, Sigu, it's no problem." "But why?" Suddenly, Sigu's expression changed 180 degrees. He said with a murderous tone, "I have to show them what happens if they ignore my warning." Seeing this aura from Sigu, Minyoung was also very surprised. She quickly replied, "I understand." Before leaving, she added, "Regarding the housewarming gift, we can replace it with patrolling Hunter Men Sigu's house frequently. Is that okay?" These words made her three subordinates widen their eyes in horror. What did this mean? Seeing their unwelcoming expressions, Sigu asked, "Is that really okay? It seems your team members haven't agreed, and you shouldn't use your official authority for personal purposes like that." Minyoung said very firmly, "Patrolling the managed area is the duty of an inspector. Hunter Siga's house is located in the managed area of our Seoul branch." Sigu originally wanted to protest, but Minyoung cut him off. "Besides, you are currently a target of chaos. We have the duty and responsibility to protect the safety of citizens in danger. And like today, we might also be able to catch the tail of chaos." Sounding reasonable, Sigu pondered. "So in short, if I just hang around you guys, you can catch chaos. That's what you mean, right?" Quickly, Minyoung nodded and replied, "Pretty much. And above all, this is your housewarming gift." Not expecting Minyoung to say that, Sigu smiled politely and replied, "If you say so, I have no reason to refuse." He was grateful in his heart, super grateful even, let alone refusing. He had built a new house, but it still had many flaws. The intruder prevention function had been proven, but it couldn't eliminate intruders yet. Having Hyukdori here gave Sigu some peace of mind. But what if something happened? If the association's inspectors patrolled frequently, he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the house and Sei anymore. Thinking of this, Sigu said gratefully, "Then I'll leave it all to you guys." Minyoung smiled and said, Thank you, Sigu. Saying that, she turned and left, leaving Sigu dazed and speechless. He was the one who should be thanking her. But what was more surprising was that this butcher actually knew how to smile, unexpectedly discovering a new secret. After settling the aftermath, Minyoung immediately gathered her team and returned. Sigu nodded slightly, watching them leave. But right at this moment, his face contorted. Looking at his trembling hand, Sigu couldn't help but frown. Looks like it's dislocated. Remembering that bastard Bukshin, Sigu fell into silence again. He was an executive of the Chaos Guild. Bukshin was stronger than he thought. Even more than Zhou Wong, whom he faced last time. Completely different. These two different levels were only one rank apart, but the skill level was worlds apart. The spear that Bukshin swung when he ran away was a bladed weapon, and Sigu used his bare hands to block it. Good thing he had trained his body with super strength. Otherwise, he almost wouldn't be able to use his hand anymore. If Sigu had been hit by Bukshin's spear, he would have been the loser, not him. Chaos would definitely come looking for revenge, which meant he had to face enemies even stronger than Bukshin. Thinking of this, Sigu clenched his fist tightly, saying determinedly, "Could this be my limit? I can't keep fighting barehanded." As someone possessing the divine alchemy technique, he had to craft equipment for himself. The human body inherently has teeth, but they aren't sharp. Claws are there, but not strong. So the only choice is weapons. Sharpening hard wood to stab, picking up hard stones to throw. Overcoming physical disadvantages by seeking elsewhere. Thanks to that, gaining an overwhelming combat advantage over the vast majority of animals. Hunting down fierce beasts that were previously thought impossible to defeat. Finally, humans rose to the very top in the cruel wild world, freeing themselves from the food chain and becoming the apex predators. Therefore, it can be said that human history is tied to the immense variety of weapons. Probably so. So at this moment, Sigu was thinking about what weapon would be suitable for him. It definitely had to be gauntlets, because it suited martial arts better than cold weapons. With Hercules' divine martial arts, equipment that could enhance the body was the most suitable. Thinking that, Sigu decided to choose gauntlets to make. Looking at the material that had been heated to just the right temperature, Sigu smiled in satisfaction. The material used to make the gloves last time, the tendon of a giant troll. But the biggest difference was that the divine alchemy skill had increased a lot. It was already 6 times higher. With the same material, the result would be completely different. Eager to get to work, Sigu raised his forging hammer high and said enthusiastically, "All right, let's begin." The first hammer strike was delivered. Following that, he began to strike the hammer rapidly, tempering and forging, finding the perfect point of harmony between them. Sigu focused on forging just like that. It didn't take long to create a decent piece of equipment. The proficiency of alchemy also increased. Attentively admiring his work, he muttered somewhat unwillingly, "No way." The evaluation of the first-rate gloves that sold for 4 billion to Chaiene was a single-use item. If Hephaestus also evaluated it as not bad, then it's a good item. Suddenly, as if possessed by a money-grubbing demon, Sigu exclaimed joyfully, "If I sell it now, will I get more than 10 billion won? Should I sell it?" As if in a new position, Sigu suddenly changed his attitude. He said arrogantly, "No, I'm not short of money right now anyway." Quickly testing it, Sigu slipped the glove onto his hand. As expected, he muttered in satisfaction, "So comfortable. I don't even feel like I'm wearing it." Trying to move, he clenched his fist. But unexpectedly, the glove actually cracked. Sigu couldn't react in time to this situation. He sweated, looking at his hand. A second later, the glove officially shattered into pieces. Sigu was frozen on the spot, his eyes full of confusion. It turned into ash just like that? The material cost 100 million won. He sighed helplessly. 2 defective pieces of equipment. No, if that's the case, it couldn't have a not bad evaluation. Then why? Is there a problem with the material? The tendon of a giant troll is the organ that releases the power of a giant troll. It's the hardest material in the world. It should be able to withstand the power of a giant troll. Then why did this happen? Amidst his confusion, his knowledge began to take effect. Sigu realized the problem. Perhaps it was because the giant troll's tendon couldn't withstand Hercules' super strength. That meant he had to use a material higher grade than the giant troll. Sigu frowned in deep thought. Was there any monster stronger than an A+ rank giant troll? He racked his brains, but still couldn't think of any. He exclaimed in shock, "Is there really none?" There really was no monster that could withstand Hercules' super strength. Then didn't that mean Hercules couldn't use any equipment? But very quickly, Sigu immediately denied it. That doesn't seem right either. For example, the Nemean lion. Because it had an extremely thick and sturdy hide, it didn't budge at all against Hercules' attacks. So he choked the Nemean lion for 30 days. Not sure if it was a real chokehold or not. But in the end, it died with its body torn apart. It only had its scalp left to make a universe. Hercules himself recounted it like that. Thinking of this, Sigu smiled happily and said, "So to create equipment that can withstand Hercules' super strength, it has to be at the level of the Nemean lion. That's not a big deal, right?" After laughing like a maniac for a long time, Sigu suddenly realized. He said in a panic, "Wait, how do I find one? And how do I catch it?" Thinking about how his hands would have to bleed for a long time in the future, Sigu felt a chill. Does that mean I have to fight bare-handed for the rest of my life? Just like that, Sigu stood there muttering to himself, looking gloomy and gray. Suddenly at this moment, someone walked over from behind and said, "I was wondering why the forge was lit up. So you're here." Thinking it was a stranger, it turned out to be Uncle Bawang. Seeing Sigu, he asked in surprise, "Making equipment?" Sigu sighed and replied, "Yes, but it's ruined." Curious, Uncle Bawang asked, "What's wrong?" Sigu quickly recounted what just happened, then said sadly, "Now I can't use equipment anymore." Amused by his overreaction, Uncle Bawang smiled soothingly and said, "I don't know what happened, but to change your mood, take a look at the equipment I made." Sigu asked curiously, "Equipment made by you?" It turned out to be a silver sword. Sigu looked at it and secretly sighed, as expected of Uncle Seolpong. His basic skills were already good, and now he's mixed in some of Hephaestus's techniques that I taught him. Thinking that, Sigu smiled happily and said, "This is good, Uncle." Bawang nodded in satisfaction. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." While examining the sword, Sigu asked, "Did someone important ask you to make it?" "An S-rank hunter." The uncle shook his head in denial. "No. This is a piece to display at the symposium this time." At first, Sigu was a bit surprised, but remembering what Son said the other day, he nodded in understanding. "It seems to be a more important competition than I thought." Bawang said casually, "That's right. It's the most prestigious blacksmith competition in the world. If you participated, the championship would definitely be yours." Sigu smiled in surprise and asked, "I can participate too?" Bawang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I just said that, but to participate, you need to join the World Blacksmith Association. You must have a certificate related to blacksmithing, plus dozens of necessary documents." Hearing those cumbersome procedures, Sigu quickly dodged. "Then it's not for me. Let alone production skills. He basically had no skills at all." Thinking that, Sigu smiled and said, "Last time I heard there was also a prize for the winner, right?" Bawang nodded and replied, "That's right. But I'm not doing this for the prize. It's just for the symbolism. Moreover, the prize for the winner this time is useless. Compared to the products directly brought out by Master Aurelian, it's not needed." Sigu asked back in surprise, "What? A prize brought out by Master Aurelian is useless? What exactly is the prize for the winner?" Without making Sigu wait long, Uncle Bawang immediately replied, "Orichalcum." Hearing this word, Sigu was immediately shocked. This is a metal discovered after the 5th Industrial Revolution. Because of its extremely high hardness, it cannot be destroyed. So its more familiar form is as an ore, not in a processed form. Sigu felt it was indeed useless after hearing that. No matter how noble it was just a pile of beautiful trash. It just couldn't be smelted. He heard that even Master Aurelian couldn't smelt orichalcum. Thinking that, Sigu asked doubtfully, "But why did he bring out something that he himself couldn't smelt as a prize?" Bawang smiled meaningfully and said, "That's why I said it's just a kind of symbolism. The symposium is where blacksmiths from all over the world gather." Sigu didn't know the skill level of blacksmiths in other countries, but with this quality, the uncle could try to win it. But right at this moment, Sigu suddenly remembered a problem. An indestructible metal due to its extremely high hardness. A metal that no blacksmith in the world could smelt. Therefore, it was called the metal of the gods. The process of smelting orichalcum, He had seen it before. Mjolnir was forged by Hephaestus from orichalcum. If it was the divine alchemy technique, maybe it could be done. That would be great. Sigu decided he had to get it. But the problem was he couldn't participate in the symposium. Should he just give up like that? But what if he participated as a representative under Bawang's name? Maybe this uncle wouldn't allow it. Sigu racked his brains to see if there was any other way. It didn't take long for him to think of a possibility. What if he helped Bawang win? Having found a direction, Sigu immediately smirked proudly. He glanced at Bawang and asked, "Uncle, do you want to make a deal with me?" Bawang thought for a moment and agreed. Sigu started teaching him how to forge weapons according to his method. The uncle hammered on one side, while he constantly gave instructions. But Sigu's method was a bit difficult. Bawang also found it very hard to understand. Under Sigu's strenuous guidance, the uncle still started hammering. Sigu helplessly held his head. "Look here, uncle. It's completely off." Bawang asked back blankly. "Here." Sigu pointed to the wrong spot. He said, "No, move it in a bit." "Can't you see?" Bawang replied vaguely. "Not at all." He sighed helplessly. "It's because you're still only looking with your eyes." Not quite understanding, Bawang scratched his cheek and said, "Then what should I look with?" Sigu explained, "Feel. You have to use your feeling to read the grain of the metal." His guidance method was truly too advanced. Bawang just listened in confusion. But he didn't understand anything. Sigu had to explain it many times. When explaining didn't work, he decided to guide him hand in hand. Just like that, Sigu's forceful voice constantly echoed in the forge, accompanied by Bawang's bewilderment. Sigu very patiently guided him. And so, with a boom, the forge directly exploded. Bawang shouted in frustration, "How am I supposed to do that?" Sigu hurriedly patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry. Practice makes perfect. Now you just try doing it first." Bawang hesitated for a moment, finally deciding to try one more time. The uncle started using his strength to hammer. But this time the hammer's position was still off. Sigu sweated bullets, sighing helplessly. He patted Bawang's shoulder and said, "Put the hammer down. Let's start training first." Not understanding his meaning, Bawang asked doubtfully, "Training what? Why suddenly like this?" Sigu chuckled and said, "If you want to learn the technique, I'm teaching you. You need to build some muscle first." Bawang avoided his gaze and said, "But there's less than a week until the symposium. Even if I practice, how much more can I forge?" Sigu smiled casually and said, "If you drink the herbal medicine I make, you won't have to worry about anything." Bawang frowned reflexively and asked, "What do you mean?" Sigu seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, "The blacksmith symposium doesn't have doping tests, right?" Thousands of question marks ran through Bawang's head. What did this mean? So right after, Sigu started training him. Then he gave Bawang the medicinal herbs to drink. While he stood by, constantly explaining, "Breathing is very important. But don't think too much about it. Right now, just focus on doing it." But as soon as Sigu finished speaking, Bawang collapsed to the ground. The special training session for Bawang went on just like that. Until a week later, Bawang's forge was still operating from the morning as usual. As soon as Sigu arrived, he saw the uncle in the forge. He smiled happily and said, "It's finished." Sigu took the hilt to inspect it a bit. After a while, he widened his eyes in surprise. He couldn't help but sigh. "Its hilt is a masterpiece. It fits my hand perfectly. It's like it was custom-made for me." Bawang was also very satisfied, smiling and saying, "The hilt of the sword is made from the facial muscles of a doppelganger." A doppelganger is a type of monster that can copy the appearance of a chosen target. Because Sigu integrated the doppelganger's ability into it, the hilt will adjust to fit the user's grip. Integrating a monster's ability into equipment shouldn't be something humans can do. At this time, Bawang said gratefully, "I've learned a lot from you. More than my 20 years of experience combined. This 1 week of training is even more precious." Sigu smiled unconsciously. In just 1 week, this uncle had achieved outstanding improvement. But the reason he could improve so much in just 1 week was because he already had 20 years of experience as a foundation. Even though it wasn't perfect, he had made the divine alchemy his own. In the past, Confucius once said, "Among the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo. Among them, the time for a bamboo to mature is 5 years. However, during those 5 years, the bamboo shoot lies underground, unseen. Then after 5 years, when the shoot finally emerges, it shoots straight up into the sky in just 5 weeks. So did the bamboo grow in 5 weeks, or did it grow in 5 years? Of course, it took 5 years. A noble person will also grow like that. It's also like the growth of a child. Even if the results can't be seen immediately, even if others think it's not worth much, just put your whole heart into what you want to do. Over time, it will become a true asset. Thinking of this, Sigu scratched his head and smiled, saying, I'm embarrassed to say, Uncle. I just stayed by your side and pointed out what you should do. That's all. This is all thanks to your hard work. He wasn't just saying that perfunctorily. It was the truth. Bawang smiled at Sigu and said sincerely, Thank you. Sigu sighed softly. Submitting this finished product to the symposium is more than enough. Then Sigu thought, now we can only rely on fate's decision. A few days later, in the capital Paris, France, at the Palais Garnier, where the blacksmith symposium was taking place, a gathering of the world's greatest blacksmiths, exchanging ideas and discussing. After some time, the first item was now on stage. The symposium host began to introduce the product. The first piece to be unveiled was a sword crafted by master blacksmith Antonio. Hearing this famous name, everyone sitting in the audience began to discuss eagerly. Everyone could guess who that person was. Without making everyone wait long, the host began to pull back the curtain to introduce it. The name of the piece was Dragon's Breath. Hearing this name, everyone began to sigh in admiration continuously. Suddenly, amidst those sighs of admiration, a contemptuous voice rang out. Trash. Hearing this, someone scolded indignantly. Who dares to utter this insult? But when they saw the man sitting on the golden chair, that man immediately fell silent. This person was master alchemist Pierre Dubai Aurelian. He smiled mockingly. You call this a masterpiece? Hearing this, the man spoke up unyieldingly. But calling it trash, isn't that going too far? Whether it's Master Antonio or not, insulting another artisan's finished product. But before he could finish his sentence, Aurelian coldly cut him off. To achieve that red color, the surface of the sword was dyed with red pigment, because painting it on would fade faster. But that caused great damage to its brittleness. The ductility is somewhat maintained. Speaking up to here, but with just that, it will break after a few swings. If they really wanted to express the red color, instead of doing this method, they should have made it from the bones of a red bone dragon or a red subdragon. Finding it wouldn't be that hard. So if they chose not to do it, it means their skills are too poor to refine those materials. Speaking up to here, Aurelian pointed at the sword on the stage, his tone even harsher. And what is this meaningless dragon-themed design? Does the hilt really have any use? Is it really meant to be used, or just to be looked at? If it's just for display, do you think it even counts as a piece of work? Many people were convinced by his words, but no one dared to refute him. And just like that, Aurelian went around to inspect the works. Then he started to dismiss them. Everyone he passed by became trash. A few minutes later, there was finally something that caught his eye. He smirked and snorted coldly. This one is at least passable. It's suitable as a disposable tool. The symposium host following beside him sweated bullets. This person was too blunt. But he was a master, who dared to argue. He could only continue to introduce the works. Next is a piece by a blacksmith from Korea. His name is Silbang. Speaking up to here, he looked at Aurelian somewhat hesitantly. He whispered, It doesn't have a name. It's called the Nameless Equipment. Hearing this, everyone below was immediately dumbfounded. But when it was opened, the whole venue fell silent. Aurelian was trembling uncontrollably at this moment. The person in his hand also fell to the ground because of it. Right after, he shouted excitedly, Who crafted this sword? A few days later, at the headquarters of the Hunter Administration Agency, a man, after hearing his subordinate's report, exclaimed in disbelief, Master Aurelian is coming to Korea? Why are you only reporting this now? This person was the director of the Hunter Association, Zhang Jiwu. Looking at his reaction, the subordinate immediately said in fear, Master Aurelian suddenly said he wanted to come to Korea. Zhang Jiwu couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly? Even if it's sudden, what should they do now? Zhang Jiwu pondered in silence for a moment. Then he asked doubtfully, What is his reason for visiting Korea? The subordinate shook his head slightly. I'm not sure about that. He continued to ask, Then when will he arrive in Korea? The subordinate was a bit hesitant. After a long while, He whispered his report. He just landed at Incheon Airport. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Jiwu jumped up from his chair. He immediately ordered, "Cancel all my appointments for today," the subordinate said awkwardly. "But we have a meeting with Mr. Sankyu today." Hearing this, Zhang Jiwu immediately flew into a rage. "Do you think that meeting is still important now? Say no more, cancel it." Saying that, he put on his coat, preparing to leave. Before leaving, he instructed, "As long as Master Aurelian is still in Korea, just cancel all my plans." With the current situation, the highest hunter rank a human could reach was S-. S-rank hunters were a very rare group, to the point that few existed in the world. In Korea, there were only 6 such people. On another note, at an A+ rank dungeon, a hunter was facing a giant monster. Right at this moment, the monster was roaring angrily. But this hunter in front of it wasn't afraid at all. An orb appeared in his hand. In just the blink of an eye, thousands of lightning bolts struck the monster's body, making it scream in pain. By the time the lightning completely dissipated, the monster was charred black. This hunter's name was Lee Sijuan, another S-rank hunter. After killing the monster, he smiled proudly and said, "Who said orcs aren't affected by lightning magic?" But right at this moment, the charred monster suddenly stood up, intending to attack him. He couldn't help but be startled. It really has lightning resistance? Although he said that, his hands began to cast a spell. In just the blink of an eye, a fireball appeared in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, it rushed towards the monster, engulfing its entire body in a sea of fire. By the time the flames dissipated, the monster's massive body had collapsed on the ground. At this time, Sijuan spoke in a deep voice. "I guess it's not that it has a resistance skill. It's just that the damage wasn't high enough." At the same time, another voice rang out from behind. "Did you have to go that far? You know you won't get anything from a corpse like that, right?" This person was Lee Heron, another S-rank hunter. Hearing this, Sijuan immediately turned his head to look back, looking at the pile of corpses with intact limbs. He couldn't help but joke. "As expected, you're amazing. You aim for the head every time." Heron didn't answer. He asked again, "By the way, did you hear any news?" She frowned and asked, "What news?" Sijuan slowly explained, "Master Aurelian has arrived in Korea." Heron couldn't help but be stunned. She asked doubtfully, "Why did Master Aurelian come to Korea so suddenly?" Sijuan shrugged indifferently. "Not sure. I just heard before coming here. I don't know the exact reason either. But maybe because of Han Chaejin's weapon." Heron frowned slightly and asked, "Is there anything special about her? Why is everyone always talking about her? Isn't she just a rookie?" Chuckling, Sijuan said happily, "Everyone has their first step." These words made Heron a bit annoyed. "Are you defending Han Chaejin?" Shrugging indifferently, he pouted and said, "No, I'm just telling the truth." Feeling like a loser? Snorting lightly, Heron said in annoyance, "Me and Han Chaejin? Do you think I feel inferior to that little girl? Isn't that right?" Sijuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Heron snorted again. "Not at all." He pouted again and asked, "Didn't you say before that you were annoyed when Han Chaejin got a weapon from Master Aurelian?" Hearing this, Heron immediately frowned. After a while, she said in annoyance, "It is annoying. Why did he only make one for her?" Sijuan chuckled when he heard that. "So you really do feel inferior?" Heron glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Inferior what?" "Just annoyed. When someone unworthy is given such a good weapon." Hearing this, Sijuan couldn't help but tease, "So you're jealous." Heron turned her embarrassment into anger, saying in annoyance, "This is why I hate talking to mages." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Then are you jealous of you, Hannah? People always compare you two since you're both mages." Sijuan chuckled. "I really think Hannah is more amazing than me. Is this a form of jealousy?" Heron's anger was like punching the air. She snorted coldly and said, "Talking to mages is really no fun." Saying that, she turned and left. Sijuan asked doubtfully, "Where are you going?" She waved her hand and snorted coldly, "You don't need to know." In the end, only Sijuan was left here. He looked at the pile of corpses lying on the ground and sighed helplessly. Did she really leave the monster she just hunted behind? She's not really going to meet Master Aurelian, is she? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk. I wonder if the other S-rank hunters will go there. Then should I go check it out? On another note, at the headquarters of the SH Hunter Guild, Sigu was practicing swordsmanship with Chaiene. The two were fighting extremely fiercely. Chaiene had stepped back to gain momentum. Then, she slashed her sword straight at Sigu. She was really fast, startling him a bit, but he still managed to dodge. Right after, Sigu started using Taiji to circulate his power, then directly counterattacked. Sigu's speed was very fast, but Chaiene could still keep up. She slashed down decisively. Sigu was slightly startled, hurriedly dodging to the side. At the same time, he also used his super strength, throwing a punch. Chaiene couldn't defend in time and was sent flying backward by his punch. Her body slammed hard into the wall, creating a large hole. Sigu panicked when he saw this scene, running over anxiously. "Are you okay?" Chaiene grabbed his hand and sat up, shaking her head and saying, "I'm fine." Sigu said guiltily, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make things turn out like this." Her shoulder was already swollen. Chaiene's last attack was very powerful. He had unconsciously used his super strength. Although he held back, it could not hurt. Sigu was worried. Chaiene hurriedly reassured him, "I'm fine. I'm just fighting you, not trying to kill you." Hearing this, Sigu sighed helplessly. The way he took down Duchion earlier made her believe that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't defeat him. Wasn't this trust a bit too much? Thinking that, Sigu hurriedly spoke up. He stood still for a moment, then started healing Chaiene. 10 billion won a month. This job, he had to do it. Chaiene listened to him and stood still. In just the blink of an eye, a stream of energy appeared around her. She couldn't help but chuckle. How interesting. While waiting for her to recover, Sigu checked his attributes. As soon as he looked, he was surprised. His skill had just increased by 3.1% in one go. That was as if he had healed Iruin's arm 1,627 times. He didn't know if it was because Chaiene had an affinity body. The human body is a miniature form of the universe. Everyone carries their own universe inside them. Accordingly, they have a unique structure called physical characteristics. Among them, there are some natural exceptions. Extreme yin body, extreme yang body, three-tailed fox body, host body, and many more. Among these exceptions, there is something called an affinity body. An affinity body is a body that is in harmony with all cosmic energies. A body that can withstand the power of Taiji. It was no surprise that Chaiene could control the power of Taiji so well. It turned out she was born with an affinity body. Sigu understood that healing Chaiene meant healing a martial arts celestial body. This could be considered a learning experience. Thinking that, he pulled the acupuncture needles out, then advised, "Working hard is good, but don't overdo it." Chaiene nodded slightly. "I'll keep that in mind." Smiling in satisfaction, Sigu asked doubtfully, "When are you going to take the S-rank hunter evaluation?" Chaiene replied calmly, "In a month." Sigu felt she must be under a lot of pressure this month. Because the hottest topic in the hunter industry in Korea right now was the S-rank promotion evaluation of the SH Group's young lady, Han Ellen. Thinking about what she was going through, Sigu couldn't help but advise, "Until then, don't get hurt and take care of yourself." Chaiene nodded without hesitation. Sigu knew she wouldn't listen, but he didn't force her. He said casually, "Today's lesson ends here." Chaiene looked at Sigu's back, hesitating for a long time before whispering, "Do you want to go with me?" Sigu was a bit startled. He asked doubtfully, "Go together? Go where?" Chaiene slowly explained, "Master Aurelian is coming here." Hearing this, Sigu frowned reflexively. He asked vaguely, "Why is Master Aurelian coming here so suddenly?" Seeming to remember something. "Right. It's the Blacksmith Symposium. Did Bawang really win? So you're about to get the orichalcum, right?" But very quickly, Sigu's joy was extinguished. The product was just sent a few days ago. The appraisal process would take at least 2 months. Maybe he just came to meet Chaiene to check the sword before the S-rank evaluation. Thinking that, Sigu didn't care anymore, waving his hand and leaving. Anyway, he had the SS-rank divine alchemy skill. He didn't need to care about him. At the same time, in a gloomy basement, 2 imposing men stood here. One of them smirked. "Master Aurelian is coming here?" This person was Monteb, a leader of the Chaos Guild. The next day, in front of the SH Hunter Guild's headquarters, Chaiene had been here early to wait for Master Aurelian's arrival. He greeted her as soon as he got out of the car. Long time no see, Chaiene. Chaiene bowed politely. Long time no see, Master Aurelian. How have you been lately? Aurelian nodded and smiled. The health condition of an ordinary blacksmith is nothing special, Chaiene said happily. It's been so long, yet you're still the same. You must be hungry after the long trip. Let's go eat. But he waved his hand to refuse. No need, I've eaten. The important thing is. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out something, surprising Chaiene. In Aurelian's hand was the sword he had just taken from the blacksmith symposium. He said seriously, I want to meet the person who forged this sword. On another note, Sigu really didn't care about Aurelian's appearance. Ever since he built his new house, life had been quite normal. Shooting videos for YouTube, clearing dungeons, crafting equipment with collected materials. Even doing Hercules' training. But this training wasn't normal at all. Anyway, probably thanks to this schedule, Sigu's YouTube channel had reached 170,000 subscribers. After posting the video on the strategy to reach A rank within a month, it went viral. But people still had a lot of doubts. He posted that video right after he became a B rank hunter. After all, counting the number of dungeons Sigu had cleared, it was unexpected that Diaku could still edit them in time. Probably because she was a slave to money. Thinking of this, Sigu couldn't help but sigh. I should give Diaku a generous bonus. Notub has been doing quite well lately. I'm about to become an A rank hunter. Hercules' training is also going smoothly. Among the things Sigu needed to do was forge equipment for himself. Balong had to win. If it was the uncle's work, there was a chance, but he could also lose. And by the way, it was already 4 p.m. He was starting to doubt the uncle hadn't come to the workshop. Thinking of that training session, Sigu couldn't help but sigh. Maybe he was already exhausted. If he did come, I'll examine him. First of all, he didn't know if he should practice more alchemy. First, let's review the materials he had collected. Somehow, Sigu felt collecting materials was much harder than clearing dungeons. Transporting and storing them was equally tiring. A warehouse could store an infinite amount of items. It would be quite great to have something like a spatial pouch. But Sigu had no way to make one. A spatial pouch is simply equipment. It's a type of magic. Space refers to a space connected through a special portal or wormhole. It's a separate space from our universe. A spatial pouch is a type of magic that allows access to that space. Even Hephaestus couldn't make one. Spatial magic can only be used by high-level mages. But Sigu thought of something. Hermes' hyperspeed. It would amplify his divine martial arts many times over. Hercules also said it was a power that surpassed oneself. In other words, if Sigu added the power of GodTube, the power of the gods could be amplified. In that case, he could also add something to the divine alchemy. In other words, he could also craft a spatial pouch. Thinking of this, Sigu was immediately delighted. I think it could work. Should I research it more? A power that can complement the divine alchemy. Saying that, he started taking out his phone to look. He hesitated, not knowing which attribute to learn. If Sigu wanted to enhance an SS class attribute, he needed to be overwhelmingly strong. After a long silence, he suddenly remembered something. The wife of Osiris in Egyptian mythology, the great mother of Horus, the goddess of magic, Isis. Sigu thought she would have enough power to support divine blacksmithing. But he needed to figure out which attribute to get first. It definitely had to be related to magic. Sigu thought hard, but couldn't figure it out. He thought he should ask Hercules, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, he only knows how to destroy things. So he decided it was best to check Isis's video channel first. Just then, Sigu heard a noise behind him. He frowned. Who is it? When he turned around, he found that the person arriving was Chaiene. Sigu frowned and asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" But right after, he noticed there was someone else behind her. It was Master Aurelian. Sigu was dumbfounded and muttered in disbelief. Why are both Chaiene and Master Aurelian here? Chaiene was also very surprised to see Sigu. She asked in confusion, "Why are you here too?" He replied casually, "I work here." Chaiene was a bit surprised and said, "Speaking of which, you did mention it when you checked my gauntlet in the S-class dungeon." Sigu just chuckled awkwardly, glanced at Aurelian, and whispered, "Let's ignore that for now. But why is Master Aurelian here?" Chaiene slowly explained. Master Aurelian said he wanted to meet Master Silpong, the old man. Sigu was surprised. Why would he suddenly want to meet the old man? Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Chaiene explained further, the person who forged this sword. He said it was Master Sil. Seeing the sword in Aurelian's hand, Siugu's pupils instinctively shrank. So he was the judge for the blacksmith workshop? So that means he went out of his way to come to Korea specifically to visit Pong, and even brought the piece from the workshop. That means the orichalcum is mine. Uncle Pong won the competition. Thinking of this, Sigu was instantly overjoyed. He could finally forge equipment capable of crafting tools. Thinking of this, Sigu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. The old man isn't here today. Chaiene immediately translated for Aurelian. His brows furrowed slightly as he asked Chaiene something in a low voice. She translated it for Sigu. He's asking if there's any way to meet him. Sigu thought for a moment. The old man isn't feeling too well right now. Maybe we should let him rest. But what about the orichalcum? After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to call him. A moment later, Sigu informed Chaiene that Pong would be right over. Chaiene translated it for Aurelian. Aurelian nodded and said thank you. His brows finally relaxed a bit. After receiving the two of them, Sigu turned and went back into the forge in an extremely good mood. Once he got the orichalcum, he would start making equipment right away. While waiting for Pong to arrive, Sigu watched Isis's video. He clicked on a video titled, Restoring It? It's not hard. Sigu couldn't help but frown. Restoring? Even Huatua said that if you mess up, it can't be fixed. He wanted to see what kind of method this goddess Isis would teach. Immediately, Isis's fresh voice rang out from the video. Hello everyone. Are you having trouble with your physiological functions? Hearing this, Siugu's face instantly darkened. He really wanted to curse in his heart. Do all gods have such eccentric videos? What the hell is this topic? The video kept playing. Isis's melodious voice continued to talk about that embarrassing topic. She even kept complaining about her husband. Sigu couldn't listen anymore. Greek and Roman mythology is a mess 5 minutes before a disaster. But Norse mythology is 5 minutes after a disaster. Egyptian mythology is a disaster every 5 minutes. It gave him a massive headache. Just then, Isis's voice rang out again in the video. So I just made one for my husband. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the staff in her hand lightly on the ground. Sigu looked at her action in surprise. What is she doing? Is this some ancient Egyptian ritual? Under his skeptical gaze, Isis kept shaking her hips, striking a cute pose. Sigu was a bit dissatisfied after watching. Where the hell did she learn that? But the question is, what exactly is being improved here? But right at this moment, the cacti in the desert suddenly mutated. They gradually became distorted, radiating a massive amount of magic. The air around Sigu instantly fell into a dead silence. He cursed inwardly in dissatisfaction. What the hell did I just watch? Is this really something a normal person should be watching? But in just a brief moment in the video, he discovered that Isis had the ability to add functions to enhance anything. She might even be able to add a spatial function to equipment. If she had the power to create that unmentionable thing for Osiris, then this was entirely possible, right? He wanted to see how much the membership fee was first. While Sigu was immersed in Isis's video, the door to the forge opened. Pong, covered in sweat, ran in and asked in a low voice, Is Aurelian already here? This voice startled Chaiene and Aurelian, making them turn around. Seeing the person standing in front of him, Pong couldn't help but sigh emotionally. I can't believe Master Aurelian is standing right in front of me. This is truly. Before he could finish, Aurelian interrupted. I really wanted to meet you and congratulate you on winning the blacksmith workshop. As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Pawang's face instantly froze. He scratched his head awkwardly. I don't understand a word you're saying. Pawang obviously didn't understand Aurelian's language. Chaiene quickly translated. He said he's been looking forward to meeting you, Master Silpong, and he congratulates you on winning the blacksmith workshop. Hearing this, Pong was instantly shocked, unable to believe his ears. The old man exclaimed in astonishment, What? I won the workshop. At the same time, Sigu smiled happily upon hearing this. So they really won. He was wondering if he should go back to the task from earlier. No sooner said than done. He opened his phone to take a look. The subscription fee was actually a whopping 4 billion won. Sigu couldn't quite believe his eyes. This number could shock him to death. Zhang Sanfeng's channel subscription fee was only 2 billion. And this is double that. Is this accurate? Right now, he only had 8 billion. He needed to calculate his current income and expenses. First is the income, 10 billion won from tutoring Chaiene, about 300 million from crafting equipment, around 8 million from GodTube. Total is 10.308 billion. As for expenses, there are plenty. In total, it's about 3.5 billion. Calculated like that, the net profit is over 6 billion won. Then I can subscribe. Chaiene's tutoring fee is seriously amazing. Thinking of this, Sigu started subscribing to ISIS's channel. But as soon as he finished subscribing, the money-grubbing demon inside him awakened. This 4 billion figure is truly ridiculous. If the living expenses for a family of 4 are 3 million won, this amount is enough to live comfortably for 111 years. Yet, the lifetime living expenses of a family were spent by Sigu with a single click of a button. Moreover, if he added the membership fees of other channels, it already amounted to 7.1 billion per month. While Sigu was mourning for his wallet, the notification sound of a successful subscription rang out. This proved one thing. 4 billion had evaporated from his account. Honestly, it hurt enough to die. But at this moment, a surprise occurred. The skill Sigu received after subscribing to ISIS's channel was actually SS class reality manipulation. He couldn't believe his eyes. It didn't just grant a special ability. Reality manipulation is an ability that can alter the surrounding environment on a small scale and even transform the laws of the universe on a larger scale, warping reality according to the caster's will. What's more surprising is that it's also SS rank. Considering ISIS's reputation, it's understandable. Although not widely known, she was the most influential goddess in the ancient world. Ignoring the surprise in his heart, Sigu felt he should still increase his proficiency first. There are 2 ways to increase proficiency. The first way is to watch videos related to the trait. He also had to delve deep into the demon realm. The cosmic nightmare exists beyond the abyss. This is unacceptable. It's not worth even a second of consideration. If not careful, Sigu's mind would be destroyed, and it would also destroy the gentleman's heart skill. So, there's only one last way. Sigu decided he had to use it himself. First, he should test it. Create a spatial pouch as originally planned. Thinking of this, Sigu started to close his eyes, using his knowledge skill to focus his thoughts. The principle of space is reaching into the void and pulling out an object. No need to incorporate it into a device. If Sigu bends reality to create a space, that's enough. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes. But nothing changed. He sighed helplessly. It seems you can't just do it because you want to. Depending on the level of reality manipulation, the power will change exponentially due to the backlash from the universe. And in severe cases, the caster's existence could collapse and completely disappear. Sigu thought he needed to create a shape like a pouch to help him get used to the concept of storing something. Sigu observed his phone for a bit. This was his first time sewing this thing, so he was wondering if he should consult other channels. After a moment of silence, Sigu decided to just do it. No one cares what he uses to make it. Just make it as sturdy as always. At the same time, Balong and Aurelian were still talking. Aurelian constantly praised Balong's sword. The sturdiness and strength of this sword, along with the perfect balance while maintaining its brittleness. Above all, what impressed him the most was the hilt. Every time he looked at it, he felt amazed. It seemed the shape of this hilt changed according to the user. Aurelian asked how that was possible. The quality of the sword that Balong made was truly the best, but he thought he could create a sword at this level, maybe even better. However, the hilt of the sword was exactly what Aurelian couldn't make. A hilt that changes shape to fit the user was what drew him all the way here. At this time, Balong spoke up to explain. I used the facial muscles of a doppelganger to make it. Chaiene beside him quickly translated for Aurelian to hear. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He muttered in disbelief, saying that means a monster's ability was integrated into the sword? Is that really possible? Ever since new materials, a byproduct from monsters, were introduced into the alchemy industry, the alchemy industry has made great strides with strength and quality superior to metal. However, the use of monster abilities is still limited. In terms of the physical properties of monsters, such as hardness, the monster's ability cannot be integrated into equipment. The monster's ability will disappear when it dies and cannot be extracted from its corpse. So unless Bawang was an alchemy god, Aurelian wouldn't believe this was possible. Thinking that, he muttered, "How did you transfer the monster's ability into the equipment?" After hearing the translation, Bawang pointed into the distance, slowly explaining, "I was taught by artisan men Sigu over there." Looking in the direction he pointed, Aurelian saw Sigu. He frowned in surprise. Learning from such a young person? Let alone being a blacksmith worthy of teaching artisan Bawang. He didn't even look like a blacksmith. Aurelian, after a moment of silence, said in annoyance, "Are you being sarcastic with me?" Bawang chuckled and shook his head. "I didn't believe it at first either. He seems to be doing something, so let's go take a look." Aurelian thought for a moment, then felt it made sense. Although he didn't know what was going on, there must be a reason why Bawang thought so highly of him. Right after, Aurelian went with Bawang to take a look. He immediately recognized Sigu's movements. He was trying to forge something. The key to forging is temperature. Only when it is heated and forged can the impurities be properly removed. But Sigu was just standing there staring. He had no basic knowledge of forging at all. This was Aurelian's thought. While he felt it was absurd, Sigu started hammering. He worked very attentively, not noticing people watching him. Only at this moment did Aurelian realize. It seemed Sigu was intentionally doing that to perform cold forging. Hot forging is a method used to improve the strengthening of materials. Therefore, complex details can be machined easily. But because the temperature is too high, meticulous shaping is very difficult. For cold forging, the material must be heated past the transformation point and simultaneously cooled to exactly below the deformation point. If the temperature is off by even a little, it will break. And if cooled too much, it will harden. In other words, Sigu could feel exactly that temperature point just by touch. This truly left Aurelian speechless in amazement. This was truly too absurd. That was impossible for human senses. But the reality in front of him was far different. Sigu was doing it. Aurelian truly couldn't believe his eyes anymore. That level was far beyond human capabilities. A level that even he didn't dare to approach. Yet such a young person could. At the same time, Sigu had created the product. The system deemed it just scrap metal. Not too surprising. Just as he thought, drawing wire from metal is not easy at all. But anyway, as long as it's sturdy enough. Looking at the thing in his hand, Sigu was thinking if he should add a function to the space. But he just stood there in silence. Because he basically didn't know what to do. Should he jump around like Isis did in the video? Thinking of that, Sigu couldn't help but shiver. Right at this moment, Aurelian walked over and put his hand on his shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, "This is too absurd." On another note, at Incheon Airport, a group of people had just gotten off the plane. A dissatisfied voice rang out in the crowd. "Master Aurelian has already gone to the CO family's forge." The person speaking was Sankyu. He asked doubtfully, "What is he going there for?" No one knew the reason. Sankyu looked at his subordinates and ordered, "Move quickly. Since we don't know where he will go next, tell the staff at the nearby management office to keep an eye out." Right at this moment, a figure brushed past his group. The face hidden under the brimmed hat suddenly smirked proudly. This person was none other than Tibio. He came here to take back the leader position from Duchion. On another side, at Bawang's forge, Sigu, bothered by Aurelian, was a bit dissatisfied. He said in annoyance, "Can you let go of me?" Aurelian coughed twice and said something. Chaiene hurriedly translated. He said he was so surprised he didn't notice and apologized for being rude. Sigu told her to tell him he was busy. Chaiene quickly relayed it to Aurelian. He quickly replied. She also translated for Sigu to hear. "He wants to discuss alchemy with you." But Sigu immediately refused. He'd rather sit and watch Hephaestus's videos. It would be more useful. But Aurelian didn't give up either. He asked Chaiene how he could talk to him. Sigu thought for a moment, then winked and smiled meaningfully. "Then tell him I'll consider it if he gives me orichalcum or." Chaiene quickly translated for Aurelian. He quickly replied. She also translated for Sigu to hear. He said, "Is that all? And why do you want orichalcum?" Sigu replied casually, "I will refine it to craft equipment." If possible, he would have another orichalcum ore. Conversely, Aurelian, after knowing Sigu wanted to refine orichalcum, widened his eyes in horror. He asked how it could be refined. Sigu thought for a moment, then finally spoke after a long while. "Maybe. Chaiene relayed his words to Aurelian. He shouted excitedly again. Too absurd. Sigu jumped. Why are you shouting so loud? Scared the life out of me. After thinking for a bit, Aurelian said he would go back and get it immediately. Hearing this, Sigu was doubtful. Go back where? Back to France. Chaiene nodded slightly. That's right. He sighed helplessly. After a long while, he spoke up. Then when he comes back, we'll talk later. Aurelian also agreed without hesitation, happily leaving the forge. Chaiene also didn't forget to say goodbye to Sigu before leaving. Right at this moment, Sigu realized a problem. He hurriedly turned to look at Bawang behind him, saying guiltily, Sorry, uncle. I didn't mean to do that. Meeting Aurelian must have been his glorious moment, yet. Bawang shook his head, not minding. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Working with you in the forge is even luckier than meeting Master Aurelian. Sigu smiled unconsciously, then used his medical skills to treat him. He was glad his health seemed fine overall. At this time, Bawang spoke up. I'm done with my work, so I'll head back first. Sigu nodded slightly and replied, Don't overwork yourself during this time. He said he knew, then left the forge. Finally, only Sigu was left here. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally focus again. Right after, he started focusing on using reality manipulation to create space. Space is the most fundamental law that makes up this world, where matter exists and phenomena occur. Sigu was currently expanding the space. A powerful magical aura surrounded Sigu's body. Feeling this, he immediately opened his eyes, a look of surprise clear on his face. This was the backlash from the universe. It felt like Sigu was about to be swallowed by this suction. He bit his lip fiercely. He had to resist it. He was forced to resist. Right after, two powerful magical auras quickly clashed. After a while, they began to weaken. The spatial pouch had been dropped on the ground by him. And Sigu was also very weak, trembling constantly. He couldn't help but sigh. This case is even tougher than Hercules' training. It's not simply a cheat ability. Thinking that, Sigu picked up the pouch he just created to take a look. He whispered, looking from the outside, Nothing has changed, huh? Thinking that, he opened it to look. But as soon as he looked, his eyes widened in surprise. Sigu really did it. Sigu smiled happily and said, It looks like it's as big as a football field. All my hard work really paid off. Right at this moment, the forge door was opened again, startling Sigu. He scolded angrily. Who is it this time? The people arriving were Sankyu's group. Sijuan was also very surprised to see him, exclaiming, What the hell? Thousands of question marks flew through Sigu's head. He asked doubtfully, Who are you people? A moment later, a black car roared down the road. Zhang Jai was sat in the car, saying reassuringly, I didn't expect Master Aurelian to leave Korea so soon. How did they know? Because earlier Sigu had told them Aurelian had returned to France. After hearing this, Sankyu's group was very surprised. Heron beside him muttered doubtfully, What did he need at that workshop? She had hoped to get equipment from him this time, but he left. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered something. Heron glanced at Sijuan beside her and asked, Why did you act like that earlier? Was it because of that spatial pouch? Sijuan said in a deep voice, It's not magic. Heron couldn't help but be confused. You use something like that too, right? Right. Sijuan shook his head slightly. It's not like that. Zhang Jaiwu beside them was also a bit doubtful and asked, Is it that surprising? The person answering was Yu Hannah, an S-rank hunter, the one known as the Flame Witch. She said in a deep voice, This is not just surprising. It's an impossibility. Sijuan nodded slightly in agreement. Science advanced to a certain point is indistinguishable from magic. You've heard this saying, right? Magic doesn't deny the laws of physics. Hannah slowly explained, Ordinary people consider magic as a supernatural phenomenon. Heron frowned when she heard this. It is a supernatural phenomenon. Hannah didn't explain immediately. A flame and a stream of water appeared in her hands. Then she asked, What do you think makes water boil? Heron thought for a moment before answering. Because you heat it with fire, right? But as soon as she finished speaking, a development occurred that made her widen her eyes. The flame in Hannah's hand disappeared, replaced by a transparent orb. She said seriously, I just hid the fireball with transparent magic. That's what magic is. Fire creates heat. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Using these immutable laws, mages rearranged the law of pressure to make water boil even below 100 degrees Celsius. In other words, they utilized the laws of the world. Fire doesn't create heat, but cold. Water never boils under any circumstances. The laws of the world cannot be changed by those definitions. At this time, Sigu continued, but that spatial pouch completely changed the law of the universe. Heron frowned and asked, "Didn't you just say it was impossible?" Henna nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. Even if it were possible, it would absolutely never be done. The world would reject that existence. So, the only one who can do that is an entity beyond the laws. Only a god could do that." Heron glanced at Zhang Jiwu and asked, "Do you understand?" He shook his head bluntly. "Not really." Henna fell silent after speaking. She kept feeling very familiar. It seemed she had seen Sigu somewhere. Was it that guy on YouTube? Right at this moment, Zhang Jiwu's earpiece beeped. He asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" A panicked voice quickly rang out from the other side. "Sir, Master Aurelian has just been." Hearing the last two words, Zhang Jiwu's expression became speechless. On another note, at a high-rise building, a burly man stood in the dark, saying quietly, "The treatment is complete. But I was told your eye cannot be restored. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Duchion immediately frowned. "It's a scar." Then he asked if anything happened to Sigu. The other side shook his head and said, "Not exactly any special news. But the Hunter Inspectorate Bureau has stopped all movements." Duchion ordered after hearing this, "Transmit the order to all members in chaos. Do not attract attention." But at this time, the subordinate stuttered, "Boss, do you know Master Aurelian just visited Korea?" Duchion nodded slightly and replied, "I know." The subordinate's face instantly turned ugly. After a long while, he spoke up. It seems chaos in the Gyeonggi area caused trouble with him. Furthermore, he also told Duchion that this matter involved Chaiene. Duchion's face grew darker and darker. His hands resting on the chair squeezed tightly. He cursed inwardly. Which bastard dares? With the amount of damage they have to bear, they still dare to cause trouble with the SH group? Thinking that, Duchion gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you mean by causing trouble?" The subordinate replied tremblingly, "It seems they kidnapped him." Duchion bit his lip fiercely. Master Aurelian is a globally famous figure. If something happened to him, attention would be focused on Korea. He clearly hadn't touched him. Which guy likes to cause trouble so much? Thinking that, Duchion asked in a deep voice, "How could they do that? Breaking through Aurelian's protection isn't easy, especially with Han Chaiene there too." The subordinate said awkwardly, "This visit was his unilateral decision. So it seems France couldn't send protection officers in time." He told Duchion that TBO had acted directly. Hearing this name, Duchion's face immediately turned ugly. That guy definitely knew the situation in chaos. Even so, for him to act directly like this, there was only one reason. Duchion couldn't help but sneer. Is he planning to steal my position? It seems I've been looked down upon by him. At this time, the subordinate spoke up again. "Boss, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I think Master Aurelian and Min Sigu are connected." As soon as these words came out, Duchion's face changed color. Ignoring the world turning upside down, Sigu was currently rampaging in a dungeon. He was facing a giant snake. It constantly bared its fangs and flicked its tongue in front of him. But Sigu wasn't afraid either, calmly using his fists to attack it. The snake monster basically didn't expect him to be so strong. Before it could even react, it was struck by Sigu. Fresh blood constantly poured out like rain. At the same time, Iruin outside watched this scene, dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with amazement. He muttered in disbelief. He cleared a B+ rank dungeon in just 47 seconds? Godspeed. While Iruin was dazed, Sigu suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't just stand there dazed. Put it in the pouch." At this time, Iruin jumped, hurriedly replying, "Yes, bro." Right after, he alone carried the giant snake monster's corpse away. But it was too heavy. Iruin had to struggle to take a step. A moment later, seeing the small pouch in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Did I hear wrong? He wants me to put it in this. Although very doubtful, there was no other way. Since Sigu said so, he would just try it. Iruin stuffed the giant snake's head into the pouch step by step. Just at this moment, the pouch suddenly expanded. He looked at this scene, a bit speechless. At this time, Sigu reminded him, "If you're done putting it all in, could you step aside for a bit?" Irwin turned his head in surprise, only to see him carrying a pile of corpses on his shoulder. The kid asked hesitantly, "Did you really make this yourself?" Sigu pouted and said, "Of course. Did you think Master Aurelian made it?" As he spoke, he stuffed the pile of corpses into the pouch. Irwin smiled wryly and helplessly. Of course not. The kid didn't think Master Aurelian could make this either. Thinking that, Irwin asked doubtfully, "By the way, don't you find it heavy?" Sigu nodded slightly. "A little bit. Because it's in another dimension, it's not that heavy. Want to try holding it?" Saying that, he handed the spatial pouch to Irwin. The kid immediately waved his hands in refusal. "No thanks, I'm good." Last time, Sigu said the building materials weren't heavy at all. But this was even heavier. He'd be crazy to hold it. Thinking of this, Irwin immediately suggested, "Bro, let's go to the next dungeon." Sigu asked doubtfully, "We have about 4 more dungeons left, right?" The kid shook his head slightly. "Only 3 left." Sigu didn't mind, entering the next dungeon, and reminded him, "Don't forget to keep the camera Diaku gave you safe." A moment later, at a corner of the city, as soon as Sigu stepped out of the portal, he saw Minyoung waiting outside. He frowned at her and asked doubtfully, "Why are you here?" Minyoung stared at him for a moment, then said seriously after a long while, "Hunterman Sigu, can we talk for a bit?" On another side, at Incheon International Airport, Zhang Jiawu walked over from afar, looking at his men and asking, "What happened?" The subordinate immediately reported, "It seems Master Aurelian was kidnapped on his private jet." Zhang Jiawu's face instantly changed. The subordinate continued, "It seems the culprit was already on the jet." He frowned slightly and asked, "Is this possible? If so, one of Aurelian's close associates is the culprit." The subordinate nodded slightly, handing over a stack of documents. "We suspect so too, and we checked the airline staff list and took statements." Zhang Jiawu reached out to take the stack of documents to look. Immediately, he broke out in a cold sweat. He saw an unfamiliar name. He exclaimed in shock, "A longtime associate of Aurelian? But there's no one named Monteb on the list." Right at this moment, Sijuan walked over and said, "It seems he was brainwashed." Sankyu was a bit startled. Sijuan explained in a deep voice, "To be more precise, I suspect he was affected by a mental magic. Furthermore, there were no signs of a struggle on the private jet." Zhang Jia's face sank. He muttered, "And there's Han Chai-jin, who is almost an S-rank hunter, along with him. Does that mean they were taken without any resistance?" Sijuan nodded slightly and replied, "The culprit is probably a high-level mage who can use very strong mental magic." Sankyu frowned slightly and asked, "You mean even an S-rank hunter was defeated instantly?" Hearing this, Heron immediately snorted coldly. "What S-rank hunter? Han Chai-jin is still just a rookie." Sankyu pouted and said, "Even so, isn't it a bit too early to conclude the culprit used brainwashing magic?" Right at this moment, Hannah walked over from afar and said, "There are some traces left of teleportation magic. At least there are some mages among the culprits." Hearing this, Sankyu also felt it made sense. He nodded and said, "If you guys are all sure, then it's likely true. In this case, can we track them?" Sijuan shook his head slightly and replied, "From what we've seen, this isn't their first time doing this. To avoid being tracked, they intentionally disrupted the magic waves. It seems this case isn't simple." Sijuan's tone immediately changed as he spoke. "It's highly likely there's a high-level mage among them. Maybe even better than me." At the same time, at the high-rise building where Dugan was sitting, he put down the wine glass in his hand, constantly muttering Sigu's name. Dugan's face was very ugly at this moment. This was the 4th time he had heard that name. Dugan really wanted to deal with him directly if he could, but he had to stabilize order first. Now wasn't the time. But earlier, his subordinate told Dugan that Sigu not only had connections with Irwin, but also with Chai-jin. So the possibility of him stepping up to resolve this was very high. Sigu and TBO were both thorns in Dugan's side. In the end, they would definitely clash. Thinking of this, Dugan immediately smirked. The situation isn't as bad as I thought. Whether it's TBO or Sigu who goes to meet their maker, or in both cases, Dugan won't suffer any losses. But the bigger the battle, the more profit I'll reap. On another note, at a cafe, Minyoung showed Sigu a video. she said in a deep voice. This is a video posted on YouTube this morning, because it mentions Joe Buckshin, the person you captured. She suspected it might be related to chaos, so she came directly to find Sigu. Hearing this, Sigu couldn't help but turn grave. Why would the kidnappers go this far? Is it necessary to attract public attention like this? Minyoung shook her head slightly. I'm not sure. The Inspectorate Bureau suspects the culprits are chaos, but maybe they simply want to cause a worldwide uproar. Sigu frowned reflexively. Their demands are indeed unusual. Usually, people would demand someone's release. But demanding a kill is a bit strange. It's probably Chaos's doing. Sigu focused his thoughts. After a long while, he opened his mouth to speculate. Maybe Buckshin knows something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such unreasonable demands. What did the Inspectorate Bureau decide? Minyoung frowned and replied. Normally, we shouldn't negotiate with criminals. But this is the kidnapping of Master Aurelian and Chaiene from the SH group. Because the video was posted, the attention on this case is huge. Not just in Korea, but all over the world. Minyoung became more worried as she spoke. If anything happens to either of them, the Inspectorate Bureau will face immense pressure. In reality, we will have to accept their demands. But before she could finish, Sigu cut her off. Please don't agree with them. Minyoung was a bit hesitant, but Sigu said firmly, I understand what you mean. He believed she had experience with many cases where hostages were used for threats. He asked her what the culprit's demands usually were in those cases. Minyoung frowned slightly, replying in a deep voice. 9 out of 10 cases, they demand money. They demand a specific amount and a deadline for delivery, promising to release the hostages if the demands are met. Speaking up to here, she suddenly realized something. Sigu realized it too, nodding and saying, usually they say they will release the hostages, not give the location of the hostages. Which means they can't control the situation. The only thing they can do is provide the location. At the very least, the person who posted the video is not the kidnapper. Sigu's words made Minyoung's face turn a bit grave. She bit her lip and asked, if so, what is the purpose of posting the video? Sigu replied in a deep voice, maybe they want the situation to worsen, or they benefit from this case somehow. I'm not sure who, but if we accept that demand, we're basically falling into a trap. However, they couldn't just ignore this case either. Sigu stood up from his chair, smirking and saying, let's see if we can turn the tables. A moment later, at the Seoul branch of the Hunter Inspectorate Bureau, Minyoung finally returned after talking with Sigu. Her subordinates were very happy to see her. But before they could ask anything, they saw someone behind her. They didn't expect Sigu to follow her here. Minyoung knew what they were thinking. She slowly walked over and asked, where's Joe Buckshin? Suwa was slightly startled. After recovering, she replied, he's in the interrogation room. Hearing this, Minyoung glanced at Sigu and said, let's go. He nodded slightly to indicate he understood. Then she glanced at her subordinates and ordered, go do your work. Sigu, on this side, entered the interrogation room alone. Buckshin saw someone enter and looked up, asking, who are you? Sigu didn't answer, sitting down in front of him. Seeing this scene, Buckshin immediately panicked and exclaimed, what are you planning to do? But before he could understand anything, Sigu placed his hand on the fingers resting on his chair. Without any warning signs, he directly broke them. Screams like a slaughtered pig quickly echoed in the interrogation room. The sound was so loud that Sua's group panicked. What's that? Doesn't the interrogation room have soundproofing magic? There's no way a scream could echo out. At the same time, Sigu had let go of Buckshin's hand. He looked at him coldly and said, the human body has many fatal points. Similarly, there are many internal organs that can also feel pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Sigu grabbed Buckshin's hair and yanked it back, saying coldly, don't worry, you won't die. Rather, he wanted to make him hurt so much that he wished he were dead. And compared to what he had done to innocent people, this was nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Sigu used violence to attack again. Screams echoed throughout the interrogation room. A moment later, Minyoung and her subordinates started watching Sigu's interrogation video, somewhat speechless. Who said they were butchers? This guy was the real one. Minyoung ordered her subordinates without a second thought. Skip the beginning. The subordinate immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Then she fast-forwarded the video. Waiting until Buckshin started confessing, Minyoung ordered to stop. The video quickly stopped at the part where Duchion said there was a restriction placed on him. Minyoung frowned when she heard this. Was this the reason he didn't say anything during the interview? The restriction spell doesn't just completely suppress certain specific actions, but also some thoughts. And only the caster can dispel it. It's a top-tier, evil binding magic that will definitely lead to death. While Minyoung waited for the next part, she saw Sigu suddenly place his hand on Duchion's head. Seeing this scene, Minyoung's eyes immediately widened. What are you planning to do? Right at that moment, a stream of magic power appeared from Sigu's palm. Even the person involved, Duchion, didn't understand what he was planning to do. A few minutes later, Minyoung's subordinate suddenly exclaimed, "Just now, the restriction was dispelled." Hearing this, Minyoung was a bit speechless. Was the restriction spell really dispelled? She truly couldn't believe it. Did Hunterman Sigu just use magic? Her subordinate shook his head slightly, saying blankly, "I don't know either." Right at this moment, they heard Sigu say in a deep voice, "Now confess everything." A moment later, Minyoung came out from the next room. Sigu also stepped out of the interrogation room. He glanced at her and said, "I don't know how you guys usually handle a dangerous escaped criminal, but I'll make sure he can't use his legs for a long time." Minyoung frowned helplessly, then remembered Sigu's earlier words. Sigu was the type of person who was normally very clueless, occasionally a bit weird. When dealing with criminals, he became more ruthless than anyone else. But was Sigu's nature truly ruthless? When he was with Saya, he revealed an endlessly warm side. A young man with more humanity than anyone else. The longer she worked with him, Minyoung realized Sigu was truly warm. Thinking that, she glanced at her subordinates and said, "Now, release Joe Duchion." On this side, Sigu returned home after leaving the inspectorate bureau. He smiled happily and said, "Now I've gotten all the information I can from Duchion. They'll think they've fulfilled the demand. They'll never guess that the restriction spell was dispelled." Isis's reality manipulation was truly more useful than he thought. Of course, everything comes with a price. Sigu's head was about to split open from the pain, but it was worth it. Now the Chaos guys will give the Inspectorate Bureau the hostage's location. But no one can predict how the situation will progress. Above all, there's no guarantee the location they provide is real. So Sigu will have to act on his own. That will be faster, in a direction they can't foresee. Thinking that, Sigu immediately spoke up. "Let's go, Hyukdori." On another note, in a dark basement, Chaiene was locked up in this place. A cloaked man stood in front of her, saying dissatisfiedly, "She's holding up better than I thought. It seems she doesn't just have talent." Speaking up to here, he immediately created a stream of magic in his palm. The person who kidnapped Chaiene was actually Tbo. He smirked and said, "Even so, it will be soon." At the same time, inside Chaien's subconscious, she was remembering her childhood when her parents died at the same time. She stood in front of the morning hall, just a young girl. Only a few of her parents' subordinates were left beside her. That person lied to her that they just went to a very far place. At that time, she was young and basically didn't understand what going very far meant. After that, Chaiene was brought back to the Han family. Since returning, she never saw her parents again. Even so, she didn't cry. She was told to be braver so her parents would return. But when she was a kid, Chaiene had to witness the schemes of the people in the family. Until one day, she saw her nanny being scolded by her grandfather's subordinates. Also from that day on, the nanny didn't appear anymore. Chaiene even thought it was her fault. From that day on, she decided not to act like a spoiled child, so as not to cause trouble for others anymore. That way, people wouldn't leave her. But when she was young, Chaiene still had a happy moment. That was when she got to eat dumplings. When she happily ran to the kitchen to eat dumplings, she found the chef lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably and clutching her neck. At that time, Chaiene saw her eyes saying one thing. That was a cry for help. A cry for help and despair. Later, the cause of death was determined to be poisoning. The poison was found in the dumplings the chef had eaten. From that day on, Chaiene never saw the chef again. Whenever she was happy, everyone would always abandon her. Her parents, her nanny, even the chef. It felt like everyone had abandoned her. Just as Chaiene was in despair, a warm voice rang out. "From today onwards, you will come live with Grandpa." Although Chairman Han was a bit scary, she still followed him back. She felt forced to do so. That was when she was only 6 years old. Returning to reality, TBO's voice rang out again. I heard you come from a rich family, but we're not that different, huh? He was very smug right now, because he had completely and easily triggered her psychological trauma. TBO firmly believed he would control Chaiene soon. She was just a kid to him. Right at this moment, Aurelian beside them couldn't help but exclaim, "Let Chaiene go. That child is innocent." Snorting lightly, TBO said coldly, "Indeed, with your peak reputation in the blacksmithing world, you can resist my mental suppression. But that's all you amount to." Aurelian frowned at him, whispering, "Wasn't I your target?" "Originally, yes." TBO chuckled and spoke up. Speaking up to here, he looked at Chaiene again, a smug smile on his face. "But now she's more valuable than you." Hearing this, Aurelian was immediately surprised. He asked doubtfully, "Could it be you want money? If it's money, I'll give it to you. As much as you want." As if hearing a joke, TBO snorted coldly. He leaned close to Aurelian's ear, saying coldly, "Do you think we in Chaos crave that?" A bit confused, Aurelian looked up at him, asking doubtfully, "Then why?" TBO said coldly, "You don't need to know." Right at this moment, someone ran in from outside to report, "Sir Executive, the Inspectorate Bureau guards are storming this place." Hearing this, TBO's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't think Zhang Jia's group would actually find this place. He had clearly erased all traces. How could anyone track them down? TBO didn't think Zhang Jia's group actually did it. It should have been impossible for anyone to find them. Where exactly did it go wrong? TBO couldn't find where he had exposed a flaw. While he was confused, his subordinate said hesitantly, "It seems Duchion leaked the information." "Is that so?" TBO smirked and snorted coldly. He cursed fiercely, "That bastard Duchion." The surprises weren't over yet. The subordinate continued, "And the S-Rank hunters from Korea are also coming, including the director from the Management Bureau, Lee Heron, Yu Hana, and even Lee Sijuan. A total of 4 S-Rank hunters." Hearing these 4 names, TBO panicked and exclaimed, "Yu Hana and Lee Sijuan are coming too?" At this moment, his arrogant attitude of looking down on people was gone. TBO couldn't help but tremble. The toughest opponent for a mage is another mage. There was no time to think anymore. He had to retreat immediately. Thinking that, TBO immediately ordered, "All members leave this place and prepare to retreat. Hurry up." His subordinates immediately accepted the order. But before they could do anything, the place suddenly exploded. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, making TBO angry and shout, "What the hell?" In front of him right now was a pile of rubble. But from inside, a passing footstep walked out. The person arriving was Sigu. Just as he said earlier, he had arrived one step ahead of the others. Seeing this unfamiliar face, TBO asked doubtfully, "Who the hell is this?" TBO had never met Sigu before. He came from the Inspectorate Bureau. He also didn't sense the presence of anyone else besides Sigu, so the people coming with him weren't here. Thinking that, TBO glared at Sigu and asked, "Did you come here alone?" Sigu smirked and said, "I'm happily single. If that's what you want to ask, I'm very willing to answer." His words made TBO grit his teeth and curse. This bastard has some nerve joking around. "Do you understand where you are? Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of magic appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, TBO quickly shot it towards Sigu. He smirked and said, "I'll pierce you all over." But at this moment, Sigu wasn't worried at all, still standing there calmly. He closed his eyes in deep concentration. If one didn't know better, they'd think he was sleeping standing up. Waiting until the magic needles appeared in front of Sigu, he casually threw a punch. In just the blink of an eye, another powerful force appeared in the air, blocking the magic that was rushing forward like a dragon or a tiger. Seeing this scene, the expression on TBO's face instantly changed. He could never have expected that Sigu could block it with just one swing of his fist. Was this really the strength of an ordinary person? What kind of power far beyond human limits was this? Thinking of this, TBO couldn't help but whisper, "This is impossible." While he was still dazed, Sigu threw another punch. The powerful energy fluctuated again. TBO's face instantly changed color. What the hell was this power? Why was it even stronger than before? His lips trembling, he felt unwilling to accept it. He shouted fiercely. Following his shout, A series of magic circles appeared in the air. TBO gritted his teeth and cursed. I'll send you to another dimension. This was the phantom space skill. The scenery in front of Sigu instantly blurred. Sigu didn't panic either. He closed his eyes and stood there, calmly recalling what Hercules had told him. He had advised him not to get too entangled with mages. If he already had, then turn them into allies. However, if Sigu couldn't turn them into allies, then finish them off as quickly as possible. Very true to his generous personality. If they clash, not afraid of anyone. Snapping out of his thoughts, Sigu focused on releasing his own aura. His two hands clenched tightly into fists. Without any warning signs, he unleashed Hercules' divine palm. Second stance, monstrous heaven-destroying punch. Hercules' divine palm has the ability to bend and break even the laws of nature. Conversely, Isis's reality manipulation changes those laws, allowing whatever we imagine to become reality. Destruction and manipulation are two forces following completely different schools of thought. To find out which one is stronger is impossible. Actually, Sigu had also believed that. Isis's reality manipulation is indeed a terrifying power. But even if the laws can be manipulated and changed, in the face of absolute power, everything is meaningless. TBO was feeling this very clearly. His arms were trembling constantly to resist that power. But Sigu's power was truly too great. A large piece of land was punched into a giant trench by him. To say it was large enough to fill with water wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sigu took a firm step forward. He smirked and said, Hercules isn't called the strongest on GodTube for nothing. Contrary to him, TBO was being beaten to a pulp. He lay in the rubble, his body trembling violently. TBO tried to force himself to stand up. He bit his lip and said, how can this kind of power exist in the world? He just needed to be a little slow. If he foolishly chose to block that attack, his life would be over. Fortunately, TBO wasn't an idiot. The moment he felt he couldn't withstand Sigu's power anymore, he used short-distance teleportation magic and dodged it with all his might. But he still couldn't avoid being injured because he had to endure the radiating energy wave. If TBO had relied on his strength at that time, his end would have been going to the altar to look at naked chickens. Thinking of this, he raised his hand forward, releasing a burst of magic. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. This is called a blessing in disguise. Immediately, two magic circles appeared in front of the two hostages, Chaiene and Aurelian. This was clearly a warning to Sigu. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. Holding hostages is a bit over the top, don't you think? TBO immediately cursed angrily, shut up. Sigu naturally didn't listen to him. He said casually, as expected, dealing with you will be difficult. The screen displayed Hercules. He said, try to engage with mages as little as possible. Hearing this, Sigu asked in surprise, why? His expression turned ugly as he explained, those guys are quite unlucky. How should I put it? They often do unexpected tricks. Thinking of something else, Hercules reminded him, don't get too entangled with mages. If you already have, you must turn them into allies. Finally, Hercules clenched his fist, smiling confidently, and continued, however, if you can't turn them into allies, then finish them off as quickly as possible. After hearing everything Hercules said, Sigu understood his meaning. He smiled inwardly. I see. The meaning of the saying, finish off mages as quickly as possible. Returning to the present, that TBO was still standing right in front of his eyes. A hand seal appeared in his hand. If you still have any plans, go all out. The corner of his mouth curled up provocatively. I won't be the only one going down. As soon as the words fell, two familiar figures appeared. There was no time to hesitate anymore. Sigu also prepared to counterattack. I planned to end this right away and use the monstrous heaven-destroying punch without hesitation. But with my current ability, the strongest moves I can use right now are the monstrous heaven-destroying punch and the dragon descent kick. One time each. If I go all out, I can do it twice. But thinking about the consequences afterward, I shouldn't use it casually. But, thinking of a notification board that had popped up, Hermes' hyperspeed, SS. With the power to stroll through the world of Ixana, I can definitely save them. However, that guy is a high-level mage who can control space. Space and time are two inseparable concepts. So, To be able to control space means he can also control time. A bright light flashed strongly from Sigu's feet. Even if I move an Ixana, I can't foresee the variables that might occur. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward at terrifying speed. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint as he thought, "This time, everything ends here." Seeing that scene, TBO still calmly chuckled and said, "Oh, I don't know who you are, or how you can use such power." As he spoke, his pupils gleamed with an eerie red light. "But this is the end." Then he immediately thrust his palm towards Sigu, using his skill, mental suppression. The corner of his mouth curled up in a smug smile as he thought, "My trait, mental suppression, will turn anyone with consciousness within my reach into a target." TBO affirmed that victory was in his grasp, and it was also a sure-hit power. "Even if you have transcendent power, you won't escape my mental suppression." Suddenly, the surrounding scenery slowly changed, turning into a pitch-black void. His eyes were somewhat confused as he asked himself, "Is this that guy's mind?" It was completely different from the other guys he had encountered. Normally, a person's mind would be very chaotic and irregular. That's why I have to trigger psychological trauma by tracking the remnants of violent memories, to be able to suppress the mind. Returning to this place, there's nothing here. Why could there be nothing here? While still bewildered, TBO suddenly heard heavy panting behind him. He hurriedly turned his head to look back. It turned out the person standing there was none other than Hercules, standing there lifting weights with his giant body. A powerful pressure crushed his chest, making him unable to breathe. His face turned pale. "I can't breathe." At this time, Hercules turned his head back and spoke, "I'm training." Every word he spoke was like a boulder weighing down on TBO. "Don't interrupt." He gritted his teeth, showing his immense anger. "Get lost." As soon as the sentence ended, he was knocked out by a massive force, unable to resist, crying out in pain. His whole body trembled as if he was about to collapse, asking himself, "What just happened?" In TBO's head were unclear fragments. "But I can't remember." It's as if that memory has been locked. Thinking of this, his eyes glanced up again, his pupils shrinking. What the? Standing there was still Sigu, but behind him was the phantom of a lion baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "What the hell are you?" Switching scenes to another place, a violent tremor rang out, making everything sway. Zhang Jiawa looked around in shock, asking himself, "What's happening?" Standing next to him, Hannah continued, "The sound of fighting. Has someone already arrived here?" Hearing this, Zhang Jiawu thought doubtfully. The fact that we received the location from Chaos is top secret, so only the people here could know this information. But when he listened to the miserable screams ringing out, he was also certain there was someone else here. He spoke up, "I don't know what's going on, but..." Zhang Jiawa's eyes said firmly, "For now, let's just keep going inside." Returning to Sigu's side, a battle was still taking place. TBO fought back. Suddenly, taking advantage of his inattention, he created a spatial portal right next to him. Without hesitation, he planned to escape inside. Seeing that scene, Sigu continuously clenched his fists and attacked. "You think you can escape?" As the sentence ended, an attack was launched, but TBO was nowhere to be seen. He had teleported elsewhere in time to avoid him. His face clearly showed panic as he shouted, Don't come near." Saying that, TBO created a net woven from red threads. Looking at the threads rushing towards him, Sigu still calmly observed his surroundings. When the time came, he started to counterattack, rushing very fast to close in on him. The closer he got, the more terrified he became, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, You son of a bitch monster." Without a moment's hesitation, TBO's clones appeared in large numbers, flying up into the air. All of them said in unison, "Let's see if you can." Their hands simultaneously raised upwards. Dodge this attack. Above the sky, the energy became stronger and stronger, glowing blood red. "I don't have time anymore." Lightning break. A blue light appeared around Sigu, enveloping him. Hercules' divine palm. As he spoke, his foot stomped hard on the ground. First stance. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful kick into the air, transforming into the phantom of a giant dragon. Dragon descent kick. But just like last time, TBO was nowhere to be seen. That bastard used a spatial portal to dodge again. Where did he hide? It turned out that while Sigu wasn't paying attention, he had grabbed Aurelian and Chaiene. He exclaimed in horror, "Damn it. I've exhausted my power." There was no time to hesitate anymore. With no time to think, Sigu rushed over quickly to seize the opportunity. I have to use all the strength I can. Suddenly, a scene occurred that made him pause for a beat, his eyes wide open. He hurriedly rushed to the side to catch Aurelian, who was being thrown away. But that was exactly what Tibio wanted. He kept Chaiene and slowly faded away. Too late. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile as he continued, "See you later." Suddenly, Sigu's hand closed in again, but still one step too late. Tibio had escaped. His face darkened as he thought, "Not yet. There are still remnants of magic. If I track the remnants right now." His eyes closed tightly. "I can catch up." Suddenly, a notification popped up, making Sigu cough up blood. "ISIS's reality manipulation, SS." He exclaimed angrily. "Did I use too much power during the fight? How is it that in my current condition, I can still use reality manipulation to create a portal to chase after him? But I don't have enough strength left to withstand the consequences of that power. If I'm not careful, my existence could be erased as the price for using the power." Right at this moment, Chaien's face appeared in his mind. But Han Chaiene has already endured too much mental suppression. If her mind completely collapses, even the S+ rank divine medicine can't save her. With no other choice, Sigu had to take a risk. "So, if not now, then never," he exclaimed firmly. "I have to chase after him, even if I have to bet my life." Just as Sigu was about to carry out his intention, Sijuan's group also arrived. He exclaimed, What the hell?" His face couldn't believe it as he asked, "Hunter Sigu? You're the guy from the forge back then. And what is that thing?" Hearing this, Sigu also paused for a beat, turning around. "You are." In his heart, he thought, "Right now, my strength is not enough, because I have to change too many rules. But if you Hannah and Lee Sijuan, two genius mages, can open the space and break through for me, we can definitely do it." Without thinking much, Sigu hurriedly asked, "There's no time to explain. Can you two use teleportation magic? The kidnapper has escaped with Chaiene." Hearing this, Sijuan startled and exclaimed, "What? You mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hannah interrupted, "I can do it." But why suddenly? He stepped forward and explained, "We need to chase after him right now. We have to piece together the traces of the teleportation magic he used and chase him to the end." Sijuan replied worriedly, "Once the space is closed, it can't be pieced back together. Even if we track the magic energy traces, we can't calculate the exact coordinates." He continued, "I'm very sorry, but tracking him is impossible." Before he could finish his sentence, Sigu interrupted, "If you two can open the space, then I—" A notification appeared above his head. "ISIS's reality manipulation. SS." He added, "I will try to connect the two spaces." Hannah couldn't believe it, her eyes wide open as she asked, "What do you mean? Right now?" The concept of connecting spaces. Sigu couldn't listen anymore and shouted angrily, "There's no time." The two of them were frightened and hurriedly agreed. "Let's just try it first. I'll do my best." As soon as the sentence ended, Hannah and Sijuan quickly cast the spell to open the spatial teleportation portal. A powerful light appeared right in front of them. Taking this opportunity, Sigu didn't stand still either, starting to coordinate to create a fiery red orb, changing the impossible rules into possible ones. His face grew darker and darker, his teeth clenched tightly. "My head feels like it's going to shatter. My heart is beating like it's about to explode." He tried to endure. "But I can't stop here," Sigu exclaimed, "even if I have to die." After a terrifying moment, a spatial portal was finally formed. A notification appeared. Reality Manipulation Proficiency. SS, 2.1%, plus 1.3%. Even Sijuan, witnessing this scene, couldn't believe it. It really connected. Hannah exclaimed, "Impossible." But after doing that, Sigu was also exhausted both physically and mentally. He urged in a trembling voice, "Please, go first. I will follow." Hannah's eyes widened to the maximum as she asked, "How is that possible?" "You. Men Sigu, who exactly are you?" Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and interrupted, "Whatever this is about." That person was Zhang Jiwu. He urged, We need to hurry up. We have to save Han Chaijin. Looking back, Zhang Jiwu ordered. The rest of you, clean up the scene here. And protect Master Aurelian. The rest of their group just walked into the portal. We will handle it from here. At the same time, on Tibio's side, in a room filled with observation screens, he breathed heavily. Although leaving Aurelian behind is quite a pity. As he spoke, he chuckled. Just the fact that I survived after facing that terrifying monster bastard is lucky enough. Tibio's eyes glanced at the unconscious Chaijin. And above all, Han Chaijin is still here. Her expression was lifeless and empty. Looking at her condition, she's about to completely collapse mentally. He laughed with delight, which means soon, she will become a puppet under my control. Right at this moment, he suddenly bent over and coughed violently. Looking at his remaining arm, he spoke. Losing my left arm is just a minor issue. My internal magic circuit system has been completely destroyed. At this rate, I might never be able to use magic again. Tibio's mood lightened as he muttered to himself. The important thing is I'm still alive. The space is completely closed. There's no way that guy can follow me here. As soon as the words fell, a bad premonition suddenly appeared. Along with it, the portal appeared. He panicked and turned his head to look back, asking himself, what? The people who just stepped out of the portal were Zhang Jiwu and Heron. Until this moment, Tibio still couldn't believe it. The space was connected? And then remembering someone, he paused and looked around, thinking to himself, impossible. Is that guy here too? After checking carefully and not seeing Sigu's presence, he smirked. He's not. Just a moment ago he was in a fearful state, but now he laughed maniacally. Huh. Witnessing that scene, Heron tilted her head and asked, seeing 4 S-rank hunters coming to settle the score with you, drove you crazy? Is it that funny? Tibio stopped and replied, of course it's very funny. Seeing you dogs find your way here. As he spoke, he activated his magic circle. Did you really think you could do anything against me? The blood-red magic circles appeared more and more. He asked, do you know why I came here? And then he answered himself, to invite you guys to walk right into the tiger's den and offer your lives. Witnessing that scene, Hannah exclaimed in shock, they are amplification magic circles. Sigu also continued worriedly, amplification magic circles. A magic circle that can multiply the power of magic several times over. That guy's magic energy is covering the entire space. Tibio became more and more excited, his eyes bloodshot. This place is my own stage. The magic circles pressed everyone down, they couldn't budge. Their eyes became terrified by this terrifying power. Mental suppression, my trait, has been elevated to a new level in this place. To be blunt, it has become the power of absolute control. Everything is controlled. The flow of air, wind speed, both space and time. All the laws of the world are under my control here. If I order you to kneel, you will have to kneel. And if I order you to die, you have no choice but to die immediately. In this territory, I am God. Finally, Tibio smiled and said, so then. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful attack shot through the portal. All of you. Seeing that attack, he immediately recognized it. It's him. That monster bastard. But now he didn't care anymore. But even if he's a monster, it doesn't matter anymore. Tibio's eyes were like 2 balls of fire as he swung his hand forward. Before God, a monster is just a creature. So even if he steps in here, Suddenly, Tibio felt something wasn't quite right. His whole body froze. He exclaimed in horror, wait, even if he steps in. He remembered Hercules' face and asked himself, so that means I brought him into the space of mental suppression? His whole body was rooted to the spot, his emotions indescribable. Only now did Tibio realize his mistake. He looked back tremblingly. No. Standing there, Hercules, as huge as a giant rock mountain, shouted, I warned you. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. Don't. The new punch had already closed in on Tibio. Bother me, right? He couldn't react in time. He could only stand there and endure. Taking this blow, his body flew backward, his whole body curling up, blood splattering everywhere. As soon as the punch was thrown, reality also returned. Sigu appeared inside the room, lying on the ground. Tibio lay sprawled out, his eyes pitch black, coughing violently. All the magic circles he had set up simultaneously shattered into pieces. Thanks to that, everyone was able to move. The spell has been broken? When they looked back, they saw TBO had been defeated. Zhang Jiawu didn't understand what was happening. What the hell is this? After a while, he was able to sit up, his whole body trembling violently. Suddenly seeing Sigu approaching, he fell into a panic again. Don't come here. He continuously screamed. Don't come here. Don't come here. I said don't come here. Don't come here. But his figure still quietly stepped forward. Don't come near me. Please. Please don't. Before TBO could understand what was going on, Sigu brushed past him and walked over to Chaiene, calling out, Chaiene. Sitting there, she was still motionless, her eyes lifeless. He gently reached out his arm. Then Sigu tenderly patted her shoulder and reminded her, Chaiene, don't try to endure everything alone. If you shoulder too much, you'll only suffer more in the end. He continued, sometimes you have to know how to let go and understand when to turn away. The youngest granddaughter of the SH group and the figurehead for the group's hunter industry. The young girl carrying everyone's expectations on her shoulders. Sigu exclaimed, I don't know, and I have no way of knowing how heavy the burden she carries must be. Thinking of this, he placed his hand on Chaien's other shoulder. He said in his most sincere voice, but how this world sees you doesn't have to be your reality. There's no need to suffer trying to piece together the fragments of life. Those stupid fragments of life, you can just toss them aside. It's okay if things aren't perfect. It's okay if everything falls apart. Sigu stepped in like a ray of light, dispelling the darkness. Forget about sacrificing yourself, and think about yourself first. Only then can you think about others. A notification appeared. Gentleman's heart, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom. SS. He smiled and said, let yourself be the top priority. Returning outside, Sigu was still comforting her. It requires courage to dare to be selfish and dare to be hated. You don't need to be loved by everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly withdrew his hand. Along with that, Chaiene also woke up. Sigu, why are you here? Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. As he spoke, he smiled brightly. Chaiene, now then. Sigu stood up and continued. There's still one more thing to do. Standing behind, Zhang Jiawu was still dumbfounded. Could you guys? Sigu glanced back and asked, help me out a bit. The dramatic rescue of Aurelian and Han Chaiene. That information quickly made the news at a very fast pace. No casualties. Words of praise were pouring in from all over the world. A spokesperson from France expressed gratitude for Korea's swift response. Switching scenes to another place. A phone lay still on the table. Sitting there, Duchion had also seen this news. The corner of his mouth curled up as he asked, so Monteb got caught by the neck? The subordinate replied, you might find this hard to believe, but it wasn't the other S-rank hunters who defeated Monteb. But it seems to be Min Sigu's doing. He continued, just to be safe, I will investigate more thoroughly. Duchion interrupted, no need. He spoke up, Min Sigu. That bastard is definitely not ordinary. I didn't expect him to be able to handle an executive level like that. Speaking up to here, he thought to himself, Monteb's arrogance knows no bounds. But thanks to that, it's beneficial in this case. Thinking that, Duchion asked again, what about chaos in the Gyeonggi area? The subordinate replied, since they lost their leader, taking over the remaining forces won't be a problem at all, sir. Hearing this, he laughed with delight and exclaimed, Joe Buckshin and Monteb, the thorns in my side, have both been removed. Everything is going exactly as planned. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from outside and said loudly, Sir, we have a problem. Chaos in the Gyeonggi area. The subordinate exclaimed, has been completely wiped out. Duchion startled and shouted, What? The subordinate who entered continued, following that are Junggi, Gungdu, Sugar, and Du Buckshin and Anson. All of chaos in Gyeonggi has been destroyed by S-rank hunters and people from the Inspectorate Bureau. He asked in panic, what nonsense are you talking about? The entire Gyeonggi area was turned upside down? There's no way those Inspectorate Bureau bastards could find our bases in Gyeonggi. The subordinate stuttered, maybe. Monteb, who holds power in Gyeonggi, revealed the base locations. Duchion's face darkened. Doesn't he have a restriction spell? And then realizing something, his eyes widened as he asked himself, could it be? It was dispelled? Impossible. The restriction spell being dispelled. It's almost impossible. But that's the only possibility. If this is true, then the restriction spell on Joe Buckshin was also dispelled. Because Joe Buckshin also knows the things I know. That's why I wanted to eliminate him. Thinking of this, he bit his lip tightly and cursed. Damn it. If the restriction spell was dispelled, the information might have already been leaked. We don't control those bastards at all. Instead, we are the puppets in their hands. Duchion asked madly, which bastard dispelled the restriction spell and played us for fools? The subordinate took out something and stuttered. Sir, I have one more thing to report. But, could you take a look at this? He asked in surprise, what is it? The other guy continued, on Min Sigu's YouTube channel, a video was just uploaded. It looks quite similar to the one we posted last time. Without a moment's hesitation, Duchion grabbed the phone. What does it say? The video started playing. A familiar voice rang out. You are next. Hearing this, Duchion almost crushed the phone. He shouted, Min Sigu. Min Sigu. At the same time, on the rooftop of the SH Group building, sitting at a large table, Tayson spoke up. I would like to thank you. He smiled and continued. Thanks to you, our Chaiene is safe. If you have any requests, please feel free to tell me. I will fulfill anything within my power. He is the chairman of the SH Group, Han Tae-san. Hearing that, Sigu stuttered. About that. Hena asked back, is it okay if we accept something like this? They were extremely helpless, thinking to themselves, all we did was. He fainted. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Jiawu said, Sir, actually. He asked seriously, have you ever heard of a hunter named Min Sigu? At the CO family's forge. At this time, Minyoung entered and spoke up. Thank you, Hunter Min Sigu. She continued, thanks to you, chaos in the Gyeonggi area, as well as the underground criminal organization, have all been uprooted. Although their forces are still very strong. She smiled and praised him endlessly. But they have certainly suffered a massive blow. Since chaos started in Korea, no one has been able to do this. Minyoung stuttered, I don't know how to thank you enough. Before she could finish her sentence, Sigu interrupted. Well, you don't need to thank me. She continued, Director of the Inspectorate Bureau, Baek Gung-ji, also asked me to pass on his thanks to you. In his mind, he quickly recalled the image of Baek Gung-ji. Baek Gung-ji. Well then, I did it for my own personal reasons. I don't want anything to do with that person anymore. Speaking up to here, Sigu thought to himself, this is just the price for ignoring my warning. I simply wanted to protect Seo and the people around me. Suddenly, Minyoung called out, Hunter Sigu. But before she could finish her sentence, someone entered from outside the door. The person who just arrived was none other than Aurelian. There you are. Seeing him here, Sigu was very surprised and stepped forward. Master Aurelian was looking for you. He continued, I don't know how to express my gratitude. And I came to apologize for my rudeness. Hearing this, he looked confused and replied, Oppo apologize. Aurelian hesitated for a moment, then explained, I used to be a genius. My awakened trait is alchemy, S-. I easily achieved things that others couldn't. Things others didn't dare to do, I was ready to jump into. And before I knew it, I was called the best blacksmith in the world. But I wasn't satisfied with that. A higher goal, a higher horizon, constantly pushing myself. I kept running like a racehorse. But then, suddenly, I was stopped by a wall called the divine. I struggled, looking for every way to overcome it. But in the end, it was all useless. Aurelian had always held himself in extremely high regard. I used to think no one could surpass me. But the truth is, I couldn't even surpass myself. When I looked back at myself, I suddenly realized I hated alchemy. As he spoke, his expression became even more helpless, his eyes downcast. Someone who loved alchemy more than anyone else. Standing there, Sigu remained silent, listening to him continue. So, the sword I made for Han Chaiene became my final piece. Because I no longer had enough confidence to create anything better than that. Speaking up to here, Aurelian remembered his first meeting with Sigu. Then I met you. I was truly amazed and surprised. At the same time, I also felt jealous. Therefore, I want to apologize for the rudeness I displayed. He spoke frankly, without realizing it. Aurelian's eyes closed tightly. If I had known you earlier, could I have changed even a little bit? As he spoke, he laughed at himself. Maybe then, I would still love alchemy. Now then, I've decided to give up that greed. I'm too old and weak to stand up after falling. If I had known you before, just a little earlier. Aurelian turned his head to look back at Sigu and continued. I will send the orichalcum as promised after I return to France. I once wished to witness the process of melting it with my own eyes. But now, I will let go of everything. Before he could leave, Sigu smiled and spoke up. What you need is not the divine alchemy. He asked softly, do you know a person named Confucius? Aurelian paused for a beat and replied, Confucius? You mean one of the 3 great sages? A notification appeared. Gentleman's heart, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom. SS. He continued. Confucius also had similar thoughts. Even now, it's the same. If it started yesterday, would it have been possible? The average human lifespan back then was about 37 years. At that time, Confucius was already 50. Compared to now, that would be over 100 years old. But with such an old body, he still began his journey to pursue his dream. In a chaotic world, where the smoke and fire of war never extinguished. Sigu's eyes were full of seriousness as he recounted. At the end of that journey, he stepped into the ranks of the 3 great sages of the world. So why can't you achieve your dream? Hearing these words, Aurelian couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open as he stuttered. Do you think I can do it? Sigu replied without hesitation. Of course. It's still not too late to start over from now. Nothing in this world is too late. As he spoke, he patted his shoulder as an encouragement. You already know how to utilize your strengths, right? The more he heard these words, the more touched he became. His whole body stood still in one place. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on his lips. Aurelian replied, You have saved my life twice. He exclaimed, Again. Start over again. Not stopping there, Sigu also offered a suggestion. After you recover your senses, try crafting a piece of equipment as a sample. Since we're at it. He pointed at Minyoung standing nearby and introduced. Why not try making a piece of equipment for Miss Minyoung right here? She startled and asked back, Excuse me? Me. Sigu added. The fact that I was able to save you in time was also thanks to Miss Minyoung's help. She blushed shyly and stuttered. No, it was all thanks to Hunter Man Sigu's efforts. That equipment should belong to him. But he didn't need it and yielded this opportunity. I was able to work with peace of mind because you guarded my house for me. Miss Minyoung, I received a lot of help. That's the truth. Minyoung interrupted. Not at all. Returning to the main point, Sigu looked at Aurelian again. Moreover, she is a talented guard of the Inspectorate Bureau. She completely deserves to use equipment made by Aurelian. And of course, he didn't refuse, accepting immediately. I have heard a lot about the guards of the Korean Inspectorate Bureau. They are people who have always dedicated themselves to the world. I will make it for her. This sentence had just ended, making Minyoung unable to hold back a loud scream. Really? With no more time here, Aurelian also asked for permission to leave. Well then, first, I have to return to France to deliver the orichalcum to you. And although it's a bit rude, but... He asked, could I witness and learn the process of melting orichalcum? Sigu smiled happily and replied, but my tuition fee is quite high. Thinking for a moment, Aurelian offered a condition, partly as a reward from the symposium, partly because you saved my life, and partly as an observation fee. Then 3 orichalcum ores, okay? Hearing that, Sigu chuckled and replied, not very profitable. But then he accepted with a bright smile. Well then, to celebrate your new beginning, I will give you a special discount. Aurelian continued, I will return in 2 weeks. Then I will craft equipment for this kind lady too. With nothing else to do here, he finally left. Standing inside the house, Sigu got a bargain and smiled so hard his teeth almost fell out. 3 orichalcum ores. Top notch. With this much, I can make more than just gloves. What equipment should I make? Suddenly, Minyoung spoke up cautiously. Thank you very much. He replied, You're too polite. She continued, Thanks to you, I can use equipment handcrafted by Master Aurelian. But before she could finish her sentence, Sigu stepped forward and praised. This is in the hope that you will help me in the future. So please, continue to take care of this place for me. Hearing those words, Minyoung confidently patted her chest and affirmed, I will do my best. Her face flushed red as she turned her head to go outside. Then, I'll be going now, he said in satisfaction. All right, let's think about the design for the equipment. Suddenly, a cheer rang out from somewhere. Sigu startled and looked outside in panic. That's awesome. It turned out that sound was from Minyoung. Skipping along, she cheered happily. Witnessing that scene, he was also speechless. Switching scenes to the chairman's office at the SH Group headquarters. Outside the door, a voice suddenly transmitted in. Did you call for me, sir? Tae-san replied, come in. He glanced back and continued. I think I need to meet the person named Min Sigu. The assistant asked back, in person? Sir. As soon as the sentence ended, he bowed deeply and shouted loudly. I will go prepare immediately. Leaving only Tae-san in the room. His eyes looked into the distance, softly saying, Min Sigu, huh? At Sigu's place. Just like every day, a training session began again. This is the last set. Focus. Lock your hips. Keep your back straight. Hercules shouted loudly, squat. Hey, don't groan until you lift more than 5,000 tons. Inside a B+ rank dungeon, Sigu's whole body trembled violently. His face visibly paled as he groaned. It is. Hercules reminded him. You have to risk your life to build muscle. Stop complaining and flex your glutes. Squat again. Inhale. Hearing that, he also flexed his glutes and followed suit. Thinking to himself, this exercise is even harder than fighting Monteb. And I mean much harder. Harder than drawing rice. After a while of trying, the exercise was finally completed. Hercules saw this and chuckled, praising, well done. He continued, you useless weakling. Suddenly, a sentence from him made Sigu stunned and bewildered. Even so, you're still better than that fly last time. He asked back, fly? Hercules explained, the other day I was training, and there was an annoying fly buzzing around. I didn't want to waste effort dealing with it, so I told it to get lost. The more he told the story, the more confident he became, and it suddenly got scared shitless. Come to think of it, I was pretty cool. Sigu asked back blankly, scared shitless? Really? And then as soon as the sentence ended, he suddenly remembered something, his eyes wide open. Zhuge Liang's knowledge. X+. In Sigu's head appeared the miserable image of Tibio at that time. Don't tell me. That's the reason Monteb suddenly acted like that. I was wondering how he ended up in that state. Monteb's trait is mental suppression S. At that time, he was amplified hundreds of times by the amplification magic circle. He must have bypassed my mind and entered GodTube. Thinking of this, he could only chuckle helplessly. Haha. I wonder if the executive-level managers from Chaos have restriction spells on them. Even though the restriction spell on him wasn't broken, he still answered my questions without much resistance, and spilled all the information about the Chaos locations in the Gyeonggi area. Hercules spoke up again, maybe because he's a mage. The weakest kind of person. Sigu exclaimed. So Hercules removed the restriction spell? More accurately, completely crushed it. Just thinking about it made him sweat bullets. But anyway, just saying get lost was enough to cause that? Not only was his mind shattered, but the restriction spell was also destroyed. A guy I beat the crap out of couldn't be taken down. Having an out-of-body experience with just one sentence. Unbelievable. His whole body turned to stone like a block of ice. This is no joke, huh? Never. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. You have completed Hercules' training session. Superhuman strength. SS. Proficiency. 30.024%. Plus 0.002%. Reading that notification, Sigu couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open to the maximum. Seeing that expression, Hercules asked in confusion, what's wrong? He stuttered. For some reason, the proficiency increased a little bit. He asked again, how much did it increase? Sigu replied, 0.002%. Thinking about something for a moment, Hercules made a decision. It seems the time has come. Hearing this, he still didn't quite understand and asked back, the time? What time? He explained, I mean that time has come. It's when your growth reaches a stable state. He continued, with your pathetic talent, developing to this level is completely absurd. Sigu also felt that was true and replied, that's right. At first, I didn't even have a trait. That's also why I learned from GodTube. Hercules said again, The power of the gods that you learn through GodTube. It's not growth that increases proficiency, but more accurately, proficiency is just a number reflecting your growth. If you don't grow, the proficiency won't increase either. If it's stuck at around 30%. As he spoke, he pointed his finger right at his face. Then, that is your growth limit. Sigu's eyes stared intently at the phone, thinking to himself, so that means not only superhuman strength SS, but other traits will also soon reach their growth limit. Right, Hercules reassured him, but don't worry too much. If you don't give up and keep trying, you will overcome the limit someday. He felt it made sense after hearing that. Right, if I just keep trying step by step, one day, but increasing by 0.002% each time, it'll take forever to finish. Superhuman strength. SS, proficiency. 100%. But then Sigu suddenly had a bold thought. The core problem is I lack talent too much. But if I have this method, Zhuge Liang's knowledge, if I increase the proficiency of divine medicine S+ to reach the realm only found in legends, the complete transformation into a divine body. I started doing it regularly. But lately, the medicine hasn't been as effective as before. I thought I just built up a resistance, but maybe divine medicine has also reached my growth limit. He exclaimed tiredly. Well then, there are many ways to make stronger medicine. It's taught on Hua Tuo's channel. Herbs and poisons are not much different. Life in nature creates poison for itself to protect itself. By understanding that philosophy of survival more effectively, we will absorb the very vitality of nature. And that is the lesson. Thinking back and forth, Sigu still didn't feel quite right. Even so, telling me to eat poison is a bit. If it's just ordinary poison, maybe. I mean, even that isn't normal. Pufferfish poison and mercury. What kind of idiot came up with this? Isn't that like telling me to dig my own grave? Although extremely terrified, for a great future, he still wanted to try it out. Of course, I still have to try it once to see. A terrifying scene appeared in his head. And then, I almost died because of it. I could survive if I only drank a little bit at a time. But that method takes too much time. So in the end, the only choice left is eat together, check together the secret meat recipe from my own head. Revealed right now. To make explosive immortal meat thanks to my head. Subscribe to another channel. At this time, Hercules asked curiously, why suddenly talk about Hydra? The nine-headed, multi-headed serpent Hydra. The middle head of the serpent possesses the power of immortality. Its heads can grow back countless times, even when cut off. He continued, makes me reminisce about the old days. I heard he makes a living by harming himself and selling it like pork at a butcher shop. And I heard, it tastes pretty good. Hercules smiled and asked, how about we go try it sometime? Hearing this, Sigu just froze, completely bewildered. He cuts off his own head to sell the meat? Seriously, you have to be crazy to do GodTube, huh? But then remembering the main issue, he wondered, but why are you watching that Hydra's channel now? He replied, I'm thinking maybe I'll find a way to resist poison. Hercules asked back, poison resistance? Sigu smiled and explained, among Hydra's abilities, the strongest ability is a poison that can kill even gods. Even he had to admit that. Well, Mr. Chaiene was indeed poisoned by him and eventually killed himself, it's true. The head of Hydra, also known as the god-killing venom. The reason it can kill even an immortal being is because of the immense pain it causes, and it absolutely cannot be cured. So after being poisoned, Chaiene went to Zeus and gave up his immortality so he could die. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up in amusement. And that's why it's called the god-killing venom. It can kill even gods. More accurately, it makes anyone want to die. The fluid in Hydra's body is extremely toxic. But Hydra is not affected by that poison at all, right? In other words, it can resist poison better than even the gods. Because of that, Sigu made a decision. Because of Hydra's unlimited immortality, subscribing to Hydra's channel might. He exclaimed, help me get poison resistance too. Hearing this, Hercules stroked his chin and thought. Honestly, that sounds quite feasible. Sigu thought to himself, if I get Hydra's poison resistance, I can chug dozens of bottles of deadly poison from divine medicine S+ to my heart's content, and still be alive and kicking. But there's still one obstacle that makes him worry. However, there is a big problem. On the phone screen it displayed, GodTube. Subscribe for channel membership Hydra. Choose your desired membership package. Unlimited views. Ad-free. Personalized recommendations. Multiple algorithms. Hydra channel member. 1 month 8 billion month. Sigu's whole body trembled. Unbelievable. The subscription fee is 8 billion won. Returning to Sigu's crafting workshop, he stood there sighing heavily. He held his head and screamed in despair. Even if I sell the 3 orichalcum ores I receive in the next 2 weeks, it still won't be enough? Let alone making equipment. How the hell am I supposed to pay 8 billion won a month? The more he thought about it, the more depressed his mood became, plummeting uncontrollably. Suddenly, Sigu heard a noise outside. From outside the door, a voice transmitted in. "Are you Min Sigu?" He asked in surprise. "Who is it?" And then when he looked closely at that person, Sigu's face changed color, unable to utter a word. The person who just arrived was none other than Tae-san, Chairman Han Tae-san. Why would the chairman of the SH Group come to this place? Han Tae-san, chairman of the SH Group. After sitting at the table, Sigu finally spoke up and asked, "What wind brought you here, Mr. Chairman?" Tae-san replied, "Sorry for the suddenness." He paused, not speaking immediately, but observing him carefully. In his heart, he thought, it's hard to believe that this young man, a guy who looks like he just stepped into society, is the one who rescued Aurelian and Chaiene. But, as the saying goes, what you see is not everything. Anyway, I've witnessed similar things countless times. Tae-san reminded himself not to judge others superficially. People who seem unremarkable turn out to be the ones who do extraordinary things. Therefore, you cannot judge others by their appearance. Thinking of this, he finally spoke up. "I heard about it. I heard you saved our Chaiene. As Chaien's grandfather, I sincerely thank you." Receiving this thanks, Sigu smiled wryly and replied, "Haha, it's nothing. The credit doesn't belong to me alone." He interrupted, "But I still want to repay your kindness." He paused for a beat and stuttered, "Repay? Like what?" Tae-san's eyes replied without hesitation, "Anything. I am willing to reward you with anything as long as it's within my power." In his heart, he thought, for hunters who have reached a certain rank, money is just scrap paper. At least, that's the case for the hunters I've met. For such strong people, what they value most is usually personal development, not money. What they want usually cannot be solved with money. But contrary to his thoughts, Sigu smiled and exclaimed, Then maybe." Tae-san urged, "Go ahead and say it. I'm curious what this young man will ask for." He avoided his gaze, scratched his cheek, and replied, "Could I increase my tutoring fee a little bit?" As soon as he heard this, he paused for a beat, his eyes wide open. He asked speechlessly, "Tutoring fee? So, you're asking for money?" Seeing Tae-san's expression wasn't very good, Sigu replied shyly, "About 5 billion won. 5 billion a month is probably a bit too steep, huh? If not, then about 4 billion. Or just 3 billion. He chuckled and continued, "Just kidding. Actually, 2 billion is fine too." He wondered, is he really negotiating right now? He didn't answer for a long time. He froze and stuttered, 1 billion is a bit too little. So let's make it 1.5 billion, okay? The more he heard, the more confused Tae-san became. This young man, what kind of person is he exactly? Switching scenes to the underground training arena belonging to the SH Hunter Guild. At this time, Chaiene was training. Her breathing became more and more rapid and exhausted. But she had no intention of stopping and kept training. Witnessing this scene, Minyoung could only watch silently. He called out worriedly, "Mississippi." In his heart, he thought, she has been training wholeheartedly without rest for 20 hours now. His hands clenched tightly. I should stop her right now. But I have always watched over her since she was a child. I can clearly see how the recent incident has affected her. Whether it's because she's blaming herself for her shortcomings or feeling helpless because she couldn't do anything. As the youngest descendant of the SH group, she is carrying too much responsibility on her shoulders. Standing there, Chaiene was still training frantically, swinging her sword in a powerful slash. Her hands were swollen, trembling with every beat. The more he looked, the more Minyoung felt pity and stuttered, "Miss." Returning to Sigu's place, he received a very large sum of money in his account. The balance was 14.4 billion won. Looking at it over and over again, he still couldn't believe it, his whole body trembling. 14.4 billion won. Han Chaejin's tutoring fee doubled, so he immediately transferred the missing 10 billion won to me. In his head, Sigu recalled the conversation earlier. I see. You can really just sit there and transfer 10 billion won immediately. He exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the SH Group. God too beside, the chairman of the SH Group, Han Tae-san, is the true transcendent. Thinking of this, Sigu remembered the main reason he needed money. But anyway, thanks to this, I can directly subscribe to Hydra's channel now. Now I'm guaranteed to earn 20 billion won a month. I can pay the 15.1 billion won membership fee every month. Right. Suddenly, his tears flowed like a river in sorrow. Seriously, just thinking about losing 15.1 billion won every month breaks my heart. Even so, Sigu still had to grit his teeth and endure it. But now I can't not subscribe to the channel. To break through the limits of my traits, I have to do it. Finally, the phone screen displayed 8 billion won a month. Start subscription. You have subscribed to the Hydra channel membership package. Received highly toxic S. Hearing this, Sigu exclaimed happily. The trait is surprisingly simple. Honestly, I expected something like God-killing venom. Speaking up to here, he looked at his body and asked himself, but what has changed? I don't see anything different. Since Hydra's poison is in its bile and blood, does that mean my blood has now become poison? As expected, testing it directly is still the fastest way. At the same time, inside a B+ rank dungeon, Ruin of Destruction, Iruin stood there with a helpless expression and asked, "Is that Sigu?" Sitting there, Sigu was pinning down a demon hound. He asked again, "What are you doing?" Hearing that, he turned his head back and replied, "This? There's something I need to test." Saying that, he started to drop a drop of blood from his fingertip into the demon hound's mouth. As soon as the drop of blood touched, the highly toxic poison also took effect. Witnessing that scene, Sigu exclaimed joyfully, "So it's this kind of poison." Iruin stood there confused, muttering, "Well, anyway, I'll never understand what he's planning to do." Sigu asked, "Oh right, Iruin, where did you put the herbs you harvested earlier?" He pointed to the side and replied, "I put them separately over here." He asked curiously, "Why put them separately?" He explained, "These are discards, boss." As he spoke, Iruin pointed at himself confidently. "The only weakness of my super regeneration is poison, so I'm quite knowledgeable about poisonous plants." But Sigu still stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it. "If you eat this, the extremely strong poison will melt your internal organs in just 1 hour." As soon as the sentence ended, his face became panicked and he shouted, "Boss!" Sitting there, Sigu was tasting it without any hesitation. Iruin asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Are your intestines melting?" He replied, "Not really. It just tastes a bit bitter." He thought to himself in satisfaction, "Good thing I subscribed to Hydra's channel. Eating poisonous plants has already increased my proficiency by 0.02%. It feels like Hydra's highly toxic poison is purifying other toxins. The poison from the plant seems to be trying to destroy my internal organs, but instead, Hydra's highly toxic poison neutralized it. In other words, fighting poison with poison. Fighting poison with poison. Using similar substances to treat poison. If I want to prepare for complete body regeneration, I need to increase my proficiency to further enhance my poison resistance." Thinking of this, Sigu asked, "Iruin, can you ask Saya for some more poisonous plants?" Iruin replied, "I'll try." As he walked, he said, "By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Is it true that you saved Master Aurelian and Han Chaejin, along with the S-Rank hunters?" Sigu startled and replied, "How do you know?" He replied, "How could I not know? The media is going crazy over that news." He laughed and praised, as expected of the boss. "I heard the culprit this time was an S-Rank hunter. Even Han Chaejin had to struggle." These words made him pause. "Wait, you just called her Han Chaejin. Are you younger than her?" Iruin explained, "I'm 1 year younger. I'm 20, and she's 21. Sigu exclaimed, "Really? So Han Chaejin is 21 years old?" He asked in surprise, "Huh? You didn't know?" He stuttered, "It's not that important." He was speechless. Why is it not important? He continued with a sentence that made Sigu freeze on the spot. "Isn't she your girlfriend?" He shouted loudly, "What the hell?" He asked in disbelief. Since when did Han Chaiene become my girlfriend? Iruin smiled brightly and replied, you two were holding hands and everything at the housewarming party last time. Sigu was helpless. Does holding hands automatically label her as a girlfriend? Iruin still firmly believed it and advised, come on. There's never pure friendship between a man and a woman. He interrupted, of course there is. Like me and your sister. He continued, don't you have any female friends? Iruin replied, I don't. Sigu asked, if so, are all the girls you know your girlfriends? He confidently affirmed, no. I've never had a relationship. He exclaimed in disbelief, not even one. He replied, yeah. He asked again, really? Iruin was still very calm. Is there anything hard to believe? He added, what about you? If you're not dating Han Chaiene. Iruin asked, then have you ever had a girlfriend? Sigu looked blank and stuttered, well. The two of them just stood there dazed. No one spoke, but they still understood each other. After a while, both of them cried a river and sighed. We will clear all the dungeons in Seoul today. All right, Iruin, where is the next dungeon? After getting a bunch more materials, Sigu cooked them up and asked himself, what kind of poisonous herbs cost a whole 200 million won? But anyway, just eating poisonous herbs has significantly increased my proficiency. The system notified. Highly toxic, SS. Proficiency 1.7%. Plus 1.68%. Speaking up to here, he remembered an unhappy matter and thought to himself, at this rate, all the poisonous herbs on the market will cost 200 million won each. 200 million won. If I keep buying them until I perfect my body regeneration, I'll spend up to 500 million won a month just buying herbs. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. You have finished brewing a basic elixir. You have learned the basic principles of potion brewing. He opened his eyes wide and asked himself, an elixir? Rumor has it that this elixir can help even an ordinary person possess strength on par with an S-rank hunter after drinking it. They say brewing new poisons is the true divine medicine. Divine Medicine S proficiency has increased significantly. Divine Medicine S proficiency 55.881%, plus 5.8%. Seeing this, Sigu exclaimed, should I try drinking it? Lying beneath the pot of green water that was still boiling. Is this thing really drinkable? But there's no other way. He gritted his teeth and drank a large cup. Well, it's still an elixir. Whatever. The system notified. You have drunk a basic elixir. Your overall stamina has been increased. Sigu couldn't take it anymore and spat it all out. If the smell alone is poison, then this is definitely highly toxic. His face turned pale as he asked himself, why does it taste so disgusting? When brewed with herbs, my God. But its effect was very amazing. Highly toxic, SS, proficiency 2.2%, 0.5%, superhuman strength, proficiency 30.144%, 0.12%. Sigu exclaimed, the proficiency of super strength has increased. That means I have surpassed the limit of my trait. But another notification surprised him even more. Knowledge, S, proficiency 62.95%, plus 0.05%. Why did knowledge increase too? Did my brain reach a new realm thanks to this terrible medicine? Sigu truly couldn't believe this. He looked back at the cup of green water. Well, to continue surpassing the limits of my traits, I have to keep drinking this from now on. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, asking himself, why do things that are good for the body always taste terrible? It's like there's some cosmic law. Suddenly, Sigu's eyes widened. Huh? Cosmic law? He thought to himself, can't I use Isis's reality manipulation SS to change its taste? If I use reality manipulation to change the taste of the medicinal herbs, not only can I make it taste better, but I can also conveniently increase the proficiency of this skill. No sooner said than done. He quickly put his idea into action. That's killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? Should I try it right now? A notification appeared. Reality manipulation, SS, of Isis. Siwu focused and muttered, this is cola. This is sweet cola. Reality manipulation, SS. Proficiency, 2.25%, plus 0.15%. After a while, it was finally done. Siwu wondered, just changing the taste caused this much trauma? Let's see how it turned out. He started to drink. As long as the taste changed, Let's give it a try. He thought things would be better, but no. His face darkened as he sighed. Damn it. It's still the same old taste, just with carbonation. Sigu pouted in frustration. Looks like my proficiency isn't high enough to completely change its taste. Well, at least it's carbonated now. No matter how he tried to justify it, he still couldn't stand it, quickly covering his mouth. A while later, Sigu looked inside and called out, Sia? It's time to take your medicine. Hearing that, the little girl peeked out with a wary look and asked, Medicine? He smiled and urged her. It just cooled down, so drink it right away. Seeing Sia covered in paint, Sigu asked curiously, What are you doing? The little girl replied, Brackway. With that said, she gathered all her courage and took a big gulp. Thanks for everything. But the moment that awful stuff entered her mouth, Sia's eyes rolled back as she groaned. It tastes like the socks I wore during gym class. Sigu asked helplessly, You've tried eating your gym socks before? The little girl shook her head and interrupted. No way. I'm just saying it tastes like that. Observing her closely, he smiled and thought to himself. But there's one thing I'm sure of. Sia's condition has improved a lot compared to before. My proficiency in divine medical arts, S+, has also surpassed 50%. This made him very satisfied. I still can't completely cure her illness yet, but I believe I can fully heal Sia within this year. Just as he thought that, a bark suddenly rang out. Sigu turned to look and saw the puppy licking up the rest of the medicine. It seemed to have licked the remaining medicine in the cup. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. An unauthorized presence is approaching. Hearing that, he wondered in surprise, Who is it? As soon as he spoke, a voice rang out from outside the door. Excuse me. The person who arrived was Min-jae. He introduced himself. I am Lady Chaijene's secretary. My name is Kim Min-jae. A while later, inside Sigu's house, Min-jae sat there and said, I heard that Master Aurelian has returned to France. He thought for a moment and replied. He said he would return to Korea in about 2 weeks, so he'll probably be back today or tomorrow. Hearing that, he exclaimed, Is that so? Sigu asked curiously, But, may I ask why you're here? Min-jae's face became troubled as he stammered. Actually, after thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. Could you please help our young lady? He recounted. She has been carrying everything on her own shoulders since she was very young, because she grew up constantly being attacked by others. At this point, Min-jae clearly showed a heartbroken expression. Sigu listened and understood. He continued. So she became obsessed with getting stronger. She believes that only by doing so, the people around her, Min-jae blurted out, won't abandon her. Sigu thought to himself. Maybe that's why Han Chaijin rarely expresses her emotions. Recalling the recent events, Min-jae said, and perhaps because of that kidnapping incident, she has started training for over 20 hours a day. Hearing that, he also felt that something was very wrong. That's taking it too far. That's not training anymore. It's just pushing her body to the extreme. It will damage her body and stunt her growth. Saying that, Sigu fell silent and thought for a moment. Without hesitation, he stood up and said, Sia, I'm going to see Miss Chaijin for a bit. The little girl smiled brightly and replied, Go ahead. Tell her that if she visits next time, I'll treat her to something really delicious. With no time to waste, Sigu urged, Well then, let's go. The scene shifted to Chaijin, who was still training. Hunter Association Building, underground training area. A flurry of sword strikes continued to swing, and Chaijin's strength was depleting with each one. Pant. Her hands were covered in dark red blood. I can't stop now, she told herself. I have to be stronger. I must become stronger. Chaijin's eyes grew dull as she thought. Only then, she gasped out, only then, can I protect everyone. Then, they won't abandon me. They won't leave me behind. Just as she thought that, Chaijin collapsed, losing consciousness. However, before she even hit the ground, her body was caught. The person who had just supported her was Sigu. Chaijin's eyes widened as she asked, Mr. Sigu? Seeing her in this state, he was left speechless. A scene from the past rushed into Chaijin's mind. Back then, the chairman had said, Starting tomorrow, you will live on your own. Hearing this, Min-jae anxiously interjected, Chairman, I may be overstepping my bounds, but the young lady is still at an age where she needs protection. He cut him off. as long as Chaiene carries the blood of the SH group. He continued, she will have to face countless dangers. If she can't even handle this, the chairman declared, then she won't be able to overcome anything in the future. At that time, Chaiene was 13 years old. He made his decision. Therefore, starting tomorrow, leave this mansion. She didn't cry or throw a tantrum, but agreed immediately. This was when the little girl still didn't know much about the vast world out there. Just as she recalled this, Chaiene's eyes fluttered open, followed by a voice calling out, "Are you awake?" The person there was Sigu. She sat up in surprise and asked, "Mr. Sigu? Why are you here?" He replied, "How are you feeling? Any better?" Chaiene's complexion didn't look good at all as she stammered. But then, thinking of something, she gripped the blanket tightly and answered, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Sigu smiled brightly and said, "That's a relief. Let's start our training right now." She asked back in confusion, "Training? Right now?" He replied, "You said you were fine, so I figured we could start immediately. Or are you still not fully recovered? If so, we can postpone the lesson until next time." Chaiene bowed her head and interrupted, "No, I'm perfectly fine." She thought, "I don't have time to rest." Thinking of this, she started to stand up again. "I'm ready. So let's begin." A while later, at another location, Chaiene looked around and asked, "This place is?" She exclaimed, "A forge, right?" Sigu explained, "Today's lesson will take place here." As she walked, she said, "Didn't you say we were going to have a training session?" He replied, "Today we'll be learning about metallurgy." Chaiene asked in surprise, "Metallurgy?" Sigu smiled and explained, "It's part of the lesson." She had no choice but to comply. "I understand." Wasting no time, he gently guided her. "First, to make equipment, we have to melt the metal ore. After heating the metal, you need to hammer it evenly to remove impurities." He glanced over and asked, "This process in metallurgy is called forging. Do you want to give it a try?" Naturally, Chaiene really wanted to try it. She took the hammer and replied, "Sure." With that said, she began to rain down hammer blows, creating a resounding noise. However, the more she worked, the worse Chaiene's complexion became. She stammered, "This doesn't seem right." Sigu stepped forward and explained, "That's because the heating temperature wasn't right. If you start forging when the metal isn't hot enough, it will deform strangely and become completely useless." He gave her another chance and asked, "So, do you want to try again?" Although still somewhat hesitant, Chaiene decided to give it another shot. Once again, she struck the steel bar hard. Her whole body paused for a beat, her eyes widening as she gasped. Standing beside her, Sigu didn't speak immediately, but nodded slightly. Then he said, "When crafting equipment, the quality depends on the type of metal you use. If compared to humans, it can be seen as a kind of talent." He smiled and continued, "However, to make good equipment, it must go through a forging process like this to remove all impurities. For humans, this forging is like effort. That means you, Miss Chaiene, are a very fine metal. But no matter how high the quality of the metal is, as you can see, if you hammer it when it hasn't been heated enough, it will be ruined and have to be thrown away." Using this as an example, Sigu made Chaiene realize that pouring your all into something is wonderful, but, he declared, hammering a metal that isn't hot enough will only render your talent meaningless, just like this metal. Those words snapped her awake. Her whole body froze, unable to utter a single word. Not stopping there, Sigu added, "In my eyes, Miss Chaiene is the most exceptional metal in the world. However, for the best metal to become the strongest metal, it must endure the scorching flames." He looked straight into her eyes and said loudly, "For a very long time." At this point, his eyes carried a hint of curiosity. "I can't even imagine what drives you to push yourself this hard." Secretary Kim probably wants Han Chaiene to break free from her obsession. But that obsession is exactly what motivates her. It's like a fire forging the metal named Han Chaiene. That fire pushes her to strive even harder, so there's no need to extinguish it. But, thinking this, Sigu spoke up. "Now is the time to use the fire in your heart to heat yourself up more effectively. Using the hammer to temper yourself is the next step." He gently reminded her, "And please don't worry too much. Even if everyone around you leaves, even if the whole world abandons you, Every word seemed to pierce Chaijine's fragile heart. Even if you turn your back on yourself, Siwu smiled and affirmed, I will definitely still be by your side. In his heart, he thought, after all, I still need that 20 billion won in tutoring fees from you every month. Hearing his words, Chaijine's face bloomed into a brighter smile than ever before as she exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Siwu. As soon as she finished speaking, Siwu suddenly grabbed her hand. Today's special lesson ends here. And, he continued, please wait a moment. She shyly stammered, excuse me? A while later, he took out a crude bracelet and handed it to Chaijine, saying, This is a gift from today's special lesson for you, Miss Chaijine. She accepted it without hesitation and examined it closely. He urged, Try putting it on. Hearing that, she complied and replied, Thank you. Chaijine beamed with joy and exclaimed, I will always wear it. Thank you so much, Siwu. Faced with her gratitude, Siwu's face darkened as he thought. To be honest, it looks a bit too plain to give as a gift, but changing its appearance now would be useless. He called out softly, Miss Chaijine. Scratching his head with an awkward smile, he said, Could you give me your hand one more time? Chaijine replied in confusion, Yes? Siwu began to use his skill. Reality Manipulation SS of ISIS. Maybe this will work. Just like how I used John Duchion's trait to find a new way to use super speed, SS+. Just like how Montevelm maximized the power of his trait using an amplification magic circle. If I apply all of these, you have engraved the concept of amplification. Now, the bracelet on Chaijine's wrist looked completely different from before. It feels completely different. The system notified. Proficiency of Reality Manipulation, SS, has greatly increased. Reality Manipulation, SS, proficiency, 7.55%, plus 5.3%. Siwu wondered. It worked. Though I don't know how much it amplifies things. Chaijine admired the bracelet and spoke up. Mr. Siwu, I will never forget today's lesson. I think I should head back to the hospital now. Maybe I should rest for another day or two, depending on my condition. He strongly agreed with that idea. Once again, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side, Miss Chaijine. Hearing that, she shyly replied, Thank you so much for today. After she left, Siwu stood there and wondered, amplified equipment. Doesn't that mean I can apply amplification to my own equipment too? Then, realizing something, he blurted out, That means, even the traits on GodTube can be amplified. Sitting inside his office, Jongyu had just received the news and exclaimed in utter surprise, Master Aurelian has departed for Korea? The other person replied, Yes, that's correct. He continued, He hasn't even been in France for that long. Why is he returning to Korea already? The man explained, It's to meet Hunter Min Siwu. Hearing this, another person present suddenly interrupted, Min Siwu? He's all over the internet. But who exactly is he? The arrogant man scoffed. For Master Aurelian to personally go meet him? He was the S-rank hunter, Li Ji-hoon. The scene shifted to Siwu's forge. At this moment, he was standing there, letting out an exhausted sigh. The system notified. Divine Forging Arts, SS. Proficiency, 37.27%, plus 5.6%. Reality Manipulation, SS. Proficiency, 11.35%, plus 3.8%. Siwu sighed. I guess I can stop here. He thought to himself, after crafting hundreds of pieces of equipment, I've discovered two things. On the table were various large and small rings. Trash picked from the garbage, plus 0.3%. Discarded item, plus 0.5%. First, when I apply the same engraving method to different equipment, the equipment with higher stats, higher quality equipment shows a stronger engraving effect. That means if I want to increase my proficiency in Divine Forging Arts, I just need to gradually improve the quality of my equipment. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached as he groaned. But more importantly, the second thing, engraving effects don't stack. Thinking of this, he wanted to flip out. Maybe I should just sell all this junk. I'll set them aside and give them to Miss Sehi later. Anyway, with the amount of orichalcum that Aurelian is bringing over, I'll be able to craft high-quality equipment. I'll try again then. With that said, he opened his phone screen. Now I should probably watch a video on refining orichalcum. Inside was a post. Not financial therapy, but this time it's equipment therapy. What if you had to craft equipment from orichalcum for a very pissed-off Thor? Hephaestus, Thor angrily said, bring it out right now, before I blow up this entire forge. A barrage of lightning bolts struck down, illuminating the entire space. You dared to steal my Mjolnir? A long-bearded man scratched his head and said, come on, I'm sorry. You don't think I took Mjolnir that easily, do you? Thor exclaimed, what? The man smiled and continued, but, as an apology, I will craft a piece of equipment for you. Hearing that, Thor paused for a beat and asked, really? He still couldn't quite believe it and asked again, you, Hephaestus, are really going to make me a piece of equipment? Hephaestus replied, but since we're at it, I want to borrow your Mjolnir one last time. Thinking about it for a moment, Thor accepted, fine then. Only because you're making equipment for me. Hephaestus shouted, all right, let's melt it down while the forge is still hot. Let's get started right away. Sigu thought to himself, that looks just like the orichalcum of this world. Hephaestus explained, but orichalcum can't be melted by heat alone. To temper it, meaning, he declared, to create molten metal and refine it, I have to strike it directly with this cute little hammer. As soon as he said that, Thor immediately stepped forward. He laughed and reassured him. Haha, I'll return it right after I finish making your equipment. Hephaestus even promised, it's going to be an absolutely amazing piece of equipment. Wasting no more time, Hephaestus made his move. He used all his strength to bring down a massive strike. It was followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Thick white smoke and dust billowed up. Waiting for the dust to settle, Hephaestus's figure was still standing there. On the table was a perfectly round, shiny stone. The forge is completely gone, but the orichalcum is still intact. Sigu was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Don't tell me. It's completely indestructible? A series of explosions rang out again. Boom. After watching for a while, he became even more speechless, wondering, can I really learn this? Just as he said that, the door was suddenly pushed open. The person who just entered was Aurelian. He spoke up, long time no see. He rejoiced inwardly. It's here. My orichalcum. B+ ranked dungeon. Sigu was currently standing still in one spot. Behind him, Aurelian asked in confusion, why are you here? He turned around and replied, well. Looking at his expression, it seemed he was asking why he had come to this dungeon. Not only that, the bodyguards also looked quite angry. Why do the bodyguards look so tense? Well, he was kidnapped in Korea before. I guess it's because dungeons can be used to commit crimes too. However, Sigu didn't know how to explain it either. He averted his gaze and said, to refine orichalcum. Without an interpreter, I'm going crazy. I hope they don't misunderstand anything. At this point, he decided not to care too much anymore. Whatever, forget it. I don't necessarily have to explain. Sigu slowly recalled and thought, from Hephaestus's video. Even in Norse mythology, no one has ever been able to forge orichalcum. Not even Mjolnir, the weapon that once struck down the serpent god with a single swing. That means it won't be easy to refine this metal or... A notification popped up. Knowledge S+. In other words, I need to create a shockwave stronger than Mjolnir to refine it. The key is the impact force of Mjolnir. Even Mjolnir, the almighty weapon that shatters everything, couldn't break Ragnarok, the end of Norse mythology. But, in Greek mythology, the final battle was Gigantomachia. If it's the strength of Hercules, the one who tore apart Gigantomachia, his foot stomped hard onto the ground. If I simulate that power, Sigu exclaimed, I can create a shockwave like Mjolnir's. Divine martial arts of Hercules, first form. Thinking of this, he stomped down forcefully. Dragon descent kick. A massive pillar of shockwaves shot straight toward the stone monster, shattering its body. In the blink of an eye, a whole area of land was swept clean, leaving nothing but dry rocks. Witnessing that scene, Aurelian couldn't believe it, his mouth hanging wide open. The bodyguards were also scared out of their wits. Standing in his original spot, Sigu was still waiting for the result. The ore had been dented. Dragon descent kick is stronger than Mjolnir. It looks more deformed than I thought. This isn't forging, this is just destroying it. He picked it up and forced a smile. Well then, it seems divine martial arts can temper it. but I need to adjust the power a bit. On Diaku's side, while she was sitting and working, she suddenly received a message. Diaku, here is a video with new content. Please help me edit it again this time. Min Saiwu. Seeing that, she exclaimed in shock, there's already another new content video. The tutorial video on becoming an A-rank hunter in a month hasn't even been fully edited yet. How is he so fast? On the screen were a few lines of text. World Conqueror Saiwu, 2.65 million subscribers, 1,100 videos. Official YouTube of the World Conqueror. Become an A-rank hunter in a month. Well, I guess I have to keep up with the current growth trend. Even though it's a new channel opened less than half a year ago, it's still gaining 10,000 subscribers every day. Diaku speculated. Maybe the recent kidnapping incident involving Master Aurelian has made the boss's name blow up all over social media now. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps out of fear. I heard that incident involved a very dangerous criminal. The fact that it happened at the boss's housewarming party is one thing, but what if I get kidnapped too? Just as she said that, she suddenly paused for a beat. If, Diaku wondered in her heart, if something happens to me, will the boss save me? If I get kidnapped, will Mr. Saiwu? Realizing she was overthinking, her heart skipped a beat. What nonsense am I talking about? Mr. Saiwu. Diaku clutched her head and screamed, what on earth am I thinking? But there was no time to sit around. She dove back into her work. Just focus on working for now. On the screen, a video clip was playing. Right in the middle of an explosion, a pillar of blue light shot straight up into the sky. Realizing something wasn't quite right, Diaku adjusted her glasses to look closely. She exclaimed in shock, the world is being torn apart. Saiwu, with a very calm expression, held the ore and smiled. It seems the forging for the melting process is complete. Diaku was utterly confused. What kind of video is he filming? And what shocked her even more was the person standing opposite him, Aurelian, whose jaw had dropped in shock. Master Aurelian? She became increasingly confused about what was going on. Why is Aurelian in the boss's video? Diaku's attention then shifted to a blonde woman. Isn't that GodTuber Clement? She is an S-rank hunter from France, Clement, the monster chef, 3.3 million subscribers, Minotaur thigh steak, Cyclops bone-infused wine, and more. A celebrity who specializes in posting food videos made from monsters she hunts herself. Thinking of this, Diaku leaned close to the screen and wondered, why are these celebrities in the boss's video? At the end of that video clip, Saiwu only said one sentence. It's time to head back to the forge. Her face darkened as she blurted out, huh? What the hell is he doing? Back inside Saiwu's forge, the fire was blazing red hot. His expression was also very serious as he observed intently. Saiwu's forge. After heating the ore until it was glowing red, he smiled and said, it's been refined perfectly. Saiwu wiped away his sweat and thought to himself, I had to obliterate 31 dungeons to achieve this. Well, at least I got a few YouTube videos out of it. More importantly, the system displayed a notification. Divine Palm Arts of Hercules, SS. Proficiency, 18.54% plus 2.6%. Superhuman Strength, SS. Proficiency, 34.844% plus 4.7%. He wondered, is it because I've controlled the Divine Palm Arts better? My proficiency has increased by leaps and bounds. And the only thing left is... Just as he thought that, Aurelian suddenly stepped forward and asked curiously, what are you doing? Saiwu glanced back and replied, I am. He continued, getting ready to forge seriously. Now I just need to craft equipment from the orichalcum. With no time to wait, he made his move, clenching his fist and raising it high. Well then, seeing this, Aurelian pointed to the side and said, the forging hammer is over there. Before he could finish his sentence, Saiwu smirked and interrupted, I have to become the divine hammer, Mjolnir. Hearing that, he became even more bewildered, not understanding what he was talking about. Mjolnir. Right after, Saiwu executed his intention, punching down hard. It was followed by a massive explosion that sounded like it wanted to tear everything apart. Smoke billowed thickly. Standing inside, Aurelian's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in disbelief. In front of him, Saiwu didn't care and continued to smash down frantically. However, on Saiwu's side, something was wrong. That's weird. Am I imagining things? Lying on the table, Theor hadn't changed at all. The metallurgy isn't having any effect? Impossible. The more he thought about it, the more Siwu couldn't understand what went wrong. Do I need to use more power? In the heating process. The power from superhuman strength, SS, should have been enough. Does that mean? His eyes widened as he wondered. Is the temperature too low? Could it be that the orichalcum wasn't heated enough? Notifications popped up. Knowledge, S. Divine Forging Arts, SS. Now he could see that the fire only enveloped the outside and couldn't penetrate inside. The heat hadn't transferred deep inside at all. The heat from the furnace has no effect? The maximum temperature of the furnace is 3,500 degrees. That's already an extremely high temperature. Suddenly realizing something, Siwu exclaimed, "Come to think of it, I'll need double the current temperature. No, maybe even triple, so the heat can fully penetrate inside. A metal that has reached the pinnacle not only in strength, but also in heat resistance. If I use orichalcum to craft, I might actually be able to create a divine piece of equipment." However, he quickly brushed that thought aside. But I still can't do it like this. Where am I going to find that much heat now? I thought solving the Mjolnir issue would be the end of it. The first method I can think of right now is using magic. But reality manipulation, SS, is completely different from magic, so I can't gamble my life just to generate heat. Siwu sighed tiredly. What do I do now? No matter how hard I try, things never go smoothly. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he exclaimed. The scene shifted to another location. Johanna's group was slaying a dragon. Just as they were about to do something, Harin turned her head and asked, "Do you two know how many days your faces have looked like that?" Johanna and Sejun's expressions were visibly depressed. Is it that obvious? She stepped forward and continued. Some bastard named Montevelm got himself beaten up. I know he wasn't a low-rank hunter. I get it. Before Harin could finish her sentence, Johanna interrupted. That teleportation spell wasn't low rank. It even surpassed its own rank. Harin replied in confusion. Are you talking about that teleportation gate? Was it some kind of terrifying magic? She stammered. Terrifying magic? Johanna explained. That's not something that can be defined by magic anymore. Spatial connection is merely a theoretical concept about wormholes. In reality, it should never have been applicable. Sejun added to help Harin understand. For example, a giant tree that has lived for 1,000 years suddenly collapses this morning because it has reached the end of its lifespan. What would you think, Harin? Harin answered blankly. I'd probably be quite surprised. But something like that can happen. He continued, right. But suppose, today, the temperature of the sun suddenly dropped. That would be completely impossible. Sejun declared seriously, exactly. It should have been impossible. Something that defies all rules. And yet, Hunter Min Siwu actually did it. Harin scratched her head and replied. Although I still don't fully understand, he still managed to do it, right? Right at this moment, a phone ringtone sounded. Johanna took out her phone and said, It's my phone. But when she looked at the screen, her eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing that, Harin quickly asked, What is it? A new notification. A message from Siwu's World Conqueror channel. Johanna muttered, World Conqueror. If it's the World Conqueror, there's no doubt about it. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Is it Hunter Min Siwu? Flame Witch. As an S-rank hunter, Johanna possessed a massive channel with a whopping 41 million subscribers. Thanks to Johanna's overpowered trait, any fire attribute magic would be amplified 100-fold. Fire Amplification S. It was the visually stunning effects of her fire magic, enhanced by fire amplification, that caused crowds of people to flock to the Flame Witch's channel. Back to the present, Harin stood there, baffled, and said, That guy, Min Siwu. Who does he think he is? Suddenly proposing a collaboration with us? Is he joking? In front of them, a spatial gate leading elsewhere had also appeared. If he's proposing a collaboration, it should at least involve an S-rank dungeon. Why is that guy calling us to a C-rank dungeon? Harin ran over and asked. Don't you find it weird to just agree like that? Johanna interrupted. If it bothers you that much, you don't have to come. As she spoke, she glanced back. He proposed a collaboration with me. That means, Johanna reminded, you don't have to come along either, Sejun. He replied, I'm just curious. His face clearly showed anticipation as he continued. I want to know what kind of person Hunter Min Siwu is. And to be honest, I don't mind at all. Hearing these words, Harin was left speechless and helpless. This is why mages are all a bunch of weirdos. So we're all going in together, huh? Why not? She added tiredly. Whatever. The scene shifted to inside a C-rank dungeon. Siwu was already there waiting. He smiled and said, "You guys are early." As soon as she stepped inside, Harin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" Standing there were Aurelian and Clement. Master Aurelian, and beside him is Clement, the S-rank hunter from France. Beating around the bush no longer, Johanna got straight to the point and asked, "Hunter Min Siwu, what exactly are you planning for this collaboration?" He stammered, "Right." Siwu scratched his head and explained, "I was wondering, could you light a fire for me?" Hearing that sentence, Johanna became even more confused and asked blankly, "You want me to light a fire?" He directed his gaze toward the stone and said, "I want to refine orichalcum, but the temperature isn't high enough." Orichalcum, that was exactly why he needed Johanna's help. It's highly heat resistant, so unless the temperature reaches 10,000 degrees Celsius, it won't heat up at all. I figured you, Johanna, would be able to generate that level of heat. From nearby, Harin stepped forward and interrupted. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Never mind the orichalcum. Do you even understand what 10,000 degrees Celsius means?" She explained, "The surface temperature of the sun is only about 5,800 degrees Celsius. 10,000 degrees is nearly double that. Do you think generating that much heat is easy?" Siwu could only force a smile and reply, "It's not easy, which is why I asked Johanna for help. But if you can do it, in return." He offered a price. "I will appear on your YouTube channel to collaborate on whatever kind of content you want." Harin angrily retorted, "Who would want that?" However, contrary to that attitude, Johanna agreed. "I'll give it a try." Harin exclaimed, "What?" She asked angrily, "Can you really raise your firepower to 10,000 degrees Celsius? Even if you actually can, why would you do that?" She smiled and replied, "Because he said he'd collaborate on any kind of content afterward." The more Harin heard, the more confused she became. "What do you mean, girl?" Wasting no more time, Johanna started to step forward. "Well then, let's begin." Her eyes closed. Her hands slowly raised. Right after, she snapped her eyes open, looking down as she chanted, "Advanced fire magic. Fire amplification." A towering pillar of fire materialized with terrifying heat. Not stopping there, Johanna continued to add more, shouting, "Inferno prison." The surrounding ground cracked, dried up, and vaporized from the intense heat. The flames flared up more and more fiercely, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Fire amplification, Inferno prison, S. Standing nearby, Harin couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" In contrast to her, Siwu was very satisfied, smiling as he thought to himself, "I think this might actually work this time."